Yo, come on. A big man like you, rip up a 6-year-old baby. You hear me? A big man like you, born up for school and I talk about your matic and crazy. A big man like you, jeez, come on. Man like Belly Fender in the building, the living fire. Jeez, oh, go on. Come on, a big man like you, rip up a 6-year-old baby. A big man like you, put 9 on a nickel out lady. Gee, a big man like you, I rip up a soul and talk about your matic and crazy. Yeah, man. Gosh, them and like them. All the negative things what them a bring. Gosh, them and like them. Trust me. Yo, come on. Yeah, man. What's going on? Grand Rising. Good morning. Rise and shine. Wakey, wakey. Let's go. Come on. It's the blah, 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 blah. You hear me? So what are you telling me, man? What are you telling me? Uh, yo. Yeah, man. I big up my G Block TV, yeah? We gash them and like them. Come on, you strike them and like them. Mad sick, mad. Outside J shows, Renegade Rap, Ultra Fuck, Kit. Ooh, it's who? It's G. Yeah, me. Come on. So what you telling me, man? We up in here. We're there. Yeah. So big up everyone that called the big review yesterday, yeah? Pepper Pot viewings. You get me? Yeah, man. We're gonna have to do some more run-ups, midweek run-ups in the week, yeah? So we can review them on Sunday, man. You hear me? Come on. Come on. Yeah, man. So wait for people them to roll up in the place. You hear me? Yeah. Come on now. Big up yourself, man. Trust me. Yo, we say, Rasta man, light up the chalice that you burn down your home. You hear me? I meant G Block, light up the chalice, let you burn down your home. But, yeah, man. You get me though? What you telling me, man? You know, we got the question of the day today. Yeah, we could have carried on from this Islamic debate thing, but, you know, it's never going to go away, innit, man? So we'll pick that up a bit later. We'll pick that back up a bit later, innit, man? When someone tries to, you hear me? G, lash your rascal neck off. You hear me? Yeah, man. What's good? What's good? Popping, man. What's going on? What's going on? Where them there? Yes, man. Big up Mike. Emotion in the building, yeah? Man said second. That's it. Yeah. Like we say it, man. We got a question of the day today. Yeah, we're gonna pop it off. You know how we do around there, man. You got me? Fire season. Yeah, burning you. We don't go on the mouth from them up play number 2. You hear me? Alright, let me run that one again. We say burning you, burning you, burning you. We are going on the mouth from them up play number 2. And I will never stop. I always keep the fire blazing. And I will never stop. I always keep the fire. This one on your but no touch. Yeah. What? Come on. Yeah, man. Yeah. So let me big up Jamaica though, man. Yeah, me. Let me big up Jamaica though, man. Come on. Really come back with Talawa. But that's my Nanta play. Yeah, man, big up. So, yeah, man. So we need the people them. You know how it goes right there, man. Man's at work and all that. Wow, what was that? Someone sent me a text that I wanted to say. Right there. Okay. All right. Say nothing, man. Come on. Yeah, man. Come on. We got the jamos, man. With the bounce. You get me? Come on. Yeah, man. So, yo, come on. Question of the day. I'm going to read out the question of the day, yeah? And I want the people them in the chat so far, yeah? Big up yourselves. Welcome to G Block and them things there, yeah? But I want the people in the chat to give their best answer for the question of the day, QOTD. Yeah? You hear me? Yeah, man. So, question of the day. What's the most constructive way to move forward after taking an L? Yeah, you know in these YouTube streets, yeah, that's one thing that people, uh, popular streamers and the ones that jump on the chats and so, man, them don't like taking L's. Ladies don't like taking L's. But everyone has to hold an L at some time. You get me? Yeah, if you're standing on the side of falsehood and someone comes with facts, you're going to hold an L. But what's the most constructive way to recover from the L? Yeah, how? Houseway. Yo, hey. Yeah, come on, we got Tesla, we got Life Lover, Ale, we got yourselves. Yeah, me. You.
Yo, what we saying, Velivijo?
With there, man. With there,
Good
man.
morning, sir. Good
Well, in
morning.
everything.
How we do?
Yeah, me. Yeah, man. With
So,
there, man.
let me just pick up
Good morning.
yourself. Good early morning, Mr. Indian Valley Singh.
Good early morning, Mr. Ultra Funky.
Hey, hey, listen. Hey,
But
yeah, listen. Yeah. Let me big out everyone in the chat.
yeah, big up, big up.
Yeah, big out everyone in the chat. Big up Jim Jones. Big up Raf. Big up the G Block
Okay.
Cheese. Yeah, big up everyone that was involved yesterday because believe it or not, like if you just sort of wade through the bullshit and you put all the feelings aside, it was actually a good show. And believe it or like whether you want to believe it or not, it's actually constructive. Uh,
Oh boy.
yeah. Um, and yeah. Now in regards to taking an L, yeah. If I'm honest, like I don't remember taking an L. I'm not saying I haven't taken them, but I'm saying I don't remember them, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not that deep. Taking an L is not that deep. All taking an L is to me is a learning opportunity. Right? The only way you could have taken an L is if you got something wrong. And when Raspek said slavery is a test, blah blah blah, he was wrong. He got it wrong. Right? So I think the best thing to do is learn from this or use this as a learning opportunity to understand that one, not everyone thinks the way you do, and secondly, when you say certain things online, they will be challenged.
Ultra,
So,
Motion saying you took it L to him.
I what?
L to Mosh.
No, I didn't take an L from Mosh. Arsenal FC took a L from every other team in the league. But let's be real, Mosh. Don't let me have to bring up Darky, your your mascot. Don't let me have to bring him up.
Uncle Darky and all them things there, yeah?
Fucking hell.
Darkness is.
The, yeah, darkness is. I really
Boy, you took an L,
don't.
blood.
Yeah. Darkness is.
You
Oh,
took the
fucking
L,
hell.
blood. Hold the L,
Fucking
blood.
hell. Darkness is. So, bitch,
Boy, you took an L, blood. Good up yourself, Chi.
You got it, Dusty. Oh, you got your YouTube playing in the background there.
No, I just muted it. Still.
Yeah, man. What you saying, brother? Are you good, yeah?
Yeah, boy, I wanted to get on last night, fam, but the sleep took me,
You know what?
know.
Yeah. I fell asleep a couple times still, man. So, you know.
I was on Jedi's, yeah, all day. I'm like, yo, when's Vel putting on this thing? I see you put the thing on. I'm like, yo, what happened to this brother? Cause sleep was catching me, and I was like, yo, I have to try and fight this thing here, boy. But it must have been about 6 p.m, bro. And I was on no, it must have been about 7 actually. I was on Jedi's. And fam, I just fell asleep, fam. Like, I remember waking up and my girl was closing the laptop and shit, and I'm like, yo, I'm still listening. You get me? You know, like the one there.
no, you're not. You're snoring. Don't upset me.
You
I
understand?
got some of that yesterday. My wife run up on me like a wicked man yesterday, boy. Fucking hell.
Mad,
Yeah,
but
you
yeah,
know what?
man.
Yeah, you know what's a funny guy? Yeah. James Jones is actually a comedian. Yeah, it's that. I stay on mute sometimes though, yeah, because I'm like, nah, I'm not joining in with your fucking laughing, you pagan, cuz. You hear me? Yeah, it might be funny and I might have been laughing, yeah, but I'm not. I'm using my mic and carrying on laughing, yeah. Cause I noticed that Jim does it. He's done that to me a few times. Like, hey, Benny, unmute your mic, cuz. And then he's gonna say his pagan shit, yeah, where you know I'm gonna fucking crack up as well.
Yeah, James Jones loves it, B. He loves it, fam. He's a proper
Right.
one up
With
as
2
well.
minutes though, yeah. Just gonna cut out the guy in the tunnel.
Yeah. So you say Ultra Arsenal get through yesterday? Don't even know. Let me check the flipping fixtures. Sunday. Say Chelsea won, Man City won. Good. They beat Birmingham shitty. Good. Tottenham won. Or should I say Tottenham? Leeds lost, you know. Yo, if you're a Leeds fan, you know. It's peak for you, blood. Are you gonna lose to Ross Clark Crawley? Millwall won. Get on you, Millwall. You get me? Original hooligan team. What Derby lost to Chorley? Mad. Anyway, forget the football thing. Yo, listen, if you're out here taking L's, yeah, and you're not learning from it, yeah, you're just a straight dickhead. Real talk. Like when you take your L,
Sorry,
like some
Mo, just give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I apologize, bro. Just give me 1 second, yeah.
do you
In
think, bro? Do you
in Cricklewood Bus Garage, outbreak of
mm,
super coronavirus, yeah. In my
mm,
garage, they called
mm,
one driver to say, listen, the driver you just took over your bus from
mm,
has tested positive for COVID. You need to go home and isolate for a couple of days, take a test, and then come back.
mm.
He lives with another driver, but they told the driver he lives with to come in.
I would a bomb buckler.
Fucking hell. And
It don't
bro,
make no
you see in them zombie movies, yeah,
mm,
where the virus spreads across the globe. This is why.
yeah, yeah,
This
yeah.
is why, bro.
The people are doing
Because
stupidness all the way through.
bro, it's not the people, bro. It's the company. All they give a
Mm,
shit about is making sure that bus gets from A to B, right?
yeah.
And they don't give a fuck because if the bus goes from A to B, shareholders get paid. You see
I
what I'm
know.
saying? And I know
Yeah.
it's a side point. I know it's a side point, but yeah, Arsenal obviously are perpetual choke artists in it, and I've been used to it for a long time now. But
Mm.
we didn't have a mascot called Darknesses. You get?
No, but the thing is,
Yeah,
you lot wonder, innit? You lot wonder.
Aston Villa bad day, you know.
I'll
I can't
take
take
it,
them
fam.
boys.
I'll take that. You can't take us because we bust up your bumper wall this season and last season. You get me? You lot were the reason we didn't get relegated because we kicked your ass.
To be fair, like, have you won anything?
Huh? What's that? So I didn't hear you. Repeat that again, bro.
Have you won anything?
Won anything like what?
Anything?
We won a match against you lot.
Yeah, but I mean, have you won? What's the trophy cabinet look like?
Bro, let's not start on trophies because you lot ain't got Champions League and we do. So just chill, B.
Is it Champions League or European Cup?
Same thing, fam. European Cup is the
Oh, is
same.
it the same? All of a sudden, it's the same. Yeah, I
It's the
say
same
no
thing. I've always said
more.
it's not all of a sudden. I've always said it's the
Yeah.
same thing. Obviously, it's a different format, but it's the same cup. It's like,
Oh, so it's a different format. Cool.
you
Just like
understand?
coronavirus and super coronavirus.
You
Alright,
understand me? It's
cool. See,
still
love it.
coronavirus from 19. You understand?
Yeah, but it's different, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But
the
you can say that.
transmission rate is different.
I viewed
No,
everyone the European
yeah.
Cup.
Okay. Do you know what the funny thing is,
Hey, you
bro?
man.
I'm
Hey,
sick
you
of
man.
being right. Yeah, yeah.
Did you see Mr. Lee's comment about yesterday
No,
when 2020 said about Massa Musa?
No.
no. What happened?
Oh, fuck it. Weren't you on the panel then about the Massa Musa thing?
Oh, the mass samosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, blah. Oh,
That
hey,
was
listen.
sick.
I'll tell you the truth, yeah, bro. You know when he like James Jones did a couple things, yeah. Like um, when he said, oh, Raspek says to one of the slaves, "I'm the Prince of Gambia," and the guy responds, "Yeah, so am I." Yeah, bro.
Nah, that's a limit.
Like, I'm bro. Do you know what's funny? Yeah, I was literally pissing my pants, and then like so much so that the wife run up on me like on a wicked man flex, like. But
You
because I
better
was
shut
in
your mouth,
stitches
fam.
and pieces,
You hear me? Lemon.
yeah, hey, blood. You know,
Come, fam.
like
Shut your mouth,
how
fam. What you doing?
you know how us man would run up on Aston Villa's darkie. Like she ran up on me like that, man.
Well, you might run up on Arsene Wenger. You talking about? You
he's
stupid, fam.
out. He's out, bro. You don't work there no more.
Yeah, that's the best thing. He's the best thing that ever happened to you, look. You get me?
Mm,
And
that's
you
a
look
fact.
running out of there.
To be fair though, he started to underperform, innit? Like if I hired you, Motion, if I said to you, right, Motion, I've been carrying this dad bod for like 5, 6 years now, tired of it, and I hired you for like what £50 an hour,
Mm.
and after 3 years, you know, after sticking to your plan, I'm not seeing no results.
Mm.
I'm gonna have to either reduce your wages or fire your ass.
Yeah, but then in hindsight, you got to look
Mm,
back, and obviously hindsight's great, but you look in hindsight and you think, well, actually, no one else has
mm.
even brought us close to the levels that he was failing at. Do you understand? You got to understand
Yeah,
that.
but when
It's
was the
the
last time
when
he
you got those-
performed like he hasn't performed like how he used to, like, for instance, since, like, they was it the double, the treble, I can't remember,
the
like that
double.
mad season, the Invincibles and rare. When have we did anything even remotely similar to that? Huh?
I think with him,
Oh,
his
sorry.
football changed, and so his philosophy. Because like one of the biggest things I used to see when you hear what you call it, Fabregas
Nah,
talk, yeah,
the camera's on ultra. I don't know
he
what the hell
knows,
that is that you're doing.
he knows he's being a funny guy.
You allow
So
that, man. Remember last time when you was feeling the cups fake tits and we got a strike?
Bro, that's my daughter's foot.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying you got to allow anything on the camera cuts with your hands.
Oh yeah, oh
Your hands are getting
yeah.
strikes out here, cuts.
Oh, yeah, do you know what, Most? Do you hear that about that? Like, I bought a cup from, I think it was Lanzarote or Tenerife, one of them places there,
Mm,
and it's got breasts, yeah, and it's wearing a bikini, yeah, and
yeah,
I was rubbing the nipple of the cup,
yeah.
and some pussy struck the channel.
Oh God,
Oh, I tell you,
God,
the internet is funny, man.
I know, man. And the worst
The
thing is, it's
internet
not
is
just that.
funny.
It's it's the internet, but it's the people on the internet.
I
God,
know.
bro, there's some real strange mofos out here. Like where you're just like,
I
yo,
know.
fun, are you for real? Like, what's going on? Like, you live in the real world, but it's
Yeah,
a
it's mad.
barrier, isn't it? So those that wouldn't normally be out and be like I say, you know, when you go out in the public, yeah, and
Mm,
you meet a group of people, you know, you get those people that are just on the outside, they don't really ever
mm.
come in. Like those
Yeah,
people, you get me? You know who they are. In society, they'll just be little one. They're not even nerds because nerds can be sociable. Do you feel what I'm saying?
mm,
Like,
mm. Them
so
socially awkward pussies, man.
yeah, fully socially awkward. So when they see something like that, he's sitting there thinking, "Oh, I've never rubbed tits before." Like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna show
Nah.
nobody
you.
else should. Okay, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right,
bro.
listen, really, I need to fire up my
Right.
PC, yeah? So I need you to, like, I need you to hold down the show with Mosh, yeah? Because I don't know where any of the wires are. I don't know where the power cable is. I don't even know if I've got a mouse. Does anyone still use mouse?
My
What's
daughter's
the
got a
plural for
Zoom
mouse?
in class
Is
lesson.
it mice or mouses?
Is it
Mice?
up then?
Mice.
I don't know.
I'm sure it would be
It's a
nice.
mouse.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I have a, I need to use a mouse to
Mine's just
navigate
mouses.
my PC, but the plural is mice. Yeah, that
Mm.
sounds
Yeah.
weird. Sounds weird. It's weird. Oh, wait, hold on. So I've got two massive power bricks under here because one of them is for the, no, they're both for Xboxes. But, oh god. Hey,
So you
Bells,
said,
listen. Let me go on mute because this is gonna be a fucking
I say that, man.
a chore. But I'm gonna listen in though. I'll put my
yeah,
Bluetooth
man.
over.
Do it, do it, do it.
IG. Yeah.
All
So
right.
Mosh, what did you do? Much? Did you catch any of the? Did you catch any of the actual first debate when I jumped on Rapp's stream and that?
Yeah, I listened to that one, the one that you put on in the morning.
Mm.
Yeah, I was listening to that. Do you remember I commented? I said I'll sum it up in 6 words, and I said them and they chat a bag of shit. Because this is the thing in it. Like I'm listening to a man, and he's saying, "Nah, but this, nah, but that." But bro, all right, take it out of the book in it. Let's take it out of the book and let's see the actions of the people. Them in it on a mass scale in it. Everywhere you are in it, it's the same thing in it. Like, bro, come on, man. Come on, man. Don't be blind by the thing. You get me? Don't be blinded by the thing and think, oh, no, but my man says this. But it's documented the brother had slaves, bro. But all of a sudden you're talking about, nah, but Islam says this and free a slave. Yeah, but freeing a slave and owning slaves, you get what I'm saying? People have to own
Yeah.
slaves to
Oh,
free them, bro.
exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
You get
How do
me?
you free a slave that you don't own?
And then you're talking about servitude. But hold on a minute. Did you not talk about capturing slaves of the enemy? So
No,
you
but
weren't.
you have to treat them nicely, though. You have to
No,
treat
but
them
this is what I'm
nicely.
trying to say. You weren't taking the enemies as slaves to then pay them, was you?
Nope.
Stop chatting shit, bruh. Come on, man.
And not even that. We know the barbarism, the levels of barbarism that, as a species, what we was dealing with back then.
Mhm.
It was literally like, I'm gonna murk you, or you're gonna work for me. And
Mm.
even when you're working for me, I'm gonna treat you like horseshit.
Yeah, and at
So
one point, it seemed like he was trying to say there wasn't an Islamic slavery. Like, I'm like,
yeah,
bro,
it's all
are you down?
servitude, bro. Do you not get it, Mosh? It's obviously
It's
you've
called
got
servitude. Yeah,
a learning problem. It's servitude, not
because
servitude.
this is the thing, yeah. Like, even if
Why
you're,
the really just batted that out of the park though, man? And
come on, man,
Yeah,
I forgot to add this video onto my video, yeah. So
it was at the beginning of
I
this,
may have
innit?
to take that video down. Yeah, I might have to take that video down and re-edit it, yeah, so I can have
Mm.
wife to go into that, yeah, because his point actually where it shows the difference between slave, servant, and employee.
Mm.
Yeah, me was quaff, quaff, quaff. So
That's what I'm trying to
yeah,
say. And what a man needs to do is really get the book up and look at the Arabic term used for both of them. Do you understand me? And if it's the same word, then you know it means the same thing in it. Do you feel what I'm saying? Because I don't see now. You don't indenture servants that you're at war with. I'm sorry, that you capture. When do they become indentured servants? When do they become people that you pay? Where does it say that about them? Please tell me where it says that when you capture them, you must start to pay them and treat them like your own. That's absolute rubbish, man. Come on, man.
there's a few things, yeah, which obviously man could have called man out on, and obviously YSO jumps on later and sort of reiterated one of the points that man should have called on was about like where does it say in the Dean that um, there will be a day where slavery ends. Like, so
Uh,
if that's not in the Dean, then
Go.
yeah, big up yourself, Reggie. If that's not in the
Big
Deen
up.
or in the Quran, then you can't say that that's what one of the tenets of Islam was to free
mm,
slaves.
mm.
Because like when we go to the unapologetic sheikhs, yeah, you don't care about what other people think. They just care about what it actually says and what the thing is, yeah. And they
Mhm.
say, yeah, it is for this and it is for that and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? It's like, wow.
That's the
But
other thing
them
as
man,
well. A man's gonna take a hadith from a reputed hadith taker, yeah. In every other thing, like he's big, he's a big man when it comes to good things about Muhammad or stuff like that, innit? But when it comes to these things, and a man's talking about slavery and that, it's like, oh yeah, that hadith is kind of jumbled up, something about that person, innit? Bro, come on, man, stop playing games, man. Is he reputed or not, bro? If he's reputed, then take his word, innit? And if he's not, then ban everything he says, even the good.
It's
exactly.
interesting. It's interesting that they brought up this hadith here. And actually, Rando is a bit more sincere than actually, he's a lot more sincere than Raspik. But Rand, they brought up this hadith about you're not allowed to use the word slavery or something like that. But it didn't actually reference it, so it'll be interesting to take a look at that if someone had the source for that. But apparently, they're not allowed to use the word slave. The Prophet Muhammad said not to use the word slave, as if there's some
But it's in
sort.
everyone. But it's in everyone's name when you say Abdul.
Well,
Literally,
that's the thing. He said that you're
Abdul,
not allowed to
Abdul
use the word.
means
You're
you're
not
not
allowed
allowed
to use the word Abid or something else as well. Maybe even Abdul. I'm not sure, but
Ab,
Abid and something else.
Abdul, because Abdul Allah means the slave, means slave of Allah. Yeah, Abdul. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm telling you that, bro, because I was like, I told you as a
Yeah,
former
Abdullah.
Muslim. That's why I kind of peed off that I was asleep. You get me, car. As a former Muslim, I like to come on there and just flip and boot them man in the nuts. You get me?
Or to Raspik, sure.
Whoever, bruv, whoever.
Have you been on that show before?
Nah, I haven't been on there. Nah,
Okay.
I haven't been.
I think the thing is, yeah, basically you're away from home, man. So apart from being
Well,
away from home,
once you say you're a former Muslim, yeah, then basically
that's
half
it.
your words are just going to be discredited.
They can't
Not just
discredit
discredit.
it, bro. Do you know why they can't
Not,
discredit it? Because I can guarantee you, when it comes down to it, yeah, my man's quoting things in English still, yeah, I could guarantee you, he probably only knows Surah Al-Fatiha. Do you get what I'm saying? I used to
But the thing
recite,
is,
you understand? I used to
it's
recite Yasin. I used to teach man to read Arabic. Do you understand what I'm saying
it's
to
not
you? So you
it's
can't.
not even that. It's not even that. For the thing is, you just won't get a fair opportunity to express yourself
Yeah, and
as
then you
others.
expose that. Then you expose that, Reggie. That's the thing, innit? Like a man talks rubbish. Like I'm a grown man, innit? So if it's gonna be a situation where you don't want to hear what I gotta say because it's shutting you down or it goes against what you want people to hear, then I'll just highlight that in it, and then we can argue about that, and then show man, listen, are you really that insecure about the truths of your religion that you don't want somebody to talk? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to, innit? Insecurity and ego. I'm big such and such, so I can't lose to somebody that I don't really know or some random person. Bro, you can lose to anyone, bro.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah,
me?
that would have been it would have been interesting if you went on there. But I don't know. I don't know how it would have been. It depends. I mean, from what I heard of that debate, I wasn't awake either. But when I went back to listen to it seemed like it was a lot better than usual, man. But still, yeah, it's like even in the chats, like you can see that you barely even they got a lot of mods, so you barely even get to talk. But on the panel, there's muting, there's putting in the back chat. There's twisting what you say, like Bernie says. There's all kinds of tactics, man.
Yeah,
But
that's the thing, innit? That's the thing,
Hey,
bro.
Mosh,
Go on.
from you can recite Al-Fatiha, yeah, then obviously they're not going to say, oh, they're going to say, oh, they're just going to start complaining, you get me? But yeah,
But bro,
before you do
it's
that,
more
the man's
than
just
that.
going to call you. Man's going to say you was never a Muslim. You're
But
just
this the
pretending
thing.
and rah.
It's
You're just
more.
an
It's more than
Islamophobe and
that,
all
innit?
these bollocks.
It's more than that. My children have
Yeah,
Arabic
big up,
names.
Malo, bruv.
You see what I'm saying? My children have Arabic names. You feel what I'm saying? And all that kind of thing. Like my ex-wife is a Muslim. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
can't play with me in the thing. You feel what I'm saying to you? Like I can show you that I was in it and I was deep in it. Like don't tell me nothing. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? So you can rubbish it because you don't want to hear the truth. But again,
you need to tell your story on here someday, man. Moshe, man.
Huh?
Eh?
Say
You
that
need to
again.
tell your story. You need to tell your story here one day, man, about how how you became and how you left, etc., man. Because
No,
it seems like
I did. I've told people how I came, how I
Still
became.
there,
Bro.
ready, still, but
I did.
it is interesting still.
still,
Yeah, because like
but
I studied Islam under some proper scholars. You get what I'm saying? Like proper scholars. That's why I say when I hear man talking and hear a man say certain things, I'm telling man, boy, listen. Like when I studied Islam under a man that wrote popular books on the on the people that studied it that were Muslims that were great what you call teachers and educators and stuff like that. Yeah. That bro, you can't tell me, bro, because what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Turn around and tell me somebody that studied Islamic
what
shit that wrote
did
books?
you say? Did you say what brought you into Islam though, in the
Bro,
first place?
My wife, bro.
Oh, well, why?
My wife, innit? That's it, bro. I
Oh,
was
okay,
my
okay.
wife, and so I did that, and then like literally, I just took it seriously. That's it, innit? Like I just didn't. I decided I'm just gonna take it seriously, so I did. You feel what I'm saying?
Hey.
I was going Juma every week. I was going classes midweek. Do you get what I'm saying? I was leading prayer. I was
Your
learning.
wife was your wife Asian or something?
No. She's from Uganda.
Oh, okay, okay.
Come on, man.
All right.
Ugandan, bro.
Yeah, Uganda's got a mixture of religious people, man. Rich of
Yeah.
Christians and Muslims.
Christians and
But
Muslims. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. But the whole family are Muslim. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, that
Bro.
definitely gonna influence you.
Cheers,
That
Me,
man.
definitely.
so me being with her now, it was like obviously we knew that her obviously her family wouldn't accept it. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, as a non-Muslim. Do you get what I'm saying?
Hey, you're with hetero, you know, like hetero's people. That's hetero. You know, hetero sapien he hasn't come on here when you've been here, has he? Well, you know him in the chat.
No, I've seen him in the chat, but I don't know him now.
Yeah, he's from Uganda.
Okay,
I think he's from Uganda anyway,
is
because
he?
he's been there. Yeah, he's been there. It was he done a video there as well. Like I think,
Come on,
yeah,
hetero man, Banange, huh?
and he comes onto the panel occasionally, very rarely these days, but he
Okay,
used to come on.
come on, hetero man, Banange. Come on, man. bro.
Yeah, but he's gone like he's calling me a sellout. He's the one that's a sellout, man. He's literally like he's a globalist. He's gone so far
Oh,
away
bloody hell.
from.
What's this? Is it going to be like those fucking sellout wars?
Well, Hedge's a joker, man. He's buddy. He's buddy. If he could change himself like Michael did, he probably would tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
he's just
shit.
trying to raise funds.
Bloody hell.
Man said,
He's
"Give it-
trying to raise funds.
Allow it."
He doesn't play. He doesn't play, but he definitely is trying to really. His hardest to blend in, man. He has to remember he's African. You know what I mean?
Nah, Hetro, I'm not part of the fan cult, bro. Man ain't one of them. Bro. You know what the Americans call them? I'm not one of them, bro. You get me? Run that.
But you know, this topic of slavery, man. I've come to the point, yeah, where I kind of like I'll still hear them out, but like I'm still not convinced on what they're saying, but I'll hear them out because for the sake of learning and not point scoring, it's interesting just to hear what they have to say, and then you go away and find out that most of it is a load of BS. But yeah, you can obviously concede that there were different systems of what you might even define as slavery. You know what I mean? Like there was definitely different. There is definitely nuances when it comes to slavery. There's not just one, and I'm not just comparing it. Like typically, Respect will bring up the transatlantic slave trade as if that was like the only slavery. Like that is the definition of slavery, but it's not. There are obviously various different ones throughout history that are outside of that.
Yeah, there was a point where we tried to even compare, where it was like it was a comparison as to say like, yeah, they did this because on a women, rare, and it was like, you know what I'm saying? And it was like, bro, like, do you not know the history of the slave trade in Islam? Do you not know what they used to do to people? Like, you're sitting there talking about people like, and this is the thing, it's why I have to question it. Like, bro, there's things in your religion, yeah, that are not right. Why do you all lie about it? Real talk. Why do you all lie about it?
Well,
Do you know what? Let me finish this here. Imagine this year. I remember this was like a few years ago, yeah. And that's why I say sometimes, yeah. I was with Shifa, yeah. I was in a car. We come down to London, yeah, and he went to pick up his daughter, and he gave her the aux lead, yeah, and said, yeah, put on what you're putting on in it, because she was listening to music in the car, and she didn't want to put it on in it, and he said to her, if you're gonna, why you listen to something that you're embarrassed to listen to in front of your dad? Yeah, and it's the same question, innit? Like, if you're embarrassed about the truth of your thing in it, why are you up in it?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, that's fact, man.
You feel that you have to lie to protect it. Why are you up in it, bro?
Boy.
All right, let me just connect my earpiece, yeah? 1 sec.
Yeah, man, do you think?
Well, is there any chance here that it could actually, like, where do they get the point that it's servitude? Where did that come from? Like, why do they keep calling it servitude?
Because there was servitude. That's the thing in it. There was indentured servitude all over the world, and that is a right. That is right. That is a fact. It was going on all over the world. But
yeah, but what makes them say that? What makes them say that?
Not indentured servitude. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Say that again.
I said creating eunuchs is not indentured servitude.
Is that what they did under Islamic slavery?
Yeah. And in which case, most of the males died in the procedures. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And you're gonna tell me, like, at some point, at what point does Islam say, right, how are we cutting off these man's life force and their trees and their seeds?
But hang on, Motion, is that slavery done by Muslims, or is that the one that is actually prescribed under Islamic jurisprudence or by Muhammad? So it's good to differentiate, because obviously I realized that obviously there was slavery conducted by Muslims. There still is today in different parts of the world, but it is like important to distinguish between the two. So, you know, when they say that, oh, under Islam you can have servitude, like a source for that would be good, because that would prove their case. But if they're saying that, oh, the slaves that like Muhammad's traded and sold and bought were as servitude, then they should reference that. You know what I mean? They should provide proof, because I actually had an article that I brought up here as well, and it showed that there is an Islamic system of slavery, an institution as well of slavery prescribed. But some of the stuff were actually not so bad, and some stuff were like, wow, this is bad. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, fair enough. Like if you're being educated, and if you're not just trying to point score and have a laugh, then you probably say, okay, this is a bad system overall in conclusion. But of course, there is some stuff here that is like, okay, that's not too severe, and then etc. etc. You get what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Let me get
The apologetics that I don't like is of stuff when they start comparing it to prison and stuff. But you can, at the same time, you can still compare it and say, okay, even though it's an outdated system and it's a bad system, like even as from whatever camp you sit in, you wouldn't want it to come back. You know what I mean? You wouldn't say that it's a system for all time, and you wouldn't say that, oh, even back then it was okay. You know what I mean? But you can look back and say, okay, yeah, that doesn't really work now. But at the same time,
But
I could see
they batted the prison comparison at the park, yeah.
that's stupid, man.
In jail, yeah, but wait, in jail, Reggie, yeah, it's illegal for the prison guards to sleep with the inmates. In slavery, it's not illegal for the slave master to sleep with the slave if they're not married. So
yeah. So what about if you have you ever looked at it from an angle of, okay, now we have an employment system, right? But prior to employment system, the systems that we were using in society were systems such as slavery, right? Like there was different, there were, like people would work, and sometimes, okay, some would be for money, some wouldn't be for money, right? So yeah, and people were owned. You know what I'm saying? In some certain systems, so it's like now we have a developed system that works for everyone, but not so long ago, I'm sure there was this slavery thing was probably like different forms of slavery were a lot more accepted in society. You get what I'm saying? And it's not even that long ago. I'm talking like 500 years ago. It was a norm.
Listen, guys, what I'm doing, I'm online, and I'm literally just gonna take images, of different books and actual images, over time, and you can go and search for the book. I'll keep changing my picture, my profile, so you can go and see the books, read the books, order the books, whatever you want to do, see the images, etc., etc. So you can see all this stuff in it. Like it's not made up. Do you feel what I'm saying? These people like to sit there and make you feel like these things are made up. It's not made up. You don't carry indentured servants in chains. Do you feel what I'm saying to you?
Yeah,
like, that's real, isn't it? Like whatever you want to say about it, innit? You don't carry indentured servants in chains. You don't carry people you pay in chains.
Yeah, true. I mean, that is a very good point. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you can't even deny that what they were doing was definitely a denigrating position in society. Generally, it's definitely different from any other thing that we're experiencing today. So it's not.
Trust me.
But even today, like if you was to go on that show motion, and people often bring up the Libya thing as an example of modern day how Islamic societies are still enslaving people, and what you often get from Respect is like first a hissy fit that, oh, yeah, where was you during the marches? As the first response, like he wasn't with us when you were in the marches. Like I could show you a video, even Ali Dawa, blah 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 blah. And then the next thing is you're
against it, but they're still able to use Islam to still enslave the people. So
it's like, Libya's not slavery. Libya's human trafficking. It's not slavery. That's a madness.
Literally, that's literally going to use technicalities to say
slavery apps, bro. There's a blood clot slavery app, fam. Are you crazy? Like you can use. Did you see the BBC report about it? There's a slavery app that people are buying slaves from now. The reporter went and saw the shit. You get me?
Wow. Here's one for you. Here's one on my picture now, guys. Here's one for you English folk. Yeah, you can read about what you man got dealt with. You get me? By Simon Webb. Yeah. The white European slaves of Islam. You feel what I'm saying? They were out enslaving every motherfucker. Yeah, don't get it twisted. Every motherfucker. Not
I got to
some.
jump off here because I need to go into a job.
I
And then back onto normal layout.
Okay.
If you need to share screen or anyone needs to jump on the panel, shout me. I'm going to be listening.
yeah. Say nothing, B.
Fam.
Yeah.
Big up
saying.
Reggie, big up Mosh, big up Ultra, big up everyone in the chat. Yeah, man. Back soon, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Cool. Man, like Moshe, man. And I hear your boy, man. Your boy is disgruntled, man. I don't know what's happened here. But,
Because of that, what here?
yes. You heard the tape, right? I mean, the record, the stream, yeah.
You know what? Yeah. And we've gone through this, innit? Like I've spoke to him outside of this, innit? So it's just that, innit? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Live and let live.
Yeah, he's up and down, man. Sometimes he's all right. I remember not so long ago, he was like, anyway, when I speak to him, I'll probably tell him the same thing. But he was criticizing me for saying, okay, if people don't want to go onto the show, they want to boycott. That's their own personal choice. Like, and he's like, oh, you're supporting people that are boycott. I said, no, I'm saying is that it's up to the people if they've had a negative experience and, and they don't want to come back. That's their own prerogative. Like, they don't need to. They come to their conclusion. And he was like, oh, no, you're and now look, my man's gonna and decided he wants to boycott himself. You know what I mean? The irony. Are you telling when you get to speak to man? Like, why was he like pulling me up when I was saying, okay, if people want to do that, it's up their own opinion. Now he's doing it himself. He's a funny guy, man.
That's your hard as the incoming.
yeah. It looks like that, man. The way that I've seen this kind of pattern with other people. Actually, funny enough, when he was talking to Respect, I just thought these guys are like almost identical, man, in their behaviors. Because Respect used to do the same thing in defense of Islam. He used to act up the same way and do all this apologetics, etc. And then, after about a year or so on these platforms, he took his shahada and. Yeah, it was just like coming out the closet, you know. No one was really surprised. It's just like, okay, boy, there you go. So that explains why you see slavery in a different way. You're blinded.
I see it.
You've been blinded
on the horizon. You get me?
But interesting enough, obviously this is personal life, but he did say that. He said that I think he said a family member or his sister or something is Muslim, and so the same thing Respect said. I think his family's or someone's Muslim.
Yeah,
and
his family. Yeah,
exactly. But the thing is, like, I think you're Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like, I don't know, like the way you guys take it is different from African people, like or not, people of Well, how can I put it? You're all African, but like people like myself, like Nigerians, we have and you mentioned Uganda. It's like it's not common to have Muslims in your family, and like you don't really expect much of them to convert. They just do their thing, and you do your thing. But it doesn't mean you're not gonna. It doesn't mean you're not gonna criticize them or say that things that you feel is wrong about the religion. Like, it doesn't stop.
Before me, there was only like my uncle, one of my uncles. Like he was one of the first that converted in their like early 80s and stuff like that. But him. But apart from that, no one really in my family was that way inclined. You get what I'm saying? Now, don't get me twisted. We always had different faith books in our house because my mum always believed that we should read and get knowledge and stuff like that. And we'd have different books and different, books on psychology and all different kinds of things in the house as well. So we always had like a varied amount of different books to read from. And, like having punishment, that was like, go and read. Like, go and find that big book there and read. You understand me? Like, that's a great punishment. Do you feel what I'm saying? And then, so obviously I used to read these things, but never really used to be following them. You get what I'm saying? Like my mum always had like the things like with the 12 tribes, and we always, you understand, locks and them things. So that's what it was about for us, really. That was our kind of like culture. Do you feel what I'm saying? We weren't really looking at Islam and that. It's only later in life that I did that. Not again. That's true wanting to be with someone. Do you understand? But yeah, you're right. It wasn't really a thing seen in West Indian families. It's not. It has become more so now, but it never used to be. No.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like some sort of a wave or something. Like I think there was a guy called Shia Issa. Yeah, he used to come on here quite regularly, and he talked about converting through Malcolm X and and the Malcolm X video or what was it, like film that came out, and
Okay.
that got him searching. Yeah, that whole Malcolm X vibe got him looking into Islam. I think similarly, Raspek was into Malcolm X as well. Like, and all these what do they call them? Role models are the ones that influence them to look in that direction and go into that direction. And it's funny actually,
you know, because I was reading about Malcolm X when I was about 7, 8. In fact, the first book I ever asked my mum to get me, I mean, when we went shopping, we went to a bookshop, and the first book she ever got me, or I asked her to get me, was a book called Malcolm and Martin in America.
Okay. My first book that I requested was Thomas the Tank Engine. Just saying.
Yeah, we know you're still growing up, Ultraman. You're still growing up. It's like, man. You're like,
shit. Oh, mate.
We're moving on to Spider-Man.
I like,
it's a Gordon's tales now. Gordon's got some big stories, you know. Big man Gordon.
Oh, bro, you don't know about man like James, man like Henry.
Come on,
man
bro.
Like Gordon.
Bro, are you mad? Gordon's the big man, boy. Yeah, big man was taking them man to some love dances.
Man like Percy,
come on,
Edward,
man.
Toby, Diesel, Bill and Ben. Oh,
come on, man. Oh, man like the Fat Controller. Big like the Fat Controller.
Yeah, bro. Trust me. Hey, listen.
But yeah,
did you like? Don't you think that it's our early years that shape our later years, or do you think like you just never stop evolving?
I think you're evolving constantly, man. So I think you're picking up things. Obviously, the early years, sometimes you got a lot of fond memories because there's a lot of innocence, isn't it? And there's a lot of things that are more pure, and you say that you regret a lot less of your younger years.
I think partly, because you're evolving, and you see the the fact that you're evolving and growing as well, I think what happens is you tend to want to keep hold of that youth as well, especially men. We tend to want to keep hold of that youth in the sense where we want to hang on to the things that we loved as youngsters. Do you get what I'm saying? So for me, like even with sports, I'm still going to try and, once I've healed from my operation, I'm still going to want to go on the rugby pitch and run up and down against the young man them and embarrass them and say, look, you got outdone by a 40-year-old. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's still a childlike.
So you're a rugby man, yeah?
Yeah, I've been around.
You're one of them Eton boys, then, man. You're one of them Eton.
I think it's Eton.
No, I went to a good school, but I'm not an Eton boy. No, definitely not. Definitely not. You know what it is? I'm a rough and tumble. I was always a rough and tumble youth, yeah. So it was always like I get into fights. Man, I play wrestling. Man, I get in trouble for overdoing it. So a man will fly kick a man over a table playing wrestling and then get in trouble for it because man's overdone it. You know what I'm saying? So I've always been from tumble, and then when I stopped playing football, is a man that wanted to fight me, and he come at me, so I just literally just got ready, and in his eyes you could see he thought, right, I'm gonna get mashed up, and so he stopped and then threatened to shoot me. So from that I stopped playing football, bro.
Are you more into rugby than football then?
Do you know what? I enjoy playing rugby now more than football. I guess when I was young, when I was younger, I loved football it was footballers were different. Do you get what I'm saying? It weren't none of that hair gel, man running up and down and talking shit in your ears and then doing dirty tackles on you from behind. This was like, man,
football is a working man's sport. It's a working and a street sport. Rugby is more of like a middle class, upper class sport. Typically, I mean,
no,
obviously there are exceptions.
Looking at it from a London point of view. That's why you're looking at it from a London point of view. Outside of London, when you get into the counties, i.e., where I am now, like Bristol and Wiltshire, it's not. It is more of a working class sport. It is, but what's happened is in the beginning, rugby union wasn't professional, and so the people that played it carried on from like university. So like people like Will Carlin, who was a former England captain, he was a successful international businessman in his own right anyway. Do you feel what I'm saying? And so that's where that notion that actually rugby is a middle class sport, that's where it came from. It's actually not. You'll find that all over England. Like for example, rugby league. That's been professional before rugby union. They're very working class up there. Do you know what I'm saying? Although it's mostly Yorkshire and that, they're working class people. They're not. We wouldn't class them as middle class. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's the same as the people that are around here. Like I play rugby with guys that are like one of my friends now. He's playing for Wales under 20. He played in the last World Cup for Wales under 20. He plays for my team. I used to play for my team. He's now signed to Cardiff, and he went to some idiot school. I don't even rate the school. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't even rate the school, but he went to the school and he's playing professional rugby. But it's because he's not from London, and so he doesn't have that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all it is. That's all it is. Once you come out of London, that changes. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. True. But yeah, as I was saying, man, about the what do you call it? The Malcolm X influence on a lot of these people that converted is like, it's quite interesting actually. But I don't know. Like, yeah, it's more. It seemed to influence a lot more people from the diaspora. A lot of people that from the Caribbean and Americas, like more than the African people. I mean, Africans have been familiar with Islam and Christianity for way before Malcolm. So I don't know. It's like it's quite interesting how one person. I think for some people it was in their search for identity.
Oh, wait. A man said rugby is gay at times. Nah, you gotta have to defend that statement, bro. Like literally, like, bro, what's gay about it? What's more gay, football or rugby?
You know, I wouldn't go that far, but there was an element of that sport, rugby, man. Like,
where's the gayness? Show me where the gayness is.
But I just think, okay, it's the contact, isn't it? I suppose it's because there's a lot of close contact.
Let me tackle you. Let me give you a rugby tackle and tell me that contact is gay. What you think, man, are going in there on some soft cuddle thing? Man are licking you down, bruv. Like if a man claps you and he gets you wrong, bruv, you're knocked out. It's not a joke, bro. Like, man,
yeah, I heard that. It's very physical.
Cuddling. You see, like even a scrum, bro, where man are all bunched together on that. Bro, you know how much weight goes into that scrum. Bro, I've scrummed at front row at hooker before, bro. Yeah, and you see at the end of a game, bro, your neck feels like Mike Tyson, bro. I'm not even joking, bro. Yeah, don't even get it twisted, bro. Yeah, man are looking at it like, oh, the man are hugging. Nah, man ain't hugging, fam. Man are clapping you down, bro. No one don't put their hands under someone's nuts in a scrum. You don't.
I knew that's where it's getting at. I knew that's where it's getting at.
You stand behind man while they bend over. These guys, these guys, you know, like they look for any little thing in it. They're funny. You man are wilding. Oh, you must have a camel. You man are wilding, bro. Yeah, man, I'm gonna ignore them now, innit? Like, I'm not even reading the comments. I'm telling them off. Chatting it. Yeah, fuck you, like, innit? Get me? And man, I talk about American football, and then man, I got beer helmet and padding. You get me? Beer helmet and padding. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You told me nothing, boy. And then you got them football man screaming around like, and then getting up and jogging around. Come on, man. Rugby's a big man sport. You see a man get knocked out and be like, nah, I'm all right, I can play. Yeah? That's like, they have to get taken off to protect themselves. You feel what I'm saying to you? Come on, man. Yeah. Come on, man. I've dislocated my finger and carried on playing, yeah? Where you're in a game where you got to use your hands and catch the ball. Make a footballer dislocate his finger on a football pitch and see if he's going to play on.
Nah, definitely more physical in rugby. But this, obviously, some people that don't play the sport, obviously, they think this way, isn't it? That's why guys, they think this way. But it's not like that when you're actually in the sport. I remember when I was playing football for a longest time. And yeah, the only thing that I used to find a bit iffy is when men go into the changing room and you're in the shit and people are showering like topless. Like I'll just be like, nah, I'll go home and do my shower. I don't care. I can't be showering with man. You know what I mean?
Bro, I'm not getting in my car muddy. Bro, so hear what? Yeah, I'm getting in the shower, innit? Like, bro, man, if I come off of that, innit? Like, it's a shower, bro. You're in there to bathe your skin and come out, innit? Like, you can even go in there and wear your boxes, innit? Like simple, innit? Like, come on.
Yeah. I do that, but I wouldn't like. I see some man like doing the topless thing and everything off. Like I'm like, no.
Go in the
Man
shower,
is good,
bro. What are you supposed to do?
bro. You even like you can even wait till people are not around, man, or you take your stuff home, man.
Bro,
I
listen,
ain't
I'm
going.
getting in the shower, innit? Like, the fuck, bro. I'm getting in the shower and I'm cleaning the mud off, yeah? And I'm drying myself off and I'm greasing my skin and then I'm putting on my clean clothes. Then I'm going for a drink in the bar. Yeah, man, I'm going to run joke. Then I'm going to go home, innit? Yeah, that's it, innit? Like, you, man, are looking at man's chest like, oh, God, man, chest. No, bro, what? You ain't got a chest, bro.
Bro. That's not even it, though.
Fuck, man.
Still, but
So what is it? What, you ain't got a willy? Like, you ain't got a willy. You don't want to say the word. You ain't got a willy, bro.
nah, I mean, like obviously everyone's got the same thing, but at the end of the day,
Shy, bro. People like some
you're like,
virgin. You get me?
nah, it's not even that. You just like you gotta remember. You gotta remember, yeah. You got certain man. Yeah, I don't know if you know. There's a guy here who played for actually Villa, I think, as well.
Why
He
you
came
calling
out.
my team for?
Nah, it's just like irony. The man played for your team, right? He played for Villa. I forgot his name. He used to have
Thomas Hitzelsberger.
Yeah, there you go.
Why
Man
not?
had a hammer on the left foot. But
He's German,
that guy, yeah. Eh?
He's German, yeah. Apparently, he had more of a hammer as well. But yeah, anyway, go on.
Sorry, so obviously that man like that have come out like after 10 years of sharing a changing room with you, the likes of you, man. You know what I mean? Like this is what you have to be wary of, man. Like this certain man are in there and they're thinking a certain way, man. Like you gotta be careful, man.
But I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. You see, when you're in pen, yeah, and you got 1 hour association, yeah, and so you got association, which is like shower, phone call, maybe even get a bit of pool, run up and down, collect your little burn and that, yeah, the little things like that, bro. Listen, you got 1 hour in it, you got a shower in it, and then you got to remember there's queues for the phones, there's queues for everything in it. So now you got a shower in it, bro. Listen, man's getting in the shower, yeah. So you see when you can get in the shower from in there, yeah, bro. There's no. I'm getting in the shower in it. Like, I'm cleaning my skin before I get in my car. I'm not sitting in my car and putting mud all in my car, bro. It's long. Like, look at the weather that we've had now, yeah. This is rugby season, bro. Like, I've played some games, bro. Like the first tackle I've gone into, yeah, like literally the mud's all in my face. Second tackle, I'm in the biggest puddle in the Ross Clark on the pitch, bro. You get me? Yeah, you want me to go and get in my car dripping wet and muddy? Nah, man, I'm getting in the shower, bro.
Yeah, I hear that, man. There's people that are comfortable. I was never that. I was just like, boy, nah, this looks wrong, man. Like the way certain people are coming at us.
Popping his balls, like just standing there, popping his balls.
not even, man. Like, I don't want none of these nonsense, man. You know what I mean? It's a mad thing.
And a funny boy. Like I said, it like if you don't know, like think about all those players that played football with him at the time, yeah, they didn't know he was that way inclined. So nobody thought about that. Nobody thought about that.
I don't know, man. You just get
Reggie, can I ask you a question? Just it's random, it's completely off the point, yeah. So remember where you were in the conversation, because I'm actually enjoying you and Mosh going back and forth. It's actually good. Did you watch yesterday at all?
In part,
yesterday's show.
Not much of it, no, not much. But I watched some. What was it that you watched?
No, I just wanted to find out your opinion on yesterday's show.
Yeah, I watched enough of it to give an opinion. I mean, but I also watched some of the clip of the actual show when it was after it came on. So I'd watched some of it previously because it seems like every time that you guys have an interaction with Respect on slavery, it's like they're always going to be a comedy because he never changes his mind about all these things. You know what I mean? It's always like a different way of apologetics. But yeah, I just think at the end of the day, like the guy's not gonna concede that it was slavery. He's determined that he wants to put another spin on it or a different name on it. But ultimately, it's got all the facets of slavery. Only that it's not as gruesome as the transatlantic. And I've said it to him before, like, why is transatlantic like the only slavery that you seem to be ready to acknowledge? It's like every other form of slavery doesn't really matter to you. Like, You can always comparing it to transatlantic. Like that
Literally.
seems to be the only definition that you accept of slavery.
It's because he's indoctrinated. He's been indoctrinated to only know about that one, and so he's in denial about the one that that's you know. Before it's easy in it, like let's hate white people in it. That's his mindset in it, and so
Mm.
it's difficult for him to hate brown people. He's that's how it is. He doesn't want to hate on brown people. He doesn't want to sit there and say, actually, you know what, Islam, we got an issue with slavery, you know, and it's still going on today, and it seems like we're the only place that's still doing it.
Mm.
I'm saying they're not the only, but they're doing it on bigger scales. When you consider how many nations of them are doing it,
Yeah. Do you know what the funny thing is, Mosh? I would even argue that because when you find out about your history, it can radicalize you. When you find out about miscarriages of justice and like thousands of years of just inhumane treatment, right? But I would say to you, that's why you do need to be careful. But I would say when you find out about the cruelties of the Arabic slave trade, you don't necessarily have to start hating Arabs today or even Muslims. It doesn't have to be a hate. It's literally just understand where you're coming from. Understand like the implications of thousands of years or millennia of
I don't know.
epic.
I don't know if you.
Sorry, Rich. Go on.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go on.
I'll say I don't know if you responded to what he said though, but he did bring up the point that you primarily and Veli, Islamophobes like yourselves, are the ones that brought him to Islam.
Oh wow! I'm not gonna
So
lie
you see,
to
I
you.
was listening.
So it wasn't the message in Islam.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, if I thought to myself in my mind, I thought to myself, oh respect. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I wanted to hug him, not in a gay way, just like embrace him because that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He was on his Islamic journey way before G Block, way before the inception of G Block. He was already on his way to make a fallacious and wild claim. Like that is
Actually,
just crazy.
he didn't say G Block. He didn't say G Block. So Ultra, you was on those shows. You was coming on to Raspberry show now and again before prior to G Block. So he's talking about
what was it? What was it that I said that made him? All right, let me stop playing around. Respect is on record already saying Sarah made him a Muslim. Okay, he's on record. There's a video, I've seen it. I can't remember. It might be a COE video, but
I don't.
like
I think
because when that's the reason why when he said you lot made me a Muslim, in my head I was just like, oh respect. You're just melting now. You're just becoming a melt because
I think there's a psychology behind what he's trying to say. That I think he's trying to make people not criticize Islam anymore by saying that you guys are only doing reverse down or something like that.
Yeah, the inverted reverse dawah. I hear you. It's really sad though. It's really sad that he felt he had to even say that. You know what I mean? I felt bad for him. Can't lie. But like I said, for me, when he said that, I was just like, but you're on record saying Sarah made you become a Muslim. And then, do you know what's funny? Somebody in the chat, Reggie, said, "Oh, Ultra, Raspect's trying to Sarah you."
Way.
I was like, "Rah, it's the." But you know, each to their own, innit? Like, if your religion's making you happy, or if your religion's perfect and the greatest thing since sliced bread, but it doesn't stand to a little bit of critique or ridicule from an absolute nobody, then you need to just have another look at what you're building your foundation on, bro. Because it sounds like sand. You know?
Yeah, the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, he can't. So what Raspberry used to do primarily was to bring us all these Islamic. He used to try and intertwine the Islamic position with the black position. So when he would talk about, when he would be bringing up when you be bringing up people like Tommy Robinson, into like the black, like things to do with black people, you think, oh come on, man, like even though we probably not, no one's already going to be agreeing with Tommy, but at the end of the day, like Tommy's not really, he's not nothing to do with the black community, and he'll be saying stuff like, oh, the Islam and black people are the ones that are being oppressed in the country and stuff like that. At the end of the day, like we have to separate ourselves as black people from any religions or even ideologies when we're trying to develop ourselves. Like you can't be conflating the two. Like at the end of the day, if we're gonna develop ourselves as black people, unify and try and move forward, then the religion thing, we have to address all these issues if they were to come about and just own up to this and own up to that, and then and then try and develop ourselves. But we can't be saying, okay, we're gonna say that, oh, the transatlantic slavery caused us this and that pain and made us this way. What this other slavery, we're gonna dance around it and pretend it was some benevolent kind of system that was just for that time, but at the end of the day, it didn't really affect us as, like you guys are saying. But at the end of the day, like if it's important to us to acknowledge one transatlantic slave trade, then we have to acknowledge the other different slavery that affected so many other African people on the continent.
Yeah,
Like
when
that's
it comes to that, the man are signal playing. You don't want to know. Signal playing. Bandy River.
Yeah.
You don't want to know, fam. They're gone.
Don't just tell us about the one that obviously, that's what I said to him as well previously. Don't just tell us about the one that affected your people as Caribbean, right? Like obviously our people, but you have to remember that you're talking like you're representing Africans, you're representing black people. And in the wider context, you talk about being against oppression. Like that's your umbrella thing, that I'm against all oppression. But then you minimize one and you elevate a different form of oppression. Like, what's the purpose of that? And the same thing when if Shakira's listening, I'm sure he will appear up as he does like Candyman at some point. But yeah, the same thing that Ezra was talking to Shakira about. That they seem to have more energy for particular forms of colonization or forms of slavery or stuff like that. When the other ones, they just dance about, like they just don't seem to be able to confront them. Or they have like a way of sugarcoating the others. Like, let's be real, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you can analyze it and say one was worse than the other, but they both significantly punished their victims.
He minimizes,
you know what I mean?
He minimizes the effect and actually what was going on to say, oh, it's just indentured servitude and things like that. It's literally just minimizing it because he doesn't want to concede that they was carrying out the abhorrent acts in the same way the people that he hates does. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? It's crazy, man. Selective hate, innit? Maybe he's fearful. Maybe he's fearful of coming down on Islam in that way, and maybe feels like he may get hounded or that kind of thing. I don't know.
Oh, his donations will start going down. His donations will start going down. But the thing is, like for him, it's very easy. Like we're in a good time now where people, if they want to find the evidence of what people are saying, they can simply take a trip to Libya and see whether it's slavery or not. See whether these Muslims are really just enslaving people to have a good time in there, to look after them in their houses.
That's easily responded to, bro. All Raspberry will then say is, "That's not the deen. That's not halal and blah blah blah." But you see, the problem is, Reg. Every time you speak to a different person, you get different answers, right? Which always boils down to the question I keep asking, right? Out of all the 1 whatever billion Muslims, which one of them is doing Islam correctly, right? Because that's the only way we're going to get clear and consistent answers. Because if we find out which Muslim is actually doing Islam the way it's supposed to be done, then we have a basis to say, all right, so this is Islam in its entirety. This is how Islam is done correctly. Now we can say this is wrong. The problem is, you speak to Raspek, and he rejects all the fucked up stuff in the deen, right? You speak to other guys, like people that have studied this shit their whole life, and they accept the fucked up stuff as part of the deen. So it's like,
the thing is,
who do we listen to?
The thing is, the scripture and or the sunnah says that Muhammad bought and sold and traded slaves. And as I understand it, well, I haven't heard Respect deny that yet. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like
No, he
in
did. He
Libya,
said
that's
it's servitude. It was servitude.
what
Yeah,
does he mean servitude? I mean,
he said it was
at the end
servitude.
of the day, you're buying and selling and trading people. What's that? How's that servitude? I'm just saying, like the Libyans, what they're doing is buying and selling and trading people. So they are actually following in the way of the Prophet. And at the end of the day, yeah, if they're if and they say that you're only allowed to enslave people under war. In Libya, they're at war. So
Are
in
they
many
though?
ways, they are fit.
Are they
Eh?
though? Are they
They
at
are at
war
war.
though?
They are at war.
I
They're
would
in
say
a
they're not.
war-stricken country.
Yeah, but are they at war with the people they're taking as slaves?
Well, it's not. It doesn't necessarily have to be at war with the people. You just have to be
What?
at war.
So you could be at war, like so. Libyans can be at war with the Chinese and enslave West Africans because they're at war with the Chinese.
The people that they're enslaving are
That's
captives.
crazy.
Are captives of war. So at the end of the day, they're in enemy territory. Like they're captives of war. There's a war going on in Libya. There's a war going on in Syria. And if
I'm
you're a
not gonna lie.
captive of war,
That's new information to me, bro. I thought it was like if Reggie and Ultra got into a war and you lost, I could capture you and your family. If I'm at war with Reggie, I can't then go and capture fucking Motion's family. Yeah, that's crazy.
they say that they call them war captives, and they call them captives of war. A captive of war doesn't have to necessarily be like it could be anyone, right? It doesn't have to be a someone that's an offender or whatever you call it. You know what I'm saying? Because they could.
I'm not sure, you know. Like I'm being honest, my brain is struggling to process that because, I, I'm not sure how you justify Reggie and Ultra going to war, Reggie losing, and I capture Reggie's family, but because I'm warring, I then go and capture Motion's family. That to me is insane, and like, who could justify that? That's nuts.
But you
That
can
is nuts.
justify catching anybody at war, right? So if you're at war with a group of in a country or whatever or an environment, and someone is
Mm,
not of your environment, and you
mm.
capture them, you can justify it, no? Like these people are not, they're not
You
there,
can't
and
though, Reg.
at the
You
end of the
can't
day,
though, Reg.
like, well, I'm not saying myself, like morally, I wouldn't really probably, I don't know what I'll do in that instance, but at the end of the day, like if you're in war, like, and then you capture people because you need them to work for you, or you need them, or you're at a disadvantage. And you know
Mm,
that's what captivity is about, right? It's about
mm,
capturing people to build up your society, to make life easier for yourself, or to
mm,
punish them, whichever one criteria. But at the end of the day, as I understand it, they said that you're allowed to have war captives. That's the criteria.
mm, mm.
That as long as it's under war, you can capture people.
That's mental. Bro, that is crazy. I can't lie. Like that's completely like just took my mind left, bro. Because I thought
Yeah,
I
that,
was just under the impression that if you were fighting, you could capture the people you were fighting, not capture the people you were fighting, and anyone else you just feel like it because you were fighting. That is mental and
well, I
insane.
mean, yeah, you just have to like listen. You listen to what they're saying, and you because they have some undertones. Whenever they're speaking, they quickly mention stuff, and you just have to try and keep up with what they're saying. So I somewhat just studied and listened to what they were saying because ultimately, when people start talking, and yeah, you can kind of like you can kind of like you can stand back and just quickly
Mm,
check what they're saying, and then you find out, okay, this is interesting. You
mm,
say that the only criteria for having slaves is during war. Okay,
mm,
what does that entail there? Like, what does that entail there? Like, how do they have so many slaves then? You know, if they're only catching it from the enemy, like, or is it just enemies that are there? Like,
mm,
literally, like you can you can get out so much from what they're saying.
mm. I won't lie. It's just like that. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That just blew my mind a little bit, bro. Because
But when you get the
I hope
opportunity,
you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. Let me
when you
just
get
say
the
that.
opportunity, I don't know Randa, man. Randa's a good one to talk to as well. Like if I see Randa, I'll try and ask him as well. Like, you know, at the end of the day, Like these people in Libya are captives of war. Like they're in an area that is in war and they've been captured. So they fit the criteria for Islamic institutionalized slavery.
Mm,
And that's what it is. I mean, there's an institution for Islamic slavery, and then there are Muslims that enslave people. So there's two facets there. So like that's why sometimes I get that they get annoyed sometimes when you talk about Muslims that enslave people and mistreat
mm,
people beyond what even the Islamic institution
mm,
says is legalized. But there is two separate things. There's one that is legalized, and there's one where people go overstep the boundaries of Islamic slavery. Now, you'd have to probably be in that environment to understand which one has like the castration thing. I don't think it's in
That's
the
Muslim.
Islamic institution of slavery.
Mm. But
I think
people that
that's
identify as Muslims were doing it.
yeah. I think that's what it is.
Mm. I mean, that's the thing. For me, that's not even necessarily an issue. Like, to my knowledge, limited as it may be, there is nowhere in the Quran or the Sunnah that says that as junk off. However, people that identified as Muslims who were screaming Allah's name were doing these things. And
Yeah,
how
that
do you
one.
separate? How do you separate Islam from Muslims and Muslims from Islam? I mean, as I said, it's not in the book, but they were doing
Yeah,
it. And then
yeah.
whilst
That
they're
that
cutting off
one is hard.
random guys, it's
I don't know if
mental.
you could hold that against them though, because at the end of the day, like obviously, as a Christian, they could use that against me. As an atheist, I think they're gonna use loads of examples of atheists that have done bad things. So that one is a
Mm.
slippery slope to start
To be
going with
fair,
that.
no,
But
no, no. But you're not red. I disagree. And this is the thing. Like, I don't think we should shy away from the difficult questions. And that's what I think G Rock is predicated on. Obviously, it was safe space for atheists and what have you. But let's ask difficult questions. Let's just go there. Let's just go there. Like, all this taboo and like covering up and not wanting to talk about things that are heinous, not you, but people know are heinous and indefensible, and trying to maintain, like, it's just.
I would agree with you that the people that did it, they identify as Muslims. And one of the worst acts that they did is in North Africa in terms of like castration, meaning that
Mm,
basically the indigenous, it's a genocide of people. The
mm,
melanated people in the north region of Africa have been genocided. So it's very much similar to you know the
mm,
the severity to which the Europeans put black people through by taking them to the Caribbeans and South America and making them losing their identity. I mean, it's almost as
mm.
it's just as heinous. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
But at the end of the day, like yeah, you can hold the people who did it to account and you can condemn those people who did it, but I wouldn't say that I should be looking at every Muslim and um, blaming them for the acts of those people. But it would be
I agree.
nice occasionally if they
I
would
agree.
acknowledge that the people that did it were Muslim and they should condemn them for their actions. But you tend to
Agreed.
get a lot of apologetics when you ask
Agreed.
them about those people. You tend to
Hmm.
to hear them say, "Oh, Alhamdulillah for those for those people who
Yeah,
turned
man.
it took away all those the indigenous religions of that region and
Mm,
changed it into an Arab centric now you struggle to find a black North African now, you know what I'm saying, like, and they'll act as if
mm.
it never happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
They'll
it's
act as if
mental.
we're just they'll call us Islamophobes for pointing these things out. It's just mad.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Reg, yesterday I spoke to Asketi. You know Asketi.
Oh man.
You know Asketi, right? But
Yeah,
he
yeah.
himself, I asked him, "Have you ever heard me burn out your prophet, say burn your books, or Allah doesn't exist, or like anything like that will really set you off, right?" And he said no. But you know what he did say? Some of the things you say hurt my feelings, so therefore you're an Islamophobe. Think about that. Think about that, Reddy. He said, "You're not. You haven't said anything to burn out my prophet and but it's the things you say. that hurt my feelings. Imagine that. Imagine that. Think about that. I haven't heard you say Islamophobic things, but the things you do say hurt my feelings.
But Archie, you know that Asketty can't articulate himself, so you know, like he's a bad
No,
person.
but you know what? No. But I agree with you, Red. But think about what Asketty said. He said, and I quote, "I haven't heard you say Islamophobic things, but some of the things you say hurt my feelings." Right? And if you think about how serious that is, like, bro, like, it's not. I need to delete a vast, man. This thing's getting on my nerves. It's taken my PC like 20 minutes to load up. 20 minutes, man. Yeah, I need to uninstall this thing, man. Yeah, so where is it?
You're a sly Islamophobe.
Yeah,
Maybe he
yeah,
just can't bring it out. I'm sure there's other people that could probably give better reasons as to why they think that Ultraman.
You know what the funny thing is? I'm actually all for somebody telling me why I'm an Islamophobe. One of the things that I heard was because I donated to Somali Christian TV. That makes me an Islamophobe.
Oh, I never. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a new one, isn't it? I donated to a
Yeah.
Christian channel, and that makes me an Islamophobe. Think about that. This is the thing. All of these silly charges that get dashed out by
Yeah, but you know,
morons and stupid people is just dumb.
Islamophobe is an undefined a term, I think. So it can be used in so many different contexts. It can be used so different people, it has different meanings. So that's why it's just, I don't know, it's not really taken seriously, to be honest, at the moment. But yeah,
It's literally just there to try and put to put you back on level terms on the argument, isn't it? Really,
that's it, bro.
in your own eyes. You just let me just chuck this out there now, so it puts me back on the level. Like, oh, you're an Islamophobe. No, it don't put you on the level, bro. It just makes you sound like a kid, bro.
Yeah, it's mad. And not even that. Like I said, you know what's funny? Yeah, every time I ask people, right, okay, so I'm willing to accept the charge. Just tell me what it is that makes me an Islamophobe. And the only thing I keep hearing is feelings. Like, it's just the things you say hurt my feelings. And I'm just like, well, you know.
let me ask you a question, Ultra.
Yeah.
A bit off. But
No,
do
go
you
on.
think I just got a notification here, so I was just thinking, do you think that G Block members should be going on to other people's shows? Yeah, like other like opposition shows.
Of course. Like,
James
I'm not
Jones,
going to lie to you, Reg. You
so
know,
very.
set up is already running, please. Try to start the set up later. Okay. Yeah, no, I would say yeah, because nobody on the internet, to my knowledge, pays my internet bill. And nobody has the right to tell me where to go.
No. Actually, I think you got it from the wrong angle. I'm saying like
That makes
other
sense.
people have said that you guys. Okay, and yeah, I'll say you maybe James Jones, Veli are scared to come onto their shows, and you're
But that's
scared
not
to have
true.
a
We go
debate
there
on the
all the
show.
time. We go to different shows all the time. Like Reggie, how many times have you laughed your ass off at me for getting booted off Surveyors? I go like
Yeah,
there's no
yeah.
channel that's like not for me. I mean, I won't lie to you. There are a couple of channels I am no longer subscribed to because I don't even like the content. But there are like like nobody like if somebody wants to debate me, they know where to find me, and they can say to me, I would like to have a word, and I will be like, okay, or I'll be like, I don't want to.
So let's stop talking about boycotts. Well, some people have argued that here they don't get a fair chance to have a conversation. So basically, you guys should have the balls to come over to their shows where they will regulate and they will be able they will be
Yeah.
able to have a
be-
proper
yeah.
discourse because
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
because you get what I'm going at. So
Absolutely
Yeah.
bollocks, because when you go onto their platforms and you
Get
type in the
muted,
comments
get
and they
bashed
can you
off.
out, or you go on there and you hear people saying boot him out, and next thing you know you're booted out. So they say that, but it's like, you know, they
It's
would
not true.
say that
Yeah.
again.
It's just not true, Mo. It's just not true. Like, for instance, Reggie, be honest there. How many times I've been on Zubaydah's, I'm trying to make a valid point, and then she whips herself up into a frenzy, and then thinks like the best thing to do right now is to dash me off. Like, well,
well, it, yeah. I've said it before anyway. She's a dictator. Like she's almost like the Saddam of this YouTube streets. She don't want people to like really get like put out their true thoughts. Like and at the end of the day, like she's under a lot of pressure. I don't know if she's been
I
heavily
agree.
influenced, but
I
whenever
agree.
like the consensus is, oh, get Ultra off, get Ultra off, she'll cave in and let them off.
100%
And
agree.
also she'll have all these hyenas like coming in the background. She'll have a Somali slaves that beads in the background all getting at you. So you definitely can't have proper discourse there. Like it just won't work.
And not even
She's
that, Rex. How many people get timed out in the G Block chat?
I
Very
say it's rare. It's rare. Yeah,
Big
that's
one
true.
or small? Yeah.
I don't really understand the timing out because I think that timing out people is a means to an end. I think that you're definitely not going to get as many viewers from timing out. I think that people don't realize that your chat is very much as important as the actual show.
And not even that. To
Because
me, if you think about it as well, Red, all it does is point at snowflakery, right?
yeah,
Because imagine mods will time you out because they don't like you, not because you said anything offensive or untrue, but just because they don't like you. Now, understand that these people are supposed to be adults. Like,
No, forget adults. Take adults out of it. They're supposed to be the best people in the eyes of Allah.
mm, even that, bro. It's just a mazza. It's all like I said. It's all just nonsense. You know what I mean? It's all just nonsense. Because if you can't lead by example, then I'm not. Nothing you say to me going forward matters a damn.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean? Like if you can't,
it's true.
yeah,
It's true,
yeah, yes, darling. Okay, yeah, I'm getting smoked by my wife.
yeah.
Yeah, she said if I wake the baby, it's a problem.
bro.
So I wake the
Yeah,
baby.
I think a lot of people have been timed out, but I don't know. Like she's got to a point where she can now be selective about who she wants to chat in the chat.
Mm, mm,
But like this is the peak from what I've seen over the last 2-3 years being on these hangouts. Like your peak is what your 1 to 2K. 2.5 maybe tops.
mm,
Like that's the peak of the subscribership
mm,
for a lot of these lower level people. So then you have to start doing things a bit differently. If you want to get to the
mm,
next level, and trying to like then come into a dictatorship and block people and time people. Yeah, I don't know. You have to find a new angle because a lot of the people that you're timing out are the ones that are adding nuance to the
mm.
conversations you're having. Like you
That's
say that
right.
you want to have you want to have conversations and hear opposition views, but then you're timing out the opposition views. Then I don't know, like what your strategy is.
Yeah, it
Like
makes no sense. It
it
makes
doesn't make
no
sense.
sense. It makes absolutely no sense, Reg. And this is, my PC is so broken. Oh my god, let me show you how broken my PC is, Reg. Look at this.
Hey, Ultra,
Just red, 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 red.
you know who's a done with the PCs?
Yeah,
Not gonna lie, Schiffer. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
You can
I'm
build
not
me.
gonna lie. I'll probably stick with the broken PC. Yeah.
Man, that
yeah,
sniffer.
Yeah,
Hey,
I get. Yeah, nah.
are
Do
you
you know what the
using
funny
a
thing is? I'm
are you
using
using a television
yeah,
LCD?
yeah. I just hooked it up to my piece, my TV. Yeah.
Oh,
So essentially, I've got a 65-inch um PC monitor, but I'm only doing it because I need to transfer some files from my phone to the like pictures
yeah,
and stuff of the baby just to back it up. But I
yeah.
haven't used this PC since February 2020. Yeah, so
Oh, so you better
yeah.
just get in a flipping hard drive, bro. External hard drive. You might need.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I literally just spoke about that before I came on with my wife because um like the PC took like 20 minutes to turn on.
Mm.
Yeah,
Or the SD
and then
cards. If
it's
you
telling
hold
me I've got 72.2 gigs of system junk,
it.
460 broken registry items, 22 programs are slowing down my PC, and there's one major health problem. So, yeah. But it's going to take ages to resolve all of this junk, man. Hold on. Yeah. 72 gigs worth of garbage on my PC.
Shit.
Really? Yeah. But like I said, I haven't used it or connected it to the internet for a long, long time. Um,
Damn. That's why I use laptop, man.
you know, we've got a laptop. I just can't be asked, man. Like all of our wedding pictures, holiday
Just get an
pictures,
external hard
child.
drive. Open up the
Yeah,
laptop. Plug in the hard drive to the laptop.
yeah.
Okay, and then just transfer the files to the hard drive. You plug out the hard drive, and you store it somewhere. And you get a nice size hard drive. You can
Yo,
store.
Ultra.
Yes, sir.
Also,
Ultra, your mic's low, cuz.
Oh, sorry. What about now?
I can hardly hear what you're saying, man.
What about now?
Gaza.
How's that? Vel? Hello? Anyone?
Huh?
Can you hear me now?
yeah, that's better, bro.
Yeah. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I can't speak loud because like I said, if I got smoked just now, and my wife told me in no uncertain terms that if I wake the child, it's a problem. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's a problem, and I don't want no problems.
You don't want that smoke.
Yeah, man. I don't want no problem. Why did these PC companies always want me to sign up to their things, man? I don't want it.
Well, hey, Ultra, what's happened to your boy Sarah, though, man? Have
I
you?
don't
I
know
don't
what's
know.
happened to him.
I heard from him like since the COVID, like the same with Shia Issa. There's loads of people that have
Do you
disappeared.
know
I
what?
hope they're.
Actually, Shia Issa, I
Hmm.
legitimately don't know what's happened to him. However, I suspect he's found or he's shacked up with a Sunni woman, and he's too embarrassed to come back online.
Come on, man, that's far fetched, man. But he
Of
could
course,
still come online
of
and keep
course.
his personal business out.
No, because he knows. Yeah. Do you remember how much fire he used to burn on them on the Sunnis? Yeah. And then he's gone and
Just
found
to say,
himself a Sunni
we
woman. That would
we
just
got
be the
So
irony of
1 second,
irony.
Ultra. Veli backstage, B.
yeah,
Backstage.
we got
Oh, nice one. Morning,
yeah.
morning.
Yo.
Morning,
Yes,
Patriot.
How's it going?
yes.
So you're
What
you're
we're saying?
you're 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 saying it's because of a Sunni woman, which is like, come on, Ultra, man.
No
Like,
speculation. No. I'm letting you know it's speculation in it. But for me, that would be the irony of ironies. Like
Nah,
of all the.
he's more likely busy with life, man, or he just got a bit bored of these panels. Let's not
Mm, mm.
start
yeah.
making stuff up.
Yeah,
Anyway.
for
Nah,
real.
you know
Because
what?
you know
Yeah,
what
like
happens when people make stuff up in it. Like the zombies would just run with it.
you
You know
gotta
what I
you
mean?
gotta be a bit concerned because as soon as COVID hit, like literally, like not so long after, these people just disappeared. Notably, obviously, Shia Issa was coming on here religiously, and
Mm,
obviously Sarah Garvey, yeah, even though he wasn't coming on here, I mean, like from time to time you hear shows, etc. So there's a lot of people that have just disappeared that were like
mm,
doing, frequent panelists, frequent people in the chats.
mm.
Yeah,
But don't
Does
forget, Reg,
Sarah not
in
upload
life
to his
things
channel?
change, bro. Yeah,
Sarah, I'm not
Sarah
sure if
does.
he does that. I haven't checked.
He does videos. Yeah. I'm subscribed still. He does videos from his
Oh,
car
it's still
from
oh, okay.
time to time. But he's
Frequent.
not as frequent. Yeah, to be fair, not as
Yeah.
frequent. But then don't forget as well, COVID has ruined a lot of lives, bro. Like people losing
Yeah.
their jobs left, right, and center. What is it like? 100,000 people? I think more than that now. I think I'm well off actually. Have like
Serious.
literally lost their jobs. Businesses have closed. Um, like
Yeah, I'm
families now
surprised in
on
that.
one income instead of two.
I wouldn't
Hashtag
be
old
surprised
folk.
if it's higher, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot higher.
Yeah,
But do you
I think
guys
I'm
feel?
off actually.
Do you
Yeah, I
feel
think
that
I'm way
with the
off.
vaccine? Do you feel with
Mm,
the vaccine, right? When we
mm,
like, if majority of people get vaccinated by maybe like let's say April, right, and
mm.
then we're all vaccinated, say by September, etc. Does that mean that everything's just gonna open up back to normal and all
Nah,
that?
Hopefully,
Nope,
nah,
hopefully.
bro. I
nope,
don't think it will. I don't think it will be the same.
nope,
I don't think
nope.
it'll be the same. Like
Oh,
you got a vaccine that they're saying can't even for guarantee you're not gonna get COVID. So at the end of
no,
the day,
it's meant to stop you from exhibiting the symptoms. It's not meant to stop you from getting it.
but this is the whole point. So it stops you from exhibiting the symptoms, but what does that mean? You can still pass it on.
Yeah, you can, but it's
You
less
can,
likely.
yeah. If you got the vaccine, your body will be able to cope with it, won't it? It won't be as dangerous
As
as when it
dangerous
was.
to you, yeah, as to you, but for most of the population, it's not that dangerous anyway.
Yeah, true. That's it. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so what are we doing it for? Are we vaccinating the older? Is it for the older people? And once all the older people are vaccinated, because again, there's still quite an amount of people that can't take the vaccine based on what the
Hang,
vaccine says.
hang on, even with the vaccine, you can still get it.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
as I understand it, you just won't exhibit the symptoms as much. So if you took a test, you could have it, but you won't be. Yeah. So the thing is, at the end of the day, like the death toll should come down, right?
Yeah,
Because
of
the
course. Yeah.
symptom.
What
If
difference? No, I don't think it will. I don't think it will.
if the vaccine shield you against the virus, then it should obviously come down, right? Because
No, it should
it won't be as deadly.
against the effects, but again, they can't guarantee it's going to work. So there's still going to be people that take the vaccine that it's not going to work on, right? That's still going to get bad effects from COVID if they get it.
Yeah, but I think
It's not guaranteed that it's going to work to even protect you in that sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, let's hope it does, man. Because this the way this is carrying on is yeah.
it's mad.
The long term lasting economic effects of this though is going to be very, very deep and detrimental because we're
Yeah.
going to
No, it's
see
like
I
I
agree.
think it's 5-10 years. Like it's gonna take like 5-10 years to get over some of what's
recession.
happening.
Yeah, recession like we haven't seen before. It's like even just like nightclub owners. Can you imagine now they're coping with this, or doormen, or people who do stewarding at football grounds, or so on and so on. There's so many people have lost jobs. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, not just the loss, but the mental scarring that it's going to leave. Because imagine losing your business, and imagine those who know people that have lost businesses. You wouldn't want to go and buy a shop or invest in a rental property for a long time. That's why you see so many shops in the high street now that have got to let, because a lot of people are not going into there because there's so much uncertainty. Like they don't want that drama that comes when you've hired a place for a year. And then suddenly the government said, "Oh, you're going to have to close your business for a little while because it's not a necessity at this current time."
But what's happened through this period is Amazon has become more rich and powerful, and the high street, the small businesses have been decimated. So I don't think we'll ever see those businesses come back. To be honest with you, I think ultimately
the wealth. They have monopoly during the vaccine. The super rich have monopolized the wealth, and taken over. Not say taken over, but they have made the majority of the money during this pandemic. And in Bristol, in places like this, the people are more community orientated, so they're more likely to support a small business. Do you get what I'm saying? But
well, it's interesting. Obviously there's a lot of negative, but some people said that a lot of people here had savings. Obviously, it might not apply to a lot of people at ground level, but a lot of people had savings and they used the savings in this climate. And
how long
funny
does that
enough,
last for?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it depends as well. Like people that save can sometimes be intelligent and use that saving to profit off these climates. Because I remember there's been a lot of times where countries have been on their knees, and somebody's become a billionaire off that or thingy from that period. Like you can think of Abramovich, for example, is one that comes to mind. You know, he made bare money off like the revolution in Russia and and the oil industry. But apart from that, it's just like I've got my sister bought her house under this climate. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, like they were making money off the back of this. Like there's people that are still going to profit off this. You know what I mean? But you just have to find the right area.
What this will do is it will wipe out poorly run businesses. So all these businesses that was running from day to day, then they're debt, they're gone. Well-run businesses that once in debt, they will survive this. Do you know what I mean? And they will actually be stronger after this. Because obviously when this is over, people will still need to go to restaurants. They'll still want to do the everyday life stuff. So the well-run businesses will become stronger. The businesses that was in debt and poorly run, they'll be wiped out. Yeah, they'll be gone. So it is like some kind of great reset. I don't know the full details of what people talk about when they say the reset, but things will get reset and and the standard of living as well will go down as well because people won't have as much money as what they did before. So people will be consuming less.
It's going to be interesting what happens to all those small businesses that have, like for example, properties and things like that. It's going to be interesting to see. Are they going to get? Will there be a government bailout? Will what's going to happen with those bits? You know, are they going to be taken that sold off on the cheap to businessmen that can afford to buy these amount of properties? And then again, once again, they're going to monopolize the wealth, aren't they? Because we're always going to be paying them to use the shops.
Is Ultra trying to come back on? I'm not sure if he's just 5 minutes ago he messaged. But yeah, Valley Ultra wants to come back on, I think. It's mad. You're a deep sound, man. Always trolling, forever trolling. Oh yeah, Ultra's here, yeah. Dave, you're so popular in the chats here, man. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, it's water off a duck's back, mate.
They are, man.
But yeah, I don't even know if we should be having this conversation, to be honest with you, because YouTube are very strict on these kind of things. You know, I've seen a lot of people get their channels taken down just for questioning the vaccine. So it's
oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. Like, well, yeah.
But we're having a conversation. We're not questioning. People are entitled to question and talk about it and talk about what's been said about it. When nobody is.
You'd be surprised. What you're saying is right.
What I'm saying is nobody's sitting here saying that the vaccine's got this in it and it's got this in it. What we're saying is exactly what's been told to us about it.
Yeah, but
we're not trying to go into conspiracies about other countries getting illnesses and stuff like that. We're just talking about the vaccine and COVID. And in fact, we've come off the vaccine and we started talking about the economy. So to be fair.
But what do you think of a bit off the vaccine? What do you think of this? Like what happened with Donald Trump being deplatformed? Basically, I don't think he said anything on this occasion that was too controversial. But he's been deplatformed, and now they're looking at whether Twitter, Facebook, etc. are editorial as opposed to what else do they call it? They call it editorial or
dictatorial, man. Dictatorial because remember, essentially, these people, this company, Google, because Facebook, Google, they're essentially controlling too much power, mate. Way too much power. Now, don't get me wrong. Donald Trump is an absolute mong.
Yeah, of course, he's an
absolute moron, right? And if I'm honest with you, I'm not sure where I stand with this thing because Donald Trump, in my opinion, just caused like unbelievable amounts of unnecessary havoc, which resulted in the death of his own citizens, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
like that be deplatformed. There's an argument to say yes. However, I don't think it should be permanent because I think for a short while he should be deplatformed because he's inciting violence. If you're
No, but you know what,
inciting
Ultra,
violence, you should be deplatformed, right?
Ultra, you have to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
like you like to always be evidence based, right? So
Yes,
when you
sir.
say
Yes,
that
sir.
he actually incited violence, you have to go to the quotes, right? That
Yeah, yes,
actually
sir.
incite violence, and you'll find that
Yes,
the
sir.
quotes are not really, they're not directly inciting violence.
They're a bit vague, aren't they? That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
that's,
So you have
it's
to.
it's a slippery slope, though, isn't it? It's like, yeah, of course, we all can agree Donald Trump to say some silly things, right? But we know it's not going to stop at Donald Trump, is it? We know that Google's got to the point where they literally are influencing elections,
yeah, that's
and they
right.
can
And not just them,
They did it
Facebook
with
too, bro.
Wiley as well, didn't they? When he made his little rant and stuff like that, they did it with Wiley. They're showing that. They've been showing that power for a while now. You know, it's straight up dictatorial. There's nothing else to it.
So the thing is, yeah, the reason why they don't have to like follow government guidelines is because they're not seen as editorial. But now, because they've been doing these things where they deplatform people for having political political
Opinion.
opinions, right? Now they're arguing that they are editorial because being used to sway people's opinions on policies. So now, so now, like, I think they're gonna go into.
They're shutting down the counter argument to certain things. It's like with these, if you can't counter the argument of the left without being shut down, how on earth can you ever,
But not even that, Dave. Forget
counter
this
these
left
people?
and right divide.
It's
You have to
both
think
sides.
about it. Remember, because of cookies, they're essentially dictating what you can see.
Yeah.
Like, and for me, that's dangerous because then you get an undiluted like diet of confirmation bias, which is dangerous, and then you become respect. Shots fired.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Pew, pew. Shots fired, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh wait, that's still brown.
Yeah, you're right. And what Dave's saying is true because you're even seeing that kind of like start of it with Keir Starmer now towards Boris and how he's very much like a backup dancer at the minute. Like he's a supporting act in it. And in fact, it's in some ways he's asking for the extreme before it happens. Do you get what I'm saying? You're
If
right.
I'm honest with you, Keir Starmer has done Boris Johnson's dance, bro. He just done his dance. At every turn, Keir Starmer has exposed Boris Johnson for the absolute mong that
But
he
he
is.
also exposed himself for being, what he is. Because to me, I'm hearing him speaking. I'm like, ooh, we'd be like, yo, listen, yeah. Anyway,
Hey, if there was an election tomorrow, Labour would probably win hands down. Though, still,
Yeah,
just
I
like
don't know.
just like in America, I think Boris, no, what's his name? Trump has probably lost primarily because of his handling of the pandemic. I think that's
Corona, massively.
Yeah, the same thing with Boris. Like Boris's handling of this pandemic has been embarrassing for the.
It's an impossible. It's an impossible situation, though, isn't it? Let's be honest.
It's not, Dave. No, Dave, it's not. Don't say that. It's not.
So, Ultra, what would you implemented then? What would you done? Locked us down for like 6 months straight away?
No, not necessarily. I would have taken the same approach as New Zealand. Now, obviously, they're not dealing with the numbers that we are in terms of the
much
population.
smaller population, in a very isolated place.
100%. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm very much of the opinion of lives over economy. Now, that's the bleeding heart liberal in me. But I'm not going to lie, Dave. I would rather you and your parents stay alive and well, rather than send them to work just in case the economy tanks.
Dave,
when there are things in place.
It's a balance, Ultra. It's a balance.
But Dave,
I agree. Balance
both are equally as important.
But Dave, from everyone's perspective, sorry,
make him finish, no dog.
All right.
No, I would disagree. I would disagree with Dave on both are equally important. I would say, Dave, if you genuinely believe that your parents or your wife or your grandparents the economy is equally important to them, I would argue that maybe you have your priorities jumbled because there's no.
I could argue that quite easily because the effects, the effects of poverty, right? If your family's trapped If your family's crashed into poverty and you lose everything you have, it's going to have generational effects on your family, and it's going to have effects on their health, their lifestyles, their livelihoods, and it also could lead to suicide, depression, these kind of things. They're as bad as each other.
One thing I would say though, because you're talking about the economy, is that I don't think many of us here probably know the impact of the economy at present anyway. But apart from that, it's just like the economy has already been dealt a massive blow anyway. So it's hard to say that they've saved the economy.
It's not even begun, Reggie. Morning, everyone. It's not even begun, Reggie. I think another 12 months and we'll get to see the real damage. It takes about a year and a half of earnings.
Yeah.
You see what the damage is.
The economy's already been hit, and we've lost so many lives. So they've done a bad job. It's not like you can really go around that.
But you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to second guess. I mean, none of us are epidemiologists, but no one's ever dealt with something like this before. So you look at one country, say, "Oh, I would have done it better. He would have done it better." At the end of the day, it looked like we were just going to take some losses, right? Now, some people were better than others.
I disagree with that, Ralph. You know, I actually disagree with that, Ralph. I'll tell you why. Because remember, we had the heads up of when Italy was it Italy? What was the country that first got hit the hardest? I think it was Italy. They had the UK and most of Europe had the heads up. What was it? 2 weeks. We had the heads up, but Boris Johnson did nothing.
But it's the government
with that information.
But it's not just the government. I mean, I left London and people were just blatantly disregarding the mask rules, the distancing rules.
Massively.
Yeah, so you can't just blame the government. The people just.
Yeah, but Ralph,
where I'm in Germany, there's
Ralph, you have to. If it comes down to it, you have to do what China would do. You know what I'm saying, and stick a gun on people's heads and say that if you leave your house, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's that deep. You know what I'm saying? They have the authority to do.
But I'll tell you, that's not true because in Berlin, right, and that's obviously it's not as large as London, but. People, the Germans, are completely compliant.
But why though? Because this is the thing.
Because their culture is different. They for example, they don't jaywalk here. There's no car coming. They won't cross the road.
Yeah,
it's culture, and not just that. Look at Boris Johnson. Look at Boris Johnson's appearance. I mean, the guy was on TV, and he's saying, and he's like, "Could you please make sure that you stay?" You know what I mean? Like the way he's even saying it is like, "You're never gonna take a
crowd." I mean, Boris.
Ralph, hold on. Remember, go to work, don't go to work. Stay at home, don't stay at home.
Yeah,
come on, Ralph.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm not defending Boris or the government. What I'm saying is, it's not just the government, even the government, it's also the people. The people running around like with the most infectious, contagious disease we know. They're going to, everyone's running around going like, "Oh, stop the lockdown, anti-lockdown." You look at Germany, they're doing no such thing. German death rates much lower. German spread rate much lower. The Germans are warning.
Did Angela Merkel say, "Go to work, don't go to work. Stay at home, don't stay at home"? Like this is the thing, bro. Remember who
Angela Merkel's advisor go drive halfway across the country.
Oh shit! I can take this call. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. All right. Don't worry, Ralph. You take care, bro.
This is the thing. We put it down to people. We have to forget. People are following the leaders. Okay. And if your leaders,
bungling buffoon,
bungling around it and can't get it right, what you got to do? What people are going to do? They're just going to say, "Actually, this is a joke."
And not even that. You know what they do with the way Boris Johnson handled this pandemic? It left room for doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Right, his main aide, the guy that was essentially running this country, broke COVID rules with his family in a car and went on a day trip. And then the excuse he used was, "I was testing my eyesight." So think about that. He got behind the wheel of a dangerous machine to test his eyesight during a COVID pandemic. Nothing happens to him. No chastisement, no punishment, nothing. What that then does is create an us and them, and then that makes people resentful, and then people are like, actually go F yourself.
Yeah, and that's the key in it. Like, it's not the fact that he did it, it's the fact that he was not punished for doing it. Do you understand me? Now, had Boris had gone like, "You know what, Dom, you gotta go, mate, you're gonna have to hand in your resignation because you just done that," and it's like you're going against the rules. And unfortunately, this is how it is. So you've got to be made an example of, because we can't expect people to do this, and we don't do it. Yeah, that we'd accept that as people, because then we can say, well, at least Boris is serious about it, and maybe people might lock down. Maybe they might not. We don't know. You understand me? But unless you've taken a step to sit down there and say, "Oh yeah, it's the public," yeah, the public are following you. And if you've been dickheads about it, people are gonna start saying it. You know, the more this pandemic has gone on, the more I've seen people just be like, "Oh my god, this is just so over the top."
It's long, yeah. But this is the thing. I'll tell you the truth. Yeah, I found that people were saying that initially, if they've had somebody in their family have COVID and really suffer, they change their mind. And the problem is, if like with people that are not, I would say, scientifically literate and who don't have first-hand personal experience with somebody they know or love with COVID, it's difficult for them. And again, especially if the leaders, your leaders, our leaders are, it seems like just making up rules as they go along.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah, I see a lot of people, they don't know people that have had it, or they don't know anyone, and so they don't believe in it. They don't believe. I know people that are like that. They say, "I don't know anyone that's had it. I've worked all the way through, back and forth, rare, and I don't know anyone that's had it. Don't know anyone, you know." And so they don't believe in it whatsoever. They don't believe it's here whatsoever because they know absolutely no one. They don't think. "Oh, I live in a rural area, and my house stands alone from other people." Do you know what I mean? You know, they don't think those kind of things, but so it is, man. So it
yeah,
is.
it's sad. It's sad as well because, like, this is the thing. I don't think, like, when a global pandemic is hitting us, I don't think left-right politics could even, like, I think all of that stuff put on hold for like a minute.
Mm.
Just put it on hold for a minute, and then, like, there's another thing about this. Those Trump protesters, yeah, is that, like, does COVID not affect, like, the Capitol Hill vicinity,
Mm.
or what? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just mental.
I don't know.
It's just,
It is crazy.
I don't know because anyway, listen. Let's move on from COVID because apparently you're not allowed to talk about it anymore.
Mm.
But
I was going to say, but
let,
America didn't change its constitution, did it? So it never
no,
fundamentally changed its laws to disallow people from having a protest, did it?
no, of course
I'm
not.
unsure if they
But I
did.
don't think that executive orders should maybe have prevented that because, and this is the thing about your leaders. If you're following somebody that's an absolute like absolute fucking moron, then chances are you're a moron,
Mm.
or you'll be coached into doing moronic things
Mm.
or saying moronic things.
As you
And
bring that up, yeah, I just got sent a video, yeah, about 20 minutes ago
oh
of
dear,
a man getting arrested, one of the Trump supporters, because they put them on travel bans, yeah.
mm,
So this guy's got arrested at the airport, and
mm,
whilst he's being pinned down, he's shouting out, "You treated me like a black person. You
wow,
treated me like a black person."
wow,
I'm like, what the hell, bro? That's
wow.
Trump supporters.
Yeah, and no, do you know what the funny thing is, right? I'll tell you the truth, right? Somebody said this the other day about if there was an alien invasion, would we be able to put them down, put down the politics and racial divides to fight off the aliens, right? Like in a scenario similar to Independence Day, and the way the way politics, the state of politics now, I'm not even sure we would.
Bro,
I'm not even sure we would.
the state of Will Smith, I don't think he can cope with it right now either, blood. He took a big L last year.
Why? What happened with Will Smith?
Don't even been a round table thing
No, what happened? Oh, with the when he's crying on the table.
with Jada. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, do you know what? You know what's funny? Yeah, like I try, I try not to get involved in people's personal business. You know what I mean? Like, but he was hurt, innit? So I don't want to bask in the man's pain too tough. You know what I mean? Cause
No, I'm saying he's right. He's not going to be saving us no Independence Day this time.
yeah,
He's
but bless
busy.
his heart. You know what I mean? Oh mate, my
He's busy in
keyboard's
an
not working.
entanglement, bro.
My keyboard is not working. Damn it! Hold on. How do I reset? My PC is actually. I don't want to call it junk just in case it doesn't turn on. I need to reset it. But my PC is moving. Like, how long have we been on this call?
For a
Remember,
while now,
like,
still.
yeah, bro, it's taken me this long to get all the updates I needed, and then it asked me to reset the PC, and now my keyboard's not working. And we've been on the call for like what, over an hour?
We've been on it for a minute still.
Hello, Baba. You awake?
You
awake?
wake up. It's peak.
Yeah, no. Are you awake? You awake? Huh? You okay? What are you doing?
You're not gonna hear madness right now. Oh, just gonna go on mute.
No, if she makes some noise, then I'm in trouble. But if she stays quiet, I might be able to get away with it.
It's peak.
And I can smell the frying pan just got heated up with some. I can smell it. Uh-oh. Hello. What are you doing over there? What are you doing over there? You sleeping? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go sleep. You go sleep? You gonna let mommy make me some breakfast?
Okay.
Yeah, man. So what's the question of the day, Bosh? I forgot.
What's the most constructive way to move forward after taking an L? So I was reading one document on Islamic slavery. So it got.
Okay, yeah. So, oh wait, Belly, Belly. There's peeps in the back chat. Belly. Yeah. I think after taking an L, I think the most constructive way to move forward would be to assess the situation by removing all your feelings, right? Because sometimes people you don't like can tell you stuff that's actually true and can actually help you develop your interpersonal skills or develop your knowledge base, your physical prowess, your emotional prowess. Like just because it's a perceived slight, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a slight. I would say taking an L, depending on who or where it comes from, should always be looked at as a learning opportunity. Because if you go into a debate and you're standing on a square and you come out of the debate as the perceived loser, not a loser, but the loser of the debate, you might have to reevaluate your position in the square that you're standing on. Either, like, you don't necessarily have to move position, but maybe strengthen your position by learning more about what you're standing on. Because if you come in all guns blazing and man's got like titanium dip tri weave Kevlar, like you'll stand there all day and soak up your bullets and then like flick you in the eye and you're gonna hit the ground. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. And this is the thing, innit? When you take that L, now there's nothing wrong with standing firm in your belief, but maybe you might have to look at maybe the cult you're part of and make that belief more about you. And you understand me? And because again, like you're looking at someone like even David, you're talking about Raspex being mocked by Muslims for creating his own version of Islam. Like, so which part are they mocking him for? Do you get what I'm saying? Are they mocking him for are some of them mocking him because of the slavery talk, because they agree with it? Are some of them mocking? Do you understand which part are they disagreeing with him about? You know what I'm saying? So if you're taking those L's about stuff like that, maybe just say, you know what, I'm gonna follow the book without following the religion. Do you get what I'm saying? And take yourself away from it, and then stop talking shit about it's the one and the best thing in the world, because clearly it's.
And not even that. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like if you think that your thing is the best thing in the world for you, I have no problem with anybody saying that. But you see, sometimes you stretch it out and you say, this is the best thing in the world for everybody. Then the minute I pull up something that I don't like or I don't think is for me, and you turn into a melt, then I have to question not only you, but the thing that you're standing on. Because
But You're taught in Islam to carry that emotion with Islam. You're taught. Like I've sat in Jummah and seen man crying, reciting Quran. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mm,
they're taught to have that emotion, so that there's no
mm,
way they're gonna be able to separate it.
mm.
You see what I'm
I tell you
saying?
the truth, the last time I felt like that was not the last time, but the only time I can remember like significantly crying because of being overwhelmed was being when I got married, and I don't know why I was crying. I weren't crying like boo hoo, but I had
You a
tears
whole bitch.
when she walked in, and then when the babies were born,
Mm.
like not
You
reading,
softy.
Yeah.
not reading a book. Do you know what I mean? Like
Mm.
I did cry. I did cry at a movie once called The Thundering Mantis. It was a kung fu movie where like the guy.
Well, are you
Like,
really gonna explain to me about kung fu movies?
wait, have you seen The Thundering Mantis?
I bet you are. What char are you in your head, top?
Yeah, no. Do you know what? Have you seen it?
Come on, bro.
Where the guy kills the little boy at the end, and then the guy
Mm.
just goes mental.
Bro,
Like I was in primary school when I watched that, and it was really sad.
man
I
was
wasn't.
watching them as kids. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, it wasn't like boo hoo, but I shed a tear, man. Cause I was like, oh, and then when I realized the guy's mental health just disappeared at watching somebody he loved just get murdered like that in front of you, that feeling of like helplessness and powerlessness, it affected me, and I shed a couple tears, man. And then, but you know, the guy got his revenge in the end.
But that's
Yeah,
just being
so,
empathy. That's just having empathy, though, bro. I don't think like even though you know something is fictional or it's a movie, it doesn't stop
mm,
you from feeling. And a good movie will do that. It will bring that emotion out of you.
that's right.
You
That's
feel what
right.
I'm saying?
And do you know what's funny as well, bro? Anytime I watch movies or TV shows now, I'm always waiting for the
That
the
moment.
story or the actors to influence my emotions because
Mm.
that means they're doing their job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, but if I'm watching something and I feel like, nah, then yeah, it's garbage. The way I want to feel after watching something is for me to want to punch the actor in the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then obviously you have to be able to turn that off because they're literally just playing a role. Because
Mm.
one thing I hate is when people watch something and want to go physically assault the actual actor. It's
Yeah, it used to
so
happen to
stupid.
Dirty Den a lot, didn't it, back in the day?
Yeah, oh my god, it's so stupid. But again, that means he's doing his job and he's
Yeah.
doing it well. Do you know what I mean?
And that is a
Doing
good
his
thing,
job.
man. That is a key.
Yeah, big up Dirty Den, man. I
Mm.
think the way they got rid of him was rubbish though. That like sniper rifle in the flowers and a splosh of water. And you don't see anything.
They
It's
had
just
to, though, man.
splosh.
They had to. They had to. They couldn't show him
Yeah.
actually getting murked
No,
completely.
because I don't even actually think he died. I think he came back
No, he
after
died
that.
and came back, didn't he? Yeah, he went
Yeah.
and came back in it. Yeah.
Somebody walked past him with a sniper rifle and a bunch of flowers, and then the gun fires, and you hear splosh. Like it wasn't even a body. It's like they threw a little pebble in the water or something.
Literally.
Yeah, it was funny, man.
Yeah, that's the yeah, that was the first death, yeah, and then he came back.
Wait. What do you mean first death? He died again?
Yeah, so yeah, because when I don't know if he died again or he left, but he got. I know the first time he was supposedly dead, and then he came back, didn't he?
Oh yeah, no, he did come back. He
Mm.
came back, man. That guy just won't die. I tell you who I didn't like. Do you remember? Is it Dot Cotton? Is it Dot Cotton? Yeah.
Oh, Doc,
And
mate, I love
no,
Doc.
no, not Dot. The
Oh, her
son.
son Nick.
The son. Ah, that's it, Nick.
Come on, bro.
I hated that guy, bro.
The
I
little
hated him.
yo,
I
he
hated him.
Phil. You know
I,
what? He used to give Phil a run for his money though, because he was a straight cracker. Didn't care in it. He just wanted the kuba. Yeah.
yeah, man. I hated that guy. I'll tell you what though, I haven't watched EastEnders for about 5, 6, 7 years, man. No, that's
Yeah.
a lie. No, that's a lie. The last time I watched EastEnders, they did a live show where somebody fell off the roof of the Vic. A little
Bradley.
ginger guy.
It was
Yeah,
Bradley. Yeah,
that was
Stacey.
the last time I watched it.
I think that's
That's the
probably one
last.
of the last times I watched it, you know, because I ain't really watched it since then, to be fair.
Uh oh.
I think
Uh-oh.
Grant might have come back after that.
Uh oh. Can you hear that?
Yeah. Oh shit. Are you gonna
Oh,
get
oh, listen, Mosh, I'm gonna go mute. Yeah, just hold it down, hold it down. Oh shit.
Oh shit, it's peak.
Jeeps, what's happening?
Oh, nothing. I went on Sir Faz's yesterday, right? And they were fucking off. Oh, it was real funny over there. I've got a weird sense of humour, and
Yeah, what was you talking about there? It's been a few days. I don't think you've been on here for a few days, have you?
No, I came on yesterday, but Belly was in the middle of something with a Kingo, and I thought, you know, I'm not feeling this vibe. I'm off.
Yo, the other night, Kingo was on a madness. I swear he was high on his tablets or just literally just delirious from not sleeping.
He does that emotional breakdown about once every 3 weeks.
Fucking hell. Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been well behaved for a while. So I'm surprised you guys are saying that he had a breakdown again. My gosh.
It's quite regular with a Kingo, but I don't hate a Kingo. I mean, I find him quite funny at times, but other times it's like he's talking to himself sometimes, or he don't want to let anybody else speak. Man, at times I've left him on a panel just chatting to himself, and he still goes on for about an hour.
Well, it's a condition. So what was you talking about, Sir Faz's then?
Nothing really. He had an open panel and there was no one on there. So I thought, let me come on. Let me go on and see what we can talk about. And then an FNAT turned up. I got into an argument with him. And then a few of the others come on. I just find it really, really comical that
it's a bit of a go on.
I don't know. It's really comical to me just how easily Muslim people have taken to these ethno-nationalists, right, and actually think I'm worse than an ethno-nationalist when I don't want to kick them out of the country, and the ethno-nationalists want them all out. To me, it's amusing.
Do you not want to kick him out, Jupiter? What do you want to do with him? I'm asking just for your opinion. What do you want to do?
I believe if they're born here, they're British. You can't kick British people out of the country. It's just ridiculous. I think we just need to find ways of community cohesion. I'm not the same as a lot of people who say all Muslims are exactly the same. I don't believe that. I think there's gradients in everything. So yeah. But it was funny. I did enjoy myself over there because then Rasbek come on, right?
Oh.
Rasbek come on, and then the next minute Rasbek was in a big argument with this other Muslim. And they just become cool.
What was he arguing about?
Yeah, you don't know the deen. You don't know the deen. You're not a Muslim. You're not a Muslim. Man. It's not your religion. It's my religion.
Hey, what, Motion? Have you heard Respect before?
Yeah, I was listening to the other day.
Oh, just on that slavery thing.
No, I was on one of the channels the other day. I was listening.
Oh, okay.
I left a couple comments on there to tell them they're chatting a bunch of crap. And just left it at that. I'm not jumping like, cause when I go on there, Shifty will see me and he'll be like, "Oh, Most jump on or something." I'm like, in my head, you portray yourself to be something here, which means if I feel like you disrespect me, I'm gonna come at you the way that you portray yourself to be. Yeah, and I'm a grown man and I'm trying not to be like that, innit? So scratch that. I say try not to. It doesn't always work, but try not to.
You know what? It's interesting on these panels. Yeah, they've had conversations about how they shouldn't allow people of a certain ilk to be coming on, and then some people actually mention Jupiter. Yeah, and I'm talking about Sir Faz's channel and Zebeda's. That they shouldn't allow. There's like controversy that they're allowing Charlie Big Potatoes, that they're allowing Islamophobes, and they're saying, oh, they shouldn't allow them on. And then ironically, Faz is one of the people that will pull up Zebeda for having certain people on. And then they're just continuing to have whoever they want on. Like I don't really, they don't have a standard, but yeah, they pull each other up for having various people on the platforms. It's a whole heap of confusion.
Hypocrisy. It's a bunch of hypocrites running around looking looking name and donation.
I think everybody is entitled to have whoever they want on, but they're entitled to be criticised for it. Yeah. So
Hey, scientific, you're a dickhead, you know, you little immigrant. Fuck off. You're not even British, bro. You better mile on call Ross Clark. You understand?
But no, that's what I believe. I believe everybody should be allowed to have whoever they want on. It's down to the channel host. But if people want to criticise who's been on someone's panel, they've got every right to. I mean, look, I don't care who goes on because I enjoy talking to people from all walks of life. I think it's interesting. But I will criticise ethno-nationalists. I won't stop criticising them. I will criticise extreme lefties. I won't stop criticising them. I won't stop criticising Islamic terrorists. You know, so it's up to them, isn't it?
It's funny how Zubaydah was blaming you for bringing up the video, or sorry, the recording of Charlie Big Potatoes using the P word offensively. She seemed to be so like. She seemed to be so disgruntled at the fact that you brought up the video. That was just weird. I was like, it's like you spoke her best panelist or her best guest, and now she feels. I think she feels bad to have him on the panel now, because since that time, it's like she stopped having him on because she's had come under a lot of criticism for having him.
The thing is, the problem with Zubaydah isn't the fact that she's got different people on her channel. It's the fact that she told everybody else that they were wrong for doing it and then did it. So if she hadn't said that, then nobody would have been criticising her. But because she went around, the whole point is this: she elevated herself to a status, saying that she wouldn't allow racists or Islamophobes on her channel, and then had the most racist Islamophobic people on her channel.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, and when that hypocrisy was pointed out, that's when all guns went blazing. But you know me, Reggie, I like ducking and diving the shots, so you know I'm a bit naughty like that. But yeah, and of course I'm going to expose him. What, you think I'm going to sit there when I've had this girl go around tell everybody, and Respect as well. I tell Respect to his face, you're part of the problem. You caused part of my problem. Going around telling everybody that I'm the most racist person in the world, when I'm quite clearly not. I mean, I might use racialized language. I might even be prejudiced. People can say that. I don't mind that. I'm biased. But to say I'm the most racist in the world, and then you've got one of the most racist people sitting in the fucking panel, it's a liberty to me.
Yeah.
You know
And I mean, she would have.
Go on.
She'd argue that when they're on the channel, she'll ban them out, or she won't allow them to say certain stuff, which is impossible. Once someone said something, they've said something, right? And then it's just about whether you can say that, draw a line and say that, oh, this person can't come on anymore. But yeah, I mean, one of the first things that Charlie did was to hurl the racial abuse at the Pakistani community. So, and you know, she didn't. He still managed to keep coming on for weeks on end. But at the end of the day, like if you say that you've got an open platform, you want to challenge these people, like they're gonna say some stuff that are offensive to other people because you brought them on there to hear these things, right? So I don't know, like it's a bit of a stupid kind of moral high ground you're trying to take, because at the end of the day, like you want certain people to come on, and when they come on, this is what they're gonna tell you because this is what they are. You know what I mean? Stupid.
I think they also want them on there because maybe they see them as threats, and having them come onto their channels enables them to shut them down or shout them down at any point, and then be able to turn around and say, "Oh, see, we shut him down." Like, you know what I'm saying? It's literally just, and it's also it's that fear in it. They're not gonna jump on this. They're not gonna jump on television. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna hear things they don't like.
No, there's a lot more politics going on. I can break it down for you if you want. Look, basically, she was in Discord groups, agreeing with him what she was going to be saying when they go on the show. Even when that recording come out, she gave him the room to meet up and discuss with her how they were going to address it on her panel before she brought him.
How do you know that, Jupiter?
How do I know? Because she told Surfaz that, and because I've got recordings. I'm not going to tell you how I've got the recordings, but I've got the recordings. So,
So y'all go on, Jupiter.
Huh?
So y'all go on.
Right. So she was giving Charlie specialized treatment that she wasn't giving people like myself or Reggie or Veli or Jedi or Ultra. The list goes on, you know, Raj. Who else? Oh, there was some fella that went on there that I don't agree with, Danny Simpson. I don't agree with his stance, but even him, you know, she screamed and yelled and really was derogatory towards him. But Charlie went on there and she didn't do none of that. And for me, look, everybody knows I can kick off, but I can kick off at just about anyone. Right? Everyone can get it if they insult me and I think that they've gone too far, right? I've got no exceptions. I'll argue with anyone. But Zubida picked and chose who she wanted to argue with. And there began to be a pattern emerging. And that pattern was that she would take down anyone that she deemed as her competition. So it wasn't a case of that she didn't like their ideology. It wasn't a case of how can I put it? It was all just down to number one, whether she thought that she wanted to take your viewers. Number two, down to the fact of whether she thought that you didn't personally like her. If you like her, she'll let you do whatever and say whatever. If you don't like her, then she'll make things personal. She'll drag the religion into it. And she will become very hypocritical. And therefore, you know, I had to point it out. You know.
Fair enough, man. That's one thing I say. Jupes is on it like listen, Jupes is on it when it comes to the thing, you know. Don't play. I have a big up Jupes still. They're big up Jupes.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, people criticize me all the time, but I mean, and they're allowed to. But don't think that you can all sit there and criticize me and I'm not going to criticize back, because it don't work like that. You know, look, all of us have got our slight prejudices, all of us have got our slight biases. But I refuse to be branded by other people's ignorance. That's what it is.
No, I hear you.
So, but it was interesting yesterday because I got a funny sense of humour when it all descended into chaos. That was just it was amusing. But I have to be honest, I didn't know that Veli and Surfaz had fell out.
Did you fall out of Veli? Did you and Surfaz fall out of Veli?
Well, Surfaz told me, he said that he boycotted Veli about 4 months ago. I said, did you? I didn't even notice.
The thing is with Surfaz is it's hard to know whether he's genuinely outraged by individuals or panel hosts, etc. Because I think that in some ways is applied to get more viewers in. Like you could tell from the titles, like it's not really like I think yesterday he was talking to Rob about why he doesn't want to go onto this channel, etc. And you could see that the reasons why he was given they weren't very good reasons. They were just like they were a bit childish, to be honest. Like it was like, oh, someone else said this and you didn't do this, or someone insulted this and you didn't do it. You know what I mean? It's all things that you could throw back at him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Muslims are treated a certain way on this platform, and you know, and we treat everybody equally, which is a lie. They definitely don't treat everyone equally on their platform. They treat Muslims a lot better than they treat non-Muslims on their platform.
At least here, everyone gets treated with the same content.
Well, here?
That's what I say. Everyone gets treated with the same contempt here, no matter who you are.
Yeah, in some ways, but I mean, the topics here are more geared towards
You're
asking.
talking to Reggie. They never used to let Reggie speak.
Oh, on Seth Az's.
Anywhere, everywhere
Oh
you
yeah,
went, he used to shout at you.
yeah. It depends because obviously,
peace, blessings, and power, family.
yeah, peace can go. It depends because sometimes if I'm gonna, they know that sometimes I don't mind going against what they're saying. So a lot of people try and shut me down because they know that sometimes I'm gonna, like some of their points I'm gonna have to pull them up on. You know, that's why Zabaidas and Safaz and etc. They'll try and stop me from saying certain stuff. And even here, depending on the topic as well. But I mean, here, the topics sometimes are geared towards asking more questions of people, particular beliefs. Yeah, but in terms of like the panel, it tends to be a lot more even. People get to have their say. But Sefaz is okay as well. I mean, I won't criticize them for it, but you can't say that certain channels are not geared towards particular groups more than others. I mean, Sefaz is a Muslim channel, right? So Muslims get, they're gonna have they'll be at home. They'll be looked after. You know what I'm saying? More than other people.
Yeah, the way I see panels is the way I see communities. They've all got their own personality, and you have to understand personalities that are and most of them are sort of like how can I put it, sculptured by the host, but there are some that are sculptured by the people that go on if the host is not around that much. But yeah, it's just different personalities, and I find it, but I'm not going to slag off Sir Faz and say that he don't let me on, because he does. I mean, he has his temper tantrums sometimes.
But Jupiter, when you say they're falling out, I don't say they're falling out. I think it's just about, like you say, politics. I mean, even now, like there's a title asking for James Jones to come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, like what regard? James Jones isn't really interested in going on there. Why? So basically, he's just trying to bring more viewers in, isn't he?
I think that's because James turned up in the side chat yesterday and was saying some stuff. I don't know what he was saying.
Well, like, now he's become the title of the show because of that. No, I think a lot of it's just for viewers. A lot of it's just for viewership. The same with Veli, not outrage over Veli. It's just for viewers. Views.
A lot of it is, but at the end of the day, you get used to that. You get used to the personalities. It's like when you live in the street, right? You'll have a serious person that is one of your neighbours. You'll have somebody else that is a joker. Do you know what I mean? And you have to get used to what the personalities are. That's all it is.
That's what I'm saying. Just when the going gets tough, the tough get going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Get me like Billy Motion. You know what I'm saying? Mad thing.
Talking about motion, bro. I hope you're freed up in it next week, brother.
Me?
Yeah, hopefully. You got them Zoom. You got a Zoom. You got some Zoom sessions free, mate.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that
next week. Yeah, ideally.
You sent me an email, innit?
Yes. Yeah. Did you get it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So if you can, I don't know the easiest way to contact you, but if anything, just drop me a line, and then I'll message you when I'm ready, and then obviously you can tell me if you're free for that day or that period. Yeah.
All right. Cool, bro. We'll do that.
All right,
yeah. All right,
yeah. All right. We'll take it from there. Cool, man. Because I feel like I'm ready now. My hamstring's still semi-torn, but it's at best possible condition. So it's the best way to build more additional muscle to support the rest of the muscles, so they're not compensating as much. And then when it's all sturdy, I think it will regenerate. As long as I keep it in line and keep it, like stretch.
Let go of, But you know what I feel like right now? Suddenly, life has new meaning to me.
Oh yeah.
It's Billy Motion.
Yeah, no.
I'm speaking in Billy Ocean.
Songs, then, are you?
Huh?
Blimey. I said you just in all his songs.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak in Billy Motion songs.
Oh God.
Anyway, sorry. It's Monday, innit? Why not?
So what's the question of the day? What's the most constructive way to move forward after taking an L? Fucking hell, you just pick yourself up and carry on, for God's sake. Does anyone take losing an argument on these streams as something really, really serious then?
Ezra did the other day, boy.
Ezra lose.
Yeah, he lost the Schiffer the other day.
Yeah,
I
but
had a debate. What?
okay, so let's talk about that debate that they had. Who thinks it was an actual debate?
An actual debate? Well, it was.
No, it weren't.
It was.
At the end of the day, Schiffer come on and didn't debate the subject, and Ezra come on so nervous that he didn't even pull him up to debate the subject. So they both lost. I mean, yeah, you can say Schiffer had good presentation, but he might have had presentation, but he had a whole load of waffling going on.
Yeah, but that's because you was listening intently. Other people would that because I guess you were looking for the content that other people in the chat were looking for, but the judges were looking for a different content. So I guess that's why we won, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was good that the Jedi built it up, and that if they can get into the habit of doing that. But
what was the outcome? What was the outcome? What was the debate? Like, what was the point of the debate?
I think the actual question was are something to do with Hebrew Israelites.
Israelites, Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
Are they the same thing, basically, pretty much?
And Ezra and Schiffer come on and started going on about some Hebrew mountains or something, and went straight off of the thing and started going on about language, which was nothing to do with the well, it was loosely to do with genealogy, but not really. And instead of pulling him back to what the actual question was, that got waylaid there like Schiffer does, and Ezra just got really nervous. I was surprised at how Ezra got nervous, actually, because once you spoke on these channels, it's not a big deal. All you've got to do is have your notes, and that's it. Go forward. Even if you're not good at presenting, as long as you can present the facts.
No, he didn't have his notes. He didn't have his notes. I don't think he prepared really whatsoever. I think he thought he was going to go there and just literally walk through it, easy.
Yeah, maybe that's. But I think they were both quite bad. To be honest,
it's crazy, man. Crazy debate, but yeah, it's weird how the facts didn't win. Do you know what I mean? But,
I don't know. If you've ever got,
I say facts if you believe in that. That's what I mean. As in facts, if you believe in that. If you don't believe in that whatsoever, and you're sitting on that panel and you're judging, you're probably going to look for the facts also, not just conjecture and suggestion, but yeah, each to their own.
Yeah. So what else I would say is this, right? If you've ever gone on to Jedi show or Maku's show, you get used to Maku's style, right? And Maku, when he don't know, he'll waffle his way out of it, and it's quite an art that he's got. But it is quite comical because everybody knows that he don't know what he's talking about, but he stalls it out, right? And Schiffer has learnt to do that, but it's on another level. Schiffer does it in a different way.
Well, I've only been on this show for Freestyle Friday, to be fair. That's the only thing I go on this show for. That's it, literally on a Friday for Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, so it's interesting how different people do different things. Like Reggie will just sit there quietly, and when he's ready, he'll just drop a one-liner in and bring it back to what he wants to talk about. A Kingo will ramble.
Yeah. Speaking of, I agree. I do. I like to though. Go on. Yeah. I think I do.
And say his little thing. So
but you are quite concise. You're quite quick to the point. You're quite informed when you speak. It's quite biased, but I like it. It's pretty straight up. But no, I give you your dues. That's why I said I always said you're quite a strong minded person. I give you your dues. But yeah, I think that we were talking about this Ezra debate. I just want to add something. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but star-wise, taking L's. I don't know who actually got an L. I know that the majority of people have think in accordance and align with Shifa, with the Hebrew Israelite stance. Actually, when they talk about the Israelite, is actually the only thing that relates to the diaspora as opposed to the Hebrew, which is, when you look at the names, you see a lot of sort of Russian names when you see like Hebrew Israelite or something, or Hebrew, and there's a Yiddish, and that is a language that seems to be quite synonymous with that, with the Hebrew word. So yeah, that's what it is. So I don't know. I mean, I am going to eventually watch it, but there's so much going on right now. So yeah.
In terms of that, though, yeah, it's a lineage. So, for example, I'll explain it to you like this. Yeah, say you're born and you're born with the name Smith, yeah, and as you go along, say for 4, 5, 6 generations, you're called the Smiths, right? The Smith family. Now, at some point, somebody might marry a Taylor. Okay, now Taylor becomes the prominent name in that family, so then you become the Taylors over time. Now that might last for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 generations. You don't know, innit? But remember, this is how these things happen. Do you understand me? I can say it from my own family, with my great granddad having a certain name. And since my granddad, we've all had a different name since then. So we've become a different name to what we initially were. So in that sense, it's very, very basic. It's very basic and easily understandable. Again, if you believe in that stuff, if you totally take it down to the T, it's very, very understandable how those things happen. You go from being the Heber, the family of the Ebers, yeah, which would be written as Hebrews, yeah, and then after a while you go to the family of Israel at some point. That's very, very easily understandable. You see that every day in different families. So again, factually, whether you believe it or not, if you go by lineage, like Schiffer was wrong. Full stop. Schiffer was wrong and Ezra was right.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the American scholars say that the 12 tribes of Israel. So that's how they're looking at it. And if you look at it from there, the ones that are literally probably going to be the most knowledgeable.
Well, no, because sorry, Jupiter, 1 second. The people that live in the land of Israel today, one of their major writers wrote a book called The 13th Tribe. Okay, and the reason he wrote that book from the 13th tribe because he knew that they weren't actually one of those 12 tribes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so if you go to the Bible and you go to Timothy 1:4, right? You will find that it tells you that you're not to get caught up in endless genealogies. But a lot of people don't know the Bible like they should. I mean, it says, or to devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies. Such things promote controversial speculations rather than advancing God's work, which is by faith.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And what does the rest of it say? Because who is it addressing?
Well, it's just telling everybody, do not go on to look for endless genealogies.
No, that's to prove. That is to prove. So basically, at the time, and this is what it means. At the time, people were seeing themselves as other nations like Greek, Roman, etc. When people were bringing people back to the fold, people would be addressed as the son of such and such's grandfather, etc., etc. And so what was happening was people were looking for genealogy to say, oh, you're not actually an Israelite of the time. Okay. And so that came into play for the time. So it was for the time.
Now it's happening again because everything goes in cycles. And this is why, even though I'm not what they call practicing Christian, right? I take a lot of my sort of like nurture has been raised in Christianity. That's why I say I'm a cultural Christian, right? And this is what, and people don't really understand what they're talking about. And you get a load of Muslims as well that constantly say, oh yeah, and we have to look to the other books if we're not unsure, but they don't even know what are in the other books. It's ridiculous. So when I hear
they rubbish the other book, it's not even so much that they don't know what's in it; it's that they rubbish it.
yeah, and I just think no, all of you need to read a little bit more. None of you are practicing what you're preaching, and so you know there it is. But yeah, I can give you. It's against false teaching. Actually, I can give you the actual passage. It says, "As I urged you on my departure to Macedonia, you should stay on at Ephesus to instruct certain men not to teach false doctrines."
Mm-hmm.
Or devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies, which promote speculation rather than the stewardship of God's work, which is by faith. The goal of our instruction is the love that comes from a pure heart, a clear conscience, and a sincere faith. And that to me is one of the biggest things in the Bible. And yet nobody seems to go by it, and they all seem to be arguing about it on these channels. It's quite funny.
So he wrote to Paul writ to Timothy.
It's in Timothy 1:4.
Yeah, Paul writ to Timothy. Paul wrote to Timothy.
But it's in Timothy 1:4.
Yeah, it's a letter from Paul to Timothy. So we're going to take in the teachings of somebody else of the knowledge and apply it to us.
Well, you do know that the Bible is made up of loads and loads of people.
Right, I know. But the point I'm making
it's not one man's story, is it?
Right. So say for example, now you wrote a letter to, for example, let's say you're in jail, yeah, for something, yeah, and you write a letter to Hector, okay, and in the future I take your letter and say this is for the whole of mankind.
Don't you think I would have to be a scholar before they would actually take that into consideration?
No, but how can I be a scholar of somebody? Like, again, there's another thing that they use, that's the teachings of Paul towards his son. And you're going to use the teachings that he's given to his son to the whole of mankind. He's talking to specific people.
If he was a godly man, yes, because the Bible's made up of wise statements. It's not really made up of. Some of it is truthful, some of it is analogy, and some of it is just parables to help you guide your way through life. It's just wise words. That's all it is.
I'd say it was mostly parable.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's a lot of double teachings in there that a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, it's true. But the Old Testament is mainly genealogy, but the New Way is not. You know, Jesus came and said, "Cast away old things." That's why you will find that Christianity now clashes with the Old Testament of the Islamic faith, because basically that's what the Islamic faith is. It's a plagiarization of Christianity and Judaism, but the Old Testament, yeah. And the Old Testament comes from Judaism. Judaism comes from Samaria and Kemet. It's obvious. All the stuff's there. You can actually see the time.
You're right. And do you know what texts they are? It goes from, was it agnostic? No. Pharaonic. Is it Pharaonic? And then it's Coptic from Egypt. And then it goes to Gnostic. When the Greek and Italian authors started writing stuff, right? And then it went to that was the New Testament. Then it went to the Old Testament. And the King James, and it starts to upgrade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's and Bobby Hemmett. That goes back to Bobby Hemmett, if anyone knows as well. He gives a good timeline period of that. You'll be interested in lectures like that, Jupiter, because you like to give a timeline generally. I like people that don't specifically say on one subject, but they can give you a timeline of things like so Bobby Hemmett.
Yeah. And for you to really understand the Bible, you really do need to go and look at the Sumerian text. It puts it into some perspective. And then you begin to realize that these people were talking, not only that, the actual words in the Bible have been sort of like skewed a bit, depending on the beliefs and cultures at the time as well. Because you have to remember it's all been written by man, so man has put their own input into it. I mean, in my own lifetime, I've seen the Bible have its wording changed to kind of mean the same thing, but it still had the wording changed. So
So I'm not gonna keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna maintain the Bible was for a set of people and specific people, not for the whole world. But that each to their own, man. Each to their own. You know, each to their own.
Yeah, I just want to drop in, say good morning to everybody.
Yeah.
Peace and blessings to
Well,
everybody in the
that's
chat.
exactly what the Bible wasn't meant to be, and that's exactly what religious teachings wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to segregate. It wasn't meant to segregate.
It wasn't meant to segregate.
Unfortunately, too many people are narcissistical in this world that we live in right now, and they want to find ways of looking at themselves and saying that they're better than other people, instead of understanding that everybody is basically just the same with nuances and complex that is in their character. That's it.
Okay. So it wasn't addressing a nation of people, no?
Yeah, it was, but I'm sure if in the Old Testament, yeah, it was a family line. But I'm sure
even in the New Testament, even in the New Testament, there's specific facts.
Hold on. I'm sure there are many people that could have kept their genealogies but didn't, and would have been just as important. It's like looking at the official records of Britain, for example. Right, let's go and look at our history. Okay. You will see it be written for the elites. It's all about the elites, what the elites were doing. But there were just as many important common people at that time, probably impacting the culture in a much bigger way. But they never really get mentioned. They always get mentioned as a general sweep. And that's all the Bible is.
Okay. I mean, there's plenty of phrases that say that it's talking to specific people, but even in the New Testament, there's plenty of statements that show it's talking to different people, and other people are also brought in afterwards for a time that there's specifics where it says those kind of things. But yeah, again, this is why I say to people, like, I don't join a religion, because religion is an indoctrination to believe a specific thing that they're telling you to believe in the teachings, and the teachings potentially could teach you something different to what you believe is being said. So it should really, in that sense, be internal to you, and you believe what you believe out of it. You feel what I'm saying? But again, like I said, there's plenty of phrases in there that suggest that it's written for specific people, and that it does mention other people being grafted in. But yeah, I don't know. Each to their own, bro. Each to their own.
Yeah.
Each to their own.
I just reckon that man is corrupted. I mean, you're talking about eons of time. If in my own lifetime I can see things get corrupted, I'm sure things can get corrupted over.
Yeah, you're right. They've done it with the Bible recently. I think it was up to 5 or 10 years ago. They changed some of the language, and they were doing it recently to incorporate certain belief systems and stuff like that. They've been doing that. So yeah, you're right. That's true.
And also they took out a load of stuff that should be in there, and so you're not getting the whole well-rounded version of what it should have been in its completion in the first place. Number one. Number two, they've told too many people that things like astrology, etc., are inconsequential and actually evil, and witchcraft and all that kind of stuff. And that's to separate the knowledge, when you're supposed to have that knowledge as well as the wise words and everything else that are written in these scriptures. And so they stop people being well-rounded. They stop them connecting everything to everything else and understanding the science and everything as well. Because a lot of people say that the Bible goes against science, but actually it doesn't. They both back each other up in some parts. And it amazes me that people can't see that it's just a book of a guidebook. That's all it was.
Sorry to cut you. Go on, finish, and I'll ask you after. Go on.
Yeah, and I personally think that when people want to start going around going, that's mine, not yours, that's mine, not yours, they've got no understanding of what the actual teachings are from any of the faiths. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, that was it. Do you have any examples of where science and religion are back, or the science and the Bible, sorry, are backing each other up? Do you have an example? Just not for me, for other people, to be fair, in case somebody might want to see that.
Well, even in Genesis, when it describes how the world came apart, they're describing the Big Bang, basically.
Okay, so I'm gonna get it out quickly.
You know, the 7 days goes through the stages of how it went from the Big Bang.
Oh, so okay, so you're saying that this is explaining that whole expanding, the universe expanding from one single particle kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
LB, no, I don't have all the understanding. I wish I did. I'm not the most knowledgeable person in the world, and I think anybody who thinks that they've not got things to learn, they're liars.
That's true. I'll never listen to someone that says that they know the whole thing, or they can break down the whole thing. Yeah.
You know, everybody can learn off of each other. The knowledge that out there is so vast that for one person to actually hold that all within themselves, they would have to be an extraordinary individual, and they would have to block out so much of real life just to have the understanding, the complete understanding. You know, it would be pointless saying that an ordinary human being can have a complete understanding of the whole world. That's ridiculous. Even the best scientists don't have a complete understanding.
I mean, there's a phrase in there where it says to follow the whole of the law is a certain death. Or to try who can keep the law, basically. So, yeah, it's telling you, man, you have to be a different type of person to be able to keep all of that.
Yeah.
Tell you. So what do you?
The whole point of religion is to try and be the best that you can be. That's the whole point of all the religions, because there is no perfect man. You might have been made in the likeness. It does, but and that is even debatable what that means. You will get racists who say that means, oh, you look exactly like one person. Then you will get other people. I mean, I was always taught that God was a being. It was everything. It was all encompassing. It wasn't a person. But you will get so many people that follow a religion who believe that it's a person that looks like them. You'll get so many. But in someone's likeness, you could be in the likeness of their character or their persona. You don't have to be in the likeness to look at by the eye. I mean, after all, how would a blind man be able to judge the likeness if it's only about what you look like?
Yeah, I agree with you. There are different types of likenesses in terms of behaviors and actions and mannerisms and things like that. But yeah, I agree with that. The different types of manners, different types of likeness. But again, we're in the likeness. So what is that likeness? What is the likeness? Is it a spiritual likeness? What is it? Is it one of vibration, of being one with the earth and being part of it? What is that likeness?
Exactly. You see, and when you start looking at it, it throws up more questions than answers. And that's why I say that no person has got the whole full knowledge. So.
There is only one true philosophy.
So what would you take from it? Well, what you take from it is you're supposed to do positive things. It's full of mindfulness. The Bible is full of mindfulness. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it's all about. And it's all about understanding your inner self as well as your outer self. But when you start talking like that, people start getting jittery because they start thinking, oh, God, that sounds like as above, so below, and all the rest of the stuff that comes from the Jews. Well, you know, the Jews did write it first, and the Jews got it from the Kemets and the Sumerians. So, you know, people just want to other people all the time. That's what the trouble is. They want to look too much at their differences, not understand their similarities, and work from that and build from the foundations. The differences are so minute, it's not even worth talking about.
So wait there a minute. So this expanding universe thing. So I just got, because I'm sitting here and my mind just going like, what the fuck? With all due respect, like, so that expanding universe then what created a voice to be able to talk to people? I don't understand. I'm literally just.
In the beginning was the word. The word was the Big Bang. It's the sound.
Word was the Big Bang. Is a sound.
The sound. Yeah, the sound wave.
Okay. Okay. And the word was with him before the Big Bang.
What do you mean the word was with him? Who's him?
That's what I'm saying. That's what it says. Wasn't the word with him at the beginning?
No, in the beginning was the word. The word was the Big Bang. It's a sound wave. Once you emit a sound wave, you are changing the ether.
Okay. I don't know. I'm lost on that one, but yeah, I don't know. That's the first time I've heard anyone say anything like that to me about it. To be fair, and saying that's the explanation. Is that something that you've more read from the other books, though, like from the Sumerian thing and stuff like that? Or
No, it's what I've gathered from reading lots of different things. You know, if you break down Genesis, you'll find that story comes directly from Sumeria. You'll find it.
that's what I meant. I meant, did you get that notion from actually going further and reading the books in Sumeria, stuff like that?
I mean, you've only got to look at the word Elohim. Elohim is plural; it's not singular. That tells you straight away that you're dealing with a story that different to what you've been taught all the way along.
So you say it's an Enki and Enlil thing.
To some extent, yeah. What they did was they condensed a whole load of history, left out the bits that they didn't think was relevant, so they've already changed the story, and then they amalgamated two personalities into one. So when we get parts in the Bible where you go, well, hold on a minute. 1 minute it says here that love is this, but then you've got a jealous God, for example. It don't make sense. How can you have an all-encompassing loving God that's malevolent and
benevolent at the same time?
Yeah, you know, it's quite simple. You've got two personalities, and because everybody's got a conscience, everybody's got a certain amount of negativity in them. The whole reason for a Bible is to teach you how to be positive, how to lift yourself out, how to be creative yourself, how to have faith in yourself. Once you have faith in yourself, you can have faith in others. You can have faith in your society. If you have faith in nature as well. If you have faith in the Almighty, because what is the Almighty? Some people say that's God. Other people will say it's energy. You know, if you have the faith in the Almighty, that you know that everything is connected, you will raise the vibrations. Vibrations is sound, and in the beginning there was the word.
Okay. So then the word created man and woman, yeah? One man and one woman. Do you believe that it was one man and one woman?
Do I believe one man and one? No, because if you go to Genesis, you'll find that when Adam and Eve were created, there were other beings, the men of renown.
Do you know? I was just checking. I believe that too. So don't worry about that. I believe it wasn't two people. Don't worry about that. It's impossible. And if it was two people, then I don't know how the hell that worked out. But hell, joke. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. To be fair, but yeah. I just wanted to ask what you thought about that still, to be fair. Got a Jacob, jump on, bro. You got something to refute, jump on, bro. Same as you, jump on, bro. I can just mute myself, bro. I'm just asking questions out here.
I mean, you do realize that even in Genesis, there's two creation stories. Look it up. So if there's two creation stories, even in just the Genesis, then you've already, before you enter into all the other teachings and books, you've already got something to look up and understand. You know, in Genesis 6:4 it reads, the Nephilim were in the earth in those days, so that's the Nephilim. And also after that, when the sons of God, so you've got the sons of God, two people, came into the daughters of men, and third group, and they bore children to them, fourth group, because they would be the mixed race. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. So you've got 4 types already, straight away in Genesis. But did they tell you this? But they also do people understand that? Understand just that little phrase there? Do people understand the depth of what's being told to them there? No, they never do.
Okay, so who are the Nephilim? Who are the Nephilim? Just for clarification, who are the Nephilim?
Well, according to Sumerians, they would be what we would call astronauts. They were people from another planetary system.
Okay, aliens. Okay. Or extraterrestrials, whatever you would call it. So we came from them, basically. We're from extraterrestrials, or they created us. What did they breed?
Yeah, according to their story, partially, yeah. But there are also people that came through the natural evolution that have died out, by the way, on this world, and then. But if you look, it says they were the men of old, the men of renown. So that there were men here, men of renown. So there were men here before Adam and Eve. And the people don't even go and read the Bible properly. They would know. And then it would lead them to say, okay, right, well, I need to look into this a bit more. I need to go and look where this story's come from. And then you go and find it.
So what about the fallen angels meeting with the women then to create giants? What are we going for that?
The giants are when the sons of God came into the daughters of men. And basically, it's the same Sumerian story of when these beings mixed up the DNA. That's all that is. Mixed race people, for God's sake, that we're demigods.
Oh, so that you lot, if you're mixed race, yeah, it's peak for you lot. You lot are gonna transform and shit. Yo, it's a mud thing, blood. Oh, yeah, I got a couple of mixed race.
No, because it wouldn't be mixed race the way that we know it.
I just play.
Yeah, not same as the mixed race now. It's just a simplistic way of putting it for pastime. Although, having said that, at the end of their days, there's a very similar situation, and this is why biblical texts are very interesting, because you begin to see the patterns, and that's what it's all about, teaching you to understand the patterns. That's what IQ tests are built on, by the way, as well. So it's all about teaching you to see the patterns, and if you can lay that template onto the template of the people that you are with now, then you can make prophecy. If you make prophecy, but some people think that you are a prophet, etc., but not really. You've just understood the templates. Because what's going on now with the segregation, with the racists, with people that that say, oh, we're this group, you're that group, all the othering and everything else, happened before they left the planet. That's what it says in the teachings in Samaria.
Okay. Oh, so there was like the kind of okay. So there was like in-group bias from before, based on what their stature,
based on pure bloodline, and which is why the Bible is that talks so much about bloodlines of one family, because basically what the Judaic people believe is that they stem from that. You've also got the other side that they think they stem from that, and both of them are telling the truth, because they all had the same father. And you see a lot of people, and the same thing happens again in the Bible. You see it happen again in the Bible. And that's why you've now got Islamics versus Christians, because it all depends on what brother's line they come down. It's exactly the same story told over and over and over, and it repeats itself. It repeats itself through generation, through generation, through generation, through generation. For example, the age-old conundrum is that if you have a son with a woman that you love, but you don't marry her, yeah, and your firstborn is a male, and then you go on to marry somebody else, and you have a firstborn child who's a male, who is your legal heir, or who is your rightful heir? Who is morally the heir to the throne? So if he was king, who would be? You would have to say, well, it would be the one that you married to, but actually that's not true. The actual spirituality, the DNA, and everything else would have gone to the woman that you gave birth to your first child. Okay. And that's the age-old conundrum. And
so
that's what it boils down to. And then what you get is the siblings that fight each other over the inheritance, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. And that's what the whole Bible's about: inheritance. Yeah.
Okay, it's about inheritance. Whose inheritance? We're back to that question. Whose inheritance is who said the Bible's all about inheritance? Whose inheritance?
Enki's and Enlils, they're arguing over it to this day. Yeah, according to the Sumerians. If you go back to the Sumerians, they tell you.
And one of them wanted to enslave us.
In the end, the father said, "Well, allow the people to decide by their own actions."
So who represents
so
what?
We'll wait for eons. When we come back, we will see what path they took, and depending on the path, will be who inherits the earth.
So what are so they're both representing what then? So Enki and Enlil. I know I've heard the story of one of them wanting to enslave mankind. Yeah.
It wasn't that they necessarily wanted to enslave; they wanted workers to get the gold.
Okay.
So the whole point of creating that being was to be a worker race.
Okay. But again, one of them wanted to keep us in that, and the other one wanted us to be free, right?
No. One according to the Sumerian, I don't know, it could be written somewhere else. So I'm not going to say that there's not a version of it in your sense, but from what I've read, what they wanted to do is one wanted to get rid of the creation because they saw it as obnoxious and abhorrent, much in the way that some people see mixed race children as being abhorrent and not natural. You know, you get racists who say it's not natural, you shouldn't dilute the bloodlines and stuff like that. Well, that's how they kind of saw it. And they said it was abhorrent, it was not a natural creation, it had been created in a lab, and therefore they should all be wiped out.
So it was Anu, Enlil, and Enki.
Anu is the father.
Anu was the father, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just reading some bits. Don't worry, keep going. So it was so holy that not only, of course, could look up in Enlil rose to prominence during the 24th century BC with the rise of Nippur. His cult fell into decline after Nippur was sacked by the Elamites in 1230 BC, and he was eventually supplanted as the chief god of the Mesopotamian pantheon by the Babylonian national god Marduk. The Babylonian god Bel was a syncretic deity of Enlil, Marduk, and the shepherd deity Dumuzid. Enlil plays a vital role in the Sumerian creation myth. He separates An from Ki, which is heaven and earth, thus making the world habitable for humans. In the Sumerian flood myth, Enlil rewards Ziusudra with immortality for having survived the flood, and the Babylonian flood myth. Enlil is the cause of the flood himself, having sent the flood to exterminate the human race, who made too much noise and prevented him from sleeping. What a fucking pussy. The myth of Enlil and Ninlil is about Enlil's serial seduction of the goddess Ninlil in various guises, rapist, resulting in the conception of the moon god Nana and the underworld deities Nergal, Ninazu, and Enlilulu. Enlil was regarded as the inventor of the mattock and the patron of agriculture. Enlil also features prominently in several myths involving his son Ninurta, including Anzu and the Tablet of Destinies and Lugale. Okay, I was just reading that out of Spikipedia. See what I'm saying? I know, right? I butchered it super well. I tried to say it too fast, I think. Mesopotamians. I can't even say it right now. But yeah, okay. So that's what you're saying. I'm trying to get into the story of it to see what they're saying.
I'm saying that's their version of it that was pre-Bible, biblical, and that you need to read that to have a little bit of more of an understanding, because the one good thing that it does do, it actually it brings you to the King's List. It makes you understand. It makes you understand the eons of time that they're actually talking about, unlike what the Bible does. Because the Bible talks about people living for like 900 years and 500 years. You think, what the fuck are they talking about? Well, actually, what they do is they break something. In some cases, the people are not actually people; they're a nation. They've been condensed into a kind of era. So an era would become a persona, and you begin to understand the intricacies of what the Bible's all about. Yeah.
Y'all heard it here first, yeah? Pastor Droops up in the spot, live with me, Billy Motion.
I don't call myself a pastor, thanks. I'm not elevating myself.
Reverend Droops.
I'm just having a discussion from the way that I see it. It doesn't mean that I'm good enough. No one needs to follow me. I am putting a disclaimer out there. I am
Do you
not
know, I
trying
thought you was an atheist, Jukes. I'm not gonna lie. I thought you was an atheist.
No, I've always said that I believe that there's a higher power.
No, I probably just haven't been on here when you've had a conversation like that. That's all. That's all it is. But yeah, I just thought you was an atheist, to be fair. But yeah. Well, big up yourself for your insight and your information and giving us your insight into it. You know, like I said before, I don't agree with some of the stuff you're saying, but you know, that's that in it. Like you looked into things different to what I have. So yeah, Afghan's in the back chat, bro. Don't let him on. No, I'm joking. Yo, letting Afghan in it. It's gonna cause some trouble.
Afghan's all right.
Man said Pope Jude's the first, you know. Yo, Walter, jump on, bro. You're there just a
Big
type.
up. Good
Hey,
afternoon,
Afghan,
guys.
who you pissing off at the moment? Who you chasing around?
I know.
No, I wanted to. Are you okay, guys? First of all, you're all good, yeah. Yesterday was a hilarious moment of humanity, where Raspek got Islamified in the sense that he got a reality check from the Ummah.
Can someone can I get the clip and play it? Shall I try and find it? Will we get a strike? If
Hilarious. Yesterday, I've never laughed so much on any of
we'll
those.
get a strike if we play it, Felix. Should I get it up? The
Well,
clip.
It's a long one, man. Emotion. They were going on for hours, man.
Yeah,
well, I can brief it up.
For an hour.
I think what happened was, I think he has his own little kind of musical Islam he follows, where the Mandem. This is his own words. I'm not like mocking the culture, but he says, Brixton Mandem, the Achis. They don't roll like this, the atheists. He's got his own imaginary kind of ummah. And I think one guy called Christians kafirs, and he was pissed off over that you can't call them kafirs. They could be called non-Muslims. And I'm like thinking, are you that deluded, man? It's like, he and then he says he's got a dog. And then the guy was right in saying, are you a shepherd? Are you like a farmer? Because according to Bukhari, you have to ask these 3 questions before they can own a dog. Because, if you keep a dog in a house, your deeds decrease day by day. So, man, it was crazy stuff.
It was funny though, weren't it? But you've got to have a sort of like nuanced sort of sense of humour to understand why it was so funny. All of it was funny. Oh, I had a right laugh over there yesterday, and but if I say that I found it funny, they think I'm laughing at them in particular. But it was the whole scenario of it. It was just amazingly funny.
Hold on 1 sec. I just got a phone call. Bear with me.
So did you watched it, Afghan, and found it funny too? I'm glad someone else saw the humour in it.
Yeah, it's like one side he was saying that people like you, Abu Aisha, are decreasing my deeds, and then on the other side he ignores the fact that keeping a dog decreases your deeds as well. Like, I think he's fake. I think it's all just a persona he's created for the audience. I don't genuinely think he's a practicing Muslim.
And I'm so religious over there. I don't know why that man's not Muslim, he believes in it more than they do.
Why so religious is just like the best. They can't beat him. That's why they're like tolerating him out of pride.
Yeah, it's so funny.
That was hilarious. Respect, man. Oh my God, he's gonna get a reality check.
As well was when Respect said you're not allowed to be arrogant, and there he was being arrogant. This man listening to himself. But
go on.
Well, I was going to say, that. I mean, people were saying, "Oh, Respect in the side chat, you're only trying to rip us off and things like that." But I do think part of it is that Raspek would like to change things so that everybody gets on. It's just that he goes all the wrong way about everything, you know. He's what I call calamitous. So, but yeah, it was funny. I found it funny anyway.
Yeah, what can one say?
And so
Oh,
Faz, I never realised, right, how comical he is when he loses his temper.
Oh,
And
this
then,
is what I wanted to ask you. You know, he was talking to you about like if a woman like dates a non-Muslim man, she's out of the fold of Islam. Was he referring to you like?
no, I have a daughter-in-law who's ex-Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to make a counter argument to him that, well, Raspek was dating Queen J before he became Muslim, so is she out of the fold of Islam? Because
I
from
think
what I know,
I think what they don't like is that I tell them that my daughter-in-law still believes in God. She still prays. She still essentially is a
yeah.
Muslim, but they don't see her as a Muslim because my son's not Muslim, and I think it grates on them a little bit, you know.
Yeah, because from my understanding is that a Muslim woman can't like marry a non-Muslim man, but vice versa they can. But the point is that Queen J is a Muslim woman, and she was dating him for many months before he did his fake shahada. So is she out of the fold of Islam? I mean, that kind of question should be addressed to Sir Faz, you know, if anyone remembers. They're very selective.
It's one of the biggest things that I dislike in the Sharia laws because I think it's prejudice. And I think it's no different to telling somebody who's black that they can't marry a white, or a white being told they can't marry a black. To me, it's prejudiced. It's got the same discrimination. Yeah.
It's very peculiar. By the way, I've got COVID, Jupiter. It's the 8th day today, 7th day. You know how I got it? You know how I got it?
One of my sons and one of my daughter-in-laws has had it. They were fine.
Oh man, it's broken me, man.
It's not like the cold though, is it? Everyone says, "Oh, it's
no.
It's not.
It's
no,
worse. It's worse than that. You know how I got it? And sometimes I actually believe Boris was kind of right when he said, look, you're in tier 4 or 3, yeah? Don't like go on New Year's thingy out and about, stay at home. So a colleague at my wife's hospital went out on the lash and she brought it over and got the whole bloody ward infected. So my wife's come home and given it all us.
Yeah.
It's nasty, man.
The more people that get it, the quicker the herd immunity and the bigger chance I've got of surviving.
Oh my God! You haven't got it yet, have you?
No.
You've survived.
I tell you what, I think I might have had it before they actually told people that COVID was going around. Because that Christmas, just before the first lockdown, a lot of my family were ill, and it went around the family really over a long period of time between November to January. But like one would get it, and then their kids would get it, and then the other cousin would get it, and then do you know what I mean? And it was like the flu, but it was like worse than the flu. But we just thought, it's a really bad dose of flu. Do you know what I mean? And it had the headaches. It had the
nasty headaches.
Lots of taste, the exhaustion, wanting to sleep a couple of days, you know, and the high temperature. So I reckon that we have already had it back then. But who knows? Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to spend my life worrying about some invisible fucking COVID that might kill me. If I drop down dead, I'll drop down dead tomorrow. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely, but trust me, man, it's like I get these headaches, man. And you know the weird thing about the headaches is that when you move your eyeballs, they hurt as well.
Yeah.
and you get body shivers. I'm just dead, mate. I can't even walk. I've lost like 10 kilos in weight
Yeah.
just in like 2 weeks now.
Well,
The funny thing is, you know how it started, Jupiter, is I was doing long walking last week, right? And on the second day of doing like, long walking, I couldn't finish the 2 mile because I was out of breath. So I think that's the first sign, if you ever get it, is this like shortness of breath that's come out of nowhere. It's nasty, man. Oh, don't wish it on anyone.
Yeah. What you need to do is you need to be in a darkened room, keep your head absolutely still, cover yourself up, and take lots of paracetamol. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah. It's amazing, paracetamol. It just rids all the symptoms. A little cheap 20p packet of paracetamol. You'll be
yeah.
amazed.
But don't stress yourself, because the minute you
Mm,
stress yourself, you're going to weaken your immune system.
yeah.
But you're going to get
But,
through it. If it
I
feels
hope so.
day, they normally know, but by the 10th day, you're supposed to be better, aren't you? So.
But I'll tell you a funny joke. Do you know it was like the Muslims that invented the first hazmat suit?
Okay.
It's called the burqa.
Oh God. Oh my God, you're funny.
Yeah, because I was watching I got off TikTok. TikTok is just a bloody pro-Islam, bloody wackos on that. You ever use TikTok? It's
No, I
just,
don't know.
it's full of Jordan M's, and there was a guy literally on there saying, "We Muslims invented social distancing. We Muslims invented the first
Oh,
rules of the pandemic."
yeah.
And I'm like thinking, wow, now they're claiming that science. Madness. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, we took a look at. I don't want to upset the Algerians out there, but we looked at Wendy did. She brought it up on her show. A video on Algerians, right? And why not to live in Algeria. And so they were telling you what they believe and what their personality traits were like, etc., etc. And that's when you could kind of see a little Miss Algerian and why she's like that. And I suppose with Islam, just like with Christianity, you've got a mix of certain kinds of mindsets that follows the faith, and their personalities just all mix up into one, don't they? So all religions have got a certain arrogance to them. They all the other people. That's why I don't ascribe to any religion. Because you'll get one group saying, "Oh, we are the best, all the rest of you are nothing." Then the next group, "No, we are the best, all the rest of you are nothing." Then the other group, "No, we are the best." But it doesn't even get better if you take away all the religions, to be fair, though, Afghan. Because what happens is then people start going, "We are black, we're better than all the whites," or "We are white, we're better than all the blacks." It's nuts. You know? So are you still there, Afghan, or have you died on me? I think he has actually passed away. Fuck's sake. That COVID's a killer, man. So let's see what they're saying in the audience. Veli says, I hope everyone has subscribed and hit the like button and shared on the social media sites. So get liking, people. Veli wants the likes up. So what else we got here in the live chat? Let's go up. Irish said, Afghan, stop putting your whiny voice on. Afghan said, oh, sorry, Jupiter, my internet cut off. That's okay. I'm used to being left alone. I'm lonely. Hello, Ultra. Okay, Ultra's just sitting there. So. So fine print says, I'm not sure what they actually mean, but when faced, you're the truth. Your colour skin, if departed from it, it doesn't make the truth. Dying disqualifying your skin colour. Stop colorism. Deal what is right objectively. Subjectively. Okay, I'm not sure what they mean because that's not correct English. So, but I think the gist of it is saying don't be colourist. Ed Kilburn says, God of Jacob, you think that's the motive behind mixed race relationships. So what did God of Jacob say to make him say that? God of Jacob says, you will breed yourself out of history. That is the objective. What are you on about? Everybody knows about genetics and throwbacks. You cannot breed white people out of existence. They will just come back at some point. You can't breed black people out of existence. They will just come back at some point. For God's sake, some people are funny. God of Jacob said it's not prejudice, it's survival. No, mate, it's prejudiced. Irish says, quit your whinging, Afghan. You have a fucking cold. Oh, God. Oh, dear, some people are funny. Oh, Billy said, a big shout out to everyone in the place. Elsie said, Giss a song dupes, wind up the fucking lefties. I don't know how many lefties are in here. I'm the ultra.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm a lefty. What's wrong with being a lefty?
It depends how far left. How far left are you?
No, but do you know what the funny thing is? You know, if you have a bird, right? In order for that bird to fly, it needs a left wing and a right wing.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, all this political divide is nonsense. And in fact, I would say it zombifies you and makes you susceptible to all manner of silly BS. And then you start going to Capitol Hill protesting the bloody election results because you're unhappy. It's just nonsense. Do you know what I mean? Just cut it out. Okay, there's nothing wrong with being a lefty, a tree hugging lefty. There is nothing wrong with it.
Oh, no, you're going too far.
What's wrong with hugging trees?
Well, it's
like who gets harmed? Who gets harmed if someone hugs a tree?
No, they can hug a tree, but it's what goes with the tree hugging.
What are you saying? That's it. It's a tree hugging, and that's it. There's nothing else.
No, normally if you're a tree hugger, it's all this veganism, and then on top of that, it's all this.
Listen, I'm a carnivore. I eat meat, mate. I'm a lefty, meat eating, tree hugging, loving, caring, moral, the most moral. Listen, I'm the perfect liberal. I'm the perfect person. Nah, actually, no, I need to lose some weight, but yeah, I'm almost perfect. You know what I'm saying?
You can't be the perfect liberal because the perfect liberal would agree with bloody paedophilia, and that's like, I definitely don't agree with.
The what? What?
Well, if you're a perfect liberal, you liberalisation down to the scale of, well, at the end of the day, what right?
Did you wait, dude? Did you just say pedophilia?
No, I don't. I disagree with it.
Wait, did you say pedophilia?
I said pedophilia.
Yeah, but how do you get that from liberalism? Like children will be harmed, dude. No, don't see when you're right wing and you believe right wing garbage propaganda, you say things like liberals and then equate that with pedophilia. But I'm a husband and a father. And a liberal. Why would I want your children or mine or anyone else's children to be harmed in such a way? That's insane.
That's
an insane thing to say.
The perfect liberal would believe liberalism to the point of anything goes, unfortunately.
Says the person who is a right winger.
Yeah, what's wrong with
come on, it's not how you can't have a right winger define what the perfect liberal would be. And then when they do, they say things like, if you want to be a liberal, you have to. It ends up with you allowing pedophilia. That's insane.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I said
Yes,
a
it is.
perfect liberal. You can't be a perfect liberal because a perfect liberal would take liberalism to absolutism, which right at the other end would assume paedophilia as personal preference.
What? Yeah, but children will be harmed.
Exactly. So you're not a perfect liberal, are you?
No, but what? Wait a minute. A liberal? What liberal wants children to be harmed because of personal preference? That's insane, people. How do we get there?
On TEDx, look them up.
Who?
The extreme liberals on TEDx.
Yeah, but they're extreme level. You literally just said it's in a definition. Extreme liberals. I didn't say perfect. How, if you're extreme, then you can't be perfect by definition.
Okay, if you want to look at it that way, I'll agree with you on that one.
Good. Then we can move on because I'm sick and tired of being right.
You just said,
is Daddy sick and tired of being right? Yes. Say ha ha, Jupiter, Daddy's right again. Say ha ha. No, you can't talk yet. No, can't talk yet. No, no, no. Say my daddy's always right, and it hurts people's feelings. Yes.
How can you always be right when you're left?
Huh?
How can you always be right when you're left?
Because I'm always right, Dukes. That's a conundrum I'm gonna let you figure out. Oh no, it's Jupiter hurting your feelings now. But it's okay because you're a baby. So you can have your feelings hurt and it's okay. Yes.
No, you're not talking to her.
Huh? Oh no, you don't like you're not right wing, no? No, you don't you didn't vote for Brexit either, did you? Of course not, Daddy. I can't vote yet. I'm only 6 months old. Where's he? All right. I'm sorry. Give me a kiss. All right, come on. Let's get you some lunch. You want some lunch? Let's get you some lunch. Yes. All right, come on.
Hello, baby. Hello, little baby. Hello. Yeah. Oh, Daddy won't give you dinner. That's what it is. He's gone. So, let's see what else is being said there. Big up, baby Ultra. Shut the dog up. Who's the dog, Amir? Why don't you come onto the panel, big brave Amir? Elsie said, Ultra, you talk too much, Kaka. You're a Teletubby watcher. What? What? Hello, Water. What do you want to talk about?
I just trying to get on the panel, see how the system works better.
Oh,
using
okay.
a hard drive instead of my phone.
Okay.
Seems pretty good.
No
complaints. Where's Motion? He took off.
Yeah, he'll probably be back in a minute. It's gone to feed the baby, I think.
Feed the baby.
Yeah.
Everybody's feeding the baby.
Well, that's what most babies want. And God of Jacob, what do
No,
you mean?
I'm on a phone call. Give me a second. I'm jumping back on. I'm on a phone call. Water. 1 sec.
Okay. Oh, God of Jacob, what do you mean? Keep that black baby away from that voice. That's disgusting. That's racism, that is.
Keep.
Absolute filth, that is. I can't believe you've made that statement, God of Jacob. Oh, yes, I can. You're the racist. Yeah, I remember now.
What do you mean? How can you not? God of Jacob is Hebrew Israelite, man. That's only one race allowed in that religion.
Yeah, I know. It's another mixed up kind of religion, isn't it?
It's normal for him to say stuff like that.
Well, I don't know if it's normal. I would say it's normal for his mindset. Yeah.
Oh, if you're in a place where people are telling you that, you're the the superior race and the other ones are not, you get end up happening that ends up happening.
Okay. So, do you agree with him then? You think he's the
Oh
superior
no,
race?
obviously not.
Exactly. There
But
is no
you can't.
superior race.
What
But
I'm just
anyway.
saying is that like children when they grow up in a family where the people are racists, and how are you gonna blame? You can't blame the child to a certain point because
Oh, you're blaming his parents.
bingo. So at one point you have to how do you
Oh
deprogram a
wow.
person who is
Well, what if his parents didn't believe what he believes?
what do you mean? Whose parents are we talking about?
Well,
Just
you're saying if you grow up in a racist household, you're going to be racist. So you must be blaming his
it's
parents.
it's hard. It's hard for someone to get out of that, unless they're like they're allowed to see like that's why we want free speech, right? Because we want people to see other views and other things, and then you know hopefully that child will find out what's morally right and get out of this philosophy that he's in, which is it's always dangerous.
Mm.
You know that's why a lot of people sometimes people are following the right things and somebody's questioning them. But if you're true to if what you believe is true, it will always be true forever. It's not something that should change. Just like loving one another is something that's true forever. So if you can somehow, if that could become the mission of life, to love one another, that's a true narrative, that's a true philosophy, and it's not something that you can't tell someone. If a guy's a separatist and you say, well, you got to love your he can't tell you, no, I don't. You know, so that's why you know that's why to me the two commandments, the two greatest commandments, are what stand in life as truth. Anyways,
What two commandments?
uh, well, the two commandments that Christ gave us, you know, first one and the second one, which all
Mm.
commandments stand on.
Mm.
That's why about 2,000 years ago comes here and he applies this philosophy to the world. And it's a simple philosophy, but it's a very hard philosophy to do because a lot of people don't want to love each other, right? Let's face the facts. People don't
Mm.
want to love each other, and that's why we have a world the way it is. The simplest
Mm.
thing is sometimes the hardest thing.
I think it's just a case of mankind is not perfect.
Well, we all know mankind's not perfect. Nobody's denying that. But in order to get to
You-
that, to get to perfection, the ultimate way to get there is by love.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to say I'm against love. I think love is the greatest of all.
Yeah.
But that's not the point. The point is that beings are not perfect, and most people don't even know how to love themselves, let alone love others. Most people
And
hate
why
themselves.
don't people know how to love themselves? It's because again, they're I mean, if a lot of people don't love themselves, it's because of the people around them, the philosophies around them.
Do you think?
Of course, it's always, we can't always, okay, we can't go taking the 1% or the 0.5% of people who are born ill or have some kind of illness as our example of why people can't love each other. You have to look at the majority of humanity. Most humans are normal.
Mm. I think you might have it. You might have it right there.
People are always tending to, when something goes wrong, they always tend to go to the minority of the minority of situation, the 0.001% as their example of why things should be the way it is. You know, so that's where you have a problem. Hello, anybody home? Hello? Everybody's muted up. But okay, let's see.
Okay, sorry, Walter. My phone does that to me every now and again.
So what are we talking about? What was the question of the day? So we can at least get there. Shakura's on. He's quiet.
It says, "What's the most constructive way to move forward after taking an L?"
What kind of L's are we talking about? Just any L? Just
Yeah, any help?
like if you lose a hockey game type thing. You wait till the next game comes along. Hopefully you win that one.
Yeah.
Philosophical L's. Well, that's a different story. Because I think this is about the debates they were having with Raspek on concept of slavery in the Quran.
Oh, Rathbeck just tries too hard to cape. He knows deep down within himself all slavery is wrong. No.
But it's because again, Raspek knows it's wrong. Of course, he knows it's wrong. Obviously, he knows it's wrong. But he has let's say he's following a person who in himself had slaves, right? If we look at the Prophet Muhammad, they like to call him. He had slaves. He had
Yeah.
slaves. He slept with a slave. He did so you people what Raspek doesn't realize is that that's how we're trying to show that this philosophy is somehow flawed, because the person who is the latest of all prophets, meaning he should be the one who shows the best example of all the prophets before him, because he's the last one, right? So you had, let's say, Christ, and then you have Muhammad. Now, when you go look at the philosophy of Christ and how he behaved and how he tried to show the world how to be and what he taught his people, you see one way. And then all of a sudden, 700 years, you have another guy who comes and brings it all back. No, let's go after people. Let's go to war. Let's take over lands. Let's, you don't follow. Bang, we kill you. It's like, what just happened here? It's like a culture shock right away. Like, what just happened? So we went from a philosophy that was saying, guys, you got to respect each other, love each other, try to treat each other equally as one, help each other, get out of the situations, into another philosophy that's saying, no, that's not the way it is, and then at the same time telling us the religion of the past and saying, no, you were all wrong. And then we say to ourselves, okay, give us the confirmation of how we believe in this person. Oh, he was spoken to by an angel. Understood. He was spoken to. Can we have proof, witnesses that saw this angel speaking to him? Nothing. There's constantly, even his witnesses. When you read some of the books from their own scholars, the hadiths and all that, they're questioning him all the time. So are you sure you're getting voice? Are you sure you're just not writing it? They even have a hadith where the guy was writing things and Muhammad was copying what he was saying. So, so that's where the problem relies for me. It's pretty simple, And then then you gotta do apologetics for what he did, because he married. Let's say when we talk about the young girl that he absolutely, people back then were marrying young girls. Absolutely, we totally agree with that. People were backwards back in those days. Of course, we could understand that, especially if you're not but. So if you admit it, then you're admitting that your so-called best example of the modern age did things that were wrong. So what do? You do apologetics in order to make it look right. Oh, the guy 7,000 years ago did it. Really? Oh, real? Oh. So we're comparing now the guy who was 6,000 years ahead of humanity is acting like a person from 6,000 years before him? I thought we were supposed to be the best man of all kind.
Turn your mic up, water, bro. A little bit if you can.
I don't know if I could do that.
I've turned my volume up, but you're still quite low, G.
Am I low?
Yeah, I've turned my voice. I turned my camera my volume up quite high. I can hear Jupes loud and clear, but you're quite low, G.
Let me see if I could do that. You guys hear me now?
Yeah, I think you're doing well. I'm agreeing with most of what you're saying, to be fair.
You see, when you go to your options, there's a thing that says automatically adjust mic volume. Probably take that off and maybe go to your default mic and see if that changes. I know when mine messes about, sometimes I do that on my phone. Sometimes I play about.
Yeah, but I'm not on the phone. I'm on the computer.
Oh, maybe the mic's just a bit far away then, so you sound far away.
Unless I put it closer.
Yeah, that sounds better when you're closer, bro.
Okay, I'll try to keep it there.
But,
hey, Raj is on the panel. Finally, somebody's gonna start talking. All right, Raj, go for it. It's all yours.
Oh, Raj, what did you make of yesterday? Yesterday was so funny to me. Raj, you there?
Looks like he's not ready to go.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realise I was on.
Raj, do you realise you're on the panel?
Yeah, yeah. I can hear it now. Can you hear me?
I said yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah,
oh, we can hear you. Yeah.
Big up, Raj.
Oh, big up. It's Motion. Big up.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
My main man, Motion. Giving us all the tips to get healthy in 2021.
Come on, man. It's Billy Motion.
Yeah, it's just going to be raining for the next few days. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to think of an alternative to stay indoors. It's going to be raining for like 3 days straight. So, yeah, I have to think of a different training scenario.
You know what I realized, though, Raj? You know, in life, there'll be sad songs to make you cry. Anyway,
a voice of an angel! Like me. Like me, I got a voice of an angel as well.
I'm speaking in Billy Motion today.
Oh, yeah, Billy Motion, man. Oh, yeah, what songs did he do? He did quite a few good songs. Which was the one...
I've just given you one, man, but I can't give them all because I got to save them because throughout the day I'm going to be speaking in Billy Motion.
Oh, is that your... oh, yeah, that's quite... Yeah. Everyone should choose somebody. I'll be Michael Jackson one day.
No, don't be Michael Jackson any day.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. All right. I think Reactionary or Nin Carla can be Michael Jackson for the day. What was your... Walter. How's it going, Walter? Hello, Walter. All right, whatever. Hello, Jupes. How's it going?
You know when talkers jump on, people tend to just mute quickly and just go and do what they're doing quickly that they've got to do because they're like, yeah, Jupes is here. Yeah,
I'm actually a little bit tired, man, because I'm not used to waking up this time. Like my time clock's changing a bit now. I used to wake up like 3 or 4 because I used to go sleep around 8.
Are you saying Natty? Natty's gonna be Bitty McLean? Go on, Natty. You say you're gonna be Bitty McLean. If it's raining, it's raining. Is it Bitty McLean? No, that weren't Bitty McLean.
Yeah,
Bitty McLean, bro.
I need to go over what was happening yesterday, Jupiter?
Oh, it was hilarious. Yeah.
Yesterday show on Pinocchio Football Faz.
Yeah. Oh God. I've got a weird sense of humor. I never laughed so much for ages. Actually, I needed it because this new year, coming into the new year, it was all sort of like an eerie feeling on the channels. I was like, what's going on? You know, all the channels are sort of like slowly sort of like just going a little bit weird. And then I went over there and it all kicked off and I was like, oh, here we go.
It was on there because I haven't watched the whole stream yet. I'm too busy freaking like... Oh, can I just say something before we go on? I appreciate you trying to resolve things between me and Sir Faz, but it's way deeper than people think.
It's never too late to try.
Yeah. Faz is one of those type of people that people find him quite... And I do find him quite funny. He's quite a funny character. But there is... He goes way... I mean, he's tried to violate me on the next level. So although I find him quite humorous, it's not a joke anymore between him. He thinks it's still a joke. But between me and him, it's very serious. Yeah, I put him in a level where, I say level 1 serious. Because some of the stuff he's done could have got me hurt. He's made up lie. I mean, he's made lies up that are easily. That's why I call him Pinocchio, because he lies so much. Yeah, that even though I can 100% disprove what he's saying, he will still lie about it. Yeah. So he said that I said Allah is the devil, and I've never said that. Yeah. So you can imagine, like, if you're spreading the rumor around that I'm saying Allah is the devil, you could get me hurt. You understand? Potentially, especially if I never did it. And so I've been telling him to provide the proof, and he's the only proof he provided was me saying that anybody, any religion or anybody that tries to defend their religion by attacking families and the vulnerable and stuff like that, you're not following God, you're following the devil, and I stick by that. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, if someone cusses my religion out, then I start, attacking others and stuff. And their children and stuff. That's you're following the devil, not God. So that's it. With me and him, it's done and dusted. I appreciate you trying, but yeah, it's way too deep, man. Between me and him.
Yeah. Okay.
So what was that? Just because I've not watched it yesterday. What exactly happened? I don't.
So I'm telling you,
basically, there wasn't really much going on. That's when you first came over. We were just having nonsensical conversations. Then an FNAT turned up. I had a bit of a bicker with him because he turned up. I think he was only young, but he turned up and tried to tell all of them on the panel what I believe. And you know what I'm like. I can't stand that. I hate people trying to tell people what I believe. And I said, why are you coming on here telling all these people who I am and what I stand for when, number one, you don't know, number two, I've known these people for fucking near enough 4 years now. It's actually a long time now. I know most of these people. You think they've not met me before. So anyway, me and him kicked off for a bit. I got a bit sarcastic. That all died down with they decided they wanted to talk about Christianity and Islam. I thought, this might be a bit interesting here. I'm going to listen to this. So I just sort of like took a back seat. And then Respect and Abu Aisha kicked off against each other.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. That's funny because you know what? Yeah, Abu Aisha proved what I've been saying, that he's an extremist here, because he even said, if you say I'm not a Muslim, because Respect was said something, and he said, you're accusing me of being an apostate. He said I could get killed by ISIS people in West London, and I've been saying people in West London, and I said he knew people because he was part of that trial where he was driving around in a car with a guy called Talha Hussein, who was playing ISIS nasheeds and surveying army barracks, and pledging allegiance to al-Baghdadi, and he went prison. He's been in prison for 5 years. So I said that. So he vindicated me then, because if you're scared of ISIS attacking you, then there must be ISIS in the UK, isn't it?
He actually said to Respect, I'm not even joking, I am really scared.
Yeah. He may be trolling a bit, but he's best. The guy that was in the car with him driving about, that video footage from Slough Police, that guy was best friends with Karam Butt, who done the London.
That Abu Aisha, the one that was driving in the car?
Yes, sir. That's him.
Thank you for that information. I'm going to bring that up. I speak to
so
him.
he's the one that, when the surveillance footage, the footage where they're driving around, they're playing ISIS songs, and then they're driving around surveying army barracks. Now, why are they surveying army barracks? And then they're pledging allegiance to al-Baghdadi. That footage was used in court to convict Talha Hussein. He was best mates with Karam Butt, the guy that done the London Bridge attack, killing 7 people. It was in the television program Jihadi Next Door. Remember Jihadi Next Door? He was in that program.
Okay, I didn't know
that. Yesterday, and they keep saying, "Oh, Raj, there's nothing going on. Now, why are you always saying that?" And then yesterday he said that if you say I'm not a Muslim, you're going to be in danger by these guys, these ISIS guys. So they must be there then.
Yeah. I don't know. Bloody hell. So there's me. This is the second time now, because you see Bob. I thought Bob was quite funny, right? Not realising how extreme he was, right? And this other one, that Abu Aisha, I just thought it was nonsensical. I was like, just ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It turns out he's another extreme. I shall be asking him some stuff now.
Yeah. I mean, look, if he
a style, but I shall be asking.
But the thing is, yeah, like, look, one of the arguments they would say he's like a young guy now. He's like 23, but he looks around 12 whenever he puts his picture on. He's carrying very young, and you could say, okay, this happened 5 years ago. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, people make mistakes, and you can move on. But when you hear him talking, he hasn't really changed that much. The way he talks about kuffars is like we're like a totally different species. They also said something yesterday that the worst Muslim is better than the best kuffar. And I even asked in the chat, does that mean that ISIS, who are basically committing war crimes, are better than the best Muslims? And Abu Qatada and a few other people said yes. That's a supremacist. That's a supremacist ideology, then.
Yeah, Islam supremacy. We went through this before. You got Islam supremacy and kuffar phobia.
Yeah. If I said to you that the worst Sikh here is better than the best ever non-Sikh, that's a supremacist mindset. Like, I'll never say that. I've met some terrible Sikhs, man. There's no Sikh. I've met some atheists that are better than Muslims that are better than some Sikhs. I mean, this kind of ideology is a different form of. I'm not saying Muslims believe this, but people like Abu Aisha do, and Abu Qatada and all these guys. They believe in that ideology.
No, I think I generally, like I said to you before. I've said this before. I was in a lesson. We was in a lesson, and the Imam said one Muslim is worth 10 kuffars. And this is the Imam saying it and I told the story about when a guy got injured at football, and the first thing the young man shouted out and said, well, see, look, the Imam said one Muslim is worth 10 kuffars because of the size of the guy that got injured. So, yeah, there is an aspect there of that, in it. That's factual.
So was you a Muslim before, or was you just kind of like?
No, I was a Muslim. Did you hear me? I was in Arabic lesson, bro. I wasn't messing about.
Oh wow! All right, I didn't know that.
I wasn't messing about. So yeah.
Okay, so what happened then? How could you kind of like?
One pile of fuckery. That's what happened.
Oh no!
Like, real talk, bro. Like, listen. If you believe in God, and you come from, for example, a background that was, say, Christian or something like that, and you read a book that keeps telling you to go on with that you keep seeing, and people tell you about this other book, and the prophet in this other book is more important than your prophet. Like, well, what am I reading this for then?
Who's the prophet you're talking about? Jesus.
Esau, they call him. If he's the one in it. He's the man that comes back in it. That they say and kills the Dajjal. So with a flip of my follow, I might as well just follow Jesus' word. Then innit? What am I following Muhammad for?
Well, this is why I kind of like when I went Speaker's Corner, like the Christians like like when I used to listen to the Muslims doing dawah, they would keep on mentioning Jesus in the Bible. I mean, constantly to debunk Christianity. And obviously, as a Christian, if you're a devout Christian, like some of the people at DTCI, they're gonna be offended by that, and I think they have a right to defend Jesus that they believe to be Jesus. I think they have a right. Obviously, Hattun's gone a bit too far, and that's what. Yeah, obviously, I understand, but that's why DCCI is called Defend Christ, Criticize Islam. Their reaction to the Dawah teams and them lot constantly mentioning Jesus to get converts. I've heard it 1,000,000 times. Whenever I go there, oh Jesus, oh we believe in Jesus, we love Jesus, and all of that, and oh the Bible is corrupted. And so when the Christians are now coming back and saying, okay, what about your own book? They're getting very upset.
Yeah, I don't understand that as well, because they are constantly told if they don't understand something to refer to the books before, and yet they don't. They try and put those books down.
That's the point I'm making. And again, something can't. Sorry, Jukes. Go on, carry on. Sorry, my bad. I get ahead of myself.
Go on. I'm listening.
No, I'm saying like something that's so perfect, and so that's why we have to look at some of these books with skepticism, because things that are so perfect would envisage these things. Things that are so perfect wouldn't need you to go and find a prophet from somewhere else, from another people. It wouldn't.
Yeah.
It
I
wouldn't.
think the other thing as well is that Muhammad, as far as I know, didn't do any miracles, but yet Jesus did plenty.
He didn't do shit.
Yeah.
He didn't do shit but kidnap some people, take his stepson's wife, and look young girl.
So can you do me a favor, Veli? Can you just quickly share this screen here? because I just want to show Jupiter how serious some of these guys are.
Yeah, you need to let me get me updated on some of them, because I go over there. I need to know which ones I'm dealing with. I don't need to know.
So praise Allah and Abu Qantada, especially Abu Qantada, is one of the most extremist people out there. Abu Qantada. I'm not saying Muslims. I'm saying Abu. I mean, Surfaz isn't really extreme. He's just a cunt. Yeah, and some of the other ones, like, you know, some of the other people. But this guy here. So this is the guy that he was in the car with. Yeah. What's his name? Abu Aisha. And so you can see here, he's the guy that was driving, and Abu Aisha was the passenger. It says, a close friend of the leader of London Bridge terrorists who made an ISIS propaganda video outside Windsor Castle is facing jail. It can be real. So that video had Abu Aisha in it, and I can get the video and play it. Talha Hussein, 21, and another friend who was Abu Aisha, filmed themselves in a car outside the castle and the nearby Coldstream Cards barracks as they made threats and yelled ISIS slogans. Yeah, Hussein made a second video outside barracks in Hanzo with Haroon Ali Saeed. That's thingy. He was 19 then. Yeah, that's his name, Haroon Ali Saeed. I didn't know that. I thought it was
so this photo you're showing us is Abu Aisha or his friend?
No, this is his friend. Abu Aisha didn't get convicted for whatever reason, but this guy did for I think he had extra links. So you can see here, Hussein was a close associate of Karam Butt, who led 2 other men on a vehicle and knife attack on London Bridge and in Borough Market in June, killing 8 people. So Haroon Ali Saeed is Abu Aisha, and obviously he comes from West London. And you can see this guy is not a joke. Yeah, this guy was best friends with Karam Butt. And so all of this guy, little Abu Aisha, who seems quite innocent, is not as innocent as you think. And this is why I say to people, like, people think I'm picking on him. But this guy is still showing shows of very radical views. Yeah. And the people he's very close to are, like, you know, people that we know to be very radical.
Yeah.
So, you know,
he's quite childish though, isn't he? That Abu Aisha. Because he thinks it's going to bother me writing on his avatar, Jupiter is a man. I mean, that's how silly he is.
Yeah, but he's 23 now. Now, he told me when this happened, he was 16 or something. He wasn't. He was 19. So he lied about that as well, yeah. So he was an adult. Now, I would say that people can change it, and I agree with you. But from what I've heard about him, he's still as radical as he was before. Yeah, in the way he sees.
I doubt he'll be. I doubt he'll be less radical. What he might do is be less public with what his feelings and what he thinks about stuff. But I sincerely doubt, and I seriously doubt he's got any kind of even remote, minuscule amount of less radicalization in him. He's always gonna be the same thing, because that's what he believes. Listen, as long as these people see things in Syria and feel victimized by the British and so on and so forth, they're going to have these radical views. Do you understand me? As long as they use the excuse of feeling marginalized and all kinds of stuff, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. They're going to feel radical. They're going to be radicalized. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, everyone says I'm picking on the little football, but let me say something. This little prick here is a mouthy little cunt. Yeah. So if he just shuts his mouth and doesn't be so mouthy, maybe I might have to keep on pulling this up. But like I said, I don't think he's changed. Yeah. And you can see what were they doing? Hussein made a second video outside barracks in Hanzo with Haroon Ali, who was jailed for life. What? Oh, this is something. Haroon Ali Saeed is somebody else. Sorry. He was jailed for life in July for plotting. So he made another video with somebody else. So that's not thingy. Then that's somebody else. So I'll apologize for that. He's
wait, right. So he's friends with the London Bridge attacker guy.
No, I'm not saying Abu Aisha is, but if you listen to Talha Hussein 21 and another friend filmed. So the friend is Abu Aisha. I can get the video up. You can hear his voice. It's very distinctive. And they were outside in a car. They were driving about West London. And nearby the army barracks, yeah, and they were making threats and your ISIS slogans like pledging allegiance to al-Baghdadi and stuff. And so, this little guy that people think is quite innocent isn't as innocent as you think. Now, this guy's the guy with a picture on. He's the one that had was best friends with the London Bridge attacker that killed 8 people.
I didn't was innocent. I just thought he was a bit backward. Let me put it that way.
This dude here.
Now, let me play the. I play the video.
We're on Sir Faz's. But now I this, I shall be slipping some.
So let me play the actual footage that was helped to convict Talha Hussein. Yeah, listen to the voices in the car and tell me who do you think it is. He's confirmed this him anyway, but sometimes he tries to lie. Billy, if you could share the screen for a second.
Raj, love a share screen, innit?
Yeah, of course, man. This is why I love freaking StreamYard. Man. All right, so here's a video. It's Slough Express, a video counter-terrorism police in Southeast. A 21-year-old man from Slough was found guilty of a string of terror offences on Monday, July 31st at Old Beatty. A 15-day trial. Talha, formerly of Slough, was found guilty of 7 counts of discriminating terrorist publication. So this particular video is used to convict him. Now, for some reason, little Abu Aisha got away with it, and nothing happened. So they're driving around West London, outside Army Barracks. So just have a listen. Now, this song I've had translated. It basically calls for the death of kuffars and stuff. So anyone saying this is some normal Muslim song, it's not. Yeah, it's actually an extremist song. Yeah, it's a song by the Taliban or ISIS. I can't remember which one.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah. Put your window down. Yeah. Got some beer, yeah? Yeah. Inshallah.
Whose voice is that thingy? Jupiter?
Yeah, it does sound like him. I'm going to be asking him now when I go over.
No, he's confirmed it's him. He's confirmed it's him. He's confirmed it loads.
Yeah. What was it? You see the statue of the Queen? Just as the statue of Iraq of Saddam Hussein will topple the Taghut, so will the statue of the Queen will be toppled when this land is liberated, when Fallujah was liberated, and when Windsor will be liberated. Maybe in 10
Sorry for a pause here, but you need to show Wendy this here about the Queen. I want to hear her go off on him about the Queen.
20 years, maybe 30 years. But one day, Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Little Islam باقية! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! You have to pay to go on these trains. One day under the Khilafah, there wouldn't be any taxis, for train fare. That's stupid, man. I mean, I remember back in days I used to pay £4 just to go to school, bro. What the hell, man? Oh, this one, yeah, this one. These are the Windsor barracks of British Army. What army made the burning hell? Inshallah, you're dead in Jahannam and all the in Jannah. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Dawlat al-Islam! La ilaha illallah! Sharia for you, inshallah! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! بنا الاشتعال رجالي من الله هبوا كراما لماذا تلاقي محب المنايا لماذا تجاري.
Oh, the music's doing my head in, please.
فروض الجنان تنادي النزال تنادي النزال. إن الذين تقطعت أوصالهم ذكني شوي والكن وتمشطت دون
when they're drinking in people that haram, they make the hellfire more bigger.
سبحان الله سبحان الله
We're the موحدين إن شاء الله الحمد لله we're outside. We're sharing them, we're making bubble from them.
After music concert
Allah we keep talking now. You're waiting for
Inshallah one day she will pay jizya to Dr. Ibrahim Awad Hafiz
You see that place over there? Inshallah we're going to take that with the British flag.
with the black flag of Tawheed.
Inshallah. And this with Amir al-Mu'mineen, Amir al-Mu'mineen Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. So they're saying that that's an army barrack and that the flags of the black flags of ISIS will be up, and Abu Baghdadi is the leader of ISIS. It's nearly finished.
Inshallah you'll be there. He'll come for holiday. Inshallah. Allahu Akbar Allah.
My dear brothers and sisters, it's not done, inshallah. See the Sharia, inshallah, over their own nose.
No, everything is everything. I'm being the option.
دولة الإسلام باقية الحمد لله الله أكبر
باقية وتمدد إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
That's right, الزحوات مرتدين يا كفار the way إن شاء الله.
Dying you're rich.
إن شاء الله to be لكم.
I don't understand it all of it. Different types of Arabic. You got Quranic Arabic.
Now the thing is, I've got a translation of the song here. Let me find it while you lot just chat for a minute. I've got a full, because what they're going to try, what he's going to try and say is, oh, the song was just a normal song, but it's not. It was actually, it's actually a song that, you know, if a Muslim plays it, you're actually supporting like ISIS or the Taliban.
Yeah, it sounded to me like fucking curses being rained down.
Well, I got the translation. It's about destroying the kuffars. Let me find it for you.
I want to say this is Raspek's crew, yeah.
Yeah.
No. He's against Raspek. This guy.
Oh, he's against Raspek. Oh, because he's not radical enough.
No.
How much bodies you got? How much bodies you got? Like,
oh, are you? I don't know if you're having a. You not like Raspek, but you do like Raspek. I don't know.
Listen, I don't know him. I don't have a feeling about him whatsoever. None whatsoever. But I was on his thing the other day. I'm not on the show, but I was listening in the other day, and I was listening to some of the things he was saying, and I'm just like, yeah, that man just chat shit. And he's a newbie to Islam, innit? A newbie. So, you know, he's seeing it with rose tinted glasses, and I was that newbie. Do you know what I'm saying? I was that newbie.
He's been like that for about 2 years now.
Yeah, but it can listen, Dukes. It can take a few years. I was sitting there for a few years with rose tinted glasses. You understand me? No, man, but Islam it doesn't talk like that. No, I don't mean like that. And you gotta be like, you got what I'm saying? That's how I'm talking, you know what I'm saying? And then when it comes down to later in life, you get what I'm saying? And it's as it goes along and all that novelty wears off and you start to see the, you know, another person comes to you and tells you, oh, this ain't your religion, bro. Like, do you get what I'm saying? And you're like, you people keep telling me this, but a man telling me I can't do you nothing, innit? Because you're a Muslim, innit? Now, you're telling me it's not my religion solely because of the color of my skin. Now, if it was another guy, if it was a white guy, they told me, yeah, go have him. He's a kuffar. Let's all get him. But because it's a Arab Muslim, or should I say an Iranian Muslim or a Pakistani Muslim, and I say, nah, you should allow it because you're all Muslims. So in the end, I say, you know, fuck that. I don't care if you're Muslim or not, bro. You can't be a Muslim and you're going to be talking about this ain't my religion, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So what am I going to do? I'm going to war with you about it or keep your thing in it.
Yeah.
Thing. And then again, like I said, you start to read and questions come. It's easier to say that when the questions come, because before that, you would just put it down to individual people. But then obviously, when you research and you look and you start seeing about Arabic slavery and the Islamic slavery and things like that, and you realize actually they don't respect us. So why am I jumping on it? Keep your damn thing. You get me? And that's it, innit? Keep your damn
thing. It's not slavery. No. I have to defend Raspek, yeah. It's not slavery. They give their servants or servitudes. They give them a day, so they can have like 10 minutes here, sitting on their special chair.
Stop.
On 2 p.m. Yeah,
but they're treated equally, you know. But they can't run away though, otherwise we're going to capture them and murder them. And their children are going to be enslaved as well. But no, they're not slaves though, dude.
Raj, Veli just hit the nail on the head. Man said Raspek is in the zone of I'm sprung. You get me? Got me doing things I never do. Listen. Yo, listen, man said respect Muhammad Selassie I Khan. Yeah, respect Muhammad Selassie I Khan. Don't play
Does he still believe in Selassie?
I don't know. Is he a Rastitute? I don't know.
Well, I mean, well, I've not heard him condemn him. I'd be interested to find out what his views.
Big up the Rasta man them though. Me not disrespect the Rasta thing. Big up the Rasta man them. Bumbuckler.
No, Rastas. I'm going to do a show on Rastafari. I want to get a Rastafarian on one of my shows because there's so much in common with Sikhism that I didn't realize until like probably 2 years ago.
I've been hearing. Can you give us a few comments? Do you know what?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is how we see kind of like the hair as being something special and stuff like that. You know, with a Rasta as well. You know, the head and there's other stuff as well that I need to go through. But I remember hearing it.
Have you not heard the song? You don't have a dread to be Rasta. This is not a dreadlock. That's what I'm saying. Because it has become it's dreads is synonymous with
Yeah, but you don't have to wear a turban to be a Sikh either, like or have your hair. Like you can still be a Sikh, but you're not an Orthodox Sikh. So there is this kind of things like there's lots of Sikhs without turban. Have you heard of Still Bangles?
Yeah.
He's a Sikh, Still Bangles.
He's saying about I said I gone too far.
Yeah. No, he is. He's a Sikh, but if you look at his father and his brother, but he doesn't. But he's still a Sikh, isn't it? He's still a Sikh. He's just not a Orthodox or baptized Sikh, or we call it Amrit. Let me try and find this video of the translation though, because I need to get that. I got it here somewhere.
Yo, big up everything is everything. I knew you was gonna jump on the Rasta thing. Yeah, man, big up yourself. With Jamaican brother.
October the 11th. This one.
What they saying? Who's arrested Jupiter? Sorry.
There's some stuff going around where there's been a Vatican blackout apparently. Some people are alleging that the Pope's been arrested.
Don't tell that to the F. I'm gonna say it's BLM.
But also there was a you know Pakistan had complete blackout.
Yeah.
Pakistan has also been found to have been infiltrating some government stuff over in America. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Shit. I'm saying all them call centers getting man's deets. You get me? Call centers. Yeah, I heard you've been in an accident. That's why I know.
God.
Raj is your people then, bro. Nobody's listen, nobody's beyond your people them in the call centers, bro.
Oh yeah, oh my god, man. Somebody tried to, like, some Indian lady tried to freaking scam my mother. Went mad on her. Yeah. So what happened is normally I wake up quite late, but this time for some reason I just woke up at 9 o'clock. So I don't know why, and I think that's weird, man. I just I walked downstairs and to get some water, and then I heard my mum on the phone, and she kept saying, "Oh, I can't get access to the computer. Oh, I've tried." She said, "Mum, you know what's going on, yeah?" And she said, "Oh, there's somebody is trying to help me with my bank account. Give me the I'm sorry, not my bank. Help me with my British Gas account, So I was like, okay, let me speak to them. Then obviously I said, who is this? Oh, good early morning. I'm calling about your British Gas. I need to get access to your mother's computer. And I was like, really? Tell me who the account holder is. Although, yes, I think it's yourself. I said, what's my name? Oh, well, I will get back to you, but can you just get the computer to work? And then I was like, listen here, man, you call back with the details and then we'll talk. And I put the phone down. And when I spoke to my mum, she told me that they got her to log onto the computer because obviously mum's elderly. She got to log onto her laptop and then they tried to get her to access. You know what they do? They do what's called, I don't know, it's something with remote control, remote thing where they can get access to your computer, but you have to log into something. And obviously my mum's not that computer literate, so she couldn't work it. And so, yeah, I mean, some of these Indian call centers are freaking disgraceful, man. I'll tell you that now. They would have tried to steal a lot of them. I mean, they've stolen so much money off people. See, this is the thing, like in India, for some reason, there's this big business now of these Indian call centers that are scamming people. And they think that people in the West are so rich that, oh, it doesn't make no difference. But they don't realize that, there's poor people here as well, and they're robbing them. You understand? And even if they were rich, it was still wrong. Abandon, man. Yeah, terrible. I'm still trying to find that video so I can get the translation, because the translation's crazy of that song. Let me see if I can still find it. I don't know where I put it, man.
I bet you can't Shazam it.
No, it's somewhere here, man. I've got so many bloody videos, man. Like, rather than do it, ISS, Focus, no. I don't even know what the question of the day is, man. What is it? What's the most constructive way to move forwards after taking an L? I don't know. I've never taken an L. Hey, man. Have to tell me. No, I don't know, man. I'll think about it in a minute. Let me just find it, because I need to find this before I go, because I need to go for a bit. So what's been going on, people, man? Who's in the chat? Anyone crying in the chat? Let's see who's in there for a second. Let me just see if there's anyone crying. Oh, Natty's in the chat. Big up to Natty, man.
Natty, jump on, G.
Louise. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Louise. Cotton Socks. What else is on there? Check Jim Brown for these scams. Yeah, there's some good channels where they get the camera for their computer. These proper like IT nerds, and they twist it around. Yeah, I love watching those ones as well, man, where they twist the camera and so you can actually see them. So respect. So it's the snitch. If I'm talking, let me mute myself because I'm trying to.
Are you trying to find that tune? Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. My man trying to find a translation for that song them guys are playing in the car. It's like a dog with a bone right now. You got me? But yeah. Big up the people then. Let me see what I want to say on the chat. Let's see what I go on. Sikhism's older than Rastafarianism. Damn straight. Yeah, come on, man. That's a fact. I don't think anybody's arguing that. Get me? Nobody's arguing that. Man said, was it? Man said the Arab Selassie, Oh, wow. Okay, you know, talking about that something there. A man said that the people in the country are saying that there's no blackout, so it's just a myth. There's no blackout. And the Pope's still there. So yeah, there you go. Someone said they are fake call center Raj. Everyone is involved in this scam. Yeah, I was gonna add that actually to do with that scam. There's groups of Romanians walking around, talking about testing and doing fake stuff. There's groups of gypsies going around also, and no doubt there's Nigerians doing their thing as well, mashing up the place. Like, people are seeing opportunity to do this thing, you get me? And that's just, yeah, how it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these people are amassing mad wealth. I'll tell you a funny story, yeah? So imagine now, yeah, my missus' friend come around and she's talking about, she's got money problems, rare. And that someone DM'd her about if they want to make P in it. But this is an artist, this is an actual artist as well, signed to a label, but obviously he's got his people doing the thing. And so she was in my ass and all that, yeah. And I'm like, yo, listen, the money that they're scamming is coming from people's savings and all that, man. Allow it, innit? Like, allow it. There's people that could be saving for all their life to do something nice, or saving for years to do something nice, and you're gonna take that from them. You get me? And I don't do it. Anyway, she turned around and said, you know what? She's already did one, so it was too late. She already did one, so I was like, right, cool. When you done that one, yeah, you need to not do any more in it. Like, just allow it in it. Don't do any more. Like, forget all of that, you know. Boom. Anyway, lo and behold, she never told us that she did. I think it must have been about 7 or 8 of them, yeah? Okay. And then she got her dad on it. She got her brother on it. She got a good few people on it, yeah? So, imagine, yeah, check the scam. This is what happened. She's at work. Yeah, her phone gets cut off. Random phone gets cut off. She's like, what the fuck? Boom. Then
sorry, Motion. I'm gonna go here. I want to upload because I can't find it. I'm gonna upload it on my thingy. But I can't do two things at once. My computer will blow up.
All right, do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Come here, I'll tell a story. Anyway, so yeah, boom. Next thing you know, yeah, she's gone home. There's loads of calls in it from our car company, like, yo, listen, you owe us bare peas in it. So anyway, when it's come down to it now, what's happened is I've told her that they're scamming people out of their savings, innit? She was all right with that. What happened to her was this. These people were doing direct debit indemnity claims with her own money. So everything that she was paying off for her car, all her phone bills that she'd paid over years, etc., 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 yeah, it all got returned back to these people, and of which I think the first payments they did £800 and they gave her something like £100. Do you get what I'm saying? And each time she did it, it went up more. But you understand, these guys were taking years of phone bill, years of car payments, and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, listen, it's a mad thing, innit? Like, obviously she phoned up the missus, innit? Like crying, stressed, and all the rest of it. And I was just like, you see, you fucker, yo, serve your bomb buckler out right. You get me? Because you was happy when you thought you were scamming people that you didn't know, in it. And obviously the same things happened to her brother and her dad and everything else, and they've all got to pay back. Obviously the bank have had to investigate because she had to contact the bank and everything. Yeah, man, it's deep. So yeah, what the person said is right. It's not just the Asian call centers, you're right. You're not. But yeah, anyway.
That's what you call karma, though, isn't it?
Literally, I was busting up. I was so happy it happened to her, yeah. Because I was like, you fucking dickhead, that, excuse my French, but I'm like, yo, this is what happens. You was happy to do it. Even when I told you and you was like, no, I'm not gonna do any more then. And you literally sent the dude a message like, no, I'm not gonna do any more. Rare. And then boom, next thing you know, she's gone and done it, and she's done bare and incorporated, brought in the family and all that. You get me? And all they did was scammed her out of her own money. You know what I'm saying? It's mad. So yeah, if you're thinking about doing them scams, yeah, just be careful because you're not scamming yourself. Don't let the little bit of broke pocket get to you, man. Just ride it out. If you're broke out here, you get me? Get another job. You feel me? Get another job. Or get OnlyFans like Ultra. Wallahi, you're finished, James. Wallahi, you're finished, James. Mad. Yeah. Anyway, big up the chat. We saying go to Jacob. Address them on the thing, no? Come in, address them. You got some fire in the thing, boy.
What up, bro? I'm just I'm just going back and forth with Culture Vulture James.
Shit.
You know what I mean? Sitting here trying to be cool.
Yeah, mad thing. Yo, big up James Jones.
I mean, James, help me out, James. Play the role of me right quick, James.
You got the COVID?
Bruh, nah, I mean.
Yo, what you say?
Nigga, he said, nah, nigga.
What happened there? This is American courtesy. You know what I'm saying?
I thought Walter was about to talk. Now I don't have COVID. What I have is a slight hangover because my Cleveland Browns did their thing. I partied a little bit too hard. You know what I mean?
I feel you, bro. You gotta do your thing, man.
Yeah,
we say
man.
water.
And my Buckeyes play tonight. I supposed to drive to Miami, but I don't think I'm gonna make it, brother. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
You know who you sound like? Who used to do that, create that drug voice? Was it Richard Pryor? Who used to do the drug voice? Yeah, man, you sound like Richard Pryor right now. I don't think I'm gonna make
I
it, man.
sound like
Yo.
JJ trying to play me. Yeah, I mean, wanna watch this county jam, and I'ma get you niggas damn facts. Nah, I mean, and then I'ma watch good
I don't think he's on the
times.
hangover. I think
Yeah,
he's still on the drunk side.
nah, I mean.
Yeah, Walter, your mic's low, brother. You gotta bring that
I
mic
said,
closer.
I think you're still
Either
a little bit
side,
on.
I'm on it. Shit, I don't give a damn. I
I
know
I
it's
think you're still on
always
a
your
little bit on the
IQ.
tipsy side there.
Don't think. Just don't. Right. I hope so. I kind of like this feeling. Nah, I mean, nigga. Facts, nigga.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I play
so
ball and I watch the NBA. I watch NBA basketball, nigga. Not me, bruh.
okay. I think that's a call out for a certain man. You got me. But yeah, we saying that. You big up yourself. You guys answer the question of the day, no man. What's the most constructive way to handle a L?
Just take it like a man, innit?
Beat a motherfucker up.
And now I've been looking at this. I've been looking at this freaking Pope thing, yeah. And apparently, this group they support Donald Trump because he reckons that the Vatican boys have been exporting like around 800,000 children a year.
Okay, so who's saying that? Trump is saying that.
Nah, it's by this. They're saying it's like fake news, isn't it? But
nah.
I don't know. But they're saying that they support Donald Trump, contending that he's leading a secret battle against satanic forces led by Democrats who are involved in human trafficking and other crimes against humanity.
Okay. So we'll talk about Hillary.
Well, this is it, man.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. She's probably been the most savage of any politician I've seen. She's been like Trump. As much as Trump is a dickhead, yeah, he absolutely savaged her at every opportunity. Like, absolutely murked her. Yeah, yes,
she
big up
disappeared.
MA, my brother. Yo, big up MA. You remembered. Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know. There's something fishy about this Trump thing. Like the way how these men are going on, like.
Is it fishy like Melania?
Don't know. But boy, I don't know why everyone over here is so freaking like concerned about it when it's an American thing.
I couldn't give a damn. It's a game that it's a game. There's a game being played that we ain't privy to, innit? So what the frick am I killing up myself to even like? Don't get me wrong. In some aspects, you want to be in the knowledge of certain things like legislation that's going through and what they've got planned for us in the beginning. I mean, in the end game. But at the same time, the games that they play between each other, they're above and beyond above most of our heads. You get what I'm saying? So there's different forces at play. We don't understand them. So what's the point of even pretending that we do? Because all it does is just sounds like conspiracy theories. Do you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about the Pizzagate thing, but again, like, yeah, I heard about that. I can't even say.
Hillary could have played the same game 4 years ago. She was big enough. She let it go. Trump is a crybaby sore loser. Simple as that.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm not saying he's not a crybaby sore loser, but my point was he absolutely ripped her to shreds in debates and every single public, every chance he got to in public, he did so.
Yeah, absolutely. But the point is that she took the loss, complained a bit. She was complaining, like, oh well, she wrote a book after, but she conceded when she lost. She said, okay, Donald Trump is the new blah blah blah. She as hard as it was for her to do, she did it. And Trump can't even say to the guy, look, okay, you're the new president elect. He doesn't care about the country. He only cares about himself. And this has been shown time and time again that this man is about himself. I mean, he has 4 kids. Okay. The way that a lot of people like the Trump family. Okay. Let's just look at it that way. That means that there's a possibility that his kids, maybe one of them could run, let's say, one day for president. But now, because of this, a lot of people are going to say, well, I don't want this to happen again. Right? You're not caring about yourself because George Bush, when he lost, and you still had this George Bush Jr. who came in. You had the other Bush that wanted to go. So they all saw a good family there.
A good family. That's subjective, man. It's a good family.
But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Like the people in themselves, they're looking at this saying, okay, we got a good political family going here, like the Kennedys. Like, when something's going in the States, they like for some reason to keep it. So you had the Trumps. The Trumps had some, he has kids. If he's, this guy, he went in, he went out, he did his thing. During the Trump days, it was going pretty good, even though he was a little crazy. But then when his sons or his daughters want to go for it, maybe they're going to have a chance. But now, with this type of stuff going on, they're probably going to say, we don't want nothing to do with the Trump family. You know what I'm saying? So, he's a narcissistic guy. He cares only about himself. He doesn't care about anybody else.
The man saying he's better than Boris. Shit. Yo, Boris got Brexit done. Get me?
Hey, can I just play the translation because I just uploaded it?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Do you think?
Veli, share the screen. Oh, what? Oh, God's sakes, got the wrong bloody. They're not yet. Got the wrong one. Got the wrong one.
No, for flip's sake. Just click on the
porn. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Was it the porn? Was that the porn, Raj?
Oh, yeah. It nearly went wrong again. Oh, no. Black.com was about to jump up. I'm going to joke. I'm joking. Oh, my God. Come on. I don't watch stuff like that. Come on, man. I'm an innocent young boy.
The women do.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to ask certain females, isn't it, on the panel?
I do. Don't worry.
Where are you, Vali? Share the screen. So when you go on there now, obviously the reason I got it translated was because Halima put that track on a picture of me and my nephew, yeah, and I was like, "What is this music? It sounds similar." So I translated it, and it was the same song that Abu Aisha was playing in that car, and I've got the full translation from an actual reliable source. And you was killed on camera. That if your family was caught in a war. So this is actually Halima's video, and she played that. And you was killed on camera. So, oh sons of my people, wake up. This is from a Muslim site though, so it's not somebody else saying. Oh sons of my people, wake up from the desires you had to sleep. I won't read everything. Fight because you are victory. Fight in every country where they reach the echo of kuffar. So it doesn't say fight against oppression. It says everywhere there are kuffars or non-Muslims, you must fight.
Okay.
And that's the ISIS flag there. Or it might be. And stand up, you are adorned, resist, and pour bullets on the belt of Zionism. Fight because you are our victory. Fight in every country where they reach their. You can fight for fathers. Yes. Do not stop. Hey, people, my people, look how the religion is. And then, so to speak against kuffar and call in aid to religion in the middle of darkness, prepare forces of truth against the kuffar. Now, people might say, okay, that's not, maybe still the song isn't a ISIS song, but look at this. There was a Russian Muslim fighter, yeah, who when somebody plays this track
as he was walking in by accident. Yeah. So look what happened. Yeah, what happened? Polish MMA event accidentally plays ISIS Nasheed during Aziz Kareg's walkout. Naim Qatal is one used by ISIS along with other jihadist movements in the Middle East in many of their propaganda videos, including those that showcase the beheadings of their victims. Yeah. So instead of playing traditional Turkish Dombra music, choreographed fans would be used to hearing as he entered the arena. KSW inexplicably played a nasheed song instead. When nasheed is generally termed for Islamic a cappella music promoting the religion, this particular song, Naam Qatal, is one used by ISIS along with other jihadist movements. So you can see that it's not your average, it's just not your normal song that Muslims play. So if you hear it, it means that they're probably radical. So did you hear that, Jupiter? Have you got that? That's for you, man. So the next time you talk to that little prick.
Yeah, I am going to bring it up. Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you ask him what he's doing. And if he says, "Oh, I've changed my ways," ask him this question: is Bin Laden better than the best kuffar or al-Baghdadi? Because I want to know their answers on this.
Yeah, they're bound to say that they are because they're Muslim. That's how they see it. The Safaz yesterday twice said that the worst Muslim is better than the best kafar, and I said to him,
No, but you need to use the extreme, because some people would say, okay, he's talking about a Muslim that drinks something. Go to the furthest extreme you can get and use al-Baghdadi or ISIS or I put in the chat, is ISIS Muslims better than the best kuffar? Abu Qantada said yes. So you put that on there, because I think some Muslims will say no because they don't consider them to be Muslims, or would say, okay, no, they're not. But you need to put it on them and actually ask him, does he still believe these guys are better than the best kuffars?
This is the worst. This is the funniest thing. The worst Muslim is better than the best kuffar, but the worst Muslim, okay, will get the worst punishment than the kuffar. And they will turn around and say, if a kuffar, this is what you say to the imam. If a kuffar doesn't believe but carries himself in a certain way and so on and so forth, what happens to him? They will say Allah walam, which means only Allah knows, innit? Yeah. So why would you sit down there with this doctrine saying that you're better than the best kuffar when the worst Muslim is better than the best kuffar when you don't know what happens? Because that's your saying Allah walam. So what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, that's taken from the Bible as well, isn't it? Because that's all to do with the Pharisees, you're supposed to be humble, you're supposed to be righteous. And they talk about getting into the kingdom of heaven.
With the virgins. Again,
yeah.
The thing about young girl. It's long, man. It's mad.
Yeah, I mean, most religions have some sort of superiority complex, yeah? But this is on another level when you're saying that the worst of your people are better than the best of the others. I haven't really heard that about other religions per se. So they're saying people like ISIS that are beheading people are better than, say, somebody that's been feeding and giving charity and helping people around the world.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Doesn't make sense.
Of course it doesn't make sense.
Oh, you need to get, please get Wendy to watch the bit where otherwise said he's going to take the statue down of the Queen. Where is she? Where is she? Wendy, where are you? She goes mad when it comes to the Queen, man. Like, we got to get her on there. Gotta get her on there.
Allow it, man. Yo, it's been a good day today, man. Chill, man. We don't
look who's turned up. The biggest pussy known to mankind. Ghost.
Ghost. Come on here. Huh?
Come on. He's gone ghost,
Why are you running for? Come on here.
I literally done the Ghostbuster on him, man. He literally, put him in these little kind of like.
Yeah, man. Man says he's going to turn into Egon Spain. Egon Spain, gun.
I've got bloody blow straight to your nose.
Get me?
Yeah, he's gone. He's
just got fucking out blows.
Yeah. The problem is, I need to start. Like, I'm getting to the point that the stuff I got at home is getting a bit impractical now. Like, when you got a boxing bag on a wall, it doesn't move. You can't move around it. It's just static. So I need to start going to like a gym, but there's nothing open, man. And that's the problem. I'm kind of like, I'm just going to work on my cardio instead and because I started jogging in it and all that kind of stuff. Well, I film myself at some point jogging.
Not yet, though.
Ghost, get your no good turkey looking ass up on this panel so I can lay the smack down.
Yeah, Ghost is.
What the most
Ghost is one of the... Oh, can I show it? Oh, let me show a screenshot. Yeah, I gotta show a screenshot. Yeah, please let me show the screenshot, Benny. Because Ghost is such a pussy. Yeah, watch this. Yeah, hold on, where is it? It's my screenshot. Yeah, screenshot. So, Belly, share the screenshot for a second. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Belly. Oh, I'm putting too much demands on him today.
He's having a nap.
Putting too much demands on him.
He's having a siesta, mate.
Yeah, you should stop dropping off. That's what you need to do.
Where is he? So, for months, yeah, this guy's been saying, man's going to get a knock on the door soon. Let's see what the guy can do. We'll come and talk to your mum at your house. London boys will drag you on the streets. His mum and sisters will get slapped up. And then the other day, I showed him what I've got in my house here. I got one of these here. And all of a sudden, he goes, I don't go to family houses. Not my style. I wonder why. I wonder why you changed your mind. Ghost? Why did you change your mind after all of this? I wonder why. I wonder why, Ghosty.
Someone said you stabbed your own hand the other day. Is that true?
Now, what happened is, let me just, I don't want to do it again because this is kind of like a religious thing, yeah?
Yeah, don't point that thing towards you, Roger. It's lethal. Fuck, you know.
No. So basically, it's called a katana. It's an Indian weapon, and kind of a basic one. But what used to happen in fights, they'd have two of them, or one with a shield, and you can put them in your pockets. It's quite light, yeah. So what I was doing was, I had a can, and I just wanted to show how sharp it was. So I put it through, and it just went straight through like butter, even though it's not that sharp. But this is the cut I got. Look.
Ooh.
It's tiny, man. Nothing was even that. Everyone's making it feel like cut my hand off or something. So
yeah, they were all going, he stabbed himself. He stabbed himself.
Look.
What?
No. That's what it is.
Never point sharp objects towards yourself, though. Always away.
Yeah.
Always away.
Now, what it is, I underestimated the can. So here's the can. As you can see, it went straight through very quick.
Yeah.
And I wasn't concerned. So I haven't used this for a long time. And so when I went like that, it just went through. Yeah.
And what weapon we use in Jamaica? You know what weapons we use in Jamaica?
Machete.
Anything that comes to hand.
That's the thing.
Don't say that to Raj. Don't say that to Raj. He's got plenty of things to hand, man. He's got plenty of things to hand.
Yo, listen, even a grease pot, yeah, you're sitting there getting your hair greasy, and a grease pot.
No. I've even got in my living room here. This was something I would use here. I've always thought because, like I said, I'm not violent, but 10 years ago, I have to keep on saying this because people think I've gone mad. But this has been around in my house. I've sussed the house up for what weapons there are. 10 years ago, there was like 3 robberies around the area, yeah. And so I kind of like laid all these weapons around it. And this is one of my favorites here. If you know how heavy this is, if I was to chuck this or this was to hit someone's head, yeah, this thing would like do a lot of damage. So yeah, I've done the thing, looked at stuff in the house.
Blunt trauma, yeah. Trauma.
Yeah, just stuff that you can have a look around.
Yeah, Raj, 1 second. I just want to say, I see from some of these Muslims, yeah, they talk about the treatment of Muslims in the UK and around Europe and that, but then they'll make comments like the worst Muslim is better than the best kafar.
Yeah, that's a supremacist concept.
I don't get it. Yeah, it's like, well, on one hand they're talking about injustice, and then on the next hand they're saying, that we're worse than ISIS, basically.
Yeah. And
does he include ISIS in that when he says that? Does he, when he says that, would he include ISIS in that, Raj? Do you think?
Depends if they see them as the worst Muslim. They might not see them as the worst Muslims. They might see other people as the worst Muslims.
True. Yeah.
Oh, can I just say something? Lip Gloss said they reported me to the police. I'm scared. I'm terrified.
People love run to police, man.
Yeah. I have a right here to defend my property, yeah. And I would even go jail. I'm going to be honest with you. Someone come to my house here, and I was defending my property, and I was defending my mother and some of my parents, and that person got hurt, and I have to go jail. I'll go jail, whatever. Who cares?
No, have those weapons in your house, there's not fuck all they can do with it. As long as you haven't set it in a way
this is actually a Sikh weapon, so you can buy them thingy. And it's only in my living room. I'm not walking around the road with this. People have katanas in their house. You just can't take it out.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, that does look naughty.
Yeah. No, but what they used to do is like, what would happen? Say if you lost your sword, they'd have one of these on the side, yeah. And then what they do, you have a shield, you can punch, because you can imagine if you was to uppercut someone like that, there it would go straight through. And this is a basic kind of like not even that good really. There's ones that are so sharp that if you were to touch it. So this is more an Indian weapon, but the Sikhs used to use it a lot.
Yeah. Let's put the tools away now, though, because some people might think.
But don't worry, man. Don't worry.
But you know what they're like for reporting and stuff.
You know, say someone came in your house and didn't have a weapon and you used that, you know you're getting jail, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I understand about reasonable force. I understand about
equal force. If they have a knife, though, you can use a knife.
Reasonable force.
Use a knife, but it's got to be equal.
But it also, one thing I looked, because when the burglaries were happening in my area, I checked with the police. I said, look, I've got elderly parents, and they're very vulnerable, and that I was to use a little bit more force than normal because I felt for their safety in order to prove it. And they said, all right, you don't. But they kind of hinted like, all right, they would kind of take that into consideration because if you've got like kids in the house, or you've got elderly parents, and there's some mad dude in the house and he won't leave, and you then do something to force him to leave, then fair enough.
Cry.
Yeah, they're not going to leave with flowers, are they? Oh, here's a flower. Leave my home. No, you're gonna have to do what you have to do to prove a point in it, so they leave.
Yeah, you're allowed reasonable force within your own domain.
Yeah.
Yo, Veli, put my avatar on screen for like 5 seconds, please, bro.
Oh, don't worry, lip gloss. I'm glad you reported me because then I can show the police all the threats I've been getting over the last couple of years. And obviously, I've reported to the police already. All the people in my house got house protection on there anyway.
I'm not going to say you, but somebody that we know, Raj, reckons they're going to the police about me for slander. And I was like, are you serious? I can't wait for the police to come round so I'll show them the slander.
Isn't that civil? You can't even go to the police. Isn't that civil?
Yeah. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, okay, go on then.
Okay. Yes, but lip gloss, the police that you talk to don't know the history of my situation. So once they find out my house is on a protection order and that I've been getting threats from extremists, and I'm just saying that, and they also know that in my area there was 3 robberies, and that obviously you might want to protect your property. There's no issue, and also that particular katana is a display object. You understand?
One second, Raj. If you guys can see the display, here you go. Yeah, is the image of the Islamics or the Islamists or the Muslims selling the little kids. See them young kids as well. Yeah. So when they were doing castrations, they were castrating people from very young. Also, let's not get twisted. So slavery, they don't take old people, do they? They take young people. Do you understand me? So throughout the centuries, not only was there rife pedophilia with these people raping these young females that they were buying or capturing, yeah. Let's put that into perspective, people. Let's put it into perspective. There's your images right there. You can see in it. This is what y'all.
I'll be honest with you. I got an amazing video about the Arab slave trade, but I don't know if I can play it. But it's only like 10 minutes long, but it's brutal. And but I think the channel's might get strike. I don't know whether it's got copyright on it. That's the problem.
Is it the one that I played on Wendy's?
No, it's a different one. It's a really it's pretty crazy, man. They got stories about because they say there wasn't no worth between a white slave and a black slave. They're all treated equally, so slavery is good. But if you look at the stories, the black slaves were 100% seen as less than the white slaves. So there's loads of stories where they would give a slave as a gift. He was black, and the people would be, oh, why have you not given me a white slave? I wanted a white slave, ginger hair, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So there was this racism within it as well. The black slaves were seen as less.
Yeah, it's sad. It's just sad. What human beings can do to other human beings is disgusting.
Yeah, lip gloss. I don't mind, because the problem you're going to have, lip gloss, I know you think you've done some master genius move, but considering that I have a police protection on my house and I've told them people are trying to threaten me for the last 3 years and I've reported it, they're not going to be able to do nothing. And also, what I'm showing, the katana, is actually a Sikh or an Indian dagger, and people actually have in their homes literally full on machetes. I've seen people with freaking ninja swords in their house and stuff like that. So yeah, what do you think they're going to use those ninja swords for? If someone come into the house, they'd probably take it out and say, "Look, leave the home." I think you have a right to do that. Whether you swing it or not, different matter.
You see what I'm saying? See, Pronan saying she watched the YouTube interview with kids who was kidnapped by ISIS and girls 10 being raped daily by 40-year-old men. Now you sit down and tell me, yeah, it's just the individual where everywhere this thing goes, the same thing happens. Yeah, not grown women, young girls, whether it be Britain, whether it be Syria, whether it be Africa, the same things you people, not you people, but the same things that happens in the name of Islam.
Exactly. And this is the thing that people need to understand when they say here, oh, it's mainly Pakistani, and that there's nothing to do with, like, with the grooming gangs. They say, oh, but it's mainly Pakistani men. It's nothing to do with Islam. It's not true. You have to step out a bit, and once you look at across Europe, the same thing is happening all across Europe and Nigeria, because I do know about Nigeria quite a bit, and it's happening in Nigeria. And the one thing that links them all is the religion. Yeah.
But just to be fair here, why would we assume that it's because it's in Islam? It's not in Islam, is it? Like Islam, the religion itself.
It's the extreme interpretation. So you've got a group of people that
I understand, but what is the interpretation that they are using to groom children?
Right,
the fact that they're better than non-believers. That's what.
But what does that have to do with even if you feel better than an unbeliever? What does that have to do with molesting children or gang or whatever?
My point was this, bro. Everywhere that it's gone, the same patterns have gone around.
Right. I mean, obviously, we can say that in all societies there are psychopaths and people who would abuse children. But for me, I'm when it comes to Islam, I just want to know what verses or hadiths they may be using to do these type of grooming gangs. If it doesn't if it doesn't exist, then it's something that we could use against this type of philosophy.
Well, they've been allowed to always keep the female, because I'll break it down for you, because this is what I used to hear, isn't it? Like, we are at war, we are at jihad, yeah, okay, and the enemy is the West, okay. The children of the West are to be that you can enslave. Remember, you can enslave your enemies. The children of the West are the slaves. They become their sex slaves. They become their people that they groom and sell to each other and make money off. Do you feel what I'm saying, Walter?
Yeah.
That is exactly
okay. So you're saying that they believe that they're still in a state of jihad because
no, this is not. I don't believe. It's what I've heard, and they that's what they think. That's what they believe.
Yeah, they think they're at war with the West. Mm-hmm. He's right. They think they're at war with the West, and they do the right hand possess. That's what you're looking at if you're looking for the text.
And there is a degree, and in some cultures, for example, i.e. Pakistan and some other cultures, they do look down on certain cultures' women based on media, things that are portrayed in the media, i.e. pornography, etc., etc. There's loads of different things that also shape that pattern as well. But the point I'm making is, everywhere they've gone since its inception, they've been troubling little kids or little girls.
Yeah, and because
where I live in Canada, and I've never heard of this situation of grooming
Yeah, it
gangs.
does happen in Canada. It does. Yeah, there's some good videos on YouTube. You should
Well, I
type it
mean,
in.
you could play this, but in our law system so far, in our news, in our reporting, there has never been. Okay, obviously there are people that are doing these things to children. Obviously, these things happen because
Mhm.
there's bad people out there.
Well, for
But
40 years.
Canada, I mean, in America, I've never heard of the grooming gang type of thing.
Okay, we'll type it in to YouTube, and
No,
I'm
but
sure you'll
why
find it.
YouTube is not my news, Jupiter.
No,
Jupiter,
check the
come on.
news. You'd have to check the news on stats and that. And I can't, brother.
I'm not
I
going to
can't
go
tell
by
you that
YouTube. Come on.
Yeah, I
All
can't
right,
tell you
we'll
that right
Google
or
it.
wrong. You'd have to
Google it.
check the official stats to know the truth about that, to be fair. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Google it.
But what's his name? Mr. Alio. Jump on, bro. Because look, you're just using that little kid's argument. You're an Islamophobe. Bro, stop getting in your feelings.
Oh, that's the Mr. Alio's the guy that basically said that he has no issue effing a 9-year-old. So obviously he gets upset when you start.
Oh, that's the
Bro,
guy. You're
he's
pedo,
one of
man.
the
Come on.
guys. He's one of the
Yo,
guys.
One of them.
He's like, what's you lot are Islamophobes because you say it's wrong to have sex with 9-year-old children.
Yeah.
You're an
So,
Islamophobe. I want to do it. That's what he
I want to
says.
come back. I want to come back to water though, because I think it's really important that you understand this water. There's not one country that isn't touched by paedophilia, and there is a connection in different traits. So, paedophiles are normally lone people. They sometimes work in paedophile rings, which means after they've abused the child, they pass the child on. But they're not related to each other. Grooming gangs are related to each other, and it is based on the way they reason it out is based on the fact that they believe they are ideologically at war with the West and that they can do these things. And it's in every country and every country that they're in. So, you can pretend your country's better than other people's, but the problems are everywhere.
I'm not saying it's not a question. It's not a question of being better or worse. It's the thing is that we have people who are Muslims here in Canada and America, okay, and this grooming gang sort of thing that's happening over at UK seems to not happen here. So if you were saying it was part of the culture, so wherever it goes, it's going to happen, but yet it hasn't happened. Knock on wood.
Can I just put
in the West?
Is Canada?
Can I just put my thing? So, I personally,
America and Britain. That's
Oh,
the,
so
that might be another issue. That might be the thing, because if Canada's not seen as an enemy like Britain and America, then it's possibly part of that reason why it's not happening as much. Say.
Yeah, so look here. There is this ideology with some extremists. I'm not saying Muslims where they feel they're at war with the UK or the West, and so maybe they do see some of the women as like enemy, kind of like women, and that you can do whatever. But I don't think that's the norm. Now, when it comes to the UK, London doesn't seem to have an issue, and I think because London is more of a culturally diverse city where people are living side by side. But the further north you go in the UK, the more ghettoized these cities become. So you have certain areas like, up north where a whole population of one area is one group and the other is one group. Yeah, none of them are mixing. And so when they do come in counterage, it's like a culture shock. So, some of these guys up north, when they have been brought up in this very strict kind of like Islamic area, and then they see these girls that are, let's say from the West, that aren't behaving in the way they think to be proper, they just see them as whores. That's it. I'm not saying Muslims think that. I'm saying people like maybe from the Pakistani community up north in these northern towns, because I don't really see it in London. So I have a differing view on that overall. And in Canada, I don't think there's ghettos like in there's a lot of Sikhs in Canada. Not a lot, but there's at least 500,000. So I don't know how many Muslims there are there, but I don't think it's ghettoized like the UK.
Rob, I can tell you, I've sat in Islamic classes and heard the rhetoric. It's not this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not talking from just let me make it up and let me think this and that. Like, I can go by what I've heard from imams, people that people look up to. Now everyone's looking up to this imam. All these young men, impressionable, are looking up to this imam, and he's giving them this rhetoric. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? It's not a situation. Don't get me wrong. I understand you. There is certain little things like culture and location that also has an implication on those behaviors. But the point is, they're not doing it to every nation. They're not doing it to every nation's women. They're doing it to specific people. Do you get what I'm saying?
So was your mosque considered to be kind of an extremist mosque, or was it like a normal, average mosque?
Bro, I've been to a good few mosques, yeah. Some of the mosques I stopped going to, yeah, because they had like MI5 and that watching them, innit? So like you now start standing around certain people and chatting with certain people and so on and so forth. Your name, you're getting snapped in it, in pictures of other people in it, and certain people that are linked to certain things.
So what are they saying then? Like just an average about I'm interested because I've never been to a mosque.
Bro, it's just the talk of other cultures' women is how they talk about them. Do you get what I'm saying? They'll be a lot less disrespectful to, for example, an African woman because they believe that she's more modest and carries herself more modestly in comparison to a European woman, in which case she'd be dressed, looking like, acting like a whore. And that's that.
Yeah, and we've heard this on the panels, though. I've heard it. I mean, I've had it said to me about Sikh women, because obviously Sikhs, we're not as strict in terms of like, you know, how the women behave and stuff. So although we're still traditional, I've had people say to me, oh, yeah, your women. I mean, Ghost Speaker's Corner is one of them. He said, oh, your cousin got groomed because, you know, her father couldn't look after her because his father was drunk. And, you know, he lets his daughters and stuff go out. Yeah. And so they see it as a sign of weakness of a man. I have seen that loads. And I'm talking about from a lot of Muslim guys that say, well, you should be, you know, why is your woman out? What are they doing out? What are they doing out and about? Rather than saying, okay, it's wrong. Yeah, done.
I would say that Motion, you're right in one sense, but not in another, because I read somewhere that actually they don't even try and enforce black women to wear headscarves because they deem that they don't need to, because they don't need to hide their beauty. In some places they're that prejudiced against blacks, which is nasty and evil. I would also say that.
Sorry, so say that again. Say that again.
I read a story. I can't remember where it was now. I'll have to go looking for it because it was about a year ago, where they were saying in certain parts of Muslim countries they don't even enforce black women to wear the headscarf because they don't deem them as needing to hide beauty. That's how prejudiced they are against.
Okay, yeah, I know what you said now. Yeah, shit.
And also, I would say that from earlier when we were talking about slavery, the way they looked down on blacks and they weighed up the whites as being worth more during slavery. That actually their prejudice is what makes them go for white girls. It's a factor of their sexual preference actually as well, Raj. So I would say it was a mix of them looking at people that are non-Muslim as lesser than themselves. So there's othering, and then the sexual preference of the light skin. And that is why they use it to justify themselves by saying they're anti-Western.
Can I just say one quickly before you move on? Pinocchio Faz made a claim that Speaker's Corner skits was Shahid, yeah, and Shahid was putting pictures of my family. No, it was not Shahid. It was nothing to do with Shahid. He's slandering the young guy, and Speaker's Corner skits has nothing to do with Shahid. Big up to Shahid in the chat. I just want to say that because I heard yesterday he said to you that he was Shahid was actually skit, and he isn't. Sorry, go on, carry on.
What's that? What are you not talking about?
No, it's something totally different. It's totally different. Go back to.
No, who said they're streaming right now?
Oh, little old Shahid. Don't worry about it, man. Little old Shahid.
Oh, is that? Why don't you just jump on what you're streaming for? Jump on, bro. The frick, man.
No, leave it. It's all right.
No. Let me just put this to people, in it. Let me put this to people, because right now, yeah, we're on a panel, in it, and you can hear in it, like for the whole time we've been here, yeah, there's been no arguing. People have been getting their words and so on and so forth. So you're more than welcome to come on here and join, and have the same and join the conversation and have the same level of respect that we're affording each other. I can guarantee you that, especially from me. Do you understand me? What I don't want to hear, yeah, is man saying, "Come on to my channel, you chat shit, bro. Jump on the damn thing." The links.
Motion. Can I just say something? Yeah, I'll email you, but they're bullying this young guy. Yeah, so he can't come on there because if he does, they'll start bullying him more. You know, the people that are boycotting. And so I don't want to say too much. So he's actually a really good guy, but people are bullying him up for Sir Faz and them that I'm bullying him and stuff like that. So he can't come in there because if he does, they'll say, "Oh, what you doing on there?" And they'll make his life hell.
So he would like to come in here, I guarantee.
What? He's up to defend his thing, and they're bullying him for defending his thing. Why?
Yeah, but he's a young guy. They see him as an easy target, so he doesn't want to come on it. So
okay, bro. So you see, now I'm gonna address you like this, then, bro. Yeah, you're an easy target to your own, bro. Let that just sink in, innit? You're an easy target to your own. That you can't make a choice for yourself as a man.
Now, can I say something, please? I'll email you in the back because I don't want to say it on it, but it's much more serious than just not coming on a panel. People are going into his real life, like talking to his family and shit. So he's a young boy, only like 19. And people are like, Sir Faz is going up to his dad and or trying to contact his family, talking shit about him. So it's very serious. Like,
seriously?
Seriously. This is why it's not some little thing like it's an internet thing. People are going to his brother-in-laws and are talking shit about him, about he's on this channel, he's on that channel, talking this. So they're causing him a lot of issues. So for him, his issue is like, it's best to stay away because it's not worth the hassle at the moment.
Okay.
I'll email you the proper thing about him in the back chat afterwards, by email, because I've got your email.
Boy, that's deep. So again, I forget my man, not forget my man, because you know what, bro. I hope you find the strength, and your people then find the strength and stuff, to kind of come out of the situation. You feel what I'm saying, and be able to be yourself, So that's all I'm gonna say, and I wish you the best in that sense, bro. You feel me? But for us in the panel, look at it now. Isn't that indicative of something? Can it is it how in? Come on, man.
Hey, MC Anthony, what's wrong with you, dude? You must be on the little the tippy. No, but they actually, just so you understand,
drunk,
huh?
I said he's drunk again. Obviously,
yeah.
He goes like that when he's drunk. He wants attention.
Yes, so Pinocchio Faz or Sir Faz actually contacted this guy's brother-in-law and almost got him chucked out of his house. And so this is how serious it is for the guy. Like, almost got the man chucked out of his house. He's only a 19-year-old kid and made up lies about him. So yeah, he's kind of like in a weird situation. So I don't want to force him to come in there anyway because he'll get a lot of stick for it.
Yeah. Let's see something.
What was you saying before I rudely interrupted?
Hang on.
No, so I was talking about the racial prejudice angle as well in the grooming gangs, and it does sort of like come out. But to be honest, they will get hold of anyone that's that's westernized or they can see as their ideological enemy, and they will justify it that way. And it's wrong. It's wrong.
Okay, I want to see. I need to get when Wendy. I need to leave here, but when Wendy comes on, I need to jump and play that bit of the video. I want to see what happens then.
Man's got a stream saying James Jones can't take the pain and calls boycott.
Yeah, but they're so I mean, what do you mean? They won't cross stream it, and they're saying that the G block is scared. Like, cross stream it's easy. Then you both have a kind of slight control of what's going on their side, and he has it on his side. I was just gonna overtalk. It's the problem. They'll mute you and they'll boot you, and they won't let you talk. I can tell you that straight now. It's happened to me when I've jumped on in the past.
Who?
I'm talking about Football Faz. Like, he wants people to come on their G block to come on there to debate. But the problem with going over there, they'll overtalk you, they'll mute you, and he will actually put you in the back chat. So there's no point.
Yeah, the sad thing is everyone's fighting over the viewership instead of just worrying about the actual conversation and the communication. That's the sad reality of it all. Give the other channel a view, which is pathetic.
Yo, listen, go to my brother's house here. He's fucking putting you in your ass, mate. Simple as that. It's that real. Both of them are twins.
I know they've turned up at Raj's, but for 2 years they've been telling me they're going to turn up here. They ain't come yet.
Bruv, listen, I'm telling you now, you'll be seeing double vision because the twins will just run out on you, yeah? play fucking stupid games. You know what I say? In Jamaica, we got a saying in it, and everything is everything. We'll say it. No, it's dopping no all for frightened. Yeah. In other words, a ghost knows who's too scared. If you believe in ghosts and you're scared of ghosts, it will scare you. But if you don't believe in it and you're not scared, it can't scare you. Let that sink in.
Yeah. Because it's the ghost. It's the fact that you believe there's a ghost and you think it's real.
What did it? That reminds me, Raj. Did you watch that video that the educated guest had of
Yeah, I was just thinking about. I've not watched it, man. We should review it, man.
Yeah. Oh, that was funny because the
I've
bloke
not watched it, man.
aspect. You're focusing on the wrong things. He called him a radical.
Oh God, I did watch a bit, and I know when Respect is in trouble when he uses the emotional card of transatlantic slave trade in an argument about it.
Play it now. You
Yeah. Where is it? Put the link in. Can you share it, or do I need to share it?
Yeah, no, you do it. Play it, and then
it's like a revolver, and every fifth bullet is transatlantic slave trade on it.
Yeah, and he calls him out on it because it's an emotional blackmail. Like if you're talking about, I don't know, in the UK about a certain issue, and it's got nothing to do with slavery, but in order to win the argument, get the people around you in the chat, you then start saying about transatlantic slave trade, and he called him out on it. He said it's got nothing to do with that. Yeah, when you're talking about, he does that a lot, though. Respect.
He doesn't win the argument. It just stops. I think in his eyes, it stops you from winning the argument. It's a defensive tactic. It's not an attacking tactic. You're not going to go anywhere with it. You know, so it's literally a defensive tactic to give yourself time, to get a breather, to reset. That's all I see them doing it as, literally.
Yeah, I think the funniest thing was when he mentioned me, right? As if this bloke's going to know who I am.
Oh, did he mention you?
Me, and people in the audience actually went, "Who's Jupiter?"
Hey, you Billy Ocean's wife.
Would you get a? You're not going to get a strike if you share it, is it?
Hey, Juba.
No, it's educated guest who's recorded it, so no.
Right.
He was right.
Hey, Juba. On a side note, yeah, don't you think Hector looks like Billy Ocean?
No. Hector,
yeah, he does, man. He does. With the sunglasses on, man.
Hector, well handsome, mate.
Billy Ocean. Well, what are you saying about Billy Ocean? Melanie, got this. We're gonna have it now. We'll put a link in. Billy lets us.
Put a picture up of Hector, yeah, and I'm gonna put a picture up of Billy, yeah. Come on. Yeah, can
you share the channel? Can you share the thingy? Respect. I got a better version of it, but I don't want to play it because it might get a strike. This one's a bit choppy, but Billy, share the screen when you can. Yeah, I mean, basically, in a way, like I think he's actually kind of like disrespecting the victim of the transatlantic slave trade, but always putting it into arguments that actually have nothing to do with it. Like it's like somebody who's a Jew. Every time someone's criticizing them, oh, the Holocaust. Do you understand? You're actually disrespecting the real victims of the Holocaust, aren't you?
Yeah. Do you know what? It is an emotional version of control. So before you do that, I'm gonna psychoanalyze this now. So my man's probably used to having a lot of people around him, and maybe it might be indicative in his relationship, yeah, where he controls with an emotional aspect. Okay, and so it becomes it becomes quick to do when you're under pressure. And now you use that emotion to control the situation. Do you feel what I'm saying? He's like, oh, look at me now, I'm hurt. I'm hurt because you brought up the transatlantic slave trade. You know, it's schoolboy, man.
So I'm gonna play. Should I just play it from the beginning and just let it roll, and then you lot say when you want me to stop it?
I don't know, Veli, you gotta put up mine and Jupes' screen, yeah, side by side. We gotta get a comparison. One if he looks like Billy, two if he doesn't.
Oh, he does, man. He does. a smaller version.
Big up Hector Ocean. Are you mad?
Now you need to get one with the sunglasses on though, when he was in Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, that one there with the little afro as well. He had the little afro. That's what it was. Yo,
hey, look at the 70s, man.
So should I play the video then?
Yeah, do you think, man? Do you think?
No, you don't tell me when you want me to stop because I'm just going to be listening. And if you want something to say, just say it. Tell me and I'll pause it.
Has just said this, and this guy has just been a racist.
Oh, that's Reggie, Uncle Tom.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh no, come on, man. Who is this guy? This guy's Mr. Minus. Never heard of him until now.
Is we need to figure out a way to get rid of all the dead weight, all the distractions, all of this, all of that, and focus on what's really important, bro.
Why does my man look like he's looking at a fat ass? Like, I think just walked by with a big bottom. It's like, ooh.
Who? Respect.
The guy at the bottom.
Oh, all right. I don't know, man.
Look at the bottom, you see that.
You know what you said earlier? That is the distraction. It could have been anyone. Yeah, you said it earlier. It's not
I want to say that I've seen the original video. It's not choppy like this. I don't know why it's so choppy, but it come out choppy. Yeah, in the original, it's all smooth. So it might look a bit weird. It's not.
A lot of people are saying, "Oh, Tommy Robinson's not relevant." It's not about the picture.
It's not about the picture.
It could have been Candace Owens and Donald Trump. For me, Malcolm X has got a speech, yeah, and he talks about the house Negro and the field Negro. Yeah, and I ain't got no problem with man sitting down and debating with racists. I debate racists all the time. But the thing is, when I'm talking to them, you know I'm debating them. I'm not giving them no backdoor. I'm not giving them no things. So for example, when Sarah sat down with Tommy Robinson, he basically just gave him a PR to say he's not racist. And he used token Sarah for a long time to pretend that he's not racist. So that's my issue. Malcolm X has had debates with many racists, yeah? But Malcolm X exposed and stood up unapologetically when speaking against racism. And
so what do you think Sarah done then? What do you think Sarah done? Have you watched it?
I've watched.
I was there, bro. I was there.
I watched both of them, and if you can see both of them, the far right racist in the comments, black people was not impressed in general, and the comments are full to the point where when he debated Tommy Robinson the second time, if you can go onto YouTube and see. Because his whole page is run by far-right racists now because he was the first black guy to endorse Tommy Robinson. So the minute he tried to switch up on Tommy Robinson, the top comments on all of these things, they're going against him now. Why?
That's
up your house. You built up your house in a racist man's house as the token coconut. Oh, Tommy Robinson's not racist. That's how Sorrel built up his house. So then when he tried to switch and ask Tommy Robinson some difficult questions after he done the out speech thing, yeah, it all flipped round on him. And you can go to his channel, you can see it for yourself. Like, I'm not lying. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, when you look at these institutions of racism, yeah, we need people like Brother Ashley who expose these nurses who are being racist. They expose these people and make sure, because these nurses who are being racist, I see a post the other day that said, now we need to look into a backlog of everyone that's died when they've been working, yeah? So institutional racism is real. So we do have to know the mentality of the people that are around. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean for 1 second, bro, that we're not concentrating on what we need to do within our community. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we know that we live in a society where there's different ideologies. And if the Jews were more aware of what the Nazis were on, they might have been better to defend themselves.
All right, let's listen, yeah? Let me get back to, again, I'm listening to everything you're saying and I'm taking it on board, innit? Like, I like to listen and absorb and acknowledge, yeah? But what I need you to do, yeah, is, which you have done already, you have said that the picture doesn't matter. Yeah, you said that, right? The picture don't matter, right? Yeah? Don't read the comments. Don't read the comments. Listen to me.
What I was saying,
you said the picture doesn't matter.
Don't read the comments.
Malcolm X has got a speech. So like the other day I called Candace Owens a sellout, and someone was like, why do you call her a sellout? Yeah, and I said when George Floyd died, she decided to say all his criminal history and this and that, as if because we're from the streets that they put us in these estates, yeah? Because we're in because Mark Duggan grew up in the estates that they put us in, somehow that means that he can be shot in the head. But if I came up in Cambridge, my life is somehow worth more than the person that's in Broadwater Farm, or my life is somehow worth more than. So I said that what Candace Owen is doing is she is targeting the racist Trump fans that want to say racist shit, but they can't say it. So instead, they get a black person as the face to say the things. And what I said is Malcolm X has got a speech about the house. Malcolm X has got a speech about the house Negro and the field Negro. Yeah, the field Negro is in the fields warring with Massa 24/7. Whereas the house Negro, he comes as basically the face of Massa, and he's normally the one to whip on the back of the field Negro. So
can I say something, bro? Let me cut you, man. What you're doing now, blood, like big man thing, what you're doing is you're saying things to stir up emotions within people who are listening, bro. That's what you're doing. Every time you talk, every time you come back, yeah, every time I talk about something with substance, you keep going back to emotions, bro. You're going back to talk about getting whipped and getting this and, you know, acid and kids. And when you say these things, bro, do you know what you're stirring up within people's psyche, brother? You're stirring up. It almost seems like you've been like you're there to do it on purpose. That's what it almost seems to me. Because I'm talking about something, and then you're going back to something that is completely unrelated to what I was saying. Completely unrelated. I'm asking you, yeah, is that picture symbolic? Does that picture matter? The picture that I took with Tommy Robinson, yeah, after having a 15-minute conversation about Black Lives Matter, about why he left the EDL, about all these little things, does the picture matter or does the message matter? This is the question that I was asking to you. And you said earlier that the picture's not relevant. Tommy's not relevant. Cool, leave it there, innit? So if the picture's not relevant, if Tommy isn't relevant, let's now go to what is relevant, which is the message that I was trying to put across when putting that picture up. If you can talk to your enemy, if you can sit down and talk to your enemy, your alleged enemy, because I still haven't heard Tommy say nothing racist, but if you can talk to your alleged enemy, yeah, and say, no, racist to black people. He might have said other things racist to other people, but I've never heard him say nothing racist to black people. But if I can sit down with Tommy, and who is a known racist towards certain communities, why can't I sit down with my brothers? That is the message. But you're completely ignoring that message, bro. You're not addressing that message that I've put out there. What you're doing is you're going back to an emotional standpoint, brother. No, I'm not. And what you're doing emotionally, yeah, you're riling people up, bro. You're getting people to think emotionally instead of think with their brains. You're making people think with their heart, brother.
Bro, I beg, one thing you shouldn't do, yeah, is don't insult the intelligence of the people listening. You get me? So,
all right, now again, you've done it. Again, well done. Well done.
You're making anyone.
That's another tactic, bro.
If I talk about slavery and I talk about them whipping the back, because that's a fact of my history. And I know some black people are scared to talk about their history because you get said you got a chip on your shoulder, you get told that you got a victim mentality, you get told that it's in the past, why are you still talking about it? But a lot of the problems that you talked about in the black community now, brother, stem from that history. So without that history and understanding what has happened to us historically, the identity is concerned, and we're treating each other, then you understand why the light skins against the dark skin, the oldest against the young. Then you understand why I said, for me, symbolically, what that picture means, or anyone with Tommy Robinson, any black person with Tommy Robinson, or Donald Trump, or any racist, any black person with racist, what it represents for me symbolically is the house Negro, and Massa. You know what I'm saying? And so when I saw the picture, that's the first thing I thought. Tommy Robinson's got another guy now, another black face that he's going to use as his PR to say, look, I'm not racist. I had a conversation with this guy in Brixton. You go ask him now. Don't talk to me anymore. Ask him. I told him what happened at the Battle of Trafalgar. But I know Tommy Robinson's a snake and a liar. So did you
read the comment? Did you read the caption with the picture?
Yeah. That's another thing I'm gonna get onto. We got to get back to that caption because you started to get onto black women as well in that caption to some degree. So that's another conversation because I don't understand how when you're putting out a picture of a racist guy, I don't understand how black women are even involved in that. But I'll ask you a question. I said, obviously, you done security with Big Bro and that when Tommy Robinson came to Speaker's Corner, right? So you protected Tommy Robinson, right? I
protected free speech, bro.
All right, cool. Free speech.
Because if they can take free speech from a white man, what can they do what can they take from a black man?
But I hear you, but there's a lot of.
And can I ask you a question? Can you imagine? Wait, hold on. Can you imagine?
One minute.
Wait, let me say something quick. Let me just say something one quick because I've let you talk. Yeah, one sec. Can you imagine? Yeah, if the Muslims, yeah. Now listen. If the Muslims attack Tommy, yeah, and something happened to Tommy. Yeah, let's say something happened to Tommy that day. Yeah, do you not think that there'll be race wars up and down the country? Yeah,
all of that, bro.
Do you not think that there'll be race wars up and down the country if there was not a black face there to protect
bro? I don't do that same. Oh, if they touch Mercer, if you burn down Mercer's house, they gonna come and kill us.
That's crazy.
Imagine if you touch Mercer.
Bro, it's not about him, you know, bro.
If we touch, I'm born from that mentality.
It's not about him, bro.
I don't give a damn if Mercer.
It's not about him, bro.
If anything, blood. You see, during slavery, blood, when Mercer got sick, certain of the slaves used to try and give him medicine because they know other people are gonna get punished. Yeah, when the house is on fire, they come with water. Me, I pray for wind. You believe me? I was the one that poisoned the blood clot about you're gonna try healing blood. I ain't got no time for all of that. So I don't really give a damn what happens to Tom Robinson. We've got black people in our community that are scrapping each other.
You don't look. How about
one minute.
You don't care what happens to the man. Yeah, you don't. What about the aftermath,
bro? I let you talk.
What about the aftermath? What happens in the aftermath?
Bro,
Tommy gets hurt. What happens in the aftermath?
Black kids are killing each other every day. Every day, our young little brothers are killing each other every day. Our energy as black men is more powerful. Put on this uniform, blood.
This guy's fucking imbecile.
Bro, control your community, blood, and stop the youth from stabbing.
You want to pause it for a minute?
Yeah, carry on. I just thought I'd put that in there. He's a fucking imbecile.
Yeah, I will say that I'm glad this guy pulled him up on this thing because I've had lots of discussion with Raspek, and whenever he's on the back foot, he would then use and we're not even talking about slavery, we're just talking about racism, and he will use my people were enslaved, and obviously it's one of the worst crimes committed against a group of people, but he used that as an emotional tool to bash you over the head with, and if you start to say something, he'll say, oh, well, you don't care about what happened. Now, he can't say it to this guy because obviously he's black as well, and so he's kind of put him in his place, so big up to the guy, man, for doing it, because I'm sick and tired of him using that argument every time he feels like he's kind of like, failing. Yeah. And the guys,
fundamentally, what the guy's saying is right. Like, if Tommy gets beat up by a group of Muslims, there's going to be a madness towards Muslims. And it doesn't make sense. Now, if that's what you want, then so be it. But I highly doubt that dude there will be the first person in the front of the line when it kicks off. I very much doubt that. Okay, so I'd stop acting like I don't give a shit. The guy's trying to do something, innit? Like everyone's got their way of doing something, innit? But this guy wants to call a man a house negro and bring all these emotive things into play to try and rile. And it's true. It's just to try and rile people up. What's the point?
I mean, the problem is here. There's nothing wrong with emotions per se. Like when I think about the persecution of the Sikh people in the Punjab, I do get emotional when I think about what happened to them, and that's normal. Like the Jews will happen when they think about the Jews, and obviously people that were involved, the people involved in the transatlantic slavery. You should be angry about it and upset, but when your emotion takes control and you're not thinking logically, that's when it's problematic.
Bro, you know the worst thing is, all you gotta do is turn the tables, innit? And be like, so hold on a minute. Are you gonna kick it with people that enslaved our people, that look at you as lower than them? Are you gonna do that? I think you're seen as a low Muslim.
I think you've missed what he's trying to do, yeah. And he's done this on multiple occasions. His ploy or his tactic is he wants black and Muslim people to unite against what he calls white supremacy, against the far right, etc. So
wait, so he's trying to do like a black and brown unity thing?
Yeah, well, black and Muslim.
I can literally tell you this from experience.
So for him,
I ain't spending nothing with that bitch.
for him, even though Tommy Robinson is not really, he doesn't he's not significant even enough. But apart from that, he's not really directly in a position to black people. So I don't know why he's even up to today insists on dragging black people into the Muslims kind of mess. You know what I mean? Because Tommy Robinson
has no foresight, Reggie, none whatsoever. You see the gentleman he's talking to, yeah. He's got foresight. See how he's seeing things and planning for eventualities that might happen. That's foresight. That's what it takes to be a leader. That's what it takes to organize. It's what it takes to make people better. Is to
Like
have
doing the most unpopular thing just for the better event down the line. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say?
he's saying the right.
Sorry, I just want to say.
So wait a second, Shaka.
Songa's trying to say something. Is it Shunga, whatever you call it? What's good, Shaka?
Whatever you call it, you know, that's an interesting.
He's an actual Yoruba. I don't even understand. There's 44 million of us, and we get Reggie. Nice.
Yeah.
Go through.
Sorry, go ahead, Motion. Finish your statement. Sorry, I apologize.
You know, I lost my train of thought. You know, brother. Go through.
sorry if I contributed. I sincerely apologize. I do.
No,
want
I
to
say
say
that. My brother.
I do want to say though that in relation to Black deaths in custody, in relation to Black protest against Black deaths in custody, Tommy Robinson has actually made it a point of duty to come out against said protests and demonstrations as regards to Black people and these kinds of things. So yeah.
What you mean? Once in like 10 years of his activism,
even if
he did specify Antifa and BLM.
Even if you are correct, even if you're correct, right? The idea and sorry, it would also be true to say that a lot of him and his ilk, because I've heard them say this before, and I believe I even heard Tommy say this directly himself one time, that Black people and him should be allied against the Muslims or something like that. So yeah, like I keep saying, on both sides of that equation, there's an attempt to co-opt the energy of Black people.
Well, no, actually, I would say that one is more than. Sorry,
So,
go on.
Yeah,
I would go on.
No. Yeah, I'm just saying that. So I think it's manifestly forced to say that. Plus, if we look at his conversation with Sarah, the second one, I haven't even watched the first one yet, but the second one, he had a lot to say about Black people, what Black people should or shouldn't be doing, and so on and so forth.
No, but that was because he was having a conversation regarding.
No. He came prepared.
Apart from that, before I lose my chain of thought, I would say that when it comes to trying to get the Black community on side, you're getting more from the Muslims than you do from these far right people. I mean, who else? Which other group of people is so quick to call Black people sellouts or Islamophobes or whatever you call it, or just not agreeing with it or not being on their side? They're quick to call you sellouts because you don't because you might not go against Tommy Robinson. You're a sellout.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're correct, but either way, if
you don't go if you don't stand with the far right,
but you might be correct in the sense of saying that. There's less among the far right who would be open to getting Black
Tommy
people.
Robinson's not far right. Number one. Number two, Black Lives Matter does not
respect
all Black people.
Black
Lives Matter is a conglomerate of people for it's communism.
All right,
I'm sorry, you're being disingenuous here.
Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion.
Let's try and get some decorum, man. Let's let each other finish.
Chupa, 1 second before you start. Can you change the phrase from disingenuous to maybe incorrect? It sounds a lot less. It sounds a lot less like the brother's got the agenda.
I don't really care about that. I was actually just in the middle of saying something though, so that's what I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I'll give way in it. I'll give way.
Give thanks.
Since I've come on here 2 years, I've not heard one person talk about Tommy Robinson as much as Respect Rebellion. Like he's spoken about Tommy Robinson.
That's his niche, man. That's his thing. That's his niche. You gotta figure out his niche.
But to be fair, and not to engage in back and forth ad hominems, but I've never heard somebody talk about Respect Fire Bingy more than Reggie. That's
no, I've talked about it more.
That's not really. Yeah, well, actually, that's a good point. Raj is probably giving it a good run for the money.
And so it's always a.
The difference is,
you lot have all got people that you talk about regularly. I'm not really interested in that. All I'm saying is that the reality is that it might be true to say, that a lot of the far right have no interest in getting Black people on side, because a lot of the far right are virulently against and have been historically in this country Black people for generations. That they have no interest in forming any alliances with black people. They see us as taking their jobs and their women, right? and whatever else like that. These are fundamentally racist individuals, right? Or groups of people.
So why is this guy a sellout for aligning?
Well, to be honest, I don't know who the brother is, but some of the things that he's saying are problematic to me.
Right. If you're talking about that,
whether
would be extreme right. That wouldn't be Tommy Robinson. He doesn't believe that.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can draw a distinction among yourselves. I'm not really interested in that. The fact of the matter is, however, that I do think I don't know who this other brother is, so I don't know much to speak on in terms of outside of what I've just heard.
But you know about the
would
security issue, yeah, with Big Bro, etc. You know about.
I knew about Tommy Robinson coming to Speaker's Corner. To be honest with you, it's the first time I've heard that Big Bro was actually providing security. I know of people going down, like Kalam and them going down to the court. Yeah, I didn't know about no security, and I find that to be curious. Yeah, I find that to be a curious one.
I'm surprised you didn't know. It's quite infamous on these.
And they got paid though. They got paid. It wasn't like for free.
A lot of the personal beef stuff, I've tended not to pay that much attention to, and I've heard stuff, but I just haven't. This particular piece of information about security is the first time I'm hearing it.
Providing security.
Well, I mean, you've asked a loaded question. I'm not going to follow it. I would question though the intentions of any black man who is impassioned by Tommy Robinson to that extent that he would feel the need to provide security for him. I think that's and to say that to defend free speech as though that's a slippery slope as far as I'm concerned, because there's any number of people's speech that could need defending. I'm saying that I'm sure the brothers have not provided security for. I just find that to be.
Yeah, but how does that make you a sellout? I don't really understand.
If a black man, calls a black man a sellout for providing security for a person who he considers to be a racist, I can understand why he might come to that conclusion. But that's not even the point. The point really is, because we can get caught up on the terminology, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We can do that if we want to. But the point really is, what is so special about Tommy, yeah, that he needs to be provided security?
We obviously don't know the context behind it.
He said that he doesn't think that Tommy is that important. So
he was evidently important enough for him to go down and secure him at Speaker's Corner. Like this is,
and he explained why.
And funnily enough, the interesting thing about that is
avoiding race relation wars was the thing.
Yeah, and I'm saying, what's it called? Funnily enough, though, having seen a couple of the videos from Tommy's appearance, if this is the same one I'm thinking of, a lot of his own bloody supporters were violent towards other people on that day, in terms of them being able to speak.
Now you're going somewhere else.
But it's a fact. I don't know why. Why would that?
No. I was there. One minute. I was actually there, one of the very few people. And yes, there was violent people on Tommy's side and violent people on the other side. I'm not going to deny that. They let themselves down on the other side as well, and so did the other side. So I'm not going to paint this, but it wasn't Tommy Robbins. There was like fringe people on the outskirts that were going there for trouble. Has anyone got? Because I need to go in 10 minutes. Obviously, that will be 30 minutes. But can anyone share the screen rather than me? Because I'm the only one that's sharing the screen. Has anyone got the ability to share it so I can transfer it over?
Can I just say this, Shakira? You completely missed out the experience.
The answer for
they'll answer you, Raj, if they can. Yeah,
big up, Dave. I just need to know because I can't.
I can't. But Shakira completely missed out the experience of certain black people at Speaker's Corner. Like one of them, for instance, getting an Osman warning. And so they might have had an invested interest in what happened that day also, because we know the experience that people have.
What experience? Sorry, what are you talking about? Sorry,
I'm talking about certain black people who have had violence committed against them at Speaker's Corner at the hands of Muslims.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And when that happened, man came down. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things there. We understand it. So
when Sarah got his Osman warning.
No, I wasn't around them time there. But I was aware. I know Sarah from before. But I'm saying I've seen violence or threats of violence committed by by Muslims.
You probably see more. You probably see more by Arab Muslims or whatever you call it on black people than the far right, probably in Speaker's Corner saying.
If we're going to confine the issue to Speaker's Corner, that might be the case. Yeah.
That's what it was. That is why they provided them security, wasn't it? Because
no, I'm sorry, but
investment
Tommy
in
Robinson
Speaker's Corner.
as a phenomenon. Yeah, but Tommy Robinson as a phenomenon and the EDO and whatever other organisations he's aligned with or represents are bigger than Speaker's Corner, right? Why would we confine it to Speaker's Corner?
The whole point is that this man was making that it's not about Tommy. It seems to me you agree with that premise, so why are you arguing?
No, I actually wasn't arguing. I was actually making a statement, and you came on to argue. I wasn't even actually referring to you or addressing you. I didn't even know you was on the panel.
Yeah, but I was picking up more on the point. They said it's interesting that they did security, but it's obvious. Yeah, I'm not getting. I personally, I think had bad experiences at that park, and they have an interest in fighting back at what's going on at that park.
So can I just put that to 1 minute? If that's your explanation, fine. As a black man growing up in Britain, we have had bad experiences as a result of the far right for generations. So I don't see that as a viable reason unless one is confining all issues to the parameters of Speaker's Corner. That doesn't make any sense to me.
As the far right,
but there's a lineage. There's a lineage from ideologies that Tommy is aligned with and represents that have been hostile towards black people for time. This is not a new situation. So yeah. I as a black man, with I like to think some degree of self-respect, could never find myself in the position of being security for Tommy Robinson, especially in a situation whereby it's not like it's my job. Yeah, like I work for G4S or the Dr. Babylon, the police. Yeah, and a detail has been assigned. Yeah, and just as a part of that situation, I've been assigned to Tommy. That's happened in the past. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Shakara, you should
there's a public interest, right?
Just
of my own free will. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. Now, I can take that position while I was actually defending Tommy's right to free speech.
You haven't had the experiences that part that say Sarah or Big Bro have you?
All right, so can I just put into context? So when I'm looking, sometimes I'm looking at it's kind of the lens of today, but I'm trying to put myself back to then. And I remember at that point, I went there in the beginning. That was in the beginning time. That park was very, very hostile to certain individuals, including myself, Sarah, and other people. I remember Sarah did get an Osmond warning. Big Bro had a lot of issues there as well with threats of violence. So obviously, when Tommy Robinson's coming down, I think he probably thought, all right, he knows what the place is like. It could get down, and it did get very serious. If it wasn't for security and the police being there, it would have turned into a bloodbath.
The interesting thing is that I spoke to, because I had a debate. I say debate, it was a conversation, it was a discussion with Kalam about this. When I came to Speaker's Corner once, and he put forward the free speech argument and defending free speech. He didn't put forward the argument about, well, we've had these experiences, and so we saw it as our duty to defend Tommy because of these experiences. That's not what he said to me.
No, but it is hand in hand. Sorry, it is hand in hand. If Tommy Robinson was to get beaten up or attacked, and he was, although I disagree with the speech he was reading, it would have been him being stopped.
But that's the thing. He was there. Imagine how it looks, right? For this man has come down defending, whether one wants to call him far right or not. The person whose speech he was reading is categorically self-confessed and understood to be a far right individual. Yeah. How do I look? How do I look? Sorry. How do I look as a black man? Yeah. Providing security for an individual who's reading out a speech like that. This is a joke. Like
in hindsight, yeah, when you're looking back 2 years or 3 years later, yeah, it was probably a bit of a mistake. Finish 1 minute, 1 minute, and finish. So the guy who's now we know the guy's name. I forgot what his name is.
Martin Selner. Is it?
We now know, yeah, as of today, that he's not the type of person that I think Tommy Robinson wanted to be linked to, but I think he took the opportunity to try and promote free speech. But I think it was, in hindsight, it was probably the best person to choose prove it. Yeah.
He's also said he would have done the same for Louis Farrakhan if he went came.
Well, thankfully, Louis Farrakhan has some of the best security ever known to human creation, right? But
yeah, and also Tommy Robinson didn't actually need that security.
The reality is, yeah, I know I would leave the securing of Tommy Robinson to his supporters, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's that. I personally, I believe he has a right to speak, yeah, especially under the laws of the land. I have no interest in securing him, like, and I don't have to secure him in order to affirm his.
But nobody asked you to. And no one.
I didn't. No one even suggested that anybody was asking me to. Yeah, the statement was made independently. I'm making a point about the idea.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
As far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned, defending free speech is not synonymous with securing Tommy Robinson. So I wouldn't conflate the two.
But it's a lot more deeper than that, ain't it? We know across the board there's people at that park who have common enemies, to put it straight. And at that park, a lot of people from different ideologies, different races, have had certain experiences with a certain ideology. We know that. And ultimately, the whole process there has been trying to regain some kind of foothold in that park, because Muslims have been and trying to dominate that park through violence.
And to be honest with you, Dave, after that happened, as much as I disagree with the violence stuff, it did change the park.
It calmed down,
The park become much more diverse. We started to have people that were like flat earthers, those lunatics, vegans coming down, and lots of other stuff. Now, is it to do with the Tommy Robinson coming down? I think
it's to do with everyone's effort, Rod. Your effort, the Christians' efforts, all different groups. That's what it was to do with. Everyone had an interest in trying to fight back against this supremacist group that is Muslim.
Shakara, what do you think after these black people, these black brothers?
There's a really bad background noise somewhere, man.
Yeah, Shaka's mic's breaking up.
So after these, these black brothers, Big Bro, Sarah Garvey, even Kalam to an extent, have gone through all the abuse and all the offensiveness from the Islamic community within Speaker's Corner, and then Tommy Robinson comes to the park, and not many, yourself, myself, and a lot of other black people have not really done much to support them through their ordeal. Like, what?
I wouldn't say that if I was you, bro. You wouldn't be aware just because. And first,
you wasn't around. You said you wasn't around.
No, sorry. But again, I wasn't at Speaker's Corner, yeah. Like some of these people I know from I don't know them from Speaker's Corner, I know from before Speaker's
Corner. But they needed you to be at Speaker's Corner because that's where they were.
Yeah, but that's your opinion, my brother. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying all I'm saying to you is that you don't. There are certain things that you may not know, so be careful, like when you're making certain judgments in it.
I think what he's trying to say is similar to me, because we were such. At the time when I went Speaker's Corner, it was very dominated by the Dawa teams. I'm talking about around 90 to 95%. And so anyone that come in and kind of challenged them in a way, everybody sided with it. Even with Tan, like looking in hindsight, I'm like, Tan went a bit too far.
I think they threatened to knife
One minute. So, but when it comes to Tan, when he come in, although I disagree with a lot of stuff he was saying, I kind of was happy that someone come in to try and challenge free speech, yeah. And that was the point. I think that was the whole issue at the time. People were aligning with people that they necessarily didn't agree with, but because they were pushing the free speech envelope at Speaker's Corner, which had been suppressed, we had this kind of unholy alliance in a way.
Well, look, when I started coming to the park, right, one of the things that that I was concerned about, yeah, which I spoke to a number of the brothers about behind the scenes, is the extent to which, when there was beef, yeah, on the horizon, whoever was there were various factions trying to co-opt the black energy, right? And I saw it from the brothers from brothers and sisters in gang in relation to the Muslims, yeah, and I saw it in other dynamics as well. Do you know what I'm saying? So like when with the Tan team, because I came just after the Tan thing really kicked off, yeah, and so there was still a lot of hot energy around that. And so people were on high alert, and I saw dynamics where people that were not black but Muslim, when it came to a situation whereby there might be some beef come about, they would find brothers who were not Muslim but black, right, to get involved in the thing, yeah. And man look out against them thing there straight, right. I'm not interested in any of the corruption, yeah, that is about to go down. But the fact of the matter is that we are not just dealing with Speaker's Corner dynamics when we're discussing these issues. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Speaker's Corner is one place in the UK, and recent history has created this particular dynamics around it. But what happens at Speaker's Corner is not the be all and end all of our relationship with the Muslim community in this country, the white community in this country, the radical Muslim community in this country, or the far right white community in this country. So I would not confine my analysis of such dynamics purely to Speaker's Corner. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No, I think the only reason we're bringing it up is because this guy was being accused of doing security for Tommy Robinson, and we're just things into.
No, he's not being accused. He's accepting.
All right, so let me finish. Let me finish. So all right, so he was a Tommy Robinson security, and we're just trying to put into context the situation because people are forgetting how hostile Speaker's Corner was in 2017, 2018. It was really hostile.
Raj, can I ask a question?
Loads of times as well.
Raj, can I ask a question?
It was a natural alliance because they both had a bad experience from one group of people. You need
to the underlining, yeah.
Raj, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
You was there, yeah? How many people came down to support Tommy Robinson on that day?
Oh, thousands, man.
Thousands, yeah?
So
in your humble opinion, was the presence of this brother required in order to protect him?
No, God.
Whether it was him or anybody else, he did need the security. So
did he have like bare white people like?
But he had, but by your estimation, let's say this brother was not there. Yeah, did Tommy Robinson have security?
No, he probably.
I don't get it.
He would have.
Can we have the question answered, please?
No, so he would have hired security no matter what. Whether they would have been white or black, I don't know. But at that day, he hired that security firm, which was Big Brother.
What's your point, Shaka?
He could have hired a white. He could have hired a white thing, but I think he was doing. He might have hired them for a more of a kind of a political reason.
At the end of the day, from Tommy Robinson's perspective, these people have put themselves forward. They're black individuals. You guys say that he's far right, that he hates black people, and these guys have said, okay, we want to do a job for you. We'll be paid. Apparently, people have said that they've been paid, and they've agreed to do the job.
Yeah,
and the job's been done successfully.
I'm not aware of. Sorry, you've brought something in there, and that's not what the brother seems to have said. He hasn't said that he was paid to do the job. He's put it forward as a decision that he made.
Raj said that he's been paid. Sorry,
no, 100%. I remember at the time.
Job, he said he was defending free speech. That was.
Yeah, but he was. So let me just clarify.
He never said, "Man, the brethren." Employed my security firm on job. That's not what he said. So
can they not do both?
So doesn't
it could be. I'm just saying that's not what was said.
Yeah. So I from what I've heard here at the time, Big Brother had a security firm or something, so they hired them. But I think they were doing it for both reasons: to protect free speech, and also, obviously, they're getting paid for it as well. Which is a
I'll investigate that. I've never heard that they were getting paid to do security.
Yeah, I mean that's what I heard. So if you can ask them,
and certainly, sorry, Raj, are you suggesting that this brother that's in the video works for Big Bro security squad?
No, I don't know. All I say, if he was there, let
me finish. Bro, is conjecture. And that mountain. If we ain't got the facts, mention it.
All right, so all I can say is from what I heard at the time, because I was listening to a lot of the arguments being made as to why they were there. And I heard that they were paid to go there. Now, whether that's true or not, you can look into it. And I'm just assuming, with this assumption, that if he was with Big Brother, he might have been part of his security team and might have got paid as well. I'm not saying that for definite.
Well, I take your assumption under advisement and treat it as an assumption.
Yeah, treat it as an assumption.
And the importance of that is what? Whether they're professionals, they're professional people. They came there to do a job. If you were working,
we don't know that, Reggie. So we don't know that, right?
Even if they weren't paid, they can do it as a charitable.
And that's what we're probing. That's what the brother said. As far as what he's relayed in that video, it was charitable. He went there,
even if it was charitable,
to defend free speech. Yeah, he went there to defend free speech, right? So and I'm saying so, and I think that any black man, self-respecting black man, has the right to interrogate the optics of a black man charitably providing security for a white man. So allow me to finish. I believe that it's perfectly within the rights of any black man to question the optics of a black man providing security for a white man, whilst that white man reads out the speech, of a known racist.
He didn't even know what speech. He didn't even know what speech. How would he be able to?
His free speech belief is. His free speech is so broad that he believes every man has a right, even if
and he's entitled to do it.
When it comes to free speech, mate, you really are.
Can I just say,
you're entitled to your opinion.
Can I just say, there's plenty of black people that work for the likes of Donald Trump in very successful job that hear him speak so much rubbish and they don't resign off the back of what he says. But they can't predict or preempt what will come out of Donald Trump's mouth or any other person who might have derogatory things to say. And on this occasion as well, like, there's many people
No,
who
you're right. How long ago was this written?
Hang on. There's a lot of people that volunteer to work for the police or the reserves, etc. And at the end of the day, they can't take responsibility for what the police do or what an individual police officer does or what an individual person or what the army does as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't. At the end of the day, people do things for their own benefit, right? That doesn't make sense.
I agree, Reggie. At the same time, hindsight is 2020, as they say. So, if the brother had any reservations about it at this point, he would also be free with his speech to be able to say that, right? And he's not. Yeah, as far as he's concerned, he was there protecting and defending free speech. Yes, that's what he was there to do. And I think that a black man understanding our relationship with the schools of thought that were being defended on that day is liable, so not liable, within his rights to review the optics of that situation and the principles therein, and come to a decision as to whether this is actually beneficial to black people or not. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but you feel like joining Babylon's army as well. You feel like that's not beneficial as well.
Well, I want Babylon, in all manifestation. I don't need Babylon,
because Babylon's army is gonna across the world. So the likes of
probably. I don't apologize to born Babylon. I just born Babylon.
Of DC Bride, etc., who have tried to join Babylon's army, you would regard as a seller. I'm melanated.
I try to deflect.
I'm just saying.
So we're not follow them deflection.
We're not concerned about whether it's right for Muslims, not black people. That's the problem with you, Shaka.
Well, within the realms of black people and what black people can comment upon and them thing there, I don't really care, what non-black people have to say about it. Just like,
I wonder if Shaka has seen the recent phenomenon of Muslims aligning themselves with people, say, from National Action and so on and so forth. Have you seen any of that stuff?
Muslims aligning with National Action. What's National Action?
Oh, so National Action is a prescribed terrorist organization.
They're providing platforms for them to be able to put their views out there.
Hold on.
Yeah, 1 minute. So let me just say. So 1 minute. So 1 minute. So National Action is an actual prescribed terrorist organization, and they've committed acts of violence and stuff. So some of the members are actually in prison, and one of the guys that was allegedly part of that is a guy called Charlie Big Potatoes.
Terrorism. Oh, so they're
neo-Nazis. They're
prescribed. They're literally. It's like, if you're part of that organization, it's illegal to be part of it. But there have been.
I'm hearing you. Because to say that they're terrorists doesn't necessarily identify.
Well, they're fascists. They're national socialists.
Okay, cool. So
but they have committed acts of sort of terrorism. I mean, they tried to.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying. I was asking what was their ideology. Terrorism.
Yeah, the politics.
So they're basically a far right neo-Nazi white supremacist group. Yeah, so they're far right.
Yeah. And so these guys are kind of had this weird unholy alliance with kind of Zabida's channel and all that. I'm not saying Zabida about the channel and
Well,
stuff.
yeah, okay. I don't know enough about it to speak on it, but it sounds weird. But it doesn't sound completely unusual. I've identified before, even in Speaker's Corner, that the far right and Muslim groups, some Muslim groups, do tend to align when it suits them, especially when it comes to do with black nationalism and Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, and black nationalists. I would say that you would be in that unholy alliance.
Well, yeah, if you say so. I mean, I'd like to see the manifest evidence of that. But what I have seen, what I have seen is Muslims and white nationalists align in order to attack people that come with a black.
Well, they have a lot in common. I'm talking about extremist Muslims. So if you look at far right white supremacists, they have an ideology very anti-Semitic. Tick the box on both sides. Both of them have a very strong in-group preference where they believe their group is the chosen people and they're better than the other group. Tick that. When it comes to free speech, they want to restrict free speech. They don't agree with the democracy of free speech. You tick that box, and on top of that, they're very anti-LGBTQ and stuff like that. So they have a lot in common when it comes to the basic kind of premise.
I can't really speak to it like in depth. I don't know enough about it, but it does sound to be on one level to be strange, but on another level to be completely expected.
Charlie Big Potatoes, is no different from the ilk that Raspet used to have on his channel. He's probably had more far right people on his channel than most of these platforms put together. You know what I'm saying? So he in himself is given a lot of exposure to the far right people. He's given a platform. You know what I mean? Like he's going on there, telling these guys not to provide security. This guy provided a platform for them to be able to come out and say what they like. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm a little bit. I'm going to disagree with you. I think allowing people to speak and debunking their ideas is better than letting
debunking. I can't remember any debunking.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that I would prefer to allow because I would even.
Yeah, but that's just dishonest. If anybody. What's it called? Sorry. One's disagreements or aversions to Raspek as an individual is one thing, but to say that he doesn't challenge and debunk far right ideas is just delusion. Like he does it extensively, and probably sometimes more than he probably needs to, right? He spends probably more energy on that kind of stuff than he probably needs to. So the idea that he doesn't do these things is just ridiculous. We don't have to lie for the sake of it.
Well, no, it is ridiculous because he focuses in on Tommy when actually there's far more extreme people that are a danger to him that he doesn't even look at.
The thing is, you call it debunking
for supporting free speech, but obviously he supports it too because he has these people on his platform. So
then yourself and Reggie should be applauding him for being such a manifestation and an advocate of free speech.
It's not about applauding him; it's about pointing out his hypocrisy. He's another Zubida.
But at least
he only wants the free speech for himself and no one else.
Yeah, but at least by your own admission, he manifests the principles of free speech by allowing these people to speak on his platform.
Right, can I get some clarity on this situation quickly? Yeah. And Raj Shakar, feel free to answer. Yeah. So, am I right in saying that in the past, Sarah's been afflicted by a group of people in the past?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So let me explain what I.
Just yes or no, bro. Just yes or no.
All right, so yes, he had an Osman warning on his life. Like there was a real threat of danger.
Has it been more than once?
Loads of times. Loads.
Okay. Question number 2. When Tommy went to the park, did he go to debate Muslims?
No, he didn't. No.
He just went down there to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, he was reading a speech out.
Okay. When Shakara was, not Shakara, sorry. When Sarah was afflicted, was it by Muslims?
Yeah, I mean, all the threats were from a particular group.
Okay. So now, I'll put this out there. Now I understand Shakara's point. Totally, I get it. And you do open yourself up for questions from the community you're part of. You do. But for me, if I'm going to ask that question, that's why I ask these questions. Now, he's been afflicted. You know, there's a saying that says the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's why I said unholy alliance.
He's been afflicted by these Muslims. Yeah. Now Tommy's going to go down there. All right. Now he knows the same affliction is probably going to happen to Tommy. Yeah. Now I'm not justifying his reasoning because it's not my reasoning, it's his reasoning. I don't know if it's his reasoning, but I'm just putting this out there. Yeah. Now, having been afflicted with these people, okay, and maybe not feeling like his brothers did as much as they could have in that situation, okay. Now looking at something else and says, well, you know what? I've got a show of force now, but at the time, and now I've got a show of force, so I can provide security. The man can't chat to me, and if they are going to perpetuate violence, it will be against two groups and not just one.
I hear what you're saying, right?
Where was Shakira during all this? He was at home.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm not playing fingers. I'm just asking.
The only problem with that. The only problem with that though is that it would be manifestly untrue to say that people at Sarah didn't get support. Manlim, a lot of Manlim came down. I venture to say, including Rasbek for that matter.
No, I meant on the day though. I
know. On the day when people came down to get at Sarah physically, there were people there to protect him. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
There's
nice. No, it wasn't.
That's why.
That's bollocks. Not in comparison to how many jihadis were ready to slice them out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. The only statement that was made. I'm sorry. The only statement, and I'm not going to go back and forth about this because this is not all that important to the conversation. But the reality is that brothers were there to support him in more ways than one. So, and otherwise,
one at a time, please. One at a time. Come on. I understand you don't agree with what he's saying, but let him at least finish his point, and then you can shut him down.
Y'all don't let motion tell y'all what he can't box you through the screen, man. Fuck him, man.
Can anyone share the screen though? Because I need to go in like
free speech.
Raj, just take it down. It's fine. We got the crux of it anyway.
I wanted to hear some more, but I can't with my thing. I can't.
Yeah, I'm leaving in about.
I can play it for another 10 minutes or so. Then
I'm leaving to go work in about 40 minutes or so. So
I'm about to go learn how to make some authentic buffalo wings. I suck at making buffalo wings. Today's the day.
Yeah, go on, Raj. Play it for 10 minutes.
Let me play it for a few more minutes because I think there's some good parts on it coming up.
Put the energy into that, blood.
How about this?
The youth them are dying.
Funny you say that.
I don't care. I don't care about the aftermath of Tommy Robinson, and that's what I'm saying. This is the thing, emotional. You say man's emotional, bro. But I'm saying the same way.
You're even. Right, I'm gonna let you talk. Let me talk though when you finish. Let me talk when you finish.
Because people. He said, "Respect. You're stirring emotions into the people. When you talk about the fact that you was there and you tell your story about how Tommy Robinson fans threw fireworks at Auntie. And when you tell stories about how they threw bottles at Auntie and homemade bombs at Auntie, you're stirring emotions in the people. Me just telling my story about what Tommy Robinson done, yeah? But yet you just now tried to stir emotions for us to think if something happens to this racist guy, what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to us? So you just tried to use the people. Where I'm actually, bro, just telling you what we went through. But you was ready to go out and ride out and protect Tommy Robinson because of the aftermath. But what would have happened if someone got killed the other day when they came down to the Battle of Trafalgar because they beat up one youth that they found and he could have dead. So more better than trying to go and protect Tommy Robinson, yeah? If your thing is true about your community, you would have been much better off in Trafalgar defending innocent men, women, and children.
Cool. I can talk now, yeah?
Yeah, go shoot.
All right. So listen to this now, yeah? I went down there. At first, I didn't know what I was going down there for, yeah? I went down there, and then I got explained to me why I was there in it, yeah? And I was like, all right, cool, it makes sense. If free speech, yeah, gets taken away from an indigenous man, a white man to England, yeah,
Shaka
what do you think can happen to a black man? If they can take away free speech from a white man, a man that looks like them, yeah, what do you think they can take away from a black man, from an Indian man, from an Asian? Yeah. My thing is, if you're going down there, you're going down there to protect an idea, an ideology, innit? You're going down there to protect the fact that they can't take away your free speech, bro. You understand? You're not protecting Tommy. You're protecting the idea of free speech, brother. You understand? Yeah. If you don't have that, what do you have, bro? We're already been silenced. We've already been fact checked. We've already been censored, bro. You understand? So if you can't defend that, then you might as well just pack up, blood. You might as well just allow it, innit? And in terms of Tommy Robinson, yeah? On the physical side of things, yeah? On the physical side of things.
No, I'm still there.
You listening? Yo.
Yeah, go on, brother. I'm here, I'm listening.
I'm not going to talk to a chair, brother. Come on, man.
No, I'm literally just doing something. I'm coming. I'm here, I'm listening. I can hear you.
I'll wait till you get back, man. So I'm talking to you.
No, it's not a chair, it's his vest. It's his vest.
All right, say nothing.
Yeah? All right, I'll wait for you.
Yeah, go on.
You want one of those vests,
cool.
though? I'm not
So
gonna lie.
in terms of making sure nothing happened to Tommy that day, yeah? If something happened to Tommy that day, the far right, the EDO, the football hooligans, his followers, his supporters, yeah, would have been attacking Muslims, blacks, Muslims, blacks, browns, whoever, up and down the country. You understand? That's me doing my bit to protect my people. You understand? Yeah? You're laughing, but what would happen if Tommy got attacked that day?
You said it was
Bro, what would happen if Tommy got attacked that day, bro? Bro, come on. Bro, what would have happened if Tommy got attacked that day, bro?
Yeah? You fear no one but God. Yeah, so I don't care what happens if Tommy gets. This is the thing, bro. Your main.
You don't care. You don't care. Alright, let me talk. Wait. I haven't finished. I ain't finished.
No, let me just say one thing. Let me say one thing.
You don't care what happens. No, because you're gonna go on. You're gonna go on, bro. Let me just finish my point, brother. Let me just finish my point. Listen. You don't care. Yeah, you don't care. But the person who that EDL member attacks because Tommy got attacked, because the Muslims attacked Tommy. Yeah. The person up north who gets attacked because that shit happened to Tommy, that person cares, bro. The black person in Luton, for example, or up north somewhere, walking down the street, that gets attacked. Wait. That gets attacked
imaginary
because of the consequence of people who beat up Tommy in London.
But people like you that these racists do this shit, bro. Because they hear us talking as black people, and they see the fear that's coming off of you. Is if something happens to Tommy, yeah, and
sorry, pause for a sec. Pause for a sec.
You're scared.
If I may ask, yeah, if black people are attacked up north, who's attacking them?
White people. Am I right?
Yeah, white people is saying. And the same thing with Asians as well. When you
could be anybody that's been attacked might go up.
Jupiter. We're not trying to single out white people here. We're just come on.
But it's the same thing. But it's the same. The same thing that Raj says, that when like a suicide bomber blows up what do you call it, a concert or whatever, it could, you know, the people that get attacked are not just Muslim. It could be Sikh, it could be Hindu. Because they see us as all the same. You know what I mean? So I can see why.
I think what he's saying is, I'm not saying I agree with it or not. He's just basically saying that if Tommy Robinson had got hurt that day, and he was hurt badly, the retaliation from the real far right, the real nasty thugs, they would have used it as they don't care about Tommy Robinson.
Can I ask another question? Let
me finish. The real far right hate Tommy Robinson. Yeah, what they would have used it was as a kind of an excuse to start attacking other people. Yeah, and it would have happened. I'll tell you something now, because at that time, we're looking at it now in today's day, but in 2018, things are very volatile. It was just 1 year
after the London bridge attacks, just 1 year after the Manchester bombings. There was all these grooming cases and stuff like come exploded. It would have exploded. I'm telling you now.
Don't worry, Raspet would have protected us like he protected Ultra's children.
That's another question. From my understanding, yeah, the reason why Martin Selner's speech was read out on that day in Speaker's Corner was because of the fact that he was barred from coming to the country. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He was barred from coming to Britain. Yeah. So is this an official ban? So he's never allowed to come to the country, or he was just denied entry?
I don't know if he's still. I'm pretty sure he's still banned even today because he would have come.
Right.
So,
No, what I'm asking is because obviously you can be barred entry to the country, but then sometimes the country puts out an official ban against you. You know, so before you even reach, you already know that you're barred from coming here.
Yeah. I mean, he knew straight away that he was
right.
Yeah. Okay, I can't remember if we tried to come to the airport.
There are a few individuals that I know of here who have official bans here. One of them has passed. His name's Kwame Ture, right? Pan-Africanist activist, right? And he was officially banned from entering the UK after 1967, and then again in 1986. Yeah, Minister Louis Farrakhan is also banned from coming to the country. And a few years ago, there was supposed to be an event in Brixton whereby a message was going to be broadcast from Farrakhan, and this message was banned, yeah, by the well, it was in the name of the police of what was it? Lambeth, yeah, Lambeth Council and the police here banned even the broadcasting, yeah, of a speech from Farrakhan. You know,
so what's the point, man? Get to your point, man. There's loads of people.
And we know of.
He said that he should be allowed.
And we know of.
So there's loads of people banned. Yes, Shekara.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion I would allow Anjem Chowdhury. So I would allow Anjem Chowdhury to speak in Speaker's Corner, but I would debunk him. Like,
we know of what's it called? Mugabe and a lot of the situation with that is concerned, right? So in the name of free speech here, I just want to know like where the mass outcry and them kind of things there is in relation to those issues, and where all the speeches, yeah.
But Shakra, this whataboutism is just ridiculous.
That doesn't really. It's not.
They always do this. They always do this on this on these platforms. Oh, why didn't you do it for this one, that one, this? You get it yourself, Shakra. So I don't know why you're doing exactly the same thing.
Reggie, can I just address what Raspet said about being at Trafalgar Square to protect? He said his aunties or something. People was there because of him. He encouraged people to be there. He was the one who was instigating it.
Yep.
Even Black Lives Matter cancelled the day before, said do not go. He told people to be there. So how is he on the stream telling people he was there to protect people? No, people were there because of him.
He was responsible for putting them in danger.
I was there. I wasn't there because of respect. Unfortunately, the reality is he did put out a call when certain things were banned, and he was one among a number of voices who said, "Well, why are we banning it just because of them?" And obviously he's one of the more high-profile people, but a lot of people were saying this. I can say this for a fact. A lot of people will be even behind the scenes that none of you would have ever heard of because they don't have big social media presences. But basically saying, "Well, why would we ban our thing?" Because of them and them threatening the thing.
Hey, yo, on some grown man shit, yo.
Sorry. The reality is that somebody who was there, yeah, everything was very, very peaceful up until these individuals came and started to attack people. That's just the reality of the situation.
There was a handful of people. He went on Got Push TV and called out for Luxmore to come down. Jeff had to go down there and lead them out of there. We've all seen it footage.
That's false. But that's not even the point. No individual was leading anyone into or out of anything. That's just not the situation.
You're telling me some of the people that you were standing with that day was not there to have a fight with the people on the other side? Are you saying that honestly?
The reality is that brothers and sisters came down, yeah, they were speaking out, and things were peaceful. Nobody approached these individuals. These individuals came to where we was and began to throw bottles.
So you're saying nobody there that day on your side was there to have a fight?
No, people were prepared. Sorry,
People were prepared.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. What you're attempting here? There
They
was
was
a
prepared.
march planned, yes, which was expressly a peaceful.
Wasn't that called off?
There
Wasn't
was
that called
a
off?
threat. 1 second. A threat was put out to attack peaceful marchers, and some people said we're not going to not hold a demonstration simply because there are some racist individuals who
Yeah,
want.
they held it the day before in Hyde Park.
Excuse
They
me.
were quite
Excuse me.
threat,
Excuse me.
but they held it the day before.
Excuse me. So what happened was that apparently there were two formations of people. There were some people in Hyde Park and there were some people in Trafalgar. When the attack started, it became known to some of the people that were in Hyde Park, and they came to join those who were in Trafalgar because of the fact that they were being attacked. Yeah, that's exactly what took place, right? So there was nobody came down there seeking a fight with anybody, right? you know what I'm saying?
You do know I can show you videos that's going to contradict what you just said.
You're entitled to your opinion. The fact of the matter is,
Not an opinion,
man
it's on
was
video.
there, and there was no violence and no aggression until a group of people came down directly with the intention of attacking people.
Wait,
with
Sure, are you
weaponry.
saying white people came down there just to attack black people for no reason?
Most definitely, my brother. That's
Wow.
exactly what happened. And
That's not in their nature, bro. You're making it seem like white people would attack people who mind their own business.
I know
for no
it's
reason,
far-fetched,
bro.
you know, in the annals of history. But
Let's
yeah,
rewind. Let's rewind.
Shakara, you're entitled to your your opinion. Now,
Yeah,
okay?
thank you.
Hey, Raj, can you press play, man?
No, hold on.
All right, I need to go. So if you want me to play for another 5 minutes,
Rosy fucking view of what happened.
yeah, let me play for another 5 minutes. Then I'm gonna have to leave, man.
How can no one be able to stream this thing as well, man? Like, hasn't anyone got a computer to
Tell me that they're gonna do other stuff to other people, bro. I'm saying,
Bro, you've got your methods. I've got mine, brother.
Bro, they will hear. Even if I felt like that, bro, that's something I would never say live, because your enemy will hear you speaking like that and say, okay, so the way we can get these black people to defend us and protect us is to basically make them think that if anyone attacks us, we're gonna attack them. Bro, it's a mentality.
No, bro. I get where you're going with that.
Watch this. You said you went to defend freedom of speech. Yeah? When Ali Dawa came to Tommy Robinson's freedom of speech rally, what happened?
You tell me.
Ali Dawa, a Muslim, came to talk. Was booked. He was on the line to speak at Tommy's freedom of speech rally. When he got there, Tommy was
really talking about,
and then he was rushed outside by some far right hooligans. Content over who's in the place. He's the one that filmed it because he was there.
I never got touched that
You
day.
said
That's
you
a
went to
lie.
defend.
That is gross exaggeration, you know.
Lying bastard.
What happened?
That was a big
He just said
exaggeration.
Hold on, no. He just said Ali Dawa got rushed. Ali Dawa never got touched that day.
He didn't get a scratch. The thing is, obviously, Ali Dawa. It's like you're not invited. Well, you're invited, but you're not really wanted in a place, and you turn up. It's like Tommy coming to a mosque to give a sermon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's stupid.
if Ali Dawa had read the speech that he wanted to read, that stage would have been pulled down because he was taking the piss, to be honest.
Yeah, but the person who set that whole thing up was Lucy Brown, and she's now a member of PA. So
Double crossing Lucy Brown.
Freedom. Obviously, that was my footage. That I was actually in the VIP area, so I actually saw everything. Now there were guys there that were asking for trouble, but so were they. They were coming. I mean, he went with a gum shield the way he was standing about and stuff like that. Now, I disagree with what happened. Yeah, I disagree.
Respect point of view, anyway. Like that's got nothing to do with the event that happened with Tommy Robinson coming to the park for free speech. Like, it doesn't show an inconsistency.
The only person that did get touched
was offering people fights.
The only person that did get touched was Muhammad Hijab. But Muhammad Hijab had been offering out Tommy Robinson, threatening people that speak with corner with violence, putting gum shields in his mouth and stuff like that. So he did get touched.
Free speech doesn't mean you can just turn up to an event and then just speak whenever you like. I mean, that's not that's a stupid point that Respect's trying to make. Like, obviously, it wasn't.
Yeah, I think you've actually misrepresented. I think he actually did say that he was actually on the bill scheduled to speak, but that's not even important.
Yeah, he did say that.
That's not important, right? That's not important, yeah, because at the end of the day, these minor incidents,
Mark Collins,
right? free speech and that. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's
You
called?
keep saying things that are not true, and I'm not
Lord
going
of mercy.
to lie.
Well, yeah, yeah. These need to install British etiquette on the panel and that.
Why would you
Just let you lie, yeah. Just let you misrepresent the
issue,
truth.
yeah. The issue, but if I don't know, the issues though that are being spoken about, yeah, are bigger than whatever personal whatever as anybody has with anybody else and them kind of things, yeah, and whatever. That's all long in it. No, it's not that. No, it's not that. What's it called? The issue is bigger than Ali Dawa, Tommy Robinson, Raspek Firebingi. This brother whose name I don't know, unfortunately. What's his name? Mr. Minus? Is that what his name is?
Little bro, I think.
Well, it says Mr. Minus in the on the top of the video, so I'm gonna.
I thought he's known as Little Bro.
I'll go with that until further confirmation. Yeah, but yeah, it's bigger than all of that. Unfortunately, and the reality is that a lot of the white who are in the axis of civ nationalism and ethno nationalism, more civ nationalism than ethno nationalism in terms of this particular statement I'm about to make, want to present this this kind of a multiculturalism in relation to black people that sees them subordinate to their idea of what Britain is and their ideology and them kind of things there. And there are some people who are just not on it. Like, just see what I'm saying? Like, in as much as there are some people who are not on.
Yeah, you're telling tips again.
What's it called? In Islamic co-optation of black issues. The fact of the matter is, the idea of being a British citizen and having a British passport and being accepted and assimilated into the British society is being used by these pro-white forces in order to co-opt the energies of black people and or neutralize our critique of them, yeah, and British society as a whole. So
so the opposite position then is to work against the nation and to work against the indigenous culture.
No, I think that the idea of working against the nation is that statement is designed to deflect and hide the fact that the nation has been and continues to work against the people in question.
What's this got to do with the video? I don't really understand. Anyway,
we were discussing the issues. We were discussing the issues raised in the video. If you just want to talk about Raspek and Mr. Minus, then fine.
Reggie, it is sounding like
I can mute. Don't worry, I can mute. You can talk about Raspek and Mr. Minus. That's fine.
I'd say that sums him up. So someone just wrote, Shakara is an ethno-nationalist by everything but the name because he thinks it's a white term. That sums you up, Shakara.
I mean, the title of the video is Tommy Robinson's Sellouts and Uncle Tom's. I mean, I don't know what Shaka's. I might have missed something, but you know, like I don't know where.
Wait, can somebody else find? Can we else find the video?
The the guy in the video has a civic. Brought himself into civic nationalism, and that's why he's speaking how he's speaking. That's the point he's making. Because this guy wants to actually integrate into society. Shakara sees him as some kind of enemy or something to his movement.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Brad, the video. Raj wants to pass the video to someone to play it because he wants to.
Yeah, go. Brad, you get a video.
I don't know, Brad.
Was that fair representation, Shaka, or?
Well, no, I can't play right now. I'm working, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
Well,
that's what I was saying.
Minus during this video, he actually calls out the title of this video. He said, "I didn't even agree to you calling it this. I don't know why you put it named as this. You got it here under false pretenses, kind of."
Yeah, but it's to get the views, isn't it? It's to get the views. It's and a subject like that will get the views. It will get people on there. Maybe even people that don't watch the channel, but will view it because they're hearing.
Motion.
What
is your viewpoint? Because you were very balanced. Like, what do you think? What do you see?
Well, on it, so I can hear what the brother's saying to Raspek in terms of is his ultimate end game. It seems like he had more force. He put more more thought into the actions as opposed to just off the whim, and they're gonna just be subjugated to the white man. I don't believe it was that kind of situation. But like I said before, I do think part of it is, well, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And people band together. That's been shown throughout history. That's been shown throughout history. Like, you all know that, Shakara, you know that many different nations have come together to band against a greater perceived threat. And maybe share numbers.
I don't know what Shakara's perspective is, but sometimes I think I've heard Raspet say it before, that he feels that the black people and the Muslims can have an alliance, and then we can somewhat bring down.
How does that work when there's white people in that are Muslim?
The white people and Muslim are insignificant minority, as in they're barely any. But the thing is, he feels like, that there can be some sort of an alliance. So if you heard what he said earlier, like he was laughing when the guy said, I'm doing this because I want to make sure there's no sort of race war. He would be happy for there to be a race war in which black and Muslim people are fighting out against white people. He sees the Battle of Trafalgar as some sort of a micro war against the white devil. And black people generally weren't even interested in that. Like, people went out there to protest to get some sort of like a change in the police attitude. I mean, most of the people that went to Trafalgar was the BLM march, right? They don't have nothing to do with Tommy Robinson or any of that kind of like politics that he's trying to bring forth. And some people came to the conclusion that, there's no point, because at the end of the day, we don't want our children to be subjected to violence and racial abuse. But they made a mature decision and said, stay at home. We don't think you're going to achieve a lot there. I don't know what they achieved from doing this Trafalgar protest anyway. I don't know what's changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, really?
Yeah, but Reggie, you said
I don't think they'd have a statue of Respect next to Nelson. Next to Nelson in the future.
But Reggie, you said it was marching for change, but then they took it upon themselves to start attacking historical figures. In the form of
those are just statues, though. Statues can be replaced. That means.
Yeah, but it's still very emotive, isn't it? It's obvious what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, there was undertones, there was rumors about why they
but in those videos they show over here, it's like white kids throwing those things over in the water and stuff like that. Like, how many? I didn't see that many videos of black people doing it.
The actual day, it's not a black and white thing. That's the thing, Brad. That's the way it's being painted, but it's not. He was Antifa and Black Lives Matter. I don't see them as black movements.
That's what you'll find, that a lot of black people didn't even turn up for that Trafalgar. Like, they make it sound as if like all black people came together for the march. It was very few. Like, most people said, "Oh, what's the point?"
That Tommy said that he wasn't going, and a lot of Tommy supporters didn't go because they didn't want it to turn into a war. Tommy made it quite clear he wasn't calling for a race war. He wasn't against black people. He did put out another video. Respect still carried on as if he hadn't. And he, to this day, still talks as if he hadn't.
He did put out two videos. On the first video, I'm not gonna lie, I watched the first video and I was like, this dickhead. Like, that's what I literally thought. This dickhead. And then I saw the second video and I was like, this dickhead. Like, like, what the hell? But to be fair, I do agree. He did put out a second video saying, actually, it's not going to be good. He doesn't want to set this up. And he did also say he believes it is the BLM and Antifa, etc. So he did say that. And to me, when I watched it, I did think it was, well, actually, you probably now realize you woke up a hornet's nest and probably realize actually that's not the way to go forward right now, because it's not going to be good for me. So I don't think he did it just because he didn't want a race war. I think he also did it because it wouldn't look good on him, and he had to be seen to be the responsible thing also. So I'm not gonna.
Definitely, he fucked up the first video he did where he was impassioned.
He was coked up.
Yeah, he did. He fucked up, and he realised he fucked up with his.
No, I said he was coked up. He fucked up.
Yeah, but he also look here. Yeah, he's made mistakes like that. He did the same thing after the Manchester attacks. Yeah, and sometimes your emotions get the better of you. And when you're talking, you might say stuff like when he was down at mosque and he was saying his enemy combatants. Now, I disagree with what he said, but he was emotional. Remember, there was just an attack before, and I think staying with the he got an emotional reaction and probably reacted in a way he shouldn't have. Now, I need to go here, but the thing is that if no one's got the video
to play because you're all kind of like in the 1980s for some reason that you can't play the video. I'm gonna have to leave it. But big up to Leon COE. Big up. Be back at Speakers Corner soon. New Raj. Good debates, and hopefully we'll see you down there, man. I'm off anyway, man. Take care.
By the way, so I do want to point out, however, that the people going or not going was not due to Tommy Robinson. So Tommy Robinson going was not going to stop people from going, and Tommy Robinson not going, for people that wanted to go, was not going to stop people from going. The issue that at hand was not Tommy Robinson.
Say that
The issue at hand. I know I. Yeah, the issue at hand was about police brutality, right? And solidarity with our brothers and sisters at that time, especially in the United States of America, in relation to Breonna Taylor, in relation to George Floyd, and these kinds of things here, right? So Tommy Robinson was not a central concern in relation to whether people went or not. This is not the case.
Well, I think there's a lot of people didn't go as well because of COVID as well. So this was during the pandemic.
True.
So a lot of people thought as well, I'm not going to go. So that was another. There's so many different aspects to why people felt that they shouldn't come.
The people that went were the DFLA, and they had already put their call out separate to Tommy, which is something that Thacker is not mentioning. Secondly, Tommy did. The people that have Tommy's ideology, a lot of them didn't go because of Tommy, because they heard what Tommy said and understood exactly what he was saying. And thirdly, it was concerning whether Tommy was going or not, which is why they moved the actual protest to the Friday over into Hyde Park, and there was absolutely no reason for you to be there, Shaka, or Raspek, actually. In fact, there was no reason for the DFLA to be there. I would actually go that far. None of you needed to be there. And all the drama that was caused, all you did was put people in danger, and especially Respect. You know, and you caping for him won't lessen that.
Respect.
I'm not discussing Respect. The reality is that, again, as I keep saying, the issue is not about Respect, right? Respect is one person who had a point of view that happened to be aligned with a number of other people's point of view in terms of we should not allow a threat of violence from these individuals to stop us from demonstrating on an issue of justice, and that was that. The protest was planned. With no consideration to Tommy Robinson, and when he inserted himself into the situation as being a part of a threat of violence, the issue was do the people protest or do they not protest? And neither the presence for those who went there, neither the presence of Tommy Robinson or the absence of Tommy Robinson or anybody supporting Tommy Robinson or any school of thought or organization for which he's aligned or backs Tommy Robinson was going to be a hindrance or a reason, right? You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is.
Would the threat of violence stop you from going to Libya and protesting there against the black people?
It's a good one. It was a good one. What's the name? Reggie. Yeah. So it's a good deflection still.
No, it's not a deflection.
It fundamentally is.
Would the threat of violence stop you?
It's a good deflection still. It's a good deflection still.
Well, the reality is
the reality is
it was a battle. And
the reality is that in as much as
racial hatred,
the reality is
from Trafalgar. Well done. He got the name of the new face of racial hatred, and no one can take that away from him.
It's brilliant.
So there you go. The new face of racial hatred, Shaka Ray's friend.
Most definitely. In as much the same way, bro, that when the issues happened in the United States of America, black people demonstrated here in solidarity. Excuse me.
Yo, Reggie, why you gonna say the same thing over, man?
I know. It's just disrespectful. I'm actually deciding or choosing to at least in part engage your deflection tactic at the minute. So do me the respect of being silent and allow me to finish my statement. Thank you. Yeah, in as much as, and by the way, we have
yeah, you little bitch. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
There are many issues, yeah, and many brothers and sisters in this country who have suffered, who have met their demise at the hands of the Metropolitan Police Department, right? And so and what's it called, police departments across the country. So there is a serious issue of police brutality and black deaths in custody in the UK, and people have been demonstrating on that issue for generations. But in as much as a lot of the energy that manifested in the demonstrations around the Battle of Trafalgar, as it's being referred to, were in support of and in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. Okay, and so in as much as when those issues of Breonna Taylor, what's it called, Mike Brown, and others, took place, brothers and sisters organized and mobilized here and demonstrated and showed their solidarity. Same thing happened when it came to Libya. There were a number of demonstrations. One as I recall, they blocked up central London for a number of hours.
I'm saying in North Africa. Why
wait, time out though. But one second.
So
Shakara,
one second. The answer to the question is very simple. Yeah, black people wherever they are, in demonstration, are at liberty to show solidarity and support for black people wherever they are in terms of fighting for justice. And that's what it is. So yes, we did.
Well, can I ask you this stuff real quick, right here? Because before you run away, I just want to be real. Why aren't you going to follow Reggie's example? Because Reggie went to Libya and protested against this Libyan slave trade. So why don't you go follow Reggie's example and go there?
Oh no, because Reggie is far more brave than I am. And he's a real African, and I'm not. So,
see, brother, you showing up around the world for your causes, mate. You need to be careful with your mouth.
I didn't hear what you said.
But you don't really put your money where your mouth is, even though you say you've got a lot of money. You should be doing a lot more for your community. Not just
you don't know what I do for my community.
And as for you, Shakara, you
don't know what I do for my community.
Protest did go ahead to back up America on the Friday. There was no need for you to be there. No matter how many times you say it, you can't remix the fact that Respect drew those people out, asked them to go down there, called out on Got Kush TV with you standing beside him. Come down here, there's not enough of us. And they all went down there and got put in problem. And if it weren't for Jedi helping them get out of there, that he took the glory away from Respect. And you two look silly, to be honest. And even trying to make it look like you've done something when actually what you wanted to do was let the world make the world know that you wanted to look like you cared than actually cared. Because if you actually cared, you would have gone to the Friday protest and not made the drama on the Saturday and put people in danger.
Oh, people were in danger on Saturday, Sakura? You got people in danger, man? Like were black people hurt?
Sorry, brother. I was talking to my woman. Sorry, repeat that.
No. Apparently you were.
Why were you engaged? Let me just ask.
No. I don't know why we have to engage nonsense.
Sorry.
The thing is,
I'm sorry. Is that Mrs. Shakara? I just heard thunder hit the ground. What's going on? Gracious.
Mr. Brad, I don't know why you're so opposed. I don't know why you're opposed.
Every time she comes on, my lights turn off. Like every time she hops on, my lights turn off. I gotta get black in the room. Don't understand this.
I don't know why you're opposed to Shakara going to North Africa and
we're going. Reggie. You've already been, so you teach us what you got to do. Reggie, teach us what you've already done.
I'll teach you.
Wait, a minute. I just want to ask the woman Jupiter a question. When you were saying that Raspek and Shakara being there at this protest and Shakara calling out on Got Kush was just
not Shakara, it was Respect
calling out on Got Kush for people to come down. That was
that's incorrect.
Anyway, but for people to come down and that was definite to cause problems. Why is that a standard that there's going to be a problem? Why is there going to be violence?
Because at that point they could see that there was a lot of football hooligans from the DFLA that had gone down there.
Oh, so most of the issue was white football hooligans.
Yeah, mostly I would say that a lot of that was DFLA. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Shakara, you weren't responsible then.
The veterans themselves didn't cause any problem. They were in the center of the square. And you would have to understand the politics of the white nationalists to understand who was who.
So it was just our lack of understanding of the politics around racist nationalists of who's violent, who's not violent, as to why black people should stay away.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, you're saying that because we don't know the internal politics of white nationalists and who's violent and who's not violent, Raspek brought people into harm's way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, what Raspek did, right? He put out. Okay, let me give you the timeline. Lives Matter did the protest the Saturday before. Okay. That was the one where the statues got knocked down. The woman.
Sorry, 1 second. I do know all of that. I'm just trying to get to the crux of why there would be violence.
Why would there be violence
amongst the white? Okay, why would white people?
Raspek was calling for violence and hyping it up, and there were certain elements on the white side that were hyping it up.
Who on the black side was hyping it up?
Raspek.
Yeah, Raspek.
What did he say exactly, word for word, verbatim?
I can't remember verbatim, but along the lines of doing live streams where he was bringing people on who were saying that they were ready for war, war cries. They were going to go down there, this war, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, no, just was asking because I always find it interesting to hear how white people make excuses for their psychotic behavior. Thank you.
Okay, so what psychotic behavior did I do? So you're not making excuses for psychotic Raspek, lady? I find it interesting. Some of their psychotics. Too shame on you.
Hey, what happened? I just went to get changed.
All right, so yeah.
Yeah, DC Brad.
You were protesting the slave trade.
DC Brad,
you were protesting the slave trade.
DC Brad,
what did you do?
DC Brad, you claim to be somewhat Pan-Africanist.
Hey, but bro, listen though. You're literally from Nigeria. You've already been to Libya to do this. So teach me what you did. Yeah,
I haven't been to Libya.
Oh, so wait. So how can you? I'm trying to understand. How can you call out next man if you haven't done it yourself? Come on, I'm just curious. If you can give us your experience on protesting the slave trade in North Africa, then teach us, man.
I wouldn't.
One second. Let me clear this document. I want to be able to write all this down. So.
Hey!
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
So what I would say is that safety is a concern for me. So I wouldn't go to Libya primarily for my safety.
So you wouldn't go to Libya. Okay, so would you do?
So for me, I'm not in the camp of you guys that say safety is not an issue. There's loads of people that I advise not to go for this particular protest.
But you just told Shakarada, why doesn't he go down there? You would advise him to go down there.
But the fact is, the issue is not.
Let me respond so that Brad is clear. Because Shakarada said that he's in the camp of people that would not tell people.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, you randomly. He was talking to Jupiter, and you randomly called him out for it. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Let me finish. There's some people that decided that because of their concern of their safety, they would stay where they are. And Shakira said that he is not concerned. He's not not verbatim, but he said in some other words that he's not so much concerned about safety. So I said that if you're not so much concerned, then you should be able to go to places like Libya and also begin.
No, Reggie, slow down. Bro. Yeah, your comprehension is failing you at the moment, unfortunately. Sorry, Reggie, my brother. Because in spite of your best efforts, you are black. I do want to correct you, my brother. The reality is that I was giving perspectives from various different aspects and members of the black community. Personally, I felt it was completely within the rights of brothers and sisters to not go if they choose. Yeah, I was not among the some of the brothers and sisters who said, if you don't go down there, you're a punk. And I wasn't among that school of thought. I think it was perfectly justifiable for brothers and sisters to stay at home, and it was also perfectly justifiable for brothers and sisters to go because they had planned to go. Yeah, there were brothers and sisters that were coming from all Birmingham and Manchester, and when they heard of a cancellation, they said they're still coming. Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, they are perfectly within their rights to do so. There was a protest plan, a demonstration against injustices done to black people, and black people are entitled to demonstrate and protest, and threats of violence from white racists. Yeah, I understand the principle of the fact that threats of violence from white racists should not be a hindrance to us peacefully demonstrating and protesting. If one chooses not to go, then they're within their rights. But if one chooses to go, they are also within their rights. I don't see what the problem is.
I agree with that as well. I agree with that.
We are prepared to die, right? Hyping up for over a week before you go down there on your live stream. We're going to have a war. Oh, look at this big Don. This big Don's got a message for the people. Come down there, people. We're gonna get all the gangs to unite, people. This is what we want, people. We want a war. And then afterwards,
would you say for the people that are passing through Libya to get to Europe that the threat of enslavement or violence should not be an obstacle for them to go out there?
Reggie, he's
my brother, when you're challenging injustice, unfortunately for us here in this country, challenging injustice, generally speaking, comes with the threat of violence. If we were always going to be cowed by the threat of violence, nobody would have fought for freedom, justice, and so on and so forth. Right? So for the brothers and sisters who are on the ground, in Libya, as for the brothers and sisters who are on the ground in any part of the black world, where there's not a million different things taking place, and anybody can run everywhere to put out the fire of, you know what I'm saying, of injustice in any part of the black world. Those brothers and sisters, it is incumbent upon them to understand what the threat of violence is and to organize accordingly, whether they're going to retreat for the sake of self-preservation or confront the violence head on for the sake of pushing forward the movement. And either decision that is made in those circumstances is at the behest of the brothers and sisters on the ground, and they are entitled to make
can we not apply wisdom and do things at the right time? Do we have to go full at a particular moment that is unsafe to do so? Like,
my brother, again, the moment was made unsafe because a group of white racists decided that they were going to attack brothers and sisters who were manifestly and expressly gathering for a peaceful protest. Yeah,
no, it was unsafe.
If they choose to make it unsafe, right? One, it is for the powers. It is for the law of the land and the institutions that are supposed to implement the law of the land to kick in and do their job, right?
The same in Libya, but it's not.
It is also incumbent upon those who choose to still peacefully protest, yes, to be prepared to meet violence, right? You know what I'm saying? And so just like, for example, right, if I take your argument, right, and we apply it to brothers and sisters who boycotted the buses in Bristol in the 1960s, right, or brothers and sisters who done sit-ins, right, who done sit-ins, in the United States of America in the segregated South and them kind of things. They knew. One second. They knew when they walked into a restaurant and sat down to eat, they could leave there in a body bag, right? They knew that for a fact. Yeah. They also knew, however, that no matter what, some of these protests, not all of them, but some of these protests, right? They planned and prepared people not to retaliate. Yes, not only did they know they were going to face violence, they knew that wherever violence they faced, they were not going to respond with physical threats of violence to the people that were aggressing them. They knew for a fact, and they calculated for it, and they still went on those marches. They still went on those demonstrations. They still went on those sit-ins, right? So those people, yes, prepared themselves for that possibility, and still, in the name of justice, to protest and demonstrate. And I think they're entitled to make that decision.
Okay, can I respond? Again, this is what I mean. Like, we're not in the 1950s or 60s. We have to try and get out of the 1950s, 60s psychologically at some point, Shakira. Wisdom has to be applied. Because we're in 2020 and 2021, and there's a simple process. So prior to these racists that you've mentioned coming out to do anti or their own protests or their own attacks, there was this thing called COVID. That meant, hang on, there's this thing called COVID that affects black and white people, but primarily at that moment, it was a big thing. for the black community. So you guys have been pushing people or encouraging people to come out and join, what do they call it again? And congregate among several people, putting their lives in danger. You know what I'm saying? Just for the sake of making a statement.
Yeah, but my brother, again, people are entitled. Look, there's been protests directly against the lockdown, protests directly against wearing of masks. Yeah,
and they're putting themselves in danger as well.
Yeah, and my brother, you would those people, yeah, whether you or I believe them to be stupid or insane or not, they have the right to decide in the name of free speech whether they are going to put themselves in that position or not. That's as simple as that. Those who didn't want to put themselves in that position did not turn up. Right? It's very simple. And some people did not turn up for their own reasons, but supported those who did. Right? That happened too. I know people that like that. They didn't go. They decided they weren't going to go for whatever reason. Maybe because of COVID. Maybe because they got children and they didn't think it was the right environment to bring children down. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Or maybe for their own personal whatevers. Right? But they supported the fact that people have the right to demonstrate because that's what they wanted to do. Yeah, and a peaceful demonstration was called, and the threat of violence was called upon a peaceful demonstration. It's as simple as that. And I think if we're going to condemn anybody, it should be the people that call down violence on a peaceful demonstration. There is no need to call that. You don't have to agree with the demonstration. Yeah. How is it that that a black man can stand in defense of Tommy Robinson for a perceived threat of violence, yeah, but black people must not peacefully protest because of a perceived threat of violence? This is a joke. It doesn't make any sense to me. What makes Tommy Robinson more worthy of going to a place where there was a perceived threat of violence, where he was going to be protected by thousands of other people who came out to protect him anyway, than black people when actually one of us is actually killed, and we want to show solidarity, or a number of us are actually killed by the powers that be, so to speak, yeah, the forces of society, and we want to show solidarity for our brothers and sisters, the families of those slain individuals. Yeah, that we shouldn't. It's irresponsible now to peacefully protest in demonstration of those realities. This is a joke.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good thing that obviously people protest at selected times, but when things are becoming unsafe, when people are turning it into, like even
people. Which people? Identify the people that we are talking about.
Well, both parties. I'll say this. I don't even know what group.
Is this a good and bad on both sides argument? Yeah, is that what you're bringing to me?
No. I'm saying that within that group that came to oppose the BLM movement, there was a lot of people that are of certain ilk. Like there's a lot of racists.
So what?
A lot of,
so
yeah,
what?
yeah.
You don't have to like respect. You don't have to like anybody. You don't have to like Mega Man. Yeah. You don't have to like Gang. You ain't got to like Family Forever. You ain't got to like none of them. Yeah.
I'm just saying that.
Sorry, Forever Family. The fact of the matter is, none of those people, yes, caused violence. None of those people put out the call to attack a peaceful demonstration. None of those people did that. You don't have to agree with Raspek Fire-Bingi to understand that it is wrong. Yeah, to call down violence on a group of peaceful protesters. Yeah,
no, I'm not.
Even the promotion said peaceful demonstration, right? The promotion itself that was put out there said peaceful demonstration. Yeah, you don't have to agree with those people. You don't have to agree with what those people are demonstrating for. You ain't got to agree with their point, their position, or even their goals. Yeah, you don't have to agree with that, but it was a peaceful demonstration, and there is no excuse. Yeah, under law of God or humanity, yes, no excuse to call down violence on such a formation.
Yeah, but you don't even agree with Babylon's laws, do you? Like,
what's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything? These are the laws that you defend, right? So even if I don't, right? Even if I don't agree with Babylon's laws here, but I agree that peaceful protesters should not be aggressed, yeah, in a negative action. Right? So what's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything?
I tell you what it's got to do.
We're deflecting here, my brother. We don't need to
hang on. You don't agree with these Babylon laws, and these people that are coming to protest don't agree with the Babylon laws either. Like even the opposition.
No, actually, some of them do. A lot of people actually did. A lot of people that were there do agree with the Babylon law,
Yeah,
and they want Babylon to be as good as the law that's on his books, right? So they want and some of them want Babylon law to be improved and better. Yeah, there's various different schools of thought that come down.
A lot of the racist people that came there.
Right? Do you know what I'm saying? So the reality is that if you say, well, actually, according to the law, yeah, police officers should not be allowed to just kill innocent people on the roads. Yeah, you're actually trying to uphold the law. That's
well,
not
my point.
When you
the thing is, a lot of these hooligans and these racists do not adhere to the law. That's what makes it unsafe. They do not want to follow the law. So you got two groups of people that do not respect the law. That leads to war.
No, my brother. The people that were the people that came down. It is lawful in this land and legal to peacefully protest. Right? It is illegal to attack peaceful protesters. Yeah? It is illegal. Yeah. 1 second. It is illegal to incite violence, even to the incitement of violence against peaceful protesters is illegal. Right? So the only people that were not followed, that were contravening the law in this particular scenario, were those who incited violence or came down with the intention of enacting violence upon peaceful protesters. These are the only people that were contravening the law.
Bro, my brother, the what do you call it? The hooligans are called hooligans for a reason. These are people that do not conform or they like to break the law. The same with a lot of people from your groups that came. Like a lot of them are.
No, but you're incorrect though, because those groups came to manifestly, peacefully protest. That's what they were on. They came to peacefully protest.
Yeah, and they came to peacefully protect their statues, and they came to peacefully protect their statues.
No.
Everybody came to be peaceful. Apparently,
right. And everyone came there to be peaceful. I find it interesting that one who uses the term and lambasts people for quote unquote caping significantly is now doing the same in relation to.
Hey, wait, can I ask an unrelated question? Just to
go ahead, bro. I'm kind of done. Bless.
Yeah. Run, devil man. Run.
No. It's only a side chat.
Where you going,
Reggie.
It's one of those things. I know, like it's that's what you call Abrahamic supremacy at play, but it's all good.
Reggie, I need Reggie. I want to know your take on something. You have to choose one. All right, you have two condiments in front of you. You have mayonnaise and you have hot sauce. Which one do you pick?
I have what, sorry?
You have two condiments in front of you, mayonnaise and hot sauce. Which one do you pick? Because I can't make up my mind.
The brother doesn't quite understand the question there.
I prefer hot sauce probably, yeah.
All right. Hot sauce. Yeah. So you just a sellout. Okay, cool. I thought you was one because apparently the FBI created these little agents that they used to like feed them nothing but mayonnaise. And that was the way they could spot each other in some kind of like riot or something like that. So they used to say, "Oh, I only want mayonnaise on my sandwiches." So you said hot sauce. I guess you're just a sad black man. All right. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, I don't know, man. I didn't know you was trying to get us something, but yeah, man. I was sincerely saying hot sauce just because I like a bit of spice. Can't be encouraged.
Yeah, no.
Well, there you go, Miss London Yoruba. Why can't black people be encouraged to stay at home and the so-called do-gooders who apparently care about us so much go and do the work?
Hey, you know one thing I'm curious about Yoruba? Like, because I know there's like different clans. How come there's some clans that are conformist, but there are other clans that are just like rebellious? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work? I think, like, do you think the Yoruba title could be detrimental when you have like this section over here that'll just pop off at any time, but you have this section over here that's like more diplomatic all the time?
I don't know.
Mm.
Did Shaka say that he went down there to fight? I don't know about that. There's obviously some people that went down there to fight, but reality, these things are just they're just exasperated. Like, I don't think there was really that much violence, to be honest, in the whole thing anyway. So it's not like, 4 people died or even 1 person died. You know what I mean? So it's not even that level. Maybe if they had weapons, like in America, maybe if they had guns, there'll probably a lot of people that would have died. But nah.
That's one thing I found shocking about the protest in the Capitol was that like there were a lot of people that didn't die.
Well, you guys had 4 people. That's a lot. Like for what in comparison to what we would get here, like 4 people is quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just glad you didn't have a lot of people that. Wow, that's a lot to y'all.
But even look at this protest that they're having here. We're doing it.
Like we're relieved. We're relieved that one woman got shot in the neck. Like that's how relieved everyone is.
Yeah, and these protests, we're doing it on you guys' behalf. Like people, like Shakira, etc., are doing it on you guys' behalf. Like,
well, no, apparently, because I think it was Shakira who educated me. You guys have the same kind of run-in with the cops.
Nah, that's bollocks. That's not true. The thing is,
oh really? So your cops are better?
It's absolutely true. Reggie is not aware of the history, but from 1969, the first recorded Black death in custody was David Olawale, who was hounded by the police. Hounded by the police to the point of being made.
Why are you telling Brad this thing? Yeah, let Brad tell us. Let Brad tell us of one place that he knows of in Britain.
And why would Brad need to tell us? A lot of people. A lot of people, Reggie, even Black people in Britain, are not aware of the levels when it comes to Black deaths in custody, not just by the police, but in mental health institutions in this country. Right? It's something that some Black groups have been trying to raise awareness of for quite some time. But so if many of the names that people may
I thought you were going though, Shakira, mate. I thought you said you were going.
No, I said I was done with the conversation.
Okay.
Previously about the what's it called? But yeah, I know it's convenient for me to drop off. You know what I'm saying?
The thing,
as far as you're
concerned.
Thing is, I know the spirit of Shango can be a lot still, so I appreciate that. But don't worry about it. Just mute up. It won't affect you. The issue. So from that we have.
No, I just know that you got. If I can, I just want to just say what I know so far is that like you have a lot of cases of people getting arrested by the police and dying in police custody.
Yes.
You may not have like shootings on the street like that, but you have a lot of like people dying in police custody that they don't do anything about. You have a lot of beatings.
DC Brad.
If you listen to police brutality has been a significant issue among the Black community in this country for generations.
You're going to probably think that we're mini America here. Like we're not. Like he's obviously stuck in
America.
I know.
No one sees you guys as mini.
What it is, Brad. Yeah. What it is that there are a lot of people, white civ-nuts and some Black people who drink that Kool-Aid, who think that it's a feather in Britain's cap here that it is supposedly less racist than other parts of the world, right?
I'm not gonna lie. That's how it's portrayed over here.
Yeah, they get rate. Britain gets ratings for being less racist than other places. Yeah, that's the thing. And so, but there are other people who just really are not really interested in more or less racist. You know what I'm saying? They're just like, well, racist is racist, isn't it? But at the same time. So I'll give you a brief rundown of the history. Yeah,
these are the people, Brad. Hang on, before you give us that history, these are the people that will tell you that slavery is the same as prison, and slavery is.
Yeah, but Shakira wouldn't do that. Shakira wouldn't do that.
These are the kind of people that
Shakira wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't say it's the same. However, it would be true to say, however, that the law of the land does outlaw slavery, except in
here we go. The same camp as Rasmus.
No, that's true though, Reggie. That's true.
That's not me. That's true. That's what the law actually says.
That's the truth.
I'm making it up. That's what the law. For those who want the reference, it's the Human Rights Act of 1998. It directly says it. I'm not making it up.
And if you want for the U.S., it's the 13th Amendment that no enslavement should be unlawful unless during imprisonment. That's why they have what's known as inmate labor, like building roads and things like that. So he's telling the truth.
There's no doubt about that. On the subject of Black deaths in custody and police brutality in this country, so I've already mentioned David Olawale. We can talk of the 1976 So that was 1969, by the way, David Oluwale. We could talk of 1976 Notting Hill uprising because of the heavy-handed tactics of the police at Notting Hill Carnival.
1976, you know. Brad, was you even born?
We're dealing with the history, my brother. Just relax, yeah. You know what I'm saying? You might learn something, all right? What's it called? And then so that's that. What was that? Yeah, 1976. There was a uprising at Carnival against the heavy-handed tactics of the police. Yeah, during that Carnival, they upped their police presence significantly for the previous years and were arresting and harassing people left, right, and center. In 1981, there was an operation called Operation Swamp. Yeah, in Brixton, right. That operation was a search operation that sparked the uprising of Brixton in 1981. In fact, prior to that, in April 1981, prior to that happening in April 1981, there was a New Cross fire in January of 1981, and the police response, which criminalized the young people that were in a party that was firebombed in an area that is known for racist bombings of black properties, right? Began to criminalize the young people that were victims of the fire rather than investigate who started the fire in the first place. And so then you had Operation Swamp in 1981, which was basically, over a week, police just running up on black men, beating them up in vans and throwing them back out on the street and them kind of things. They sparked an uprising in 1981.
Yeah, we've seen this thing called because I didn't know this. I was like, I'm thinking like, the IC3. I didn't know that was like a code for you guys. That like we have 2 young IC3s. Like I didn't know that. Like so they had like they were talking about how like young kids would get like would just like the youngest like 13, 14 would just be like beat up, and then like the cop would say, well, we thought they had a knife, we thought they had a weapon on them, and they would just get away with it. So it's like, it's just that like because of the US, like a lot of your news, because like even with BBC, like BBC would talk more about America than they do you guys. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like unless Boris Johnson says something about COVID, like I guess this is the most I've ever heard people talk about, like, local UK news and stuff like that.
It's a big thing. Then if I say the names, Ibrahim Say, Colin Roach,
I've heard Colin Roach. I heard of Colin Roach.
Chidi Lapite, Roger Sylvester, Cynthia Jarrett, Cherry Gross, Joy Gardner, Sean Rigg, Dimitri Fraser. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even like, that's just off the top of my head, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And some of these Smiley Culture, what's it? Simeon Francis, which was just a few months ago, in Birmingham. You know what I'm saying? There's so many names, that we can call over the years.
Hang on, Shakira, is the Libya slavery the same as prison in America?
I'm noticing that the deflection again.
It's not a deflection.
Obviously not. Oh my goodness, are you retarded, Reggie? Like, no.
No, but I mean, they are. People would argue that I've heard it from a certain person before that,
Hey, wait! I want to make sure something. Reggie, this is not a sidetrack.
The fact
have you ever been in a video? Have you ever been in a video in Speaker's Corner with Betty? Like you guys were standing side by side.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! You know what I'm pissed about, Black? This is how isolating Black Americans are. So I keep thinking that we're the only ones. Ultra looks like my uncle, and Reggie. If I show this guy I played football with, Reggie looks just like this wide receiver I played football with. And it's the most irritating thing to know.
I've got quite a few videos, DC Brad. So I don't even know if maybe you've got the right person, but I'm just saying that I've been in a few videos on COE.
No, I've seen you cam up before. It's just that angle of you. I was like, wow, dude looks smack like.
Yeah. I've heard people say that, we got prison for profits in America, and like you guys have said, there's a definition.
Well, no, the reason why I never compare prison for profits, the reason why I don't ever compare prison for profits to slavery, is because they get paid. And the guys get paid like some prisons, state prisons. You're looking at getting about like a year, about 10 to 15,000. Sorry, 10 to 35,000, depending on the job. Whereas
the prisoners don't earn that much, DC.
That's what I'm giving you the yearly rate. 10 to 35,000 a year is very low. Very low.
No, but you're saying that prisoners are earning 10,000 to 35,000 a year. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in some cases, especially in federal prisons, because if they're doing like
I have to look into that. I'm not aware of that.
No, it's what you're about to talk about is more privatized prisons where they're making like 25 cents for 2 days for like a month, you know.
So what if you're not getting paid? Then it's almost identical, then, right, to Libya?
Yeah, if you're not getting paid, because I've never seen a slave. Like the reason why I was reading, there's a guy I went to my college African studies professor said that the reason why Afro-American slavery is sometimes most irritating to many people, especially when he talks about how he traveled the continent, why slavery was most irritating for him to learn about us is that while we were enslaved, we were building colleges and owning properties. And he was like, which slave does that? So he says that like usually like there's so many different realms and degrees of slavery that, you know, like what the Arabs did, I don't think there's any comparison because people talk about the cruelty of the Arab slave trade or the Islamic slave trade because it was tied to the Islamic Empire. So, but yeah, you know what I mean? So like, you know, but I can never compare incarceration because most of the people that are incarcerated, I mean, well, I don't want to say most, but a number of people that are incarcerated.
One doesn't need to compare,
criminal.
to be honest. One doesn't need to compare. The prison industrial complex doesn't have to look like slavery in Libya for it to be unjust. And more importantly, the prison industrial complex here, even though it's not the same as what was taking place in slavery in the United States, you know, 300-400 years ago, or less than that, in fact, just under.
We can do Jim Crow, yeah.
100
we can do less than 100 years ago.
Well, yeah, true.
Because you have the illegal slave trade of Jamaicans.
Hang on,
in
because
Alabama.
It's not the same. But that's the argument. Is not that it's the same. The argument that it is that the system has been updated to the point whereby there are more black people. And I've heard this before. There are more black people in prison in America today than there were enslaved at any point during the official enslavement in the United States of America. And so, and because of the nature of the prison industrial complex and the labor and the profits being gained from it, many people, like if you read Michelle Alexander, the new Jim Crow, consider it to be an updated form of the slavery system.
I read that book, but the reason why I wouldn't compare it to slavery is because
I'm not saying it's not a comparison, bro. Yeah,
okay,
I'm saying that one doesn't have to compare it. It doesn't have to be a comparison. It's understanding how the system evolves itself, right? So not even Michelle Alexander is saying this thing is the same thing as what our ancestors suffered.
Oh no, I agree, but she was talking more in the fact the reason why it was the updated system. Unless I'm wrong, because I remember her interview when she said that we're talking in comparison to the wrongful conviction rates of black people primarily. So like the reason why the prison industrial industry in America, especially privatized, is because there is a high wrongful conviction rate for African Americans. That's why they say the numbers of imprisonment is so. You ever heard the term soft numbers? I mean, like they're so unreliable.
Yes.
Hang on. How do they make profits from the prison? Number one.
Okay, so let's say you have a company, right?
Before you answer that, Brad, how can we compare this prison for profits with the British system, which doesn't have such a concept?
It actually does. Private prisons, ever since so in 1997, when New Labour came to power, Jack Straw, who was then the Home Secretary, announced that all new prisons built in the country were going to be built under private ownership. So we do very much, and a lot of those first ones were built as young offenders institutions. So we do very much have private prison industry in this country. I'd agree that it's not the ratio or the levels is not the same yet as it is in America, but it is a growing industry in this country since that time until now.
So is there a difference between when our own countries have prisons, such as Nigeria or Ghana, and they put black people in prison? And
no, because if you look at Because if you look at okay, so the reason why prison for profits can be very detrimental is because if you look at the court system that, well, usually most private prisons, they have one thing associated with it. You can elect, like the people in the town, in the city, or in the county can elect their prosecutor, sheriff, as well as a judge, a circuit court judge, or magistrate as well. So what usually private prisons are able to do is they're able to get what's known as a package deal. So when you'll see like a sheriff, a prosecutor, a judge, and a magistrate all running on the same ticket, that's known as the package deal. So when you get these guys, you're able to then give, so let's say you do something very small, I would say like downloading movies, right? Well, before you even get to the magistrate court, before you even know what your bail is, you're in prison for like 5 years. Or you're in jail for 5 years. Okay. And each day that you're in jail, they get to charge the state. X amount of dollars. And even in many private prisons, they have it that if let's say the capacity of your prison, Reggie, is like, because I know this would be a dream job for you, but let's say you were to like lock up like 25,000 Black people, right? You could do, if you had 24,999, you could charge the state for like another 25,000 people in so many cases. All right, but that's why they're.
Why would the state want to send police?
Because
out?
it's a less of a value on the taxpayer, and it's more on a value on a company keeping it cheap. So like in state-run prisons, you can get a college degree, finish your GED. Where private-owned prisons, you're getting nothing. Some places like somebody.
Now I'm wondering, why would you want to send police out to go and get people arrested and then convicted, and then have to pay?
Well, because that's where the sheriff comes in. Like I said, that it's all on attack. It's been exposed. So like if you look in a city like Michigan, or if you look in New York had a forensics woman who was privately paid by Rikers to falsify over 25,000 different cases that led to the arrest of many, many different people. If you look in Michigan, you have a guy that was a judge that worked for a youth prison, a juvie, and he was falsifying records, sending unnecessary, for crimes that should be community service. You had young men getting 15 to about like almost 3 years, in lockup. You understand? And then sometimes because there would be like 16, 17, in some cases they could be put up for like, well, you committed the crime when you were as a child, you're still locked up. They would like, well, he got in a fight in juvie, we're going to give him another 2 years, and they'll send you to proper jail at that point. You understand? And it's just 100% it's 100% business corporate ran. So you would have it set up like that. It's been exposed on many occasions.
But it sounds like the government are going to be losing a lot of money from sending people to prison if they're the ones that are having to pay. That these private,
but that's the thing though, Reggie. It's not as expensive as you think, because it's not just you're paying a housing fee. So picture this: picture you owning a hotel, right? And the only bills you have to pay in the hotel is the only thing you have to pay your investors is the only thing your investors want in return. They'll continue to invest in your hotel because you have internal investors. The only thing that they will continue to invest in is if you can keep it at capacity in particular times of the year.
But so surely, like, let's say if you don't send them to prison in the first place, surely you don't end up paying anything, right?
Yeah, but that's where, like I just said, Reggie, the package deal, the judge, the prosecutor, so the magistrate. So the thing is, they can charge the state per day like $200 for one guy a day to stay in, or I think actually it's $129 a day. Excuse me, $129, and I'd say for a state like Maryland is like $129. West Virginia would be like $78. The prices vary based on the state's local like annual income. Okay, so sometimes you'll have like 8 counties all supporting one prison or one jail. You understand?
Yo, people that big up, yeah.
What's up? How you doing, man?
Yeah, big up, Brad. Big up, Reggie. Big up, Shakaraf. You there, man?
You all right?
I wanted to chime in on this prison industrial complex conversation as well.
Yeah.
Reggie, what do you find difficult to understand about the idea? You just made a statement about, or you asked a question about, wouldn't they be losing money? What Who's they, first of all? Who do you regard they as, and how would they be losing?
I think Brad was answering it somewhat. I mean, it's just like at the end of the day,
Reggie, what is confusing? Because I don't want to go around this way if you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, you were explaining how that the judge, the officer.
Okay, so what you get? All right, let's start over. So what you have is you have a package deal. So the package deal consists of a judge, a prosecutor, a sheriff. That's like the most high-ranking person in a local area of a police department. So it's usually the person issuing the arrest and things like that. You would have a prosecutor. That's the senior, most powerful person in the local area for your court. So these are the people that will decide whether or not there should be a conviction. You will have your magistrate. Your magistrate's usually in charge of bail. Bail's another racket as well, but we can get on that later. So what you'll have is, what you need is your prison. So your prison's privately owned. So that means that, like, let's say you have me, you, M.A. Brown, and Shaka. We are all county executives, and we have a population about 4 million people collectively. We can't afford to house our criminals in our own individual counties. So Reggie, you have the real estate to make a prison, and M.A. Brown has the real estate to make a jail, and I have the real estate to make a juvie. Well, you can send all your young people to me. I send everyone that's supposed to go to jail to M.A. Brown, and then for you owning the prison after they got convicted, because jail isn't for people that always get convicted. Jail is for people that have been that are either waiting sentencing in America. Prison is usually for convicted people. So you're usually not going to go to prison if you haven't been convicted of a crime. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So jail is more like purgatory. Juvie is like if you're under the age of 17 or 18, excuse me. No, 17 in some states. 17. So we'll just say 17 for safe. No, actually 16 for safety, because there are a lot of people that put a 16-year-old in prison, like an adult prison, or I'm sorry, an adult jail too. All right. So what we do is we will share the load of funding these places together. Well, paying for COs costs more. Insurance, daily maintenance, and things like that. This stuff is a strain on our counties. So what we do is we privatize it. So privatizing it allows a company to cut the costs down to bare minimum. Okay, I'm talking like trashy, like you ever heard of a thrift store, right? Like a dollar store type. Like they'll cut the prices down so that our counties won't suffer financial pain. So that means that like you will have COs be hired, but they won't be taught ethics. So you'll let a guy in that had like a drug abuse issue because you need the people to work, or you'll cut your quality of your prison down so you're not like working with local colleges to get people degrees. You're not dealing with psychiatry and things like that. No, you're just housing animals in a room, feeding them trash, making them feel like trash. And the goal is, because we're now like, okay, Shakara owns the private prison. Okay, Astaghfirullah, I can never picture it. But Shakara owns the private prison. His job is to save me, you, and Reggie, you and M.A. Brown money. So he's just going to cut all the prices and all that. But the major way for him to work to keep his profits up, because he has to make sure his investors don't get mad at him, he needs to make sure politically all three of our counties, the judge, a circuit court judge in that county, a magistrate in our counties, a sheriff in our counties, and a prosecutor in our counties, as well as a few defense attorneys on the low. Public defenders is another way of saying it. Are in his pocket, so he can keep the funneling of people in. So let's say we have a guy, like let's say EIE gets arrested in your county. He does something as small as tickets. Well, the magistrate will refuse to see his case for like 8 months for something that's less than a 90-day crime, and he'll be sitting there for 8 months until he's able to post bail. They will look at his income. In many cases in jails in America, they'll look at your income. So let's say you make less than 80,000 pounds a year. They'll charge you like, all right, he makes less than 80,000, so he probably can't put this up. 300,000 for bail. So that means he will probably you have to give 10% of that, which is 30,000 for taxes, for tickets. You understand?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, and then so on and so that, and it goes on. It varies based on the crime. So you have a lot of people that are awaiting conviction, and a lot like you have a guy, and there's a guy in waiting just to know what his bail is in Florida. He's been in jail for 5 years. That they just said, hey, listen, we have to clear up this seat. Let's put him in prison, and he hasn't even been convicted of a crime. Okay. And the reason why you do that is the reason why private prisons are able to do that is they have to be able to keep the spaces open in the jails because jails are transit, but they also have to be able to house the people too. So like your prisons, you want your prisons packed. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me one second. I just ordered some food. So
yeah, let me come true still. Yeah, man. Brad's painted a pretty comprehensive picture there. The one aspect of it he hasn't mentioned is the actual policing. Maybe you mentioned it before, but the actual policing mandates that regular cops on the street have to abide by filters all the way up, not down, all the way up to those private investors and those private prisons and shareholders and whatnot. Every aspect of the prison system is really privatized, from the food to the bedding to the electric that runs through these prisons, the prison itself, everything. The guards, you got Serco and all these people working in all these prisons. The whole thing is privatized, bro.
The thing is, yeah, I was saying while you guys were talking, or while Brad was talking, I was doing a bit of research, and from what I'm reading, I haven't read very much, but from what I've seen, it says 14 out of 141 prisons in England and Wales are private or contracted out. So that's a very minute amount of prisons within UK that are privatized. That's about 10%.
That's
the UK prison.
What you're seeing is a process. So
I'm talking about now, like as of today.
No.
So,
What I'm saying is maybe 20 years ago, none were private. So what I'm saying is you're looking at a moment within a process. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. So
it's like the NHS. It's like a better example will be schools. Yeah. So the school systems 20 years ago, yes, of course, there were private schools, but there wasn't a churn of state schools being privatized. That wasn't happening. And now, so like 20 years ago, it would have been 2000. So if you looked at 2005, you may have seen an equivalent number. So that ratio that you've seen in prisons might have been reflected in the privatized schools that had popped up in the 5 years from 2000 to 2005. So what I'm saying is, if you go another 15 years on, you'll see more private prisons. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, potentially you will, but I'm saying that when people make the comparison and say that, oh, it's like America, I'm pretty sure America probably gonna have 90 to 100%.
Yeah, no, it's not on a par with America yet. It's definitely not on a par with America. Like I don't think Pentonville prison's been privatized. I don't think Belmarsh. I don't think Holloway. I don't think all of these prisons.
Hold on. MA, yeah, just to reinforce your.
Is that you, James?
But yeah, no, just to reinforce your point, though, yeah, like the logic is in the same way the NHS, the argument against privatization of the NHS is they want a quick turnover of people so they want people out of beds, right? They want to empty the beds in the private hospitals. Well, it's the complete opposite with private prisons. They want those cells occupied, and that. It's the motivation behind a private prison. It's when it's state run and state operated. Arguably, they want less people in prison, right? Like to run a functional state, you need less people in prison. But what is the motivation, or what is the intentions of the private prisons or the corporations that own private? They want prisoners in the prisons. They want to they want a pipeline of arrests to prison to be more frequent, or to be perennially active. And then on the flip side of that, they offer less opportunities for those inmates to leave the prison.
Exactly.
So that is just from a fundamental sort of motivation, like a intention standpoint, if you like, or incentive standpoint, it's sort of counterintuitive to have a private prison system, but clearly cost is, and as far as the government's concerned, the government doesn't give a shit anyway. As long as the total money they spend is less, is less than they would have spent had it been state owned, they don't care. And as far as the private prison is concerned, the fact that there's such a nominal fee attributed to the individual means that they want to sustain it. They want to keep the individuals in prison for as long as they can. They want to sort of maximize.
Oh, wow. So I didn't make it sense enough. You got to get James in here. Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
He was adding to what you said still.
Oh no. Okay.
I wanted to bring up I put a link in the back chat already. It's a company called Real Nice Films, a bunch of white boys. Yeah, I do used to know some white boys. They're filmmakers, but their project was really sick. It was called 1 for 10. I don't know if they're still running it. I actually met these guys one carnival when I was trying to go to my brethren's house, and there was a house party next door, and my friend's girlfriend needed to use the toilet, and they happened to have a toilet. So we said, "Can we come in?" And she used the toilet. She went in and used the toilet. She came back out. She said, and yeah, we joined the house party, man. It was sick, and we started going every year. But yeah, these guys, the guy, I forget his name now. What's his fucking name? The guy's name is the guy that I technically know, but I don't know. Will Francombe. So Will Francombe was born in London. His parents are from the States. He moved to the States when he was younger. I think on his like 25th birthday or something like that. I'll big this guy up still because he's done good work. He made a when he was born the same day that Mumia Abu Jamal was arrested for attempt for a murder and sent down for life. Right? I think we're all familiar with who this guy is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Every Emmy, I wouldn't make that assumption still, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. So for Reggie, Mumia Abu Jamal, look him up anyway. He was a journalist who was affiliated with the Black Panthers and the Move movement in Philadelphia during the is it post civil rights or civil rights era?
Post civil rights.
Black Power era, really. He's part of the Black Power team.
Yeah. So and he was arrested and charged with murder, having seen his brother getting beat down. He was a cabbie at the time. His brother was getting beat down by a couple of officers, I believe. He jumped out of his cab to help. Mind you, he was targeted by the police, the local Philadelphia police anyway. So he was known where he is. Brad, you can fill in any gaps that I'm leaving. And yeah, a policeman was shot. There are, different stories about how this policeman got shot, but ultimately they pinned the blame.
It was the police commissioner at the time was following the league of because of what the Black Panthers were trying to do in California. Every city viewed them as a terrorist group.
Right.
So what they did was, and here's another example of how, like, I would say the package deal would work. Is that
wait, Brad, I want to just finish the story so I can
I'm sorry. Just a quick caveat. Local police forces would work with federal agencies, and they would amplify things because the federal agency doesn't have to take responsibility for what the locals do. So with the FBI, with the local Philadelphia police, they did it to the Move organization. It's like a group of, I think, like, I don't want to say Rastas, but like people with locks that kind of lived off their own thing. And they like bombed their houses. The police commissioner did that. So that's another example. But that's what they did. But go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead.
That's the story that everyone should know. And I'll post some links and stuff anyway. Cut long story short, so he was sent down for murdering this police officer, and he's been in jail ever since. The guy that I technically know but don't actually know really, I forgot the brother's name. Will Francombe. Yeah, his mother. He had like a kind of social justice background in his family and whatnot. Middle class white guy. And but yeah, his mum would say every year on his birthday that this man has been in prison your whole life. So when he was about 25, he made a documentary called In Prison My Whole Life, and it's about Mumia Abu Jamal. He actually goes to visit Mumia in jail. They don't film it because he's not allowed cameras in there. The documentary's sick. It's got Dick Gregory, Mos Def, Noam Chomsky. Bare people are in this documentary. Like, he's got a hookup in it. But yeah, so after making this documentary, a couple of years later, they set up a company called Real Nice Films, and the project is called 1 for 10. They crowdfunded for it. I hope it's still going. I'll put the links in the back. If Veli's about, you can share it on the YouTube. But yeah, man, it's essentially the project is it's been going for at least 10 years now, and they investigate.
The white guys are involved in, yeah.
Yeah. They investigate. They spend. They investigate the numbers behind life sentences and the finances involved in the handing out of life sentences regarding corporate interests, political interests, and that prison industrial complex.
Just to be clear, obviously we can't trust any of that information, though, right?
What do you mean? No, what do you mean?
No. Stop. James is making a joke.
No, because they're white guys, right? Like we can't. Can we? Shut
up, man. Anyway.
You guys need to tell me when we can and can't trust white guys, because I don't know, you guys are all over the place. Go on, carry on.
Anyway, so if you go to the website, they've got a lot of information on there. They've got interviews with former lifeys, if you want to call them that. Acquitted. Some people have been, on life sentences for like 33 years and shit. And the numbers, I can't remember off the top of my head the numbers because it's been a long time since I visited this site. But there's for someone that's on a life sentence that's been in jail for 33 years, talking millions and millions and millions and millions.
Hey, MA, Shaka just texted me and said that you're not a Pan-Africanist anymore. I don't know what that's in it. I don't know what. I don't know why.
Wait, James. When the white man tells us that Egypt's in the Grand Canyon, we believe that, okay? Mm-hmm. But nothing else, okay?
Right.
Funnily enough, it might be another African brother sending you that text still.
Is it?
Yeah, from Nigeria or something.
Does the name begin with R and end with out? I don't know.
By the way, family, I've got a duck here. Not without good reason. On the 17th of this month is the 60th anniversary since the assassination of Papa Patrice Lumumba. So I'm about to be hosting a radio show where we're going to be speaking to his grandnephew and a couple activists from the Congo. In relation to Wagwan in the Congo. I say a couple of activists from the Congo. One's from the Congo. Well, two are from the Congo because obviously his grandnephew's from the Congo. But there's another brother from Ivory Coast who does work in the Congo. He's lived in France, but he's, got an organization.
How can you talk to... Wait, Reggie. I mean, I'm sorry. Shakira, how can you talk to them? You've never been to the Congo.
I know.
What's wrong with you?
Have you actually never been to the Congo, Shaka?
No, not yet. It's on the cards.
At that moment,
I've not been.
All credibility is gone. Everything you're trying to do.
We'll see if the laws of physics allow me to speak to brothers and sisters who are in a place that I've been. Do you know what I'm saying? We'll see if the laws of physics allow for that to happen.
Hey, Shaka, sure as shit ain't gonna be the laws of Shango, is it?
Yeah, that just demonstrates, brother.
Hello.
James is.
Hey, but Shaka, thank God for Greek philosophy. You can think we have the conversation.
Indeed, because because the laws of physics are synonymous with Greek philosophy.
You know what? I heard all this talk about.
However, sorry, it must be said though that if we consider the fact that Shango is thunder and lightning and fire, then yes, the laws of Shango would most certainly apply.
I don't think so. Unless you should have said electromagnetism. You lost there. I don't know what fire's got to and thunder's got to do with anything here. But hold on. But you know one thing that's funny.
Well, sorry, are you suggesting to me that lightning has nothing to do with electromagnetism or thunder? That's
a false equivalence. Why is an associate of an associate of an associate?
You're missing the point, my brother. The point being is that
that's not the laws of Shango. Is that the laws of Shango? Yeah, electromagnetism.
Shango is personification of electricity. Is the point that's being?
Oh yeah, of course it is now. Amun Ra. Hey, listen. When in doubt, Amun Ra. Hold on, quickly, yeah. Can I just say one thing really quickly though? Yeah. Earlier on, I heard you lot discussing. By the way, I fully agree with what you were saying. I don't know. All those guys trying to defend bodyguarding for Tommy Robinson. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But I thought it was funny that a lot of people take this homophobic stance, yeah, especially when referencing the in quotes black community, yeah. But yeah, for all of the saving of daughters and saving of aunties and saving of children, a lot of the work that people the work that we're supposed to believe that people do is based a lot on connecting through the internet and connecting through, computers and computer devices, if you like, yeah. And that is thanks to a gay white man. So
give thanks because this gay white man was able to access the laws of
tap into the laws.
Exactly. See, now you're getting it, brother James. Now you're understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Are you on where's your show?
Galaxy Radio.
Yeah. All right, cool. What
that's
time?
your favorite radio station.
Starts at 7. So.
On the when? 17th?
Huh?
On the 17th, you said, yeah?
No, the radio show is today, but the 17th is the
17th is the anniversary.
Yeah, it's the anniversary of Lumumba's assassination. You know.
Yeah, we were talking about in the house, like, when Shakara gonna chat to someone?
Hey, MA or what do you call it? Or James?
Wait, 1 second, Reggie. What did you say, MA? We chat to some who?
No, I was saying, me and the missus was chatting behind Shakara's back. You get me?
Come on.
We're wondering when you're gonna get to Congo and that. So I'm glad to hear that.
Nah, you know what? The invitation has been extended many times. Yeah, that every couple years there's a mass gathering of traditionalists from the Congo. But like when I say traditionalists, but they're not. This is not just a religious gathering. It's a political thing as well. And so that I'm hearing numbers of tens of thousands of people show up every year for this because they're indigenous groups that want to remold Congo in relation to their indigenous political and spiritual systems, if that makes sense.
Wow.
Political, spiritual.
I need to know about this. I need to know.
Yeah. So there's a few groups, but I'm So I know a couple of the groups. One name is called Vuvamu. Another one is called Mbunda Dia Congo or something like that. And a few others like but they work together in some way, shape, or form. I've never seen videos of the thing, but I know brothers and sisters from Birmingham and London, to be honest, who go every couple of years and I've invited a few times. So yeah.
Well, actually, MA story. I don't know why I check out. Is your wife happy to be considered Congolese, or did she prefer her ethnic identity more?
Does she prefer? She identifies herself as a Congo, but we do the conversations we have in it. So yeah, her family, recognize themselves as Congolese, definitely. But that the Congolese itself, technically the Bakongo are the actual Congolese people, and then you've got all these other ethnic groups that have obviously been bound together by.
What is the northern Congolese people? Sorry, I'm bad with the tribes, but what is
there's no one northern tribe.
No, I'm saying the groups that sold out Patrice. What were they? There was a name for the group, right?
I don't know. Shakara might know still.
You're talking of Katanga cessationists.
Yeah.
They're not they're not a single ethnic group, though, as far as I can remember. But yeah.
No, I know. But as in, for a moment, they were allied, like they represented a group. And the question I was going to ask based on that was, if they were to use the same sort of argumentation as you were to use, in the sense that, the Western economy is funded primarily by, the exploitation of the East, in particular Africa. What would you say if they said, well, you know what, well, fuck Pan-Africanism, yeah, if we're contributing the most with regards to raw minerals, and fuck this idea of Congo if we're contributing more than the Southerners to what is going to be ultimately the biggest export. And we want if this redefining borders thing is what everybody wants to do, then fine, we're going to redefine it by the ethnic groups that reside in this group region, and we don't want to contribute to anybody else's economy. What's the argument for them?
I mean, you have to ask them. What the fuck?
No, I'm saying to someone like Chakra, who's obviously opposed to that kind of thinking, but he utilizes that same kind of thinking himself. I'm saying, how do you, if that's the argument you're making to white people, what if a black person makes the argument to you, like, yeah, cool, you can separate from the white people, but stay the fuck away from us?
Again, I don't know, like, it just seems like a way to kind of shoehorn neocolonialism as a superior model.
Why? Bro, that's a fair question.
I don't know if it's. I'm not even sure if it makes sense. But the various different cessationist movements that have cropped up since the independence movement. Yeah, there's varying different sensibilities among them. Some of them are very Pan-Africanist, even though they want their own whatever. They don't have a problem with aligning with other groups, right? One second. But other groups are fundamentally neo-colonial. So the issue to me is not whether you want your own state and them kind of things. There is to what extent does this contribute to African liberation economically and politically? No, I'm not redefining it. I'm saying to you that the answer to, from my point of view in it, because really and truly the answer to the question requires my point of view, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to you that what I think of it is dependent upon the extent to which this reinforces neo-colonialism or does not. You know what I'm saying? Well, so for example, if you just want to develop another neo-colonial relationship with the West,
why do they have to develop neo-colonial? I don't understand why. What's the?
In other words, neo-colonialism is the extent to which you allow foreigners to control the resources.
Foreigner, I don't understand. They're saying not for you, like as in. So let's say Shakara now. You're like, we all want to speak Swahili. We don't want no borders. We want.
No, it doesn't require us at all.
They're like, no, we want to speak what we speak. And
but no Pan-Africanist would take somebody else's language away from them. That's not the point.
No,
right?
you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying your logic is saying that a lot of economies are dependent on African economies, and the reason that African economies should become insulated with regards to sort of foreign interest is because we're indigenous to the land, so we deserve to profit first before anybody else. I agree with that. But what if somebody localizes that thinking and says, yeah, I agree with you, Shakara, but I don't want you to be part of what happens in the north of Congo, because we're the most mineral rich nation on the planet. So we don't need to contribute to anything you guys are doing, because you're not going to benefit us in the same way.
Yeah, no. The only thing would then to be to impress upon said group of people that what they're trying to do has a historical precedence, and this is what has resulted from that kind of thinking from before. That we are better off having economic and political relationships that empower us together rather than isolate us off to be easily picked off by former colonizers. So the answer to your question is what would happen in among any group or any state of people. There would have to be conversation, negotiation, influencing taking place in terms of which solution is better than other solutions. It's not that it's an ideological.
The Arabs are really wealthy. Yeah? The Arabs are really wealthy, and they have clearly defined borders, and even to the point where some of them are in conflict with each other, but share, if you like, a sort of a relationship with colonizers, relationship with a former colonizer.
But again, when we're dealing, the problem is that when we're dealing with the African continent and to some degree the islands of the Caribbean and so on and so forth, we're dealing with nation states that were created specifically for the purpose of colonialism, right? And so the cultural reality of the people was disturbed by that, yeah. As well as the economic standing of said people coming into the industrialized world, right? So we don't know what an Africa looks like based upon its own self-determined development whilst relating to or developing in the industrialized world. The point is that it is possible for African people to formulate that reality on our own terms.
But if I'm from the north, why can I
You can do what you want, brother. You can do what you want.
Yeah, doesn't it? If there was a reshuffle, I have the opportunity now to be the richest nation potentially. It's unlikely that it will happen in exactly sort of.
This is what I'm trying to say, bro. It's not. I'm not even sure it's realistic.
Well, why would I sacrifice that? But why would I sacrifice that for some fucking Igbo people or something? Why? What reason?
Yeah, you might not, my brother. Except for
why? No, but give me an argument because your argument for Africa's liberation and independence isn't one of equality. It's not. You're not after equality. You're saying what's rightfully yours, what you deserve, right? Because you're indigenous to that land. And I'm saying, all right, cool, but what if someone?
How is it not for equality? I don't get it.
Many times I've made this argument for you that strive for equality before you should strive for any sort of So if you strive for equality for all, eventually that would that sort of hopefully will pull black people up by the bootstraps.
We don't live in a world that is based upon that principle. We're living in a world
I know,
that
so
is
you
based upon
don't
that.
agree. So you don't need to
We
make a whole
live in a world that is based up. No, but it's not, because I don't have a desire to disenfranchise any other people. The fact of the matter is, the world as we know it today has built itself off of the exploitation of African people, land, and resources. Yeah. So the first point of call is we're not asking to be equal with you. We're asking we're demanding that our custodianship over our land, people, and resources is restored. That's the first step.
Yeah, but why don't a normal thing get that right on a more localized scale? Why can't they say, yeah, you're right, but you know, all you Africans haven't all dealt with King Leopold. You haven't all had the same experiences as us, and you don't have the same resources as us. The land, the specific region,
right? And so again, my brother, it would just be, and again, what you're saying is not without historical precedence, unfortunately.
Address it with
but I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you, because it's not without historical precedence. Like, for example, using the example that you gave here, Katanga, all right. One of the things that happened where Katanga is concerned, and the cessation, them kind of things there, a lot of that was sponsored and fermented by the West, right? So what happened was, when what's his name, Lumumba was on the run, from those who were trying to catch him, he was going into different where there was divisions. He was going into different places, and he would stop and deliver speeches and negotiate and so on and so forth. And even according to the Belgian Secret Service forces, they said that he had the capacity to pull people together, right? And brothers and sisters that I know from the Congo speak of this. One of his great talents was he was able to bring people together, in the Congo. But what happened was, because he kept stopping and doing that work, it slowed him down. So they eventually caught up with him, right? In that regard. So my only point is that the answer to your question lies in the conversations and the negotiations between African peoples. If you've got this idea over here, right, and we've got this idea, and so we just have to discuss and go through a series of apologetics, debates, social development, to see which one of our theories and our understandings and our social formations are actually more beneficial for us as a people. It's just as simple as that. Will you survive against these united powers of Western imperialism and what's it called, Arabic hegemony, in certain other parts of the world, including the continent of Africa, as by yourself? Is that a realistic scenario? And if it's not a realistic scenario, then what would allow you to survive?
That's an extreme. I'm just saying that, as in, when there is this reshuffle, right? We're going to be what do you call it, region. I just don't get it. Like as in, I don't mind aligning with you, but you're not going to benefit from what is ultimately our resources. This is going to be the most wealthiest.
And I'm saying anybody can put forward that argument. And then there will be those who put forward other arguments, and then those forces will go through an error process.
Well, I think I think that's sometimes you miss the question, because I guess you're so used to having these sort of debates in general. I'm saying, using your logic, how do you refute them? Like someone can listen to a speech you give and say, by that logic, I want the exact same thing, the precise same thing.
Yeah, brother, I think I've already stated it. It's very simple, my brother. The reality of surviving in that condition versus the forces that are currently governing world economics and politics, right? What is the reality of that versus...
why can't I just say that for Africa then? Like, if you just use that, but that's not really an argument, a reputation. So you're saying basically...
No, I'm saying we've got one African group who wants to do this.
You're saying that, cool, yeah, you can use my logic to a point, but if you were to sort of see that through, what would happen is you would isolate yourself, and then as a result, maybe it would crumble your economy, so on and so forth. Or you'd be colonized again, so on and so forth. But somebody can say,
I think you're fundamentally
when you truly get independence, when Africa as a whole gets independence, why can't they utilize the exact same logic for that too?
Yeah, it's very simple, my brother. And you're asking me what could be said to these people, isn't it? Right? And the reality is, like I said to you from the very beginning, it would depend.
I didn't ask you what could be said to these people. I said, what do you say when they're using your logic?
Yeah, no, but they're not using
your argument.
They're not using my logic though, because my logic is suggesting that the continent, has the capacity to be self-sufficient, right? And so that presupposes the idea that different groups on the continent have to be in some social and political formation.
You're
One second. No, but it does, because what it is, right, is that I see where you're going with this. You're using one aspect of an argument and defining that as the logic of the argument. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that that is hold on. To come to that particular sort of, so there is a conclusion that is actually an argument in itself. That is actually a closed argument, because what you're saying there's you're saying the reason that Westerners don't deserve to take money from Africa is because, take money from Africa at the cost or sort of at the expense of Africans is because they are not inhabitants and they are not the sort of original indigenous autochthonous people.
That's not the only reason. It's more to the point. The relationships are exploitative. Yeah. And
you don't mind
one second, and they are deliberately designed to disenfranchise the people that are indigenous to and native to the land, right? And so the people that and not only at the expense of them and their living conditions, but also their ecology. Yeah, the direct damage is being done to the ecology of these spaces as a result of these foreign companies who don't live there.
That's the whole
they
world.
just do business there.
That's the whole world, though. Like, look at that.
Yeah, and so consistently. No, I'd agree with you. So consistently,
I'm trying to establish. What I'm trying to just put to you is, I'm saying, if you make an argument similar to that, right? If you say that actually being indigenous to the land accounts for something, it is important. I'm asking you, why do you also get to dictate the scale? Because if we see your argument through,
I don't claim to dictate. I don't claim to dictate.
Where somebody's saying, I'm from a region which is valued at which presents the greatest value or has the greatest mineral resources in the world, right, relative to the size. And I don't want. Why do I? I've also been the most horrific crimes in the history of mankind.
First of all, you are incorrect in terms of dictating the scale. I have an ideology that gives me certain ideas, right? That presents certain ideas. Other people with other ideologies that present certain ideas are well within their rights to put up their ideas against my own. Yeah. So I'm not dictating to them, and they're not dictating to me. They have their thing, and we have our thing, right? The other thing is that Pan-African economic development would take into consideration people that live in a particular area and how development and resource distribution respects their indigenous social order around those resources. Yeah, that's not a problem. All right. And so in essence, not everybody, if you are in a region whereby this resource makes your region minerally rich, it would stand to reason that there are social and economic orders in an infrastructure developed whereby those people benefit, right, from that natural resource. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's not a problem in that respect. That wouldn't be a problem. The essential contradiction or problem would be where what are the intentions, the overall intentions for this formation? Because as I said, there is historical precedence for it, and oftentimes such a move is actually sponsored by neocolonial interest. And feeds into neocolonial interest. So that would be the fundamental question for me. Outside of that, we can have a conversation. I'm
not necessarily against your plan. I think it's difficult to enact. I just think that if I was to make that argument, like a lot of these ethno-nationalist types do, about there being some kind of time frame when we say, oh well, if you've existed in this region or inhabited this region for a particular period of time, therefore you're entitled to all of the or you're entitled to sort of first dibs, if you like. Well, then I don't see how I could really tell someone from a particular region in Africa that there's actually a reason for why they will want to maintain sovereignty for that region because of the potential profits, and I don't see what would oblige.
I hear you. I'm just not so sure why somebody would seek sovereignty within a kind of any formation of a Pan-Africanist government when they haven't sought that same sovereignty under a neo-colonial one. That was.
But you're assuming. I don't know why you're assuming that they're like not prepared to negotiate in a sort of Pan-Africanist.
No, but I'm not.
They're saying, bro, like we're gonna be North Congo. Fuck this fuck this post-colonial border shit. Like or colonial border shit. Sorry, we're not accepting that we're Congolese. We're not from the DR. We're not from Zaire. We're from fucking, let's say, Katanga region. I know it's like a militia or whatever, but let's just say that.
Yeah, bro, they're entitled to do, bro. Like I said, they're entitled to their ideology and whatever. That's not.
But if they were to hear you just giving a speech, right, and they were talking about exploitation, why wouldn't they fall into the same category? For instance, it's not a mutually beneficial relationship if they become part of some AU. And for whatever reason, they all adopt the same currency. They all adopt this when they would be the greatest exporter of, let's say, the most valuable.
Well, let's say then we would start with assessing the claim, of indigenous and them kind of things there, and assess, you know what I'm saying, where that comes from and the extent to which, only these people are exclusive. And you know what I'm saying, if they're basing it upon a historical precedent, then we could explore the historical precedent, right?
If that's the case, then can we say...
So we can start there, right? But the point that I'm generally making is that I don't really necessarily have a problem with it in the sense of the fact that Pan-African, I don't prescribe a definitive answer to these issues. One thing I say is that the colonial borders are insufficient. It doesn't necessarily mean that there will be no borders or no social formations or land formations. You know what I'm saying? It just means that they will be reformed according to the interests.
I know you got to go
on the ground, right?
So can I just real quick though, explore something really quickly? You go. So let's say their claim is found to be not fraudulent, but not incomplete, but as in let's say they are not as indigenous as previously thought, for instance, and let's say there's other groups that don't currently occupy the region that have more of a like historical claim to the land or ancestral claim to the land, right? Does that invalidate their claim based upon indigenous? So do you continue to persevere with the previously utilized logic, and you say, well, actually my argument still stands then, and you lot, funny enough, like you failed in your claim, because even if you were to actually apply my logic to the letter of the law, that means that would invalidate your sort of sovereignty or claim to sovereignty. You wouldn't do that.
Bearing in mind, that as because like we discussed the other day, all nationalisms, present some form of exclusivity in terms of who comes under that umbrella, right? Yeah. 1 second. So within a Pan-African framework, the quality of being African is where is where that lies.
Brad's in the back, man. Brad's in the back.
Yes. So the essential idea is that as African people, we're sharing a certain space, land, and resources to our mutual benefit. That's the defining principle. All right. So if there are those who want to exclusivize, like in a sense, the answer is similar to fractures around the world, right? Even in Britain, just what I'm saying. You can't.
I'm trying to walk you.
If the city of London is decided to break off, and even though it is considered a separate state to some degrry, but it still operates within the context of Britain, right? And we've got Scottish nationalism and
but that's the thing. I'm trying to move away from that for 1 second. I just wanted to get established something. Let's say you said we would assess their claim, and then let's say their claim.
No, I'm saying if they're making the claim based upon historical argument. And then
but let's say we
might begin there. We might begin.
But let's say we find that claim to not be as robust as previously thought, right?
Well, it probably wouldn't be, partly because the reality is that people group formations prior to were not exclusive to individual people groups.
I'm saying so that invalidates their claim, for instance, right?
It might well do. It might well do to some degree.
It does invalidate their claim.
It might well do in terms of their claim of exclusivity, but not necessarily
correct. As in that's your land over anyone else's. There might be If that's the case, then and I'm assuming there's going to be a time period, some kind of parameter set to like, you know, to judge whether or not. If that's the case, then is it? You're gonna like this one, yeah? Is it merely skin color alone, yeah, that you're using to exclude the North Africans? Because a North African may have more claim, like in the allotted period, to their particular region than any other black person. But the fact that we know at some stage, right, at some stage, there would be some ancestry as part of some sort of invading force, that regardless of a specific time period, we know it has existed because, for instance, their color of their skin, that's like a telltale sign. So is that the only metric we're going to use now to invalidate the Congolese claim, but say you can still inhabit the land? Don't worry, you're still African, even though you don't actually necessarily deserve to be in this region more than an Igbo people or something. But the North African, even though you deserve to be more in that region than the Congolese person, we're not going to send the Congolese person away, but we're going to send you away. Is it just based on skin color?
No, nobody's prescribed that. And again, I accept that there are many complexities within the North African situation, which is why I tend to stay clear of blanket prescriptions, yeah, for solving it, except for the fact that the black people who are there need to not be oppressed. Understanding that some of these black people that I'm referring to would might even look white, yeah, or very, very light. It's just I'm saying.
Wait, what?
Very least. What I'm saying, my brother, is that one thing that you tend to miss from me when I'm speaking, yeah, is the emphasis on culture, and these kinds of things. Okay, so it's possible, yeah.
Oh, I get what he's saying. So Shakara,
yeah.
James is more concerned that if your dream comes true, right, or our dream comes true, will he be still accepted? Will he still be accepted?
Yeah.
You know.
No, and I am not denying the validity or the use, yeah, of color, or the colors of our skins in terms of who identifying who is us and who is not us. I would argue, however, that it's not the only metric.
You just said a black person, there's black people with white skin. Is that what you said? Or there's true Africans with white skin? That's what you said.
No, what I'm saying is that there are indigenous.
They said they look white.
Yeah, bro. There are black people in the Caribbean that look white or near white. In America, that look white or near white. That happens.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, that happens. So again. One second. So again, the issue here is because I think that when you put it down purely to skin color, you're missing the broader aspect of identity. There are jet black people in Sudan who identify as Arab, right? What's it called? And they may well be, from a genetic point of view, indigenous in as much as any other group are indigenous, right? But they identify as Arab. Yeah, that's a very unique problem. All right. So I'm not suggesting that there's one way to address any of these problems. What I am suggesting is that as African people, Africanness and what it means to be African must be paramount. Yeah. Within.
Hold on.
So we're not 1 second. So we're not just limiting it to skin color. We're talking about identity and culture, fundamentally.
Yeah, but you're saying that somebody can look white, yeah, or look Arab, look whatever, and still be African and still be black. What's the criteria?
I'm saying that it's not a dominant characteristic, yeah. But it does, it does happen. Well, bro, you've heard of the term passing for white, right? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And there are black people who have black parents or who are mixed to some degree, yeah, but they might still be majority black, yeah, for whatever reason, yeah, mixing over the years, generations of mixture, and so these things happen. This is what tends to happen. People like to use obscure examples to overcomplicate. 1 second, to overcomplicate something. To overcomplicate something, yeah.
Bro, don't do that.
In order to neutralize the argument, the fact of the matter is, when we talk about black people, we understand the context in which that terminology comes about, but it does not. But it does not.
We know, and not let me ask you. I don't know what you mean. Trust me.
But bro, what I'm saying is,
mixed race is not mixed race. They're black. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying to I don't. Please. Put it this way. Hear what I'm saying. There are black people, yes, who pass for white. Yeah, that happens.
Are they,
right?
Yeah.
So
cool.
most of them probably have some non-African ancestry
So
in
they're
their
black.
lineage.
They're as black as you.
Right? But what I mean, I don't have an as black as me thing. If
No,
they are,
I'm
they
saying-
are, right?
But I'm saying they're not mixed race, so the one drop rule applies. You say if there's even a little bit.
I'm not necessarily saying that the one drop rules applies.
What
What
are
I
you
am saying is
Robert James.
It's very simple. Yeah, James. It's very simple. That skin color is an identifier, right? It is an identifier, but people group identity and culture goes into far more complexity. Yeah. And I'm saying that there are instances whereby those complexities are more acute than others.
Well,
in certain parts of the continent, that
This
would
isn't
be
what
a
we were
reality.
discussing, you know. I'm literally.
But, however, that doesn't take away from the fact that as African people, our most dominant, obvious characteristic is our black skin,
Right,
and then
we
we can,
understand what
and then the nuances within that can be addressed accordingly. But I do have to go. What I will say though is that there is there's a video that I did recently where I was speaking to Baba Kwesi Pra.
Is that the one I was in the chat for?
I can't remember. It's possible.
And then you were going to do a thing afterwards, but you never did. You were going to do like a recap part of it afterwards, but you never did. Was that late at night?
Possible. But yeah, it's a linguist anyway. The elder that lives.
The brother.
Right. So he was addressing some of these issues, and for the most part, I agree with much of what he said. So he kind of addresses these.
I hear you, but I'm asking you, and Brad.
So again, the fundamental point is culture, right? It's about culture, and there are. I will go as far as to say there are black people who identify so much with the culture of the
Reggie's white. We get it. Reggie's white.
Right? That we would have to question, you know.
Here I'm trying to say, my Brit, like, so hey Brad, remember, do you know what Shaka's definition for black and African is based on what he just said?
I'm sorry, I'm doing inventory.
Big on the BMT Shaka, yeah, bro. I'm on your team, G, but we need to refine some of these arguments. I can help you for that.
Yeah, bro. If you feel so, I don't claim. Bro, I'm an individual in a movement. Yeah, I don't claim to have all the answers. No individual should. At the same time, I think you're trying to overcomplicate something that is not as complex as you're trying.
But Shaka, you got to be real though. You got to be real, Shaka. A lot of people see you as the king of Africa. Like for some reason,
I get it.
Like
you're right.
You are king of kings of Africa.
I should take it as a compliment. I get it. But the fact of the matter is, yeah.
You know how many times I've seen in the chat people say Shaka Ra. What is your solution for Boko Haram?
I know. It's like I don't know. Like I'm the president of the United States of Africa.
Can you give me the respect of just letting me say one thing to you honestly, and you like to hear it? I was listening to a little bit of you talking, and like I said, all the things you're saying about the Tommy Roberts, I agree with all of that shit. A couple of people made some points at that Trafalgar thing, and obviously I think it was a clusterfuck. You have your own opinions, yeah. I feel it was really bad PR as well. But one thing I will say is, and this is my word, you have my word. Anyone wants to test me? If you called me out for an event and you said you reckon this would be beneficial for black people, I would roll. If when I heard you doing that on the megaphone and that, I genuinely was like, there's no way anybody I've heard deserves to be an organizer or a leader more than you in that position. No way, not even close, if I'm honest, yeah. Like, so you can underplay yourself and do whatever, but I feel like, bro, you do more harm than good when you do that shit. When you do that, like, oh, we all need each other and and this spastic and this retard here, like, I'm gonna cover for them, and I'm gonna, like, you do more of a disservice than
bro, I don't have to cover for anybody.
Your ability, you should be more like, you should be more of a focal point for the team, fam. Honestly, because
you're pro-black royalty, Shaka. You got play the role, man.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. Self-aggrandizement is not a preoccupation of mine. However, I do respect and understand that in different organizations and groups that I've been in, I have had to take on roles of leadership, and I take those functions seriously. It's not, I don't run from those responsibilities responsibilities as we're only take them on. I don't necessarily feel like me taking on those roles and responsibilities necessarily needs to be, result in me downing somebody else's.
No. Sorry, I'm not asking you. I'm saying,
right. So that's that. So and bear in mind, bro. Bear in mind, yeah, that some people I know personal. If I got a disagreement with them, you may never know about it. Right?
No, what I mean to say is, if you ever appear,
so you stay on code. That's good. That's good. You stay on code. Never mind.
Sorry, Brad. I just lost it. This is what I mean about optics. If you appear subordinate to them, even though that's not the case, yeah, for like not everyone knows really what's up. If you appear subordinate, it detracts from what it is your message. And a good example of that is, I've never been a Pan-Africanist. I promise you. Like I said, if we ever speak privately, I'll be happy to tell you. I promise you, I have more reason than many to be a Pan-Africanist. Trust me. Trust me. And when I tell you I'm not, and this is one of the reasons, because I see association when I'm like, what, that nigga? What, that guy's part of you? No, I'm all right, mate, safe. Or that person.
You're entitled to that, bro. I feel like.
I'm not saying I'm important, but I'm saying that.
Oh, shit, I know what he's talking about, because James is more concerned about the EFF running his people out of South Africa.
Thank you. Yeah.
But
that effect isn't unique or novel as it pertains to me. There's many people that are disenfranchised or disillusioned with the idea of Pan-Africanism, not because the message there's something wrong with the message, but because of the people promulgating the message. Bro. So it is important for people, I would say eloquent, I would say actually intelligent, that actually understand, that actually represent it properly. It's important for me to hear their voice louder than anyone else. Of course it's important.
I hear you, bro. At the same time, there's two things in that. One, Shegri tends to circulate faster than seriousness, on any given day, on any issue in relation to any movement, right? So that there's an extent to which we can only legislate for that with the grand maturity of the people. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if I would imagine that even for yourself and other people that have the same point of view, if we were to do a consistency test in terms of what people align themselves with, get involved in, or tacitly or actively, so I should say passively or actively, that a lot of people may be found wanting if they've got hardcore judgment for who's involved in, what this or that Pan-African movement, and whether they got the loudest voice or not. There's non-serious people. If we were to check that with everything else and all of their other positions and convictions in life, there may be found to be some serious inconsistencies there, right? So all I would argue is,
you say that that may be the case.
Yeah, but I'm saying in today's world, it's easier to hold that position with regards to Pan-Africanists because we are in a relative position of powerlessness in terms of politics and economics.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
No, it's a fact. In terms of, I don't mean natural power.
I believe you got more benefit. I believe, maybe I misunderstood you. I believe it's the complete opposite. I believe that there's other institutions that have power that would never discredit themselves by allowing some people to have association with their
all I'm gonna do is all I will do, my brother, at this point before I really do have to go, is ask you to watch the news and what's going on in America right about now. But yeah, we'll leave that there. Peace and blessings, family.
Yeah, big up. I think it'll backfire on him though, because literally Republicans are trying to threatening impeachment. Even Republicans.
No. Nancy Pelosi just told there's no point in doing an impeachment right now. He's only had 2 weeks left. That's stupid to do an impeachment.
Even the people, as in, even Republicans are disassociating themselves from Donald Trump. Like, as in, if you embarrass, because really, what the argument is, like when I was listening, because I hate when people are like everything Shakira was saying. In principle, I agreed with. Yeah. The only issue is when people are making personal attacks on Respect, it's so clear that it's personal. But some of the substance of what they're saying is right. So Shakira is going to argue against them. Number one, because he has a personal relationship with him. And number two, because he doesn't want to concede the overall argument, which he is actually right about. But some of the sort of minutiae or the micro points they're making is correct, right? Like, there's no point in saying I came there to back Sarah when you've gone on a 3-year campaign about how this guy's a homosexual and he presents a net loss to the black community. There's no point in saying, like, there's no point in doing campaigns of hate against majority of black people, then sprinkling Tommy Robinson and Jupiter on top and saying, look, I argue against white people too. And then saying you present some kind of positive for the black community. Now, Shakira can't address that. But if Shakira is ever in an argument, when Shifa tells Shakira, fuck your dad, suck your mum, Shakira's going to go, my brother, have a good day. Take care.
Yeah.
the stream. He's never going to embarrass himself by it, or never going to get down in the mud with him. Now, if we go on if we talk about a freedom of something march, and Shakarov attaches his name to that by being there and speaking, yeah, the person that appears to be sort of running it and has, like, after the fact gone on a sort of propaganda tour of, you know, this is the sum of my achievements for the black community, right? That detracts from, or that besmirches Shakarav's name, but more importantly, what he stands for. Because any association at that point, it's like, can you imagine if any of these political like every time someone in a political party has, has been seen in public to sort of, what's the word, man, to embarrass or bring some kind of shame or ignominy on some kind of movement or whatever, they have to be publicly denounced, innit, by the company. Like, they have to be, innit? So I don't see, but it doesn't seem to happen in the black community. And Shaka's argument was something like, also, or the Pan-African community. Shakarav's argument was something like, they expect more from us because we're powerless. Actually, they expect less. They actually expect less from you, bruv. Because any other, like, bruv, when that Louis Phil, 2020 jumped on, yeah, and he was, remember, was that guy? Is it Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Shakarov's fighting hard to defend someone whose information is like afactual, yeah, pseudo, if you like, and that's literally
but I just want to say, I don't want to get too far into Dr. Ben, but the reason why Dr. Ben is respected is because he has one of the first Ivy League Afro studies programs that, like, educated a lot of black people on and funded a lot of true, but go ahead, continue.
I thought he never went to the places he said he went to. That's the whole point.
It doesn't, but that doesn't matter. He put together research teams that allowed black students to go to those places. He never went personally, but I'm
bugging out. Yeah, maybe I'm dumb. It's like, what if the standard and the bar is so low? How do you expect people to not say, yeah?
No.
Stupid.
James, listen to the words that come out of my mouth.
Okay.
Dr. Ben's information has been refuted by the very students that he made possible to do research.
Yeah,
that's right. What he wanted, and that's essentially what Dr. Henry Clark wanted.
Him though,
Sertimod didn't. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk over you.
No. I just said people still defend him though. Like, I'm saying, I get.
That's why they defend him, is because he was. You know what I mean? Like, they always tell this story. Like, there's two white guys always tell us. I think it was Dawkins actually told this story. Two scientists, an old one and a young one. Old one had a theory that was pushed for decades. The young one comes and refutes it. The old one shakes the young one's hand and says, "You can carry on from here." That's all they did. He felt the need to say, "Hey, we need to go properly study our own history for ourselves." That was it.
I don't understand why that deserves so much fucking.
Oh, do you guys have Ivy Leagues? Do you have, like, regular college to Ivy League? Like,
yeah, I think there's. I think there's like Oxbridge, and then there's, I think, what's it called, the.
Okay, so think of a black guy, right?
The Russell Group. I think there's like a special.
All right, let's say your ethnic group, right? Let's say you have let's pretend you're African and you have an African ethnic group. Okay, matter of fact, let's just be respectful. So you know how you're Kashmiri? Yeah.
Kashmir, yeah, go on.
Yeah. I actually did that I actually pronounced that on purpose. I actually mispronounced that on purpose just so you can catch me. But
okay.
let's just say you.
I like that. That's smart. I want to do that in future. You know, you fuck something up and go and just randomly state that you did it on purpose and then move on quickly before anyone can reply. It's smart.
But they're like, what?
Yeah, it takes a second.
Picture you.
It's not funny.
But picture someone telling you, like, "Oh, James, this is your history. This is your history. This is your history. This is your history. This is your history," for years and years and years, and then you say, "You know, I'm tired of it. I'm going to put together a team of our own Kashmirian people." I did it again just so you can, Oh, did I actually say it right this time?
Yeah, you put it right. Kashmir. Like, think of Amiri jeans and then put some cash on it. Put some dollars on it. Hey, where's that Gunnar Jacob fucking sellout as well, bro? Where is he, bro?
Why you keep calling my uncle a sellout, bro?
Huh? Bro, yo, hey, GOJ, try to check me on it, son. Word, son. My culture, dog. Like, word is bond.
Yeah, I'm curious. What is your fascination with like African American culture? Like, don't you have like Grime and BBC and Leo Muhammad? Like, why do you come over here and
Well,
look at our shit?
randomly, yeah, I thought BBC because I always hear Banksy say it, and like in reference to black men's penises, yeah. And he recommended a movie for me to watch. It is literally the most Banksy movie in the history of Banksy movies, bro. There is a fucking 7-minute rape scene. 7 minutes of agonizing rape, and it's and
what's the name of the movie?
It's called Irreversible, and it was an assault on my senses. It was an assault. It was an assault on my sensibility, bro. It was a fucking horrific movie from start to finish. Horrific. It's worse than any horror I've ever seen. It's fucking Banks. You can't leave viewing of that movie without having Banksy's fucking bald head emblazoned in your third eye act. You overstand and then thing there. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. You asked me a question about Americanism or about America. Yeah, obviously, like most black culture. If you're in the UK, I would say that you identify, unless you're like really whatever ethnic group you come from, if you're like really immersed in that or like inculcated with your sort of cultural or of the particular culture of your ethnic group from an early age, you usually gravitate towards either Jamaican or Black American culture. Like that's pretty much so. Regardless, like if you identify as black, that's why you'll find a lot of like I don't know what you call them in America. We call them freshies over here. But if you find a lot of people say, "I'm not black," what do you mean black? I'm not black. What are you talking about? I'm not a Negro.
Yeah.
Their parents and stuff tell them that, you're not like these kids. You're not like these Jamaicans. You're not like these black English kids. And then you'll find a lot of people like when you find the people that don't have a great cultural connection, they identify more as black, right? I'm a black British, mate. I'm black British. What are you talking about, son? I'm black British.
Yeah.
Or the Americans, the ones that
the Queen's favorite, the Queen's favorite darkie. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, no, but you find it with a lot of just black Americans, like not people, literally the opposite of people like you. Like you find them like, what do you mean I'm not American? I'm American. What are you talking about? Like I'm American. I'm more American than this. You know what I mean? Like that's their culture. I'm a black American. Like they identify only that because they don't have cultural roots. And then you have people like me that don't really have strong. I won't lie. I don't have strong cultural roots, but at the same time, I'm aware of that fact that that a color isn't what's the word? That color is a manufactured identity. That there's sort of more stronger.
Yeah, because like I'm not gonna lie, like if you're black and you're from the continent of Africa, like I've seen, like I guess it's since the '60s. Because like if you look at countries, like I guess like if you look at countries like let's say it's from the Horn, I can see why people from like we have more of a closeness with Ethiopians because they'll like come here, marry in, and it'll just be like two cultures mingling.
Like Christian, bro. Just keep it real. That's why, bro.
Yeah, that's that too.
I love when people.
Well, actually, I think it is the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I think was like one of the first that come to America and show us the picture of a black Jesus.
Yeah, but them niggas racist as hell as well, though. Like
son.
The difference.
Like I've been with some girls. I've been with some. I guess that I hate using the term Habesha because I've been educated on it. Like I heard that like Habesha is just a general term to cover like 90-something different people. Excuse me.
Arabs, though. This is what Arabs say, really.
Yeah. So like I've been educated on it, so I don't want to.
They do say it as well. I'm lying. They do say it as well.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. Like this, I've been like in like you go to areas like Silver Spring, you'll hear people speaking, and they'll be like, "Oh, you speak in Habesha," and they were like, "Oh, wow," you know what I mean? So, like, but I can always say that like that because of the racial component that the West has been built on. You kind of have no choice. You know what I mean? Like I have to agree with you on that. Like it is a manufactured thing where like I can't even picture myself.
Hey, you like the name? Look at the name.
What?
Look at my name. Sorry, I just changed the letter in my name.
Also, that's another misconception in the black community. You know, coon wasn't even an insult.
No, it was. It was a.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't an insult intended for black people to use against other black people. It was used from
it was white people using against black people like nigga. So.
Black people who were rebellious.
Yeah. Oh, so we said it's actually so they've actually misinterpreted it. The ones who.
Yeah, like for example, Uncle Tom was a positive thing as well. Uncle Tom was known as Josiah Henson.
Hey, is God of Jacob? Is God of Jacob's real first name Thomas?
I don't know.
Why'd you keep calling him Uncle then?
Oh shit. No, like okay. So for example, where I live at in DC, if I call him Unc, that's more of an insult.
Yeah, hey, God of Jacob, you don't want the smoke. You don't want the drama, son. You don't want the drama, son. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. You don't want the drama, son.
Keep it a what with you?
Hey, yo, hey, GOJ, stay a little ass in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Stay a little ass.
Watch your mouth.
Hey, yo, little dog. Hey, little dog. Stay your little ass in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? Bro, man, yo, continue, Brad. My fault. Continue.
Yo, you're really like I think I'm experiencing like a gaudy PTSD right now. Like,
yo,
oh my goodness.
Yo, son, finish what you were saying, son. Word, son.
Wow, I hate how you mix like a Brooklyn, a little bit of the Bronx, and Harlem all in one exchange of sentences.
Hey, baby, because we from New York City, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
City, you know what I'm saying? Word, son. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? Talk your shit, son. Talk your shit.
You. My man said, I ain't gonna hold you.
I ain't gonna hold you. That's in the chat. Man hit him with the AB. Man said that's on God in them. You know what I'm saying? That's on God in them. Word, man. I try to tell you something, man. That's on God's son in them. You know what I'm saying? That's on God in them. GOJ, that's your word. You gonna jump on? Yo, man, Brad, DC Brad, son. Talk to this bird, man. You know what I'm saying? Talk to this bird.
You say talk to this bird. Yo, when he gets on here, bro, I'm muting up, bro. You gonna do
that's my all bullshit aside, I'm not scared of GOJ yet. But I do have to leave in the next 10, 15 minutes. Probably 10. I'll keep it in the veins. GOJ, when I was giving you Brother Martin, you know what I'm saying? Brother Martin, you know what I'm saying? Where was you, dog? Why were you scared? You were scared, man. You don't want, man. I told this thing, man, you don't want no problems, man. You know what I'm saying? Not with me. Not with me. Yo, Brad, tell this nigga, man.
Yo, stop saying this. Like I want nothing to do with it right now. I want literally nothing to do with it.
Bro, I try to tell that nigga GOJ, bro. I try to tell that nigga GOJ, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm blacker than black, nigga. I'm blacker than black. I'm as black as I'm blacker than that Black and Mild he's smoking right now. You know what I'm saying? That black. Hey, yo, GOJ, that fucking menthol cigarette you got in your goddamn mouth, I'm blacker than that shit, goddamn.
Wait, what? Menthol? Bro, women smoke menthols. What's wrong with you?
And black folk, y'all niggas smoke menthols, dog. I don't smoke. Do you know what? I've always hated menthols. I used to be. I don't know if you smoke.
I've never smoked a cigarette a day in my life.
Yeah, I used to smoke. I used to probably smoke about.
Like I used to smoke. I would smoke weed and look at guys like, yo, that's not healthy for you. Like,
yeah. No. To be honest with you, I started smoking. I think I started smoking cigarettes because I was trying to impress some girls, and when I was like 13, they were like a year adults, so we were trying to impress them. Me and my home. And you know,
hey, yo, you ever banged an Arab chick before?
Yeah.
What's it like?
I was about to say the most racist stuff.
Go ahead. No, man, it's G-Block.
What do you mean? Was it like? I will say that, like in the UK, that it's not as exotic as it probably is for you over there.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering because I'm thinking about like purchasing a few of them, so I don't know.
Are you from a metropolitan city?
Yeah, outside of DC.
Okay, well, yeah,
but they're kind of traditional there, like all the hijab and shit. It make me think of like Mia Khalifa. So
see the Speaker's Corner shit. It's funny because I used to be on Edgware Road like every weekend, literally. Like, so you see where Speaker's Corner is?
Yeah, Hyde Park, right?
and yeah, that was when I was young, like when I was in my like late teens, like
Yeah.
fucking with my people out there. But then I also in adult life, maybe between like 2015 and 2017, I was there so much. I used to go to a casino near there. When I was in my little fucking poker playing gambit, I thought I was going to be a pro poker player and shit. And I was there. I was there almost every weekend again, but not every weekend, but I was there like late in the week, Thursdays to maybe I'd go there on a Sunday, not Saturdays. But yeah, no, I was there a lot, man. There's a lot of Arab there. Yeah, that was cool. One time, yeah, no, yeah. There's why would you not?
I was thinking about it. I'm like, what's the hype? You know what I mean? Because I see Arab guys always like, trying to control them and shit.
All women are beautiful, bro. What do you mean? Like all cultures have beautiful women.
Nah, like okay. So for example, the most exotic woman I've ever been with for me would be like a mixed race woman, but she has to have like a black mother. So just in case if I get her pregnant, at least the majority of her will be black. You know.
If I was gonna say most exotic, I don't know if this counts as exotic.
Actually, no, I take that back. A Cape Verdean.
Cape Verde, yeah, no.
Yeah, I was with a Cape Verdean chick before. That was great. It's like a waterfall, just like what? There's more? Like
this is the second time you said the similar thing to me the other day. I see you got a particular. I see you got. Don't even say what you said as well about porn the other day, Robert. Yo, that's how you know I'm your boy, because I stopped and I was like, no, we're not getting on to Brad right now. We're just having fun in general. I was gonna grill you, and I'll tell you in private what you said, and I was like, what?
Wait, what? Okay, yeah.
It's not, listen, just for everyone listening, it's not gay. Don't do another DC. He just said some fucking funny fetish that I was like, what the fuck do you do?
Nah, bro. It's just weird how like there's just certain black women that like I can just tell by the aura, like, yo, what is this? You know?
She's a what do they call it? She's a. Do you know what? Actually, it's funny though. You know, Gushers. It's like a sweet in America, right?
What'd you say? Say it again.
Gushers. It's like a sweet.
Yeah.
Famous brand of weed as well from I think it's like Jungle Boys or someone. Did you know what? Look at you already. Your mind's gone to where when someone first said Gushers to me, all I knew about when that word was from fucking porn. I was like, what?
Yo, I'm not gonna fake. I knew I had a problem. Like when I was growing up, I knew I had a problem with porn. Is when I would hear like the first name of a porn actress's name, and my mind would immediately go to it. I was like, yeah, it's time to quit.
Yeah,
you gotta quit this.
You got the full what do you call it? I don't even want to embarrass myself, but I still remember Bear them little, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Listen, we're the same age. You remember the era. Do you remember the sample pages? What do you call it? You remember like tiny black adventures and everything?
The 2-minute video, yeah.
And then when LimeWire first came out, they came out with the do you remember the Booty Talk DVDs? They're like Snoop Dogg and they just had a nigga up with some porn on the side, like dude. Bro, porn was good. Like these kids now, bro, they don't know.
They are blessed, bro, especially when it's on the cell phones and stuff. I'm like, yo, man, you kids got it good.
I saw an actual. I'm trying to think when were the tube sites even invented. I don't think I saw a real like a porn movie because I've never paid for it in my life.
Yeah.
I don't think I didn't see one until I was like a fucking adult. It was all
it wasn't until college. My freshman year of college, I was like, wait a minute. This is like a 3-hour long video. What is this? And it'd be like,
do you know how many trailers you have to put together in one session?
From the beginning of the website to 10 years into the future. And you got people voluntarily just posting it like, oh yeah, here we go.
That's why it makes people boring as hell. Like people from man's generation boring as hell. These news fucked, bro.
Yeah, man.
That shit is actually fucked, man. That's how this guy is fucked. He was like, what did he say? He was like, oh, most of the world searches for barely legal. I was like, that's you, bro. That is a crazy projection.
Yeah, one thing I hate is when people like want to like. You can tell by a person's fetish, like what they watch in their porn, by how they insult another person.
Yeah, facts.
Like if you see someone constantly saying, "Oh, you're a tranny," "Oh, you like gay stuff," you're just like, "Bro, you're projecting, aren't you, man? This is what you're letting us know who you are right now."
Some of my close friends, like their hate for gay people is not even logical. It's like so intense, and I know they're not gay. Like, as in,
For me, a thing I don't get is like I have the same type of like homophobic friends that like off the random will see like a gay person, ain't bothering them, ain't talking to them, ain't looking at them, and they'll just be like, yo, they'll spot them. They'll be like, yo, look at that gay dude over there. I'm like, bro, no one would have known this person was gay but you. Like, what are you trying to tell me right now, bro?
You're right about some people. Some people is definitely they got some their own little homo shit going on, but then other people, I reckon it's just like they hate them. They hate them niggas. There's probably something you hate that you don't want to do. It's like, so like it's not the same psychology. It's not like every time someone hates it, but those people, the logic probably is those people are probably easier to convince that's not the case. Like that they shouldn't be hating on them, but the ones that would maintain hate regardless.
Oh man, what's up?
Oh shit!
What's up, GLJ?
You know I'm
What's
playing.
up?
I'm on it. I don't want no smoke.
Nah, they don't be, man, James.
You know, but yo, you know I'm on that.
James, where are you from, James? I'm gonna just ask you that right off the rip. Where you from?
Africa, dog.
And see, DC Brad, this is the problem I had with James in 2021. This is the problem I had with James. James get to pretend to be us. He get to watch your MTV raps, all this other Black American shit, right? We can be bad or we can do bad by ourselves. We don't need no East African or whatever the fuck you from to make us look even worse. We doing that pretty much good by ourselves. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Hold your peace, brother. Hold your peace. Because you called me up here. I was nursing a hangover, but fuck it. We here. And that's what I'm saying. So he gets to gatekeep his own shit, Brad. He gets to gatekeep his shit. You ask him where he from, he says Africa. But he can put on a Black American hat, he can put on a Jamaican hat, and he can pretend to be us. He can sit up here and say nigga 100 times. But under blackness, under Africa, he's allowed to mock us. He's allowed to get away with all kinds of fuck shit under blackness in Africa. But when you ask him, hold on. But when you ask him where he's from, what does he do? He gatekeeps. He hold his shit to his heart. His heritage belongs to him. So what? We on a grand stage and we all over America and you grew up watching pop American music and all that. But soon as you ask him where he's from, what's dear to him, he holds to himself. He doesn't put it out there. He keeps it. And you can shut the fuck up. But what I'm saying is that's the way we should be, brother. That's the way we should be. No disrespect, but that's the way we should be. You got the flow.
Thank you, brothers. I apologize for interrupting you a few times. I just wanted to say that, firstly, the N word and stuff, saying the N word. I hear you, bro. The fact is, I shouldn't use it, but whether I like it or not, I'm considered part of that community, right? So let's say you're right and I'm wrong, and let's say like if me and you was in America, like there's no way I'm not being called black. Like every form I sign, I'm black, right? And if you're, so I'm just, this is my perspective. Honestly, I'm not trying to be an arsehole or nothing. I'm not trying to argue with you. If you think you're allowed to use it, like, how can I put it? If, for instance, if you're saying the only way someone can use the N word is if their ancestors were slaves, there's a lot more people than me that you need to talk to, because not every single black person in America who uses the N word has the same ancestry or the same history as you, right? And everyone suffered the same race discrimination or whatever as each other. But if you're saying it's not that, it's a specific thing that allows you to use it, then obviously there's a lot more other people than me. But I hear you.
When has there ever been an Afro-Asiatic Kurdish slave trade? Show me.
Oh, what's it again?
Yeah. and Afro-Asiatic Kurdish slave trade.
Now, let me just respond to that for a minute. Let me respond to that quickly. I ain't gonna be up there too long. The experience of racism in America is not my concern. It's not my concern. Somebody who came from the continent or whatever, and the default is if I'm walking down the street and a black cop pull you over, they gonna think I'm they ain't gonna know the difference between, you know, ADOS, whatever you want to say. The experience of racism in America is not my concern. You have an option. You have an option. You can board the plane and not experience that racism.
No,
I can't do that. What we have to understand, man, don't nigga me, man. What I'm trying to say is this: that nigga word, good or bad, it belongs to really two groups. That would be Americans descended of slaves and those Caribbeans descendants of slavery. We own that shit, good or bad. You should shut the fuck up. But I blame myself because I let you feel comfortable in that dialogue when I should have checked your ass. I know you hear me. Keep hearing me for 30 more seconds, and I'm done, and you got the flow. But I made you feel comfortable because I like the way you debated on here. Some of your shit was kind of funny, but you know, it's a new year, and personally, I don't like the shit. But you got the flow.
I hear you. That's fair. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's fair. If you're saying Caribbeans and African Americans, or Black Americans are the only two people that you feel comfortable using that word because you believe that they're descendants of it sounds rude saying it, but descendants of slaves.
I don't believe it, but I know it.
Yeah, that's a criteria, isn't it? That's a criteria you have. Fair enough. I'm not even really going to challenge that. That's fine. And then the other point, you said something about using, I don't tell you where I'm from, like, and then you shouldn't tell people where you're from, like. Yeah, I'm not really going to challenge that either, innit? Yeah, that's like your prerogative if you and Brad want to withhold where you're from. But the thing is, I think there's a lot of bad aspects of a black American culture, and I feel like a lot of them bad aspects are because it's an imposed idea, innit? Like, you're a Black American, you're not a real American, you're a Black American, right? Therefore, you know, Black Americans are this, Black Americans are that. So I think a lot of the negative aspects of your culture are from some of the negative aspects of your culture, unfortunately, are contemporaneously or simultaneously the good aspects of your culture as well. Do you know? Like, like overcoming struggle is a sort of a mark of your character, in the same way that being always associated with a struggle is sort of a negative aspect of the Black experience or Black culture, Black American culture. So I would say in a way, like, I would say that I definitely take a lot of the good parts of your culture in it. So I don't think it's always a criticism of you, like you should, like someone's making you feel embarrassed or ashamed of being Black American. I don't think, like I say to Shaka all the time, G, I don't think a lot of accomplishments of Black Americans should be bundled in with all the accomplishments of Africans. These people have a unique experience, and therefore they should be credited uniquely for what they contributed to, you know, various different fucking arts and whatnot. Yeah. So I don't think you should see it even negatively as you do. I think it's more of a criticism, if you want to look at it like that, on me than it is you. I think you should say, like, you know how most people take this approach. James is ashamed of where he's from. You should take that approach more than the other one. It's not like you should hide where you're from. Why you need to hide where you're from? You should be proud of where you're from, brother. Like, to be honest with you, GDP per capita, you niggas, you people are earning more than most other Africans anyway. So I don't see how you mean, you shouldn't look at it bad, my brother.
Damn, James, get off
Listen,
your
bro, you ain't got to sit up here and teach you ain't got to teach me, brother. That's one thing you ain't got to do. You ain't got to sit up here and teach me about myself. You get what I'm saying? So all that, how I should feel and this, that, and the third, I could care less. I'm telling you how I feel about you, James Jones, whatever your name is. That's what I'm up here to talk about. You called me or said something about
Amir Muhammad Ali.
I don't believe you should use my culture, whether you think it's fly or not, as a transient culture while you get to duck behind your identity. That's what I believe. Now, you can agree or disagree with it. I could give a fuck. But that's all I'm saying. I asked you when I first got on here, where are you from? And you said Africa. That lets me know. Man, I wish you shut the hell up for a minute. You want to be a black man, I'm about to treat you like a black man. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Got you, dog.
That's all I'm saying. You you hold your shit dear to you, and you don't let nobody disrespect it because you don't reveal yourself. I think as Black people and Caribbean people, we need to start safeguarding our shit, gatekeeping our shit. When we see James up here on some fuck shit and some nigga, and yeah, bruh, like just tell that nigga pipe down, son. Yeah, we fly. We know we the salt of the earth and you want to be us. But goddamn, you ain't got to misrepresent us like this.
What do you
That's
mean?
all I'm saying. You
Be
got the
you?
flow, and I'm
Say
about
be
to
you.
and I'm about to lay back down and listen to you pretend to be me. You got the flow.
But what do you mean be you though, or be us? I don't understand. What does that mean? I don't understand. Oh, he's dirty. Yeah, I need to leave in a second anyway. I don't understand what that means though. Like I'm only fucking around with him because obviously I like GeoJ, man. GeoJ is dope and that. But you can't really use the same shit you use on Samaroon or me. Because like, what do you mean trying to be what? I'm not trying to be American. Did I tell somebody I was an American? Why would I be trying to be American? Like, no disrespect, but like, go to Jacob. You didn't fucking, you didn't invent any of the words I use. So what the fuck is it got to do with you? How I speak? Listen, the moment you show me you invented the words, cool. Like, if a white guy calls me a nigger tomorrow in the street, and you know what? When I was a kid, forget that anyway. I need GOJ. I need your personal number. Because when a white guy calls me a nigger, I need to call your phone. I need you to fly to London and tell that white guy that I'm actually not a nigger. That's not who I am. I need you to help me and do that. If you're not going to do that, then chill, blood. Like, you got to chill out, bro. Because you didn't invent shit. You didn't invent nothing. You learned stuff, right? You learned some shit as I learned some shit. And we use shit because it's convenient. That's it. Don't overcomplicate this. And I'm gonna keep it a buck 05 with you, yeah. Ain't nobody actually want to be you. Just the nice stuff that you guys make, people like to use, because that's what we take from all over the world. Like you're literally speaking English right now. Stop trying to be white. Oh, but you understand the utility of English, right? You understand how
Oh God, here we go.
No, but you understand it's useful, right? So you like to use English.
James Moist Tylet Jones. Let's go.
It doesn't mean that you're trying to be white. So I don't want to be. What the fuck I want to be a Black American for? You think I want to have? You think I want to go through every day of my life having these existential fucking identity crises? No, thank you, bro. I prefer.
What do you mean identity crisis, bro? What are you trying to say?
The fuck out of here, bro. This nigga, every day you have to question who you are, bro. Man, looking in the mirror for 6 hours. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?
Nobody be questioning who they are.
Hey, yo, this nigga, go to Jacob be in the mirror with the Maya Angelou voice. Who am I?
That's not even close to Maya Angelou's voice.
Okay, let me try this. Who am I?
No.
That was, come on, bro. That was
in time. There comes a day.
Oh, yeah.
Her speech is slow.
I'm not thinking of Maya Angelou. I'm thinking of who's the other light skinned lady that used to do kind of like poetry and that.
Who?
There's some other light skin. It's always black and white as well.
Austrian Jones.
Huh?
Austrian Jones.
Yeah, GOJ. I'm not. It's just GOJ. You know what? You've never really got the smoke. You've always got the kind of like half man's got love for you. If you ever want the real smoke, you can come get the real smoke. If you really want to do this, we can do this, bro. Cause how about I try to tell you, yeah, like Jay, yo, you niggas wanna be like me, son. You know what I'm saying? You wanna be like Mike. I see you in the chat. I see, yo, you love my style, son. So go on, Black Harry. Say your shit. Talk your shit.
This Austrian Jones, yeah.
Yeah, I know, man.
His mouth is so reckless. Austrian Jones. I just wanted to ask, why have you got why have you got the image on your avatar?
What? Women want Queen J. Hey, Brad, how can you sell me out and not laugh? That's cool, bro. That's cool.
I didn't hear it all. I'm doing like I have a business to run, so I'm doing like You know.
All right, trying to make me feel small again, are you, Brad? Trying to make me feel less than you fucking cunt. All right.
Now you're trying to be a Cracker J.
Mate, I've been Cracker James longer than I've ever been Negro James. I'll tell you that much for free. Terry, me old son, me old mucker. I've been a cracker half my fucking life.
As I said, in your presence, what's your accent like? Your forefather's accent.
Fucking hell, mate. It's fucking like fucking this, mate. Fucking black country. You don't fucking know.
Imagine.
Terry, hey, don't give it bigger, right? Terry, no, hold your horses, right? Don't give it fucking bigger. Where's your fucking Nigerian accent? Let's hear your fucking Nigerian accent. You fucking want to ask me fucking questions about my fucking
I shall. No go better for your forefathers.
Hey, wait, Mr. Riggs. Yo, I want to ask you something. Because we were doing some research with this group called Family Search.
Yeah.
And my grandfather said he found our, I guess, Igba's surname. I'm curious. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm gonna put it in the back chat right now.
All right, cool.
There you go.
1 second. Hey, interesting. Ade. You know Ade's crown, isn't it?
No, I don't know. He said that like
Ade means crown.
Apparently we had like in Nigeria we had a run-in with the Dutch Reformed Church, which went through the Bahamas and came to the Carolinas.
Okay, hold on. Let me just do something. Oh gosh.
Oh man.
I went to war with police, nigga. I'm dangerous.
Now, I think God of Jacob was pissed because EIE's been giving him trouble in the chat. I ain't gonna lie, I've been watching it.
All of them would have been friends. They got the same approach.
Huh? They're on completely different spectrums. What do you mean?
Using my left titty. Why wouldn't they be dogs? I don't get it.
Okay. EIE has made jokes about said things about God of Jacob serving in the military.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. So like everyone that does that, you automatically gonna like lose it.
How come you always back Shaka? Like you're one of Shaka's how come you're one of Shaka's?
Because fundamentally we agree on a lot.
No.
Just that.
No, sorry, I didn't even ask it. I mean, how come you're one of Shaka's lapdogs when he condemns people like you for wanting to serve in the military?
He's never actually. We've had separate the conversation of serving in the military has always been like he recognizes that opportunity is opportunity. Like like a lot of the anti-military or a lot of the black empowerment groups come from black men and women who served in the military.
Yeah, no. I imagine it's very comfortable sleeping at his feet as well. See it.
Huh?
Pardon?
What'd you say?
Huh?
What did you just say?
Huh? I need to cut you. I want to be back in a bit, but I want to ask you a question. Completely nothing political. You remember you said you got a guy that owns a sneaker store.
Yeah.
Is it like? Does he have like a website or something?
No. It's a kick store that he buys the kicks and like he'll resell them if he has to. He takes like 25%.
Oh, like a consignor.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, no, I need to trade a size in something, man. But because all the stores are long, I don't really trust sending things to people. Like that's all a bit political, man. Like send something.
Oh no, I get you.
Yeah. All right, so you know what? I'll be back in a little bit, man. Nobody can bad me up, yeah. No God of Jacob, no nobody in it, yeah. Like I'm not scared of no one, yeah, no one at all, except for Shakira.
Oh my gosh, interesting. You might be. Hold on. The two. Oh, yeah, I have a history in that name.
Is it a big deal? Because he was like the guy that said it. The guy that gave us the information was like, "Yo, this is a big deal. This is a big deal." And we were like, "Why? Like, what is it?" And we, he's supposed to get back with us. But I'm like, I know somebody who knows more. So I was like, let me talk to Mike.
He was one of the kings in the 1920s with that surname, with that same surname. Was a king. I thought as much because Ade is crown.
So our families are different.
So check this. You might be from the same town as what my dad's side. Check up this person. I'll put in the back chat copy.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like when I learned language Yoruba fluently. Like I must admit, like learning, like knowing the history and stuff, it feels so good.
Because crown, your name, the first part is Ade, which is crown. Then BON is good, and OJO is day.
So is it crown of the good day? Or
yeah, crown of the good day. So this guy is what you got to check out for.
That'd be lit. I'd be lit being related. I'd be able to walk around. We was kings. We was kings.
Yeah, in the 1920s, he was a very educated man who resided in Ijebu. His surname at the time was
Was he in Ogun State though? Ogun State?
Yeah, Ogun State. Because before your name got crowned, it would have just been BONOJO.
Wow.
So it would have been like that. But because he got crowned, they put the Ade on it. There's even a street in his name.
Oh wait, isn't your ethnic group in Ogun State too?
Yeah.
Are we related or is there like a connection between us?
Probably.
Okay.
Both because I got both Oyo and Ogun State.
Wow. Yeah, we heard that there's that there could be another connection for on my dad's side to Oyo State, but then my mother's side could have some Igbo because she's a Voit. So
yeah. So hold on. People, individual, educated, blah blah blah, influenced. He was an influenced man. Even Mr. was ascend the throne. Hold on, because the king now is was married to my dad's sister. And they had a child, my cousin.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, I had to step away from that. I apologize.
The king of Ijebu, of where is the Ijebu land, is his daughter is my cousin.
So we saying we're related? We could be related.
Could be. I've got to check. I've got to check now. But it might have changed hands. But it may be. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow. In the 17th century, this crown was signed, spiritually revealed. You got it on a spiritual basis. Has been passed down in the 17th century. This guy died in 1950 and was served by four wives and a total of 13 children. Because in saying that, it might have been before he got crowned.
Yeah.
But present. Yeah, it's changed hands to another. It's changed hands on the spiritual note again, but you still got. This is interesting. I have to look a bit more into it. Because see that land there. Interesting.
Refusal to allow the British missionary to led to war in 1891. The Hebrew tribe put a blockade on the trade route.
The Jebu Kingdom.
Wow. Yo, this is crazy, man.
Because this is where the Portuguese said that the people that were here in that particular place, they were already sophisticated and high in academia.
Wow. Yo.
Well, it has a population of and they still keep the old Yoruba. It's still dialect.
So it's like the non-Arabic influence one?
There's a bit, because what's happened is some of these guys fought in that war.
Yeah.
But it was mostly the ones that went to the other place where they call it Lorry. Hold on.
What in the hell?
Because it was built up on because the Jebel was built up on on this woman here. This notorious woman. What's her name again? It was built on this woman. Hold on. Built up on this woman here. Boom, 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 boom. Do you see it?
See, I'm looking this up. Like when he just texted to us and he was like, "Yo, this is the record keeper came and said that this would have been our surname in Nigeria. We're still trying to figure out your grandmother's side."
Mm-hmm. And you see, the funny thing is,
oh my goodness.
And you see, the Ijebu, right, had control over in modern, what would they call modern Benin Republic now, and Togo.
Wow. This is crazy. I legally want to change my name now. Like, yo, you know.
It extends even. It's so deep at the moment, because this is why I said that it's funny, because there's other tribes that were there before, and this is why they can never find the extent of how far it went.
Yeah.
Because, and that's why that part, the Yorubas have three implications of Christianity, Islam, and traditional African religion. And don't forget, there was a rumor on the Queen of Sheba.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. Like, was she do? Yeah.
But that's the woman that I just put in the back chat.
Yeah, so I'm reading her.
They tried to say that was Queen of Sheba, because she goes back in. She owned a whole heap of land.
Mm.
Because remember, Queen of Sheba was really dark.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence to proving it.
Wait, the Wikipedia page says that. Oh, never mind. It says built in honor of her. Never mind.
Yeah, the land Ijebu was built in honor of her.
Yeah. God, 25 miles wide.
Mm-hmm. They've got a massive waterfall there.
You think that they call it Queen of Sheba because of the biblical connection?
Because of the power that this woman had.
Yeah.
It has the characteristics.
Okay.
But they would try to, when you're trying to do that biblical narrative.
Yeah.
They would use it they would try to use that as a ploy.
Wow.
But that's what I'm saying. It all depends on what language and all that kind of stuff. And this is how some people try to create this connection. It's a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, there's a Dinah Samir, Search for Uhuru. Yeah, he had a video where he went to this Yoruba festival after his coronation, and the dude was trying to say that because of the Hebrew connection, right? He was trying to tie the Hebrew connection. He was like, the Yoruba used to be white.
You know what it is? It's because if the white Hebrews didn't have power, do you think they would still connect?
Huh?
If in the same today, if they felt that the Jews didn't have power today,
yeah,
would they still try to connect?
No, I think it's because of the power. Yeah, I think obviously because of the power structure.
Yeah.
Like when I look at Black Muslims,
if it was traditional African traditional religion that had the power, what would they say?
Oh yeah, you're originally everybody would be running on the out of Africa theory as a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's all this falsehood and the King Solomon and all that nonsense. Because it coincidentally comes around. They start talk about this in the times of slavery. But it's funny enough. That's why I catch people when I say, so where did the locks go? Because a bunch of people just don't disappear.
Yeah, see, I kind of thought the knock. I always thought that what occurred with the knock is what occurs with like most African ethnic groups. Like they get they get conquered then rebranded.
Yeah, it's the same thing like Lagos. Lagos wasn't called Lagos in its day. It was never.
Yeah.
Even up till today, they still don't call it Lagos. They call it Eko.
It isn't but yeah, doesn't it mean like land of lakes? Isn't that Portuguese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Portuguese gave Lagos, but that's not its original name.
Yeah.
As I said, its name is Eko. That's the original name, but they will drown it out.
Hmm. I'm trying to see if we can. See, I'm the type of dude that like, okay, if this, how do you? I'm just trying to figure out how we can make the family connection. Like, do we have to fly someone out?
It's quite. If that name you gave me is quite simple in the fact, depending on what's the time period of come to the Americas.
Yeah,
that's what you got to find. It's the time period. If you find out the time period, then you're more likely will find your family tree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised we found what we found so far. Yeah, still incredible though.
Yeah,
that's why I say like we have no excuse anymore to not know our history.
Yep, you have to find it. You have to track it down.
Yeah,
but as I said, it's where you feel comfortable.
That's true. That's true too. Because I personally don't feel like the journey my family has done, the journey my family has gone down. I don't feel like it is everybody's. I don't feel like it's everybody's calling to do the research. Relax, man.
If you see the influx of the Bantu Trail,
yeah,
would that sound like people coming from the east?
Yeah. Oh wait. No, because didn't okay? So I'm not wrong when I say the Bantu expansion happened.
Yeah.
In West Africa, correct?
Yeah. So if the Bantu went into West Africa,
yeah,
what direction would they be coming from? If you see where Nigeria is today,
they'd be coming from the west to the east.
Would they be coming from the east to the west?
Oh wait, okay, wait. I thought skip 1 second. Okay, so before the Bantu expansion, like the earliest, right? They show that we come from the southern of Ethiopia, go across to Cameroon, and then branch out from Cameroon.
From Ethiopia to Cameroon, would that be coming from the east?
No. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So
South. Yeah.
Beside Nigeria. So anyone that's coming from that direction, even if you're coming from the south, you're gonna come in eastwards.
Yeah. Wow.
So when you look at the history says certain people, because of migration, and even you can see it even in Benin, there was a problem of migration where people were coming in from the east. And this is why they were starting to make cities to counteract that.
Okay.
But people, when they say east today, when you put it in today's terms, when you say you're coming from the east, what does it mean?
Yeah, well, see, and that's all. I feel like that statement right there when he comes from the east, because every time I think about it, I always think about someone telling me that like, oh, they came in from the east, and it's like when people say like, oh, Dudawal came from the Middle East, it's like, what's east of Yoruba land? Edo, correct?
They never say the original words were people coming from the east. They never said Middle East. It's been
Yeah,
changed.
but I'm thinking about how people misuse it today.
Mm.
You know how they like kind of like manipulate it. They manipulate the response today is like, oh, them coming from the east means like the Arabian Peninsula or the Levant.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, I always get stuck on, especially when I hear like, because I've heard like I've heard two types. Like even when I hang out with Yoruba Muslims, right? There's two types of Yoruba Muslims. There's one Yoruba Muslim I was like, oh yeah, I know, no, I know I'm Yoruba, but it's like my family come from a group of traders that went to Kino, and they learned Islam like he said like 100 years ago, and we just been up there ever since. But no, I have aunties, uncles, everyone that lives down in Yoruba land, so yeah, I know. And then I don't know, and then they'll look at this other guy, they'll say, oh, Adudawa was one of Bilal's earliest students, and and the prophet trusted him.
It's like certain there's one of them, the Edo king, when he had one of his wife was European.
Yeah.
He had a mixed race son.
Oh wow.
And the mixed race son could not take the crown. So what he said is he should make his own town and village.
Wait, he could do that?
Yes.
Oh damn! I didn't think he could.
So within that new village, there'll be mixed race or quarter caste or quarter children, innit?
Yeah. Damn, I didn't know you could do that.
So then you will have light skinned people.
Yeah. Okay.
It's already mixed, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. But here's the thing I don't get, because I do see this a lot. Like I met a lot of Hausa dudes that like have like major like arranged marriages with like Arab chicks and stuff like that. And they'll be like somebody's like, because there's like a crap ton of emirs in Europe and amongst the Hausa.
But you got to remember, as I said, is that the as you call it, pure blood houses.
Yeah.
Majority of them are very small.
Oh yeah, because they're mixing with the Fulani, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, like I didn't realize how diverse the Fulani were. Because I was looking at this dude tell me like, oh yeah, I'm Fulani. I'm looking at a guy looks like, okay, one dude looks like an Ethiopian and he calls himself Fulani. Another dude looks like Raw Born and calls himself a Fulani. You know what I mean?
Because
some of the Ntiku's Fulani, ain't he?
Some of the houses are dark.
Yes, like the Tuareg.
The one thing you know about houses is they're really tall.
Yeah.
They're
like
really, that's why houses were good for military.
Yeah, and horseback. Yeah, because isn't that where the Yoruba got their the Oya got their horses from?
Yeah, there was a lot of horse breeding in Nigeria. Even in Oyo State and even in Jebu as well, Ogun State, they had horse breeders. You go over there, you like if you go into the town, you see a whole heap of horses.
Mm.
They use it a lot for parades and things like that as well. And then and some of the horse breeders sometimes worked for the kings.
Wow.
So they became chiefs.
This is crazy. But no, the craziest thing to me is that like how like this guy, how like I'm looking at the current Ileki, and I met a guy like that's another thing about African royalty is like how humble they can be sometimes. Like a guy was an Uber driver, and it's like, oh, that's my uncle, and I'm like, huh? You're the Ileki's nephew? He's like, yeah.
Because not every king has got money. That's what people fail to realize. A king, and this is why you have to understand kingship. Kingship is head of the family.
Wait, how do you become? Okay, here's the question. How does one become a king? Because you're talking about the spiritual thing. Like, how does that work?
You have to be accepted first. You have to go through. You have to go through these rites of passages. But then it depends on the situation, because it could be crowned by bloodline, but if the bloodline's not there, then they have to do their rituals.
Okay, so it'd be like spiritual.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as I said, like it's not hard. If you have a village and you're the head of the village, then you by rights become the king of that village. But with the Yorubas, you have the head, the main head, which is the Ife. That's the Oni. So it's like kings of kings.
And does the Oni have like decide who can become does the Oni get to decide who can become a king in some cases?
Now there was a kind of like a challenge on that crown because he had many sons.
Okay.
And
I'd be trying to figure out like some guy was I was looking at, I guess, some plea, and some guy was like some guy was talking about like, the Oni Ife, he agreed to my kingship. You know, he said I could become king. You know, and it's like apparently like
you can become a king in a community.
Oh, like a chief style thing.
But most of the time, most people get offered chieftaincy titles, where it's like for instance, like in England, you get an OBE. It's like a knighthood. Chieftaincy is like a knighthood.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I saw Bob Risky got one. I was like, oh, this is over now.
When people say that they're chiefs, they relatively don't have that much power. They're like lords and things like that.
Okay. Like, could you become? Let's say
when you give it to somebody, that means you're obligated to the king.
Okay. So let's say I were to go to Nigeria, right, and I open up like 1,000 farms. You know, I join the military, I fight Boko Haram and stuff like that.
Or for instance, you're a top musician and you've conquered your mission in the States of being a musician on one of the highest levels, or well-known musician.
Yeah.
They'll probably give you a chieftaincy title as being chief of music.
Okay.
It's easy to get chieftaincy title if you've established. That's why people like Teddy Riley and things like that, they gave them chieftaincy titles. You have to be someone that has done something for the community.
Okay, so that's why they usually give it to a foreigner too sometimes, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that foreigner has no power. It means that foreigner is obligated to the king.
Okay.
Whatever that foreigner has in that country, let's say, for instance, wherever the king is, the king could ask for anything. Could even ask for his house back. So it's more of an achievement. Don't have no power though, and the kings themselves not all of them have power.
Yeah, because I saw one birthday and it was like, oh man, this dude, bro, man, ain't got it good right now. You know, like he just sitting in lawn chairs. You know, one time I was looking at Gold TV.
Like the Oyo King, he's got power because he's the Asian bearer, the Alafi. So he can contest the Oni.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what if they both? Yeah, what if they both have a disagreement? Who like?
They have.
Okay, so what does the Oni feel like about Queen Naomi? I mean, not the Oni, the Alafi on Queen Naomi.
Everyone gets on because when they'll get on, but in the fact that when you start to do certain things that disagree, because remember it's a different country.
Yeah.
But the Oni and the Alafi, because of certain circumstances, certain things happened in it.
Yeah.
What I told you before.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Wait. So let's. I'm curious about this. So let's say one person becomes, let's say, like a Yoruba king, right? He marries. Let's say the Alafi married like Queen Naomi or something like that. Queen Dami or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Would that mean that he would become like king to the Congo too, and she would become queen to the Yoruba?
They will have a plot together, innit? They'll be given land. The king will land.
Yeah, I'm just only thinking like, what do you do about?
They're only kings and queens on their own territory.
Oh, so okay. So I'll make sure I understand the structure again. So because he's a high-ranking king, it doesn't mean that he's high-ranking amongst like, it doesn't mean he's high-ranking amongst like, you know what I mean? Like
He's
over state.
Like the Alafi is the highest-ranking king in Oyo State. Once he comes out of Oyo State, he represents what they've done now. Is in today's world is that if a king comes out of his circle, he represents the Yoruba people. So if the king, the Alafi goes to, comes to Chicago, he now will represent as being the king from the Yoruba people. But when he comes back home, his territory is only Oyo.
Okay, now that makes sense. Because I keep thinking like the structure of the empire is still there. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
But what's the name? The Oni has more jurisdiction because it's all the Yoruba lands.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Terry.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What's happening?
I mean to ask a quick question, just for my knowledge, right? Can you tell the difference between someone from Ghana or Nigeria by just looking at them?
Yep.
Really?
But in the facts of what we say, tribes. If you said tribes, yes.
Okay, so that would suggest that there is a phenotypical difference then.
In forms of, if you look between the Yorubas and the Akans, there is a difference.
Even so, is it even within Nigeria? Then you can tell the difference, is what you're saying.
No, but that's what I'm saying. In forms of tribes, you could, even in Nigeria, you could tell by each tribe. You could tell the difference between a Yoruba and a Hausa, or Gaita and Igbo.
Okay, I got you. Okay, all right. Now.
So you have to look at it in forms of tribe.
Yeah, so it's not even the country, just between tribes, there is a difference. You can tell if someone is from your tribe then.
Yeah. And not only that, you will find, like, for instance, the Yorubas, their identification used to be the tribal marks.
Oh, that's a kind of like not a good marker because that's artificial, right? It's not phenotype.
Yeah, that's just from once you back in the days, you would to identify someone from one tribe, they would use the markers on the face.
Okay, so then my next question would be like some tribes that are found in Nigeria, they're also found in Ghana and other parts of West Africa, like the Fulani, right?
That's why I said that's the reason why I said if you said Ghana and Nigeria, then there's going to be similarities. The Gar people are through the Yorubas.
Okay, so beside the Fulani, which other tribes are found in both countries?
Hausas.
Okay, Hausas are also in Ghana.
Yeah, in North Ghana.
Oh.
Hausas are even in Sudan.
They're also in Sudan.
Yeah, if you Google up houses, then you will see that they're in quite a few places.
Okay. I just wanted to know that. So that's why Shakara says that these colonial borders are not relevant to this day and age.
Yeah, it's the biggest issue, because this is why the Igbos want segregate. They want to move out of the borders.
Okay.
Put it in a situation. That's where the conflict is, because as in forms of the Europeans, they knew that if they put these people into the same circle, it will be a hot pot.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. All right, thanks.
Oh, Brad.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on a phone call. What's up?
In 1446,
yeah,
there was a woman with that name, who won winner of Nigerian Teachers Award certificate. Oh.
See, this one, man. Okay, so like four of the largest HBCUs here in America. We have like 1 to 2 family members that are one of the founding members or one of the founding board members. You know, the one thing that kills me is when they say that like your family's traits will continue to go and go and go. Man.
The British used a lot of damn. I didn't even read this part for a long time. I forgot about this. The certain wars, because you know the Niger Company prevented it was a hot pot between the Yorubas and the Hausas.
Yeah.
But then the British used them as troops as well in other places. Ghana, Leone, Ibadan, and Lagos, and the Hausa troops nearly 150. Oh gosh! On the Ijebu side, 8,000 men were equipped with old rifles. Yep. You see, we was about to fight the British. We too had rifles to fight British. On the Jews, so yeah. Fight the British. The British underestimated the fighting. You see, this says it again. You see when people underestimate and think that they don't know nothing.
Yeah.
No, the British underestimated it. giving them a hard time into the because the British tried to come into the Jebu Kingdom and gave them a
I'm
hard
looking
time.
at like it says that they refuse the British missionaries.
Yep. And that was because what the British don't realize is the Portuguese tried it with their missionaries.
So what's the missionary supposed to do? Like, I thought that would be a good way to, like, have a peaceful cohesion. Like, why would you want to?
Missionaries, but they came. Their missionaries were military. Remember, this is where it comes shady. Their missionaries were like Knight Templars. So they say they come in peace, but really and truly, they come to infiltrate. Kingdom. On the first day of battle, the British army raised down 4 villages with the people. The British actually did come in. Some of their men sustained fatal injuries. The next day, they produced and gunned down. Look, see, this is what I was telling people. They brought the machine gun.
Yeah, there's like actually I read this. It's known as the conquest of the Niger, where they're talking about they brought Gatling guns.
Yeah. So where? Tell me where were they selling slaves?
Yeah.
What percentage of Nigeria is Muslim? Do you know?
The houses.
So that'd
be North. And then you got some of the Yorubas that are Muslim.
So the Hausa is not the majority, right? Like they
have a percentage.
What is that percentage?
North Nigeria. They control North Nigeria.
So would you say they're less than half the population or more than half?
Nigeria is a very big place.
Oh, in terms of population number. Out of the 200 million people, what percentage is Muslim?
Oh, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, because I've learned there's like Muslims by culture and Muslims by religion.
And then you've got intermixing within Muslim.
Muslim by culture, you said, Brad?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
And
like
remember,
some people who just follow think like the hijab,
no, you have to be
not eating pork. Because like I met girls from like Somali that were like that they just wore it because it was a thing.
Not really. All Somalians are Muslim. Now, what are you talking? Don't let them hear you.
No, I'm not making this up. There's like people who have cultural raising.
And then you got to remember, Nigeria's got, even though it's got 200, you see, like for instance, Lagos alone, its population is massive. And
a big city, probably big city.
And Lagos has everybody in it.
Yeah, because it's a big city. That's the nature of big cities. Right?
It was originally the capital before they moved it up to the north.
Oh, I see. But I'm worried. Like, are you a Muslim, Terry?
No, my dad was. My mom isn't. My mom was a Christian.
Let's see. Wait a minute. The Hausa are 25%. Yoruba are 21%. Igbo are 18%. Aju, IJAW are 10%. 4%.
The Hausa is a majority. Can you say that number?
The Fulani are okay. No, here's the thing. The Fulani are only the Fulani. Oh, so Terry, this is how they do it. They always use the term Hausa Fulani.
Yes.
Because they say if you combine the Hausa and the Fulani, they'll be 29% of the country's population. So the Hausa are 25%, the Fulani are only 4%.
Exactly.
That's why they use the term Hausa Fulani.
Because what they did was they infiltrated into the houses.
The Sokoko Caliph, right?
Yeah, and once they got in there, they started. One thing with Fulanis, they interbreed quick.
Yeah.
So what happens?
Wait. Aren't the whatchamacallits though? Man, Terry. Aren't the Hausa like in Niger and Chad too?
Yeah.
I heard like they're I heard that like on the continent they're big. Like I heard that like
on the continent. But that's what I was saying about the lineage. It goes all the way to Egypt because it goes into the Nubians.
Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. There's like 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria. The 3 major ethnic groups are.
Think about the terminology of what the Europeans used as when they said Nubian. Now, when you talk about them people, it goes into the Fulanis, the desert people, the travelers. Because most full proper houses were cattle herders, so they were going to places where they could get a lot of where they could feed their cows. That's why when you look at Morocco, most of Moroccan leather was from the houses.
Wait, are the houses related to the Tuareg, like the real Tuareg, the not the Berber ones, but you know what I mean, the black ones that are in Niger? Because
they would have mixed because of Islam.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say to you is that for once the Fulanis are mixed with the houses, it's a wrap. So now, if you have a Hausa person now marries a Yoruba person, what would their child be?
Yeah, so the thing I'm still trying to learn is how, like, okay, all the DNA testing and stuff like that. How are they able to determine that? You know what I mean? Like,
they can't. They can only say to a certain period of time of what they put the marker to. But the real truth is that they were mixed even before that. So how far back are they going?
Yeah.
And then how are you to pinpoint it till today? So you're gonna have to pinpoint the people of their phenotypes now, and get one of the phenotypes that comes to that lineage.
Okay. So because I'm looking at this now, I'm looking at like Hausa, the Bantu expansion map, right?
Yeah.
So wait, okay. So technically, genetically, okay, we may not be language group-wise, but genetically we're Bantu, right? Or we're related to the Bantu.
Yeah. Because think about it like this. What would you class the Igbos and of Nigeria and the Cameroons?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Because it's like right there.
Okay.
Because even on the map, since the thing was, if you look at the Bantu expansion map, half of Nigeria is in it. Like, so it's like.
Okay. So look at it like this. Then look at the Igbos. So what would you identify the people from Benin?
Well, okay. So this thing has it. Okay, so this is how this map has it right here. So they put Bantu in the same category with Niger Congo, and the only difference is you have Afro-Asiatic, which would be the Horn.
They always change. If you look at it, right, they're always changing the marker for the Nigerians in the fact that they will say next the Niger Congo expansion. It's because they're all in and out of each other. Because remember, kingdoms always marry kingdoms.
Yeah. Oh, so here's another one. It says it has it divided between Niger Congo A and Niger Congo B. Niger Congo B being the Bantus, and then the Khoisan. Wow, I didn't know the Khoisan were. So the Khoisan would have been in the middle, near Botswana, Namibia, and a little bit of and on the coast, but like in South Africa too. And then you go up, and you have Afro-Asiatic.
And then don't forget the trade line on the Niger River from Nigeria all the way to Timbuktu.
Yep. I'm looking at that right now.
So then that means you're talking
Oh no,
about,
here it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So and then you've got Yorubas all the way into Sierra Leone.
Yep. Because it's like, well, actually, it has them stopping at Togo. This one, and it has them like, yeah.
But then, as I said to you, but you've got the Yorubas now coming from that Togo all the way to Sierra Leone. Now you've got the people that have come back from the Americas and Great Britain, and they've now mixed with the traditionalists. So give it another 100 years, there is a combination. So some people in West Africa would have come from Trinidad, Africa, Great Britain, and then the whole Caribbean after the Civil War. So how many years is it from the Civil War? How many years is it now?
About a solid 100.
100 years.
Yeah.
What would 100 years of migration look like?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. What do you mean by a solid 100 years?
100 years of people being together. How big would the population be?
It would grow, especially because I know for Black Americans, especially like when we got out of slavery. Oh my goodness, man! Like you had people with 30-something kids in their lifetime.
Yeah, because the reason being is if you notice it, after a war, what do people do? They make love. Why? Because they've been in war for so long, they want to make love to their women. So then the population increases.
Yeah.
And then
so it's a mix.
Don't forget, like even I've got this list here. This list here of people going to Sierra Leone on the ship was mixed with Europeans as well. So you had one ship that had 100 and something people. You had another ship that had about this was in the time of 1787. 1787, you had a good population of. You had one ship that had 219. It had.
This is wild, bro.
It had 141 men, 15 black women. Listen to this, right? 15 black women. The ship had 15 black women. Just tell me how many white women they had on that ship.
I don't know how many.
40.
How did they get 40? What? What?
So think about it. You got 40 white women and only 15 black women coming from America, coming from Great Britain.
Wow.
And then you had five white children and 9 black children. One white man.
Oh man.
And then white men in the cabin. Then eight white sailors.
Oh wow, look at this one. So this one's more confusing though, because it divides the Niger-Congo languages and Bantu languages.
Look, try and Google this. Hold on. Copy. Go to the back chat. Paste. Did you see it?
Let's see.
I want it to come up on Google.
Does Nigeria allow dual citizenship?
You got the what's it called? It gives you, but you got the West African passport now, which is called ECOWAS, meaning I could go to a majority of West African countries without a visa.
So is it like actual dual citizenship in a sense that you can become a president of Nigeria and Ghana at the same time?
No, they won't allow that because of the parameters.
So it's not a dual citizenship.
Because remember, West Africa is not just colonized by the British. You got the French there as well.
So, say for example, DC Brad cannot migrate to Nigeria and be a Nigerian citizen.
Yeah, he can.
He can.
Yeah.
So he can be both American and Nigerian citizen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So he can become a president of Nigeria then.
If he's not over there for a while.
For how long does he need
because
to?
Remember, it's you'll have to go through the rankings and then become a head of a party.
Yeah.
And you know.
Why you got it? They got to organize white men and their occupants.
Do you see the list?
Yeah, black women, white children. They had 10 black women. Good God, it's like 2 pages for white women.
But you see, sure, but they know the white woman is more vital.
Yeah.
Because what happens if a white woman has a child? Who's the child more going to cling to?
The dad. Well, the black dad, right?
No, the mother.
Wait. What? Say that again. What was the purpose of the white woman coming on this voyage?
If a black woman has a child for a white man, in them days they'll go for the name. The white woman with a black man, the child will be on the white woman's side because it's easy for the white woman to control the child. Because remember, she's the one that's going to be looking after the child.
Oh, okay.
This is how they were able to infiltrate in many different ways. And because they were so westernized, this is why there was wars in Africa in places like Sierra Leone and Liberia, because they went against the traditionalists. Because remember, the Creoles.
Yeah.
So now, and that war went on for years.
Wait, so would you say that Africans back then were kind of like traditionalists, were kind of like ethnonats in a sense, like they didn't want to see mixing?
No, they embraced them, but then ones that came over tried to put their ideologies upon them, which created. So when you're bringing, let's say, for instance, you're coming from the Civil War and you're a Christian and you have Christian values, and then you're telling the African man you're doing all badness and madness. What he knows thinks is spiritual to him, there's going to be a conflict.
Yeah, but
and that creates a civil war.
But there's
You there, Brad?
He left, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Probably.
So, I heard like a discussion between Chakra at the Jedi's panel, right? He was saying Nigeria never had kings; they had chief kind of situation, right?
Who said that?
Chakra.
Are you sure he said that?
Yep. And also, I heard what is that? The older guy. He's a black scholar. What's his name? The guy who's gone blind or something.
I don't know.
He's a famous guy, black guy. He also mentioned he's a scholar. I think I heard him say that as well. And I heard you earlier saying that Brad could be maybe related to like a king in Nigeria or something.
Yeah, we have what we call Obas, OBE.
Okay, so the explanation I heard from Shakara was that the Europeans went to Africa and they demanded from the population who was the king of this tribe. And then I think the tradition started there, the kingship.
I don't understand.
So when the Europeans went there colonizing Africa, right, they went to the tribes and they wanted to talk to the person in charge.
Mm-hmm.
So they sort of asked them, who's the king, right? So the people just gave the tribal chief was like supposed to be like a tribal chief, but then because the Europeans demanded or asked for a king, the tradition of kingship started.
He used to work for the Oba.
No, for the entire Nigeria.
Obas and the Lafis are kings.
That's, I'm not saying one way or the other, but like that's the explanation. One explanation. Like,
I'll have to understand the contents of what he's talking. It all depends on the contents. You have to, once you understand the contents, then I understand what he's talking about.
No, I think the discussion was, did Nigeria have kings, right? Chakra's explanation was the people who lived in Nigeria were arranged in tribes, but they never had kingship or that sort of like arrangement.
And what did Jedi say?
It was not Jedi. I think it was Maku. He was having a discussion with, right? So Maku was arguing the opposite, right? So he was saying, no, that's not true. So Henry Clark, is that? I think that's the Clark something.
John Henry Clark.
Yeah. I heard him say also that he had this YouTube thing where he said those things like king is an European concept, right? Africans.
Yeah, the word king is a European concept, but to able to understand it, the head is a king. So, but we don't call it king. We call it Oba.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the word difference.
So, like, because you got to understand the language.
Of course, definitely. Like, if there was a king, it would not be called a king in its native tongue, right? That's easy to understand.
Yeah, but the head of the pride is an Oba, the Yoruba. But the Nigeria itself is a European concept. So Nigeria itself does not have a king. If we're talking in that format, that's why I said it depends on the contents that you're talking.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if this concept was imposed on the native people and they sort of like got stuck with it, or if it is authentic and like indigenous to the culture of the people.
Because what we call Oba, OBA, in translation of English means king.
Then how would you so like each tribe, like each, you say that they're like kings in each location, right? Is that...
It's not a location. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. We don't do locations. Locations are a European concept. A tribe, the tribe could be in many places.
Okay, so like say for example in Yoruba tribe, how many kings are in Yoruba tribe?
There's many. And then you have the head, kings of kings.
So by just based on what you just said, if one tribe has many kings, that's not equivalent to the concept of European monarchy. It's not equivalent.
It's like the king of England is not the king of Scotland.
But Scotland and England have different origins, right? They're not the same tribe, right?
King James was the one that brought a unification. It's like a boxing fight. You have one belt, but if you want to be an overall, you have to unify all belts.
Like I'm not very familiar with. I'm not an expert in European history, but from what I understand, the Scottish and the British are not considered exactly the same tribe.
Exactly.
So that's why he had to fight the Scottish to include them into his kingdom, right? And 1709 around that area, right?
And became the king.
So Yoruba is, for all intent and purposes, one ethnic tribe. So how could it have like many kings if the concept of kingship is European?
A tribe is not one ethnic.
Let's focus with the Yoruba, right? Like let's work with them. Huh?
Yeah, the Yoruba is not one ethnic.
Yoruba is one tribe.
It's one big tribe, yeah. Okay. Which you'll find Yorubas in Sierra Leone, you'll find Yorubas in Ghana, you'll find Yorubas in Togo, you'll find Yorubas in Nigeria.
Let's simplify this a little further and say that Yorubas that are found in what's today Nigeria, right?
Yes.
They have many kings, you said, right?
Yes.
That is not...
they have the king of kings, who is the king of Ife.
No. Like, if there are many kings within that tribe, Yoruba, right?
Yeah.
And the word is just borrowed. The concept is not the same because you cannot have many kings for one tribe.
You don't listen.
You understand monarchy in Europe.
You're not listening. There's kings. There's many tribes within the Yoruba, but there's a king of kings, which we call the Oni, and that's the king of Ife. He's the kings of all kings, so he's the head.
I know what you're talking about. Like that would make more sense if there are many different tribes. Say, for example,
there's many tribes within
the. All right, hold on.
But listen carefully. There's many tribes within the tribe itself.
Excuse me.
You will have the Jebu tribe. You have the Oshun. You have the Oyo. You have the Ogun. There's many.
So you have a tribe within a tribe?
Exactly. If you want to call it a tribe.
How many tribes are within the Yoruba?
There's 525 different ethnic groups in Nigeria.
No. I'm just talking about the Yoruba.
Yes. So if there's 500, how many do you think the Yorubas have?
I don't know. You tell me.
They have a lot.
So even the concept of a tribe is then fluid kind of thing in Nigeria. Then because Yoruba, what is it then? If it is not one concrete identity.
It's not a complete identity because, as I said to you, within the Yorubas, there's many other Yorubas.
No. Within Yoruba, you cannot have Yorubas. You can have another like.
No, we have Yorubas within Yorubas.
Then why do you have why do you need to have two Yorubas?
The Yorubas in Ogun State are not the same as the Yorubas in Oyo State.
Then why are they called Yoruba then if they're not the same? Yeah?
Because it's a collective.
No. When you create a collection, it's based on
definition. This is why, as a European, you would, as an understanding of someone using a European concept, you will not understand it in the forms of there is a pyramid scheme in the whole thing. You have the top of the top, king of kings, who is the Oni. Then you have the Alafi. Then you
have a language group, or what is this based on? Is it
you need to study it.
No, we're having this. That's what I'm trying to do. At the same time, I'm trying to learn. At the same time, question it. Right?
Yeah, so that's what you need to study.
In order, so are we calling Yoruba a tribe, an ethnicity, or what is it?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because now even the concept of tribe, ethnicity, and under what banner they're creating this collection is questionable, right?
Huh?
Is it a language group, Yoruba, or is it a tribe or ethnicity?
What do you think it is?
I'm genuinely trying to learn, Terry, really.
As I said, it's very difficult to put it into the English language. If you understood Yoruba, then I could explain it to you much more clearer.
No, would you feel comfortable saying it's a language group, an ethnicity, or a tribe?
It's everything.
No, there is a difference between a language group and a tribe. I mean, these are like basic English.
Yeah, right? Because even the Yoruba language itself has many dialects.
What I'm saying is the concept of Yoruba. When you say I'm a Yoruba man, are you referring to a tribe or what is it?
So I'm able to identify it within the Nigerian circumference to make it easier for people.
If it is a tribe, then how can you have another tribe within the tribe?
Yes, because we do.
Why do you need that layer?
Huh?
Why do you need another subset of a tribe if it is
because we do
an identifier for?
Yeah, we don't have to, we do what we want to do. So we have tribes within tribes.
So what is the difference between the small the tribe within the tribe and the tribe? What is the difference between them?
Because on certain spiritual systems are different. If I'm looking from the Ogun house, or I'm going from the Oshun house, there's going to be differences.
Okay, the more tribe in Europe and the bigger tribe, what are the bigger differences?
Unless you understand the spiritual systems and how it works, as I said, you need to learn the Yoruba system in its language form before you can able to understand it in its full entirety. If you don't understand what I'm talking about now, as I said, tribes. As I said,
hold on. I usually learn by asking questions, so it's not like.
And I'm saying to you that there is many tribes in the Yoruba tribe itself. Because
what is the difference between those tribes and the bigger Yoruba?
You go by the different dialects. It's like, for instance, when you come to England, you got Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool.
No, I understand the concept of tribe. I'm from Africa myself, right?
Yes, but what I'm trying to explain to you, like England, you've got London, you've got Birmingham, you've got Manchester. They all have their own unique ways.
So you said there is a dialect difference in the languages between the Yoruba people. There's just the difference is just a dialect.
Dialects and probably what they follow or what they do. There's many.
That wouldn't necessitate that wouldn't create a different tribe then. If it's just a difference in dialect, then there's still Yoruba. Like a Yoruba in the south,
if it's like, for instance, if you're in Newcastle, yeah, or okay, no, you know what? If I go to Wales.
No, Europeans. Don't give me an European example, please, because
but that's only way I can explain it to you.
No, because they are different. They're a little different from Africa, right?
No.
Europe is more homogeneous.
We're not going to defer because we're going to use the European language. it's much more easier to explain it in forms of the United Kingdom. Now, if I'm going to explain something in the United Kingdom, it gives you a better overview in the fact that the UK has different counties. For instance,
counties,
yeah,
tribes, Jerry.
Oh my gosh!
These many tribes within the tribe you are referring to, are they counties or different groups?
Hold on. What is a tribe?
That's what it might have. It might be relative to the how you understand.
I'm asking you, what is a tribe?
I would think it is a population group that share the same culture and ancestry.
Is that what you call a tribe?
That's how I look at it. I think.
Okay, where you're from, what do you class as a tribe?
I don't know if I had a tribe, to be honest. I'm like a city person mixed with a whole bunch of things. So.
I have a city person, but your family comes from a Pacific place. So they will have a Pacific culture, wouldn't they?
What I'm trying to understand is what was the need for the tribe within the tribe? Is it based on language difference, or is it based on dialect difference? Or if they are one tribe, Yoruba, why do they need many kings within one tribe? It's not this. Anywhere else you go, you wouldn't need many kings for one tribe. You just need one king for one tribe.
Okay, let me put it in another way. You know the mafia.
Yeah.
You have the boss, you have his capitan, and you have his soldiers.
Yeah. You have the enforcers, and then soldiers.
The king of kings is the boss.
You misunderstood the concept of king of kings, I think.
Hold on, the capitan are all different kings. Then the soldiers are the people.
First of all, it's a bad analogy, like the mafia and the tribe arrangement. Right?
Oh, I have to explain something to you. Simple.
Let me explain to you the concept of the king of kings.
You're trying to explain something that I'm from, so I'm trying to help you.
No, like the way we understood monarchy and
because you're learning.
Okay, let me just say this, Terry, right? So say, for example, let me give you an example that you might relate to, right? Say, for example, let's say there is a kingdom of Scotland and there is a kingdom of Britain.
Yeah.
And then the king of Britain, say, goes to war with the king of Scotland, and he conquers the land and he unifies the kingdom, and now he makes one king in Scotland submit to his kingdom, and now he becomes king of kings of Britain and UK. So in a sense, that would also make him an emperor, right? Because he conquered both kingdoms, right? So, but there is a distinction between those two kingdoms, Scotland and Britain, because they're two different.
Okay. What's the difference between?
There are two different.
What's the difference between the English and the Scottish?
I'm not, like I said, I don't have a depth of knowledge in European history, but that's not the issue here. I'm just giving you an example.
Issue here, because it's the same thing.
Like the Africans are more diverse than the British. The British, the Europeans in general.
In your mind and concept is where the situation is where it's confusing for you. In the fact that where in the circumference in your country, the country that you're in right now, right? There is different tribes in there, isn't there?
One tribe can only have one. If it ever had a king, it can only have one king. That's
in the country you're in, how many tribes are there?
I'm sure in Africa there are many tribes. Say for example,
okay. Now you're saying that there's many tribes.
Like Yoruba we assume Yoruba is a tribe, right?
Oh my gosh.
Is it not?
Oh my gosh. How big do you think Nigeria is?
Nigeria is big. I mean, the land is small. The people are huge. 200 million.
How big is the land?
I mean, like relative to other African countries, let's not divert from the topic here. The topic here is Terry. What I'm saying is, if
you're making something complicated.
Okay, let's simplify this. Just listen to me, all right? What I'm saying is, if monarchy or kingship, as we know it in the Western, if it is the same in Nigeria, right? You wouldn't need many kings for a single tribe that's called Yoruba.
Why not?
There's just no need for it.
If you have a massive population, why not?
We're talking about for a single population, for a single tribe, Yoruba. You can have, for example, if it was like a Igbo.
Hold on. Did you hear what I said in the beginning? I said the King of Kings. Yeah?
King of Kings is usually, like, say for example, like if there is a Igbo and Yoruba, right? Two kings, one for Igbo, one for Yoruba.
There's many tribes within the tribe.
Why do you need a tribe within a tribe?
Oh my God.
There is no such a thing. A tribe within a tribe. There is no such a thing. You created that.
I created that?
Yes.
How did I create that when I'm from it? My father's from one tribe and my mum's from another tribe of the Yoruba people.
Then Yoruba is not a tribe then.
Oh my gosh.
You can only have like one tribe. You don't need the tribe called Yoruba then. Maybe if you say
and I'm asking you, what is a tribe? Give me a definition of a tribe.
There's nothing called a tribe within a tribe, Jerry.
Huh?
There's no such a thing in Africa called a tribe within a tribe. There's no such a thing.
There's no such thing as a tribe within a tribe.
No. It's not even logical because it doesn't even.
Hold on. Please ask the question. What is
like? It's not even logical from a logical point of view. No, hold on.
Digress. Stay in position. Please explain to me what the definition of a tribe is.
I already did, I think, earlier, like a minute ago. Right?
I want you to go to the beginning. Give me the definition.
A tribe is, this is my own definition, right? A group of people that share the same heritage, language, and culture. And also a lineage, I think is based on also a lineage, yeah.
Okay, a lineage, and go on.
A language.
A language, and go on.
And culture.
And a culture, okay. So then there's two different Yoruba states that have two different languages and two different cultures, but have similar dialects.
Similar dialects?
Yeah.
Dialect is just it's not, the language is the same. It's just a different way of pronouncing things.
It's the same thing as in the Scottish and in English. They have similar dialects, but they have different dialects, but they have the same language.
So the Europeans' concept of tribe, or how like Scotland was formed and all that, it's not just based on language, right? Tribes are not just based on language.
Okay, let me give you another way. Let me put it in another way for you. What is a clan?
I think a clan is like a subset of maybe a tribe.
Okay, so let's look at it in forms of. Do you know your Viking history?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
No, because hold on. That's a good example you brought up. The clan thing is a good example.
Wait. Let's go to what you understand and what you know.
What we're talking about. Let's make it more relevant.
Wait. What group of people would you class as a group of people? What would you class them as?
It depends. The classification is from country to country. It varies. Yeah?
Explain the classification to me.
It's relative to the geographical area. Like, say, for example, the classification in some parts of the world is based on language group, and another part is based on skin color and culture. So it depends from what area you're talking about.
So when there's something, so what we'll class two different groups is when you have someone that has something different from the other. Yes or no?
Yeah, something that there has to be a difference between those.
Differences. So then, if even though we might have the same language, but we have a different way of explaining it. Like, for instance, you have an American English and you have the United Kingdom English. It still comes from the English family, but they have different dialects of explaining their English language. Yes?
Maybe this comes from my lack of understanding of what the Yoruba is, right? So explain to me, are the Yoruba people, they basically speak the same language, right?
Basically, but in different dialects.
In different dialects. Their culture is somewhat, their variation, or like?
All cultures, they have similarities.
Okay, then they just need one king. There's no need to have a king.
Why do they have one king? If you want to able to control a people, doesn't it work as a collective, not on your own?
As we conventionally know, kingship or monarchy, it's not something you can have in every 5 people should not have a king.
In the fact of the King of England, King of Scotland, King of Wales, and King of Ireland, what's the difference?
The kind of kingship you're referring to is like every 10 person in the village is having a king kind of situation. It doesn't make sense.
The head of a kingship is a head of a family.
Okay, so now we understand you. So every family has a king. It's like when African Americans say, yo, king.
Which is classed as a tribe, has a kingship.
No. I think I understood.
Yeah, and so like, for instance, there is someone can have many sons, yeah, all over the place, who have their kingship, yeah, but the king of all the sons is classed as the King of Kings.
I understand the need to borrow that term, the King of Kings. It kind of glorifies the whole idea. I understand it. Believe me, I understand.
What I'm trying to explain to you is you have to understand the culture. When you understand the culture, then you understand why a lot of things are in place.
Okay, now I understand. Like I said, I did not know like each family had a king. Now I understand each family in Nigeria or in Yoruba had a king.
Mm-hmm.
So that means if I'm a man and I have 5 children, I'm the king of the house, right? That's your equivalent of king.
Yeah.
But my intention is, to begin with, that's not how we understood kingship in the West. Each family in UK does not have a king. Only England as a nation has a king, right? So in Nigeria, each family...
No. But that's where you're wrong. Because King of Scotland is the King of Scotland.
Scotland and UK are 2 big population groups, but in Nigeria, like each family has a king, right?
Hold on. Do you know how big Nigeria is to England? Do you know how small England is? Do you know how big Lagos alone is to England?
I understand UK probably have 80 million people or 70 million people. I understand the UK, Nigeria has 200 million people.
Talking on land mass, it's massive.
I understand that.
So when you're looking at the format, you understand that the reason why this system is implicated into there.
Terry, it's not relevant to what we're talking about. What we're talking about is in Nigeria, you mentioned...
No. You're trying to conflate into a situation which is not going to able to...
No, you said each family had a king. You said that.
You see, one if I wanted to bring out Delil, I will bring out Delil, but I ain't got time for that. I don't debate.
I think it's me trying to learn, and then it went somewhere.
You have to have you have to understand your understanding of a culture and why the culture does what it does. It doesn't have to apply itself to just because the British do their way that they must follow that way. That's not the whole entire story.
Maybe I have not articulated what I meant to say. Let me rephrase it, right? Let me say hold on. Just give me a chance to sum it up, right?
It is in the forms of the sultans. Do they have to implement? Do they have to follow the same regulations to the monarchy?
Yeah, because the concept came from. It's not indigenous to Africa. It's not indigenous to Africa. Like,
who did the concept first?
I think it's Middle Eastern and European in origin.
So then, what's the pharaohs of Egypt?
They're pharaohs. They're not kings. Well,
pharaohs are not kings.
Well, you can say they're kings. Okay, let's just say that. But like the middle, Egypt is not Africa. I mean, strictly in Africa.
Pharaoh. When you put a pharaoh and you put the definition of a pharaoh.
Okay, hold on. You're not letting me speak though, Terry.
Because you're not making
a nice discussion. All right. So what I mean is that Egypt is, to all intent and purposes, a Middle Eastern. It's part of the Maghreb, right? Like that's it's influenced by the Middle Eastern history, which is Arabia and all that, right? So they don't when Pan-Africanists include Egypt and make a connection to Kemet, it doesn't really hold in contemporary history, right? Because it's not.
Oh, here we go. And I know what direction you're trying to
No. So like, exclude Egypt for now, right? And this whole thing is a Middle Eastern concept.
As I explained earlier, that would you class? Do you know of any Nubian king ruling Egypt?
I understand that. Yeah, I know.
Okay, and most of them came from where? Sudan, innit?
No, people can adapt and assimilate it to a culture. They can adapt other people's identity, culture. Yeah.
Listen carefully. They came from Sudan, yeah.
It's not like they're not exceptionally the only people.
Yes or no? Did a king from Sudan become a king of Egypt? A pharaoh of Egypt, sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there any West Africans in Sudan?
In South Sudan, yes. And in Nubia, mostly there was like a lot of
My friend, one of my best friends that does archaeological digs, they would even show you that there were Nubians. And the Nubians now in its full entirety, well, all across the Mid-Sahara. Yes.
The Nubians.
Hold on.
You're not letting me speak, so this is not even. Let me finish my thoughts, and then you'll respond to me, right? The Nubians, or what we currently know as like the north part, Sudanese, right? They had a lot of slaves from South Sudan. And this slavery is based on skin color, right? So they enslaved a lot of people. Hold on, let me finish, right?
Hold on, wait.
Let me finish it, right? So when I finish my thought, you will respond, right?
No, before you make your...
No, let me finish my thought. I'll give you the courtesy of speaking, right? Let me finish, and then you'll talk.
But before you make your statement, yeah, I want you to give me times and dates. Because your times and dates are off. But give me times and dates when you're talking about this slavery thing. Because I want to know the times and dates that you're talking.
Can I finish? Can I talk now? Like, can I resume talking, speaking, if you don't mind?
All right, continue.
So, the Nubians enslaved South Sudanese, and the Nubians themselves were enslaved by the Egyptians. So there is a level to this thing.
What time period?
Are you familiar with the Bact Treaty?
Yes, I'm familiar with all of it. Give me a time period.
So the Bact Treaty is like around 7th century.
7th century. Go on, continue.
So all during this time, right, there is a level to the kind of oppression and slavery. It's based on the closer you are to the Middle Eastern or European, or the lighter your skin is, you're more like you're at the higher hierarchy.
Are we talking about the Arab? Are we talking about Arab and Islam period?
If I'm telling you 7th century, it's basically around that area, like Islam.
So what happened? What happened in the 5th century?
I'm not a historian, so like, it's not relevant to what we're talking about. You asked a specific question, and I told you that you're diverting the whole conversation to something else.
No, I'm not even diverting. I'm trying to get your dating, because your dating is talking about future tenses where I wasn't talking about them period of times.
Nubians are, they gave about 400. I think Veli was telling us this yesterday. He was saying this. First, I even thought like
remember the Nubian word is a Nubian word is a European concept.
No. When you go, like, say for example, if you are like even now, right? Like if you are like a Sudanese person, right? You consider yourself Arab because you are assimilated. You are sort of, you copy other people's culture.
Hold on, what was before Arabs?
These people at some point were Christians.
So what Arabs were always there.
What?
Arabs were always in Sudan.
No, they were not always there. Well, if you let me finish, you would probably understand. The thing is, you keep interrupting.
Who was there before the Arabs?
What?
Who was there before the Arabs?
This question's really like not relevant at all. But back to the main point, right? So when the Nubians were subjugated by the Arabs or the white pale-skinned Egyptians, they're forced to give 400 slaves per year, right? That would make them like that lasted for about what, like 700 years. In history, it's known that the longest pact, the Pact Treaty, right? So what that would tell you is there was a level of subjugation in that part of Africa based on culture. So this idea of kingship, even
hold on, who came first, Nubians or the Arabs?
Nubians are indigenous to Nubia. What are you talking about? They're all been there.
Okay, were they always Muslim?
No, they were not.
Okay, so describe a Nubian to me.
Nubian is just what you look like, a North Sudanese person. Like the further you go up north, like if you're coming southwards from Egypt or going northwards from South Sudan, like at like close to the Egyptians, you find Nubians.
I've been to Egypt a lot. I've done archaeological digs in Egypt, so I know.
So if you know, why do you ask me then? Like I told you,
you're playing naive to the situation, because as I said, if I
don't think there's anything wrong with not knowing history, but
if I go to Aswan, you're going to have a stronger population of Nubians. Now I can get you a Nubian person from Aswan, and I could get a Nubian person from the Mid-Sahara, and they will be the same.
You know, like I don't know if you were in the chats this past week, but there's a guy from Sudan that comes in the chat, Sudan, Africa. Are you familiar with that guy?
I don't know what the only ones I know.
Yo, that guy logs in straight from Sudan, right?
Our channel, we have dialogues every other day in Sudan.
Yo, that guy, right? The Sudan, Africa. So he's logging straight from Sudan. You know what he said?
Does he do archaeological digs, or is he an Arab?
No. Let me finish. You know what he said?
What?
He said like his father still have slaves, and he will free them when his father dies.
Yeah.
So there's slavery still going on in Sudan.
Which that comes underneath Islam, isn't it?
Exactly, and it's also based on skin color and ethnicity.
We're not talking in Islam. We're talking before Islam.
Before Islam, what is it like? What point are you trying to make? Before Islam, they were Makurian or something. They were a Christian kingdom in Nubia. Yeah? And before Islam, they were also like part of like Ethiopia, right? So if you really want to get into the history of that place has always been conquered and controlled by different people. Egypt was controlled by Romans. Sudan was controlled by Egyptians. And Sudan was also controlled by Ethiopians. So these are lands conquered by different people throughout history in different times. Am I correct?
What land do you know properly? What do you say that you say you know?
Are you disputing this fact? Like
as I said, we could go into circles all day.
Am I wrong in saying Nubia was conquered by Ethiopia and incorporated in Ethiopia at some point? It's true.
Nubia.
Huh?
What part of Nubia?
Meroi, something.
Okay.
Is that true or false?
Did they conquer all the Nubians?
It was incorporated, like, yes.
Would they conquer all the Nubians?
I was not there to head count, like, who was, like, if there were other people who. So when you say you are.
How broad is it?
What?
How broad is Nubians?
You keep you keep shifting the goalpost from one place to another in technicalities. Like, this is irrelevant.
No, it is irrelevant because you're saying a people conquered a people, but what did they conquer?
So when what you're failing to understand is when I say, like, say for example when Egypt colonized Sudan, which it did, right?
Egypt colonized Sudan.
Yes.
When?
As recently as like even 19th century, right?
Okay, we're talking about recently, yeah?
No, even in the past, it was part of, mostly.
You're the one flipping, not me.
No, like, if I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know.
And then you change your mind and said the past.
Okay, look, if I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know. Really, I don't have any problem with that. And I just for the record, I'm not a historian whatsoever. Really. Okay. I don't even know nearly as much as you do. But one thing I have going on for me is I'm honest.
Yeah.
If I don't know something, I wouldn't make a claim.
Okay.
And so I have not even read any historical books about it.
If you said that you don't know or you're studying,
whatever comes out of my mouth is not a lie, though. I don't fabricate stuff.
Question: What are you studying?
I have not even read a single history books in my entire life.
Why would you try to refute or try to rebuttal something?
But whatever I tell you is a fact. Don't question. It's like you can verify it for yourself.
Okay, so how do you make something a fact?
Say, for example, when I say that Meroe or the Nubian people who were responsible for that civilization were conquered and incorporated in Ethiopia for the Ethiopian Empire, that's a historical fact.
And then I'll ask you to produce a first primary for me.
That is the first primary for that is so available, nobody would question it.
Produce it.
Like King Izana. Okay, hold on. It's just the two of us, okay? Don't interrupt. Be polite. Have a discussion, right?
As I said, I will play with you like a little toy because you're just going on and saying something's a fact just because it comes from your mouth.
No, you asked me to tell you what the primary source is. When I start speaking, you interrupt and you say, I'm playing with you.
Primary sources.
I'm really like here to learn from you because you are archaeologist and you are historian.
Hold on. Let's listen to you. You said something's a fact. So now
yes, I was going to tell you how it is a fact, and then you interrupted me.
Go on. I'm waiting for you to explain.
The king of Aksum, who conquered Nubia, wrote it on his inscription, just like the. Stop interrupting, please. The king of Aksum, who conquered Meroe, or what is that? The Nubian Empire at the time,
wrote an inscription saying that I am the king of kings of that area, and this area. He made a claim. That's how they used to do it back in the days. Like in Egypt, a king goes to a war. He defeats his whatever people there, and then they pay tribute to him, and then he writes it on a paper saying, I am the king of kings of this area, and this area. The artifacts or archaeological material for that are still available to this day. So this is a historical fact. You cannot dispute unless you're intentionally being stupid.
So where is that historical fact? Because you said you don't have no knowledge of the history. So how?
No. I said by trade, I'm not a historian.
Okay. So where did you get your dalils from?
You can Google the artifacts that were found in Aksumite Empire about the inscriptions of King Izana. That says he conquered. These artifacts are also found not only in Aksum, they're also found in Nubia. They're found in Meroe or northern parts of Sudan. You'll find the inscription of the Aksumite king who conquered them.
Go on.
So what more proof do you need than going to Sudan and finding a foreign king saying that he is king of kings of this area?
What? Is the king of what? The kings of kings, you said?
He was the king of kings of Arabia, Sudan, and Ethiopia.
Yeah, go on.
So he conquered the entire southern Arabia and Sudan up to Egypt.
Was he a Christian?
He was a Christian, yeah.
Okay. And so if he was a Christian, what time period was this?
4th century, I think. He literally, I think, for 4th century, I think, yeah.
Okay, so now we're talking about the 4th century. So, in forms of your 4th century, yeah, and what was before that? What people were there?
That's, I think, about which one? Are you talking about the Sudanese?
Well, yeah, as in the Nubians before, like
before that, they had their own thing going on, right?
Before this king conquered, who were they?
They're Nubians.
Yes, and where were these Nubians from?
Like,
and where were these Nubians from?
They're indigenous.
To what part? Were we talking?
The place they were in.
What, Sudan?
That part, like southern Egypt and northern Sudan, yeah.
And northern Sudan?
Yeah. They didn't have, like, the Nubian people, they didn't come from anywhere else. They're indigenous to that area.
You know, southern Sudan.
Southern Sudan at that area did not have like a strong, like, you cannot say they were like organized in a sense. Their history is not documented as being a big kingdom.
But was there Southern Sudan in that time period?
People have always lived in the land they were in, right?
Was there such thing as a Southern Sudan in that time period?
No. No. They were not. I mean, Southern Sudan is just created recently. What are you laughing about? I don't understand.
Exactly. So,
these are distinct people.
You're saying Northern Sudan.
No, because these people population, the Nubians and South Sudanese people are like their genetic makeup and ethnologically, they're different people.
In that time period, there was no Northern Sudan. It was just Sudan.
No. You're like, this is where you're trying to be like disingenuous.
You said Northern Sudan.
For me, I think the best thing that ever happened this century is like the independence of South Sudan. You know why?
Oh gosh.
You know what?
You're trying to get me into your pothole.
No. Like, do you know why that's the best thing that ever happened to these people?
Continue.
It's because they're phenotypically so distinct from their neighbors, and they were oppressed based on their phenotype. They deserve their own state.
Mm.
So like this line of the border that separates south from north, it's not just artificial line, it's a color, it's ethnotype, it's genetics. It has always been there.
It's always been there.
Yeah, like, as long as those people are created, they were distinct physically, I mean like phenotypically. So that means they were oppressed based on that factor alone, right?
So, what kind of people would you class Fulani people as?
I would assume they would be genetically closer to the Nilots, right? Because they're tall, maybe, and they're probably like a hybrid between Bantu and Nilots. If you are like, if you're like you're a little, if you're a little more honest, I think I can learn a lot from you, to be honest.
No, I'm asking you. I'm just asking you, where would you think that the Fulanis are come from?
Like I said, I'm not expert. I'm here to learn, and I think you are like even more than Chakra. I think you have more knowledge. Like even if you are disingenuous for your own agenda, I think you're very knowledgeable about the continent. But so the only thing, like when I questioned you about the concept of monarchy being identically the same if it was a borrowed ideology, you became a little more defensive.
Nope, I'm not going to defensive.
And then we went to this rabbit hole kind of thing about like a tribe within a tribe kind of thing.
And you have to understand.
Yeah.
Where would Central Africa Republic be?
Like I said, I have no idea. I don't. There's some things I totally don't even know a single thing about Africa, right? But when you say you are an archaeologist, I mean, like you should have like a whole wealth of knowledge about the continent. So you're valuable in that sense.
Like in the Fulanis will have about 2, if I remember, in their population in Sudan will be about 211,000.
In South Sudan?
Yeah.
Okay, so Fulanis, they live everywhere. What I know about them is like they are the ruling class, in the majority of African countries, because that they have aggression as a result of being a nomad people.
Okay, so wouldn't they be kind of an extension of of a certain people?
Extension meaning what? Like, what do you mean by extension?
They were travelers and they were always constantly traveling.
Yeah. I think based on looking at them, I don't know. They're like, I haven't even looked at a single Fulani person to be honest, right? But my guess is they would look like they're taller and skinnier. Am I right?
Do you reckon you find them in Marrakesh?
What? I don't know what that is.
Marrakesh is in Morocco.
I'm aware that like they're like African people in parts of Morocco, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's, but the Fulani, I heard that they're like the ruling class in Nigeria and other parts of Africa.
They're parts of the Hausa. That's why you have the double barrel of Fulani and Hausa people.
Okay.
Even at the same time, the Hausa people are flourished within the many regions.
You know what happened to me once, right? Like I questioned Maku the same way I questioned you right now about the Nigeria having a king, and he went nuts. I mean, he started insulting me. What happened was, like, I asked him, okay, can you tell me any recent king of Nigeria? And he was not able to name just one. And he told me, I met the guy, he was tall, he came to our house, and and then next thing you know, he flipped and started cursing me out. And my intention was not really like to put him on the spot, right? It's just, I heard Shakara saying that Nigeria did not have kings. I heard Henry Clark, whatever that guy's name, heard the same thing. And then I was just trying to learn more, right? And then I learned that it could be offensive to Nigerians to know that the Europeans went there asking.
You see my avatar? Do you see my avatar?
Yeah.
The one in the gold is the Oni, and the other side is their Laffy. They're both kings.
No, I don't see your avatar. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see now. Now I think I learned something. What I learned today is like each family in Nigeria has a king.
Yeah, and each family is a tribe. It's a village.
But like my understanding of a tribe is like, say for example, say for example, if you say the tribe of Judah, right?
Oh gosh, here we go.
If you say the tribe of Judah, there is only one king for the tribe of Judah, and that's David and Solomon and all those.
How many kings would you say that were in Israel?
Are you paying to what I'm saying to you? Are you paying attention to what I'm telling you? I'm giving you like an original example of what kingship is in the Bible.
Were there in Israel? How many sons were there? How many on their on the tribes? Wasn't there many?
I don't know what you're talking about, Terry. What I'm saying is like we have the perfect
and then what other tribes did you have?
I don't know what you're doing. You know, like you know I'm on to you on this one. So anyway, I think your tactics are not working. But what I'm telling you is that if you say I'm from the tribe of Judah, it's one big tribe.
So and then what's the other ones?
There are 12 tribes.
Oh, there's 12 tribes.
Yes.
Of Israel.
Yeah.
So why can't I have 12 tribes of Yoruba?
No. Yoruba is not Israel. Yoruba is a tribe itself. You cannot have a tribe within Judea. There is only one tribe called Judah. No, like, okay, let me give you an example. Like, Yoruba is equivalent to Judah or Dan. And Nigeria is Israel.
You need to, you know what? You need to see the concepts, because there's many kings, yeah, in many tribes or clans.
Like I said, there is only one tribe that's called.
Like even if you go understanding the Vikings had many kings.
The Vikings, these people got their concept of kingship from the Bible, right? So even the Europeans probably got it from the Middle Eastern, right? Let's stick with the Bible. Let's consider the Bible our primary document, if you will, right?
So would you are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So now now we're gonna go into the Bible. So
let's go to the Bible as a sample of what a kingship or monarchy looks like, right? And let's pick the house of David and Solomon, right?
Yeah.
For each tribe, there is only one king.
Who was the king?
David, Solomon, and like I think, yeah, those line is like for the tribe of Judah, right?
So did Israel have one king?
From that tribe.
The whole of Israel, did they have one king?
If you unite the house, yeah.
Was Benjamin? Got a James.
I'll give you another example. Like if you don't take that, I'll give you another ancient one from Africa, right?
Go on.
I think the last monarch of Ethiopia was like the king of kings.
Who?
Haile Selassie, right?
Was the king of kings?
Yes.
So now you're identifying something. When someone says king of kings, what does that mean?
Okay, so if you understand the part of history,
let
me just explain to you then, if you're willing to learn, right?
No. You just said it with your own mouth. What is king of kings?
King of kings means, I'm trying to give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
An example of king of kings is,
yeah,
in an empire. If you're like a monarchy ruling over an empire, that is distinct, right? Say, for example, if you ruled on both sides of the Red Sea, if you have a territory in Saudi Arabia, if you have a territory in Eritrea, if you have a territory in South Sudan, you are an empire. Like in each state has, say, for example, Abraha was the king of Yemen, right?
Go on.
And Caleb was the king of Aksum. And he also had another person ruling over Sudan. So like the king of Aksum, Abraha is like a king of Yemen. So Caleb is the king of kings of all that area. He rules over.
Oh, now you're talking. Exactly.
What you and me have a difference on is like Southern Arabia and Aksum are two distinct places.
No. But it's king of kings. What does that mean?
If you are a king above the king.
Yes. King of kings. So if the area has many places within that area.
No. Like, this is where you're trying to like muddy the water. You see, like say for example in Yemen, right? Or Saudi Arabia, if the king is Abraha, and if in Aksum the king is Caleb, right? Those are two separate things. So each family having a king, and then the next family being a king of kings does not make a sense.
No. On the real note, for once you mentioned king of kings, it's someone that is in charge of all kings.
Exactly. I have no dispute on that.
I don't know how you don't.
And yours, like our difference, yours and mine is what constitutes.
Don't mind. You're categorizing all people.
One family does not qualify for a kingship. It doesn't. We cannot have kings everywhere, like in every neighborhood and every family. That's just not.
How big is Nigeria?
You're saying one family. Family is like the basic unit of a society.
Family as in one village, one massive village. How do you think the big is the village?
So, like, I think for now we'll go with
let's go into Oyo State. Oyo State, right? Then you got one county in Oyo State, which is Ibadan, right? And then if you go to Ibadan, look at the population. Hold on, let me just quickly get it for you.
I really hate like reading anything, so like don't send me any link.
No, but you just gonna have to take my word.
If I liked reading, I would just be like beating you on this debate, to be honest. But I don't like reading books.
Okay. In Ibadan itself, Lagos has got 3 million. Right. The area of Ibadan is 3,080 km2, yeah? Let me see the population. Hold on.
Okay, do you agree that this kingship is a Middle Eastern or European concept? Do you agree with that?
I don't agree it's a European. The word, yes, is a European concept, but kingship has been in Africa for a long time.
I beg to differ. I mean, if it makes you like,
you're going through European academia now, in the forms of the population, we're talking about estimated at 3.5 million people.
A tribal chief is not. You can call him a king. You can even call him an emperor if you like.
I'm talking about this one region of a whole massive village. Yeah, it's over 3.5 million. Yeah, 3.5 million.
So you're trying to qualify like Hetero said, like king of the like for one block or for one family, you want to have a king.
That region alone will have its own king. Oh my gosh!
But that's not what they like. The originators of this concept. That's not how they use the concept, right? The only reason why you wanted to use
2020, the only way, as I said to you, deal with it, is you need to understand the culture. When you understand the culture, then you can come back and talk to me.
Come on, bro. I'm as African as you are, right? So don't pretend like you know a little more than I do. I mean, I know what's going on there. Yeah.
Oh, then you can't even come in forms of disputing or disagreeing in the facts of how the concept is. As I said to you, Kings of Kings is the king of all kings. Done. Period.
Like if you,
what is bigger, Nigeria or Israel?
Like, of course, obviously, that's Nigeria.
Of course, exactly. Did Israel have more than one king?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Nigeria is such a powerful country. You know, like it has so much natural resource.
Israel have
so much, like, why did you want to copy someone else's culture?
Hold on. Did Israel have more than one king?
What?
Did Israel have more than one king?
When?
Huh?
I don't know what you mean.
2020, you need to do some studying.
I'm willing. I wish if I like to like read, I would learn more. I'm a very humble person, like really.
Hold on. You're trying to use your logic to define certain things, and the problem is that you're going to always have flaws because, as I said, you don't have the knowledge or information. You have a little bit of information of a certain area group, but then you're going to compare because of what a European concept, and you're going to say that everyone else has borrowed from that European concept, where you're wrong.
Like, and what is concerning to me is, Terry, is like, why would Africa have been such a powerful like country, like say as Nigeria? Why would we want to like? Align ourselves to the European concept?
Why are you so fascinated about Nigeria at this moment?
Because
I want to know about your vicinity. Let's talk about
Nigeria as example. Like,
let's talk about yours now. Let's talk about yours.
If you knew where I was from, I would be willing. But I said relevant.
No. Let's talk about where you're.
I don't think you would ever guess even like where I'm from.
Talk about where you're from. You don't have to mention the name, but let's talk about the culture that you're from.
Okay. In a sense, I'm jealous because like I'm not as I'm like a mixture of a lot of things, right? My culture is kind of like in.
Yeah, doesn't matter even if you're a mixture, but your family is one. Your family, your mother and father made a group.
No, believe me, my story is not as interesting as yours. So
no, yours will be more interesting. More interesting because you come from many groups.
No. That's like the only reason why people should really get personal is just, if the topic in general is interesting, right? The reason why I brought up this issue is I see a trend. I see a trend in this.
You're defending others and you're looking for ammunition for yourself.
Ammunition for no, I mean, you're one of the people I rate on this channel, even more than Shakara, to be honest. But I expected a little more honesty from you. That's all.
But let's talk about where you're from in the eastern region.
Okay, I'm a mix of I'm from Djibouti and Kenya.
Djibouti and Kenya.
Yeah.
What is Kenya like?
Kenya is like the West made Kenya and its image.
What type of people do they have there?
Different tribes. Like you have the Swahili, you have you have tribes.
Huh?
You have different tribes. Even Indians are like the new a new tribe now.
What are the Indians like it over there?
They look down on black people and they make good money. They're the buffer class between the whites and blacks. Are you happy?
Huh?
They're the buffer class between whites and indigenous black.
Who's the hierarchy in Kenya?
You have Arabs, Indians, and whites.
Okay, but who controls the government?
Government is like, I mean, there are billionaires in Kenya, you know, right? All people that own the safaris and big businesses. There's a lot of interests, but that's beside the topic now. What I'm saying is there is this trend that why do we want to create our image based on like Western things, you know, like why are Nigerians eager to attach themselves or align themselves with the concept of a Middle Eastern kingship or monarchy when they can have their own thing? There's nothing wrong with being a tribal chief.
Start again. Repeat yourself.
What I find more concerning is Africans trying to be or mimic Western powers, and that is
powers. Why would you think Africans will mimic Western powers? Why do you think that happens?
I think that's the result of the legacy of colonialization and all the oppression they suffered. I think we suffered.
Okay, and because of that, does that mean that we take their values?
So, do you see how you were hurt, or Maku was hurt, when I challenged them that Nigeria did not have a king? It shows how attached we are to this colonial creations of like kingship, glory, and all this. Why you are attached to the king, not the chief?
In his defense, you have to understand what he meant by king, which is, as I said, if you say Oba in translation into English means king.
See, now even you are suffering from that a little bit. You're saying like you need the word king thrown into that mix to show your self-worth, you know, as a society.
The title is.
Okay, that's a question for another day. That was just not my concern.
So, in the language, Oba is in the beginning of the title of their name. Oba means king.
You cannot have a king in every family.
Oh. And who put that law down?
The originators, like the creators of this concept. You know, if you were taking this thing from Europe, right, or from Middle East, right, you have to understand what they mean when they say king. You have to study it, and if you want to create an equivalent sort of institution in your country, right, you have to first understand what they mean when they say king, right?
Okay, so what does king mean?
It doesn't mean that like a person in a village sitting with his 5 children is the king of the house. That's not what they mean when they say king. Well, you can take so many, like you can look at, I mean, you live in the UK, you have Queen Elizabeth, if you go to the Bible, you have David and Solomon and all those, like you can take the idea from there, what they mean by king, and then compare it to your version of the king.
Hold on. So when you look at these kings, how much is their population? How many do they have in their population of being kingship?
Well, if UK have 70 million people now, right? Am I right? I don't know. I don't do random checks on population count.
Yeah, because you're construing UK and the king or queen of England.
Am I right though? UK has 70 million people. Is that right?
I haven't counted the last time. I can't remember.
I know Germany has the highest population. They're 80 million or 82 million or something. So
okay, and that's peanuts compared to places in Africa, isn't it?
I never disputed that. That's a fact.
Okay, so
200 million people.
So when the king's population in Africa has more people than a kingship in United Kingdom, doesn't that give him a right?
A family unit is a family unit, whether it's in UK or in Nigeria.
It's an example.
That is the basic unit of society, family.
You see, because you're going on to the European concept of everything, you're thinking of something small. You're not looking at how big and intense the intensity of what the tribe is holding. And that's what I said to you. I brought one small village in Africa and told you that there's 3.5 million people. Yeah.
Family,
in Nigeria, how many people were there? There's over 200, isn't there?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, if you like, this is we will when Chakara is here, right?
Yeah.
And we might even have a visual aid. We might even have a visual aid of Henry Clark.
Yeah, I know John Henry Clark. I know the whole concept. I'm just seeing what is the contents of the conversation.
It's gonna be like something. You are going to debate this idea with Chakara.
No. You're trying to bring debate. It depends on the construct of the argument. What is the contents of the argument is what determines what he meant by what he said. I cannot say something that I don't know what the content is. So
the content is, I can tell you that the content is. We were having a discussion.
I don't want to listen it from your perspective, because your perspective is in a form of disputing with Chakara. So
no, it's not.
So when I have both of you, then I'll have a better insight.
No. Like, I don't have a dispute with Chakara on this matter. I agree with Chakara. Chakara is saying that Nigeria did not have kings. It has tribal chiefs, not kings. That's what Chakara believes.
You see, you're putting something on Chakara. What is a chief?
Chief is more like authentic and indigenous to Nigeria.
No, it's not. A chief, anybody can become a chief. If you've done great work, I can make you a chief.
But this is first my expertise, right?
But not you can't come into you can come into Nigeria and become a chief, but you can't come into Nigeria and become an Oni or an Oba.
Anyways, you just remind me of that guy, the Chinese guy who went to like the.
Just go when you have time. Google up Oba, OBA, or Alafi.
I'm like, when it comes to this one, I'm pro-African, and I like to create. I'm with Shaka on this one. I want to have.
If you're in that perspective, because if you understand what chiefs are, a kingship has many chiefs.
Like
so like in the family, Oba Adeyemi, he has over 100 chiefs.
Well, to be fair, like, not even like I don't have a problem with like with the current arrangement, whatever is going on.
Recently in America, we made Teddy Riley, Kumondi, and a few others from in New York, chiefs.
Like I said, that's a very good discussion. Terry, like that's a good discussion to be had, like with Chakara. When he comes, you can ask him.
When you're ready.
Hey, look, Chakara is gonna come with his slides and visual aids, and he'll lecture you about this thing. I didn't know. Anyways, Terry, I learned a bit about Nigeria.
Are living it large in Europe. Ralph, he's a mix-up. I prefer to live in Peckham. No, Ralph, you're in the wrong place, mate. There's a lot of people that live in Hampstead and St. John's Wood.
You know, hey, look, Terry. You know, Ralph is like he wants to accelerate, right?
I know. I like to play with Ralph.
So I think his idea is interesting because their concept of cultural Marxism is kind of similar to Pan-Africanism in a sense, because they want to diffuse, like erode indigenous cultures in a sense. So what he accuses other people of being a globalist is what Pan-Africans aspire to become. Like a Pan-Africanism is like sort of like a globalism scaled down in Africa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I am like so pro-African, Pan-African, but I want to live in St. John's and not in Switzerland. Swaziland. Ralph.
Eventually, like he supports Christianity though for the ultimately he wants to have a Christian government.
But what says the government is not Christian?
No, I mean after the conflict, the final conflict, he would create like a society where I think it's like more Christian, I think.
Aren't they Christian anyway?
He wants to create this universal religion, maybe. I don't know.
Not reparations. Black fire.
Do you think he's racist, though?
Huh?
Do you think he's racist?
I don't know. I don't really dig into people like that.
No, I mean I've seen him like make the Hitler.
Push him to the corner, he may be.
No, he makes the hand gestures of the Hitler, you know, whatever, the Nazi, and he calls people the N-word and stuff like that. Would that make a person racist?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, according to you. I mean, for me, he is.
Okay. Then he shall be.
Do you think he's racist is my question.
No, I'm going on your words.
Oh, are you scared of calling him a racist?
I'm not scared of nothing. I'm
so
just saying words.
You think he's racist?
Huh? I'm going to.
He's racist.
What do you think if you trap a rat to a corner? What happens?
Based on his actions and what he said.
If you trap a rat to a corner, what happens?
I don't know what that means. Can you, my English is not the best. Say that in another word.
When you trap a rat to a corner, what happens?
I don't know. It depends on the rat. Do you feel the need to accommodate Ralph to feel more like liberal or intellectual? Do you feel like you have to accommodate?
Everything is not trapping no corner.
What I notice is like some people try to accommodate.
Yes, Captain Rambo. The rat is in the chat section. Ralph.
I don't know.
Ralph try to give lingua. Salute my G to Captain Rambo. We have to exterminate all rats. Hold on. Interesting.
Nobody. Where is the valley? Valley, there are a lot of people who wants to get on. Including James.
Yo, Ted. Welcome, bro.
What's going on, Rambo?
Yeah, man, repeat that question, man. Who do you think's racist?
Ralph. I was just asking.
Ralph is do you know what? He's a character he's got a gimmick. He comes on these panels and he comes in the chats as a gimmick. He's a character. Don't believe him, bro. Ralph.
Yeah, I think he
jump
should.
up, bro. Right reaction, jump up, bro. Jump up, bro. Anybody wants to jump up. Ralph is a banana man. That's what he is. Don't worry about Ralph. So what about you? How come you're not fighting the revolution out there in America?
I ain't no revolution here.
I thought you'd be out there with the Black Lives Matters or the Trump supporters. I thought you was trying to climb up. Hold on. I thought you was trying to climb up the Empire State Building, mate.
Oh, man, that's crazy. It's really crazy.
Big up, Rambo. Big up, Rambo. One.
Big up, family. Big up. Yeah, I thought you'd be climbing it. I thought you'd be mashing up America. Don't you want change?
I don't care about.
Don't you want no change? You ain't gonna get no.
Let it burn. Let it burn.
Is it? So what's going on? When you open your window, is it looting going on? Is it a war zone outside?
It's not that bad.
But you in your bunker. I know you got those undergrounds in your cellar and all of that, yeah? So the tornado don't come mash up your house. You live on, yeah? You got one of them thing there, them bunkers.
Yeah.
With your laptop. You got Wi-Fi down there. Hey, this is funny. My man is living in a country with a brutal civil war. And guess what? He's up here asking about Ralph. Rude boy, what's going on over there, man? Tell me, what's going on? What's the gossip? Carl, don't get quiet on me now, man. What's going on out there, man?
Are you talking to me, Captain?
Of course.
Oh, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm saying, what is going on out there now?
They're arresting some people.
So what? Are you out there fighting with your brothers and sisters for a great America?
Yeah, the thing about America is like it belongs to everybody in the world. So there is no an American thing.
Hold on. What you say? America belongs to the world, or does America belong to Americans? What are you telling me now?
I think it belongs to the world, really.
Yo, God of Jacob, what do you think? Are you fighting for the world, or you fighting for American citizens? Yeah, jump on, man. Let me have some real Americans up here. Yo, melanated goddess, how come you not out there in the front line, man? Getting these Trump supporters back from not damaging the state. Yeah. Come on, man. I'm up here now, bro. I'm juiced up, man. Yeah. What's going on out there, bro? Do you want to come over to England? I've got a spare room here, you know.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. I could rent you a flat, you know, a nice apartment. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
No, seriously. I could put you in the nicest estate in Summer Leighton in Brixton. Yeah. You'd be cool down there.
You know, like Rambo, this guy, GOJ, yo, this guy GOJ, he's a coward, you know. I wish he jumped on.
Who? God of Jacob.
Yeah, he's a coward.
Yeah, bro, he's out in the front line right now.
You know,
he's fighting.
Like
he's fighting the Trump supporters. That's what he's doing right now. He's guarding the place. Come on, man.
What a punk.
Come on. Now God of Jacob. God of Jacob is a true American, innit, bro? Yeah? Wearing that great American flag. Yeah?
Yeah,
you serve American citizens and you serve the states in that battlefield. God of Jacob.
You know what he said?
Yeah.
He's happy to kill Somalis in Mogadishu.
Hold on, are you Somali?
I'm half Somali.
Bro, you're going to bring me in the Civil War now. I'm a yardie. Keep me out of it. Yo, big up all the Jamaicans in the place. Yeah? Yeah, even we living in the captive land. Get me? And we speak Patois and Creole and many other languages. Get me? What makes up Patois, yeah? Know what I mean? With a bit of a American influence and a bit of a English pound influence. You know how it go. Yeah, be like all the Jamaicans in the house. Listen, wherever you and the United States of America got, it's nothing to do with me, Yardie. Get me? I'm a Jamaican. I have no interest of what's going on in Somalia. We had a point of interest one time in Ethiopia, and we realized that we'd stay up right up in the mountains of Addis Ababa in Shashamani land. We don't know nothing what's going on in Somalia. If you ask any Jamaican about Somalia, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because we don't know nothing about them. The only thing I heard about is when I watched on TV this movie called Black Hawk Down. That's the only thing I ever heard about Somalia until the British showed a news report about the Somali pirates. That's the only thing I know about Somali. So I don't want nobody to try to find me and do any taqwa or jihad on me. Please, I beg you. I'm a Jamaican.
Somali sound.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Windrush right now. I have no interest in nothing else apart from the Windrush. Been our business about nothing else. So please, if you're Somalian, how do you say peace? Is it salam alaikum? Cool. Keep that, yeah? I have no interest.
Salam
alaikum. Peace. I don't M-Stacks, yeah? I don't Artsketty, and none of them try to send death threats to me. I'm a Jamaican, yeah? I'm a shower posse. You could talk, yeah. Know what I mean? I deal with shower posse, and I deal with junglist and firehouse. I have no interest in nothing in no foreign affairs. If you want to talk about the gully men from Crowd Nights, New York, we could talk about that. I have no interest in nothing in Somalia. Please. I am dead, bro. Listen, you ain't catching me out, bro. Yeah, but I tell you the truth. I think the best thing people need to do is stop playing in the hands of it. Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe that if people's got something to say, remember, I'm black. Yeah, brother. And from I was born, all I heard was everything about black. Yeah, I'm being real. I heard that I'm a nigger, I'm a monkey, I come on a banana boat, I'm a gollywog, I'm a Sambo, I'm a Uncle Tom. I hear all these names as a black man, right? And I feel as a black man, what you Somali people go through is nothing what I ever gone through in my life. Yeah, I have actually been poorly educated in a system was been against my people. I believe from the day my people stepped foot on England, we've been duped, we've been hoodwinked, and right now we try to get the Windrush compensation fees to be paid out. And when I realized the contribution to what Caribbeans brought to Britain via through the Windrush or black people, I say this: in anything in this life, black men get the roughest, and black women or black people get the roughest. I don't care where you find a black man in the world; he's never equal to those citizens in that country. And I don't care what you say. I don't care what. Listen, this is the funniest thing. From I could see pictures in the depth of Africa when it comes to religion of a white Jesus, then I realized the power over Christianity or religion over any of my juju or voodoo shit. Our magic is nonsense compared to religion. And if religion could come in to any native, I don't want to say native, or indigenous, I might say indigenous people and brainwash them quicker than any Illuminati trick or any of that. I'm saying the power of religion. Yeah, fam.
Let me ask you this, Rambo.
Yeah, cool. I let you speak. Go on.
When the Somalis first came to the UK, were they discriminated or like mistreated?
Do you know what? I think they were discriminated a bit because one, it was a language barrier. Yeah. Two, yeah. No, there was never around in England, the UK prior the 90s. In the 80s, there was no such thing as Somalians in nowhere in England. Yeah. There was no such thing. I tell you the truth, if I wanted to be real with you, England today has never been as England how it was from the maybe from my parents, from my grandparents, maybe from my parents and my grandparents' time to my time. That when it comes to first, I see African and Caribbean people here, but when it comes to people like Ethiopians, they come a bit later during the Haile Selassie. Maybe some of them who come via the Haile Selassie route, yeah. But Somali did not touch this land until I remember when I left school. When I left school, I didn't have no Somali in my nursery. I didn't have no Somali in my primary school. That's what we call it. You call it kindergarten, yeah? My mainstream school.
Make it out to be like, is there like a big tension between the, say, Caribbean and African community and the Somali community? Like,
No. The tension is this, yeah, bro. The tension is this. When they put, I don't want to say when they put us. Basically, when we came over here, we started to immigrate into communities along with white people and later on Indian and Pakistanis. I remember that. Yeah? When I was going to primary school, I always remember, where do you come from? Pakistan. Where do you come from? India. Where do you come from? Bangladesh. I made that, we found a way of putting people in categories, like from where they come from. So we will know Sri Lankan. We will know the difference over here. Yeah? But all that never came involved till like mid-70s, 80s, 90s. Then as the 90s came, we had somehow a floodgate, they call it in England, of foreigners, so-called English people, say that all people from Eastern Europe came over, all of whatever came over. But what I'm trying to say, if you talk to a younger generation, he will tell you a complete different story. Because my generation, I could always say, I know from when I was a child, this is the religions or way of life I know from a child over here. I knew I knew Christianity. I knew we didn't really have Jews with what they call Orthodox Jews with that in our school. We might have Jews, but might not really call themselves Jews. But our main classmates would have been Christians, Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs. I had friends as they reached to a certain age in their Sikh culture, they grew their hair and they started to wrap their hair. Then they started to wear a bangle as they got older. Then they started to have what they call, I don't even want to call it a knife or a dagger, but they have a name for it. And they have a pin what they put in their turban, and that was their way of life. I never see them get into beef and draw it out. I think that would be the last result. I've never seen where I come from a Sikh man get vexed, act like he's a gangster and pull his blade out. That's not where I came from. Then I saw Muslims never had beef really. Muslims always, I had friends from primary school who would, and from school who would fast, pray. They were respectable and everything, and I wouldn't disrespect them, nor would the Christians, because when we was in school, certain politics as children was not involving us. We was not concerned of certain political stuff and ideologies what we have as grown-ass men or women. Back in the days, as children, we learned to accept. We didn't even see colour, to tell you the truth. Maybe our parents would say, he can't come in the house, or he has to stay he has to stay outside. Yeah, you would never. Sometimes the parents could be blatantly and tell you, say, don't fucking knock on the door again. Do you understand? We have different over here, bro. We could live. Most of us. I don't want to say we live together as happy family. It was not like that. But we could say as children, as young children, certain things never affected me. Maybe in my teenage life, that the dynamics when you start being aware of yourself, when you start knowing where to go and where not to go, where and what race or cultures you don't want to be with. That's when you learn these stuff in your teenage or adolescent lifestyles. Yeah. Then you start making up your mind who the fuck you want to hang around with and who in the hell you don't want to hang around with. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. I think, correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think your generation had a different challenge compared to the Somalis, because you're a little bit older, right? So maybe you're a 70s or 80s kid, right?
Yeah, but just remember this, yeah. I'm an old man now. Not saying I'm an old man, but I'm saying I'm coming to my middle age. So I could say this. Yeah? This is my experience. This is my experience. When the Somalis came over, the political, the politics of the world, yeah, was very tense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because in early '91, England and the US went to Iraq, yeah, and caused tension in the Middle East. Now, and throughout in the '90s, certain things or deals was not being made with the UN. The UN is the one who should be responsible for, I should say, the oppression of Somalians, because what they did when the civil war broke out in Somalia, people left to be hungered and they had to immigrate. And through the immigration, the deals were made that these people could come to these countries. But the government did not tell the people that, you know what, we are responsible for 90% of the troubles within the world right now. The US and the European government is only beginning to say we take responsibility for certain